The awakening plaza was packed shoulder to shoulder. 3 awakening stones sat on the platform pitch black, throughout occasionally flickering with a ghostly gleam. An iron sign stood upright at the edge of the high stage. 1 awakening 100,000. Those without money could sign an agreement. If the awakening succeeded, the debt had to be repaid within 3 years, or the person would enter the service of the Black Obsidian Awakening Association. If the awakening failed, pledged organs and other bodily tissues could be reclaimed without compensation. The last line was especially glaring, yet no one around seemed to find anything wrong with it. In these times, an awakening stone was a lifeline. If one wished to change fate, one had to pay first. If money could not be produced, something else had to be traded. A middle-aged man shoved his son up onto the platform. "Hurry up, I queued all night," the man barked. The registrar did not even lift his head. "Name? Wong Hao." The young boy, trembling, pressed his hand onto the stone. The black stone flickered once, then fell still. The examiner casted a brief glance. "Failure." The boy's face went sheet white. 2 men in black walked up onto the platform. "According to the agreement, take him away." The boy's legs went weak, and he collapsed on the spot. Dad, say something." The fat man was drenched in sweat, yet did not dare to intervene. The crowd below fell silent at once. Someone muttered under their breath, "Damn, they really took him." The black-clothed man, overseeing the awakening, swept a cold gaze across the people. "What did you expect, that awakening stones come for free, eh?" No one dared to speak again. Shinjin stood at the very edge of the crowd. His sallow face and thin frame were so unremarkable, he could vanish the moment he was tossed into a throng. Yet his gaze never left the awakening stones. 100,000. Costly for others. For Shinjin, even his life might not be enough to cover it. Even if they sold the dilapidated rented room he called home, it would not make up a fraction of that sum. A contract awakening was even more unthinkable. If he failed, he would have to repay the debt with his organs. Shinjin lowered his head to glance at his own wrist, so thin it was frightening. With a body like this, they'd probably complain my parts weren't fresh enough. His mother had coughed up blood again the previous night. The doctor had been brutally frank. Delay any longer, and even immortals would not be able to save her. Money was needed, fast money. For ordinary people to rise above their station, the shortest path was awakening. Only after awakening could one take on missions, earn money, and buy medicine. And if one could not awaken, then they could only wait for death together. Shinjin's throat felt parched. Several more tests were carried out on stage. 1 grade, 1 a grade. The people around were already reedied with envy. Yet Shinjin did not even qualify to lay a finger on an awakening stone. With no money and nothing of value to pledge, he could not even get past registration. The rules had slammed the door on the poor. Yet Shinjin had no path of retreat left. Just then a commotion broke out at the side of the stage. 2 black-clothed guards were driving off a drunk. The registrar frowned and cursed, and even the examiner turned his head to look. In that instant, Shinjin sprang into motion. His thin figure burst out of the crowd, darting straight for the high platform. Those below the stage froze for a heartbeat, then the place erupted. Holy crap! Someone's forcing their way onto the awakening platform. Who is he so bold? Is he tired of living? Shinjin ignored everything. Only one thought burned in his mind: touch it. As long as he could touch the awakening stone, there would still be a chance. But the men on the platform reacted with frightening speed. A black-clothed man shot out a hand, clamping down on Shinjin's wrist. The strength in his grip was terrifying. "Brat, who let you up here?" Yanked off balance, Shinjin staggered, his face going pale, yet his eyes only grew fiercer. People below were already shaking their heads. It was over. One look, and they could tell the boy had been driven mad by poverty. Some even sneered. With a body that scrawny, even his organs wouldn't fetch much. Probably wouldn't even weigh enough once you took him apart. Before the ridicule died away, Shinjin's other hand suddenly flipped. A short knife slid into his palm. The blade was old, but its edge gleamed like snow. The black-clothed man sensed something was wrong, but Shinjin had already acted. He did not hesitate for even half a heartbeat. The knife turned, and he swung it brutally toward the arm that was being held. A wet sound rang out as blood burst into the air. His entire arm was severed cleanly at the elbow. Everyone below stared in stupefaction. Even the black-clothed man was momentarily stunned. Shinjin's face was as white as paper, but his feet did not stop. Seizing the other man's brief daze, he lunged forward, slamming his fingers down hard onto the awakening stone. Cold. The next instant, the awakening stone erupted with black light. A deep hum resonated as a column of darkness shot into the sky. The very air above the plaza seemed to shudder. All 3 awakening stones trembled in unison. The registrar's hand shook, and the record sheet nearly slipped from his grasp. What's happening? The examiner stared fixedly at Shinjin. This reaction is wrong. Shinjin could no longer hear anything. A surge of power poured into his body through his palm. His bones burned, his flesh churned, and even the severed stump of his arm writhed wildly. Then it will crash down into the depths of his consciousness. SSSSSS grade talent undying and indestructible. Effect 1 your strength increases at every moment ceaselessly never to halt. Effect 2 no attack can bring death, any injury can be restored. Undying and indestructible. Chen-Jin's heart trembled violently. Undying and indestructible. As the black light gradually faded, everyone finally snapped out of their daze, staring blankly at the platform. He succeeded in awakening. That was way too much commotion. Could it be a high-grade talent? Someone wondered, only to be immediately contradicted. As if a high-grade talent would land on him. Most likely the awakening stone malfunctioned. The examiner had already rushed over. He stared at the place where Chen-Jin's arm had been severed, and his expression abruptly changed. The bleeding had stopped. The broken limb was growing back before his very eyes. Bone extended, flesh covered it, and skin knit together. Within a dozen breaths, a complete arm had regrown. Not even a scar remained. Someone beneath the stage felt their legs go weak. What the hell is that? The examiner drew in a sharp breath. Self-healing. And to recover at such speed, it was at least great. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Chen-Jin changed entirely. Chen-Jin flexed his newly grown arm, his expression kept carefully composed. Those lines of information could not be allowed to leak out. Grade self-healing. Fine. Let them believe whatever they wished. The examiner forced down his emotions. Kid, what's your name? Chen-Jin. The examiner nodded and gestured to the side. Record this, Chen-Jin grade self-healing talent. The crowd exploded at once. Grade. He actually got grade. Damn, that kid traded an arm for a life. Those who had mocked him earlier now felt their faces burn hot with shame. No one had imagined that this boy, thin as a famine victim, would truly gamble his way into a new life. The examiner walked up to Chen-Jin and clapped him on the shoulder. That strike just now was ruthless enough. My name is Zhou Li, Field Deacon of the Black Obsidian Awakening Association. Your talent lacks killing power, but for survival it's first rate, and with cultivation it won't be weak. Chen-Jin lifted his head to look at him. A scar cut across Zhou Li's face and his eyes were heavy. Clearly a man who had seen blood. Yet at this moment there was admiration in his gaze. Come with me and sign the agreement. Chen-Jin gave a soft acknowledgement and followed him into a corrugated iron room at the back. A contract lay on the table. Zhou Li slid the document toward him. You know the rules. The awakening costs 100,000. After success there are two paths. First, repay the money yourself. Second, join the Black Obsidian Awakening Association, serve the organization, and work off the debt through missions and hours. He paused, then added, your talent is good, but it's not the type that can bring in huge sums right away. The Black Obsidian Awakening Association has resources and medicine. If you join, your road will be much easier. Chen-Jin stared down at the contract. 100,000. The number alone was enough to crush a man's breath. Yet joining an organization like this was never something one could leave easily. Zhou Li watched him. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to cheat you. With a background like yours, having a backing is far better than shouldering everything alone. Chen-Jin raised his head. I choose to repay the money. Zhou Li was taken aback for a moment. You're certain? Certain. Zhou Li studied him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. All right, sign. But let me be blunt, if you can't repay within 3 years, the rules will still be enforced. Chen-Jin took the pen and signed his name without hesitation. Zhou Li collected the contract. You can go now. They'll record your basic information afterward. If you change your mind, the doors of the Black Obsidian Awakening Association will always be open. Chen-Jin pushed the door open and stepped out. Light from outside fell across his face. He still had the same undernourished, skinny frame. But only he knew the truth. From the moment his hand touched the awakening stone, everything had changed. Deep within his blood and flesh, a power was slowly climbing upward. Slowly. But not for a single second did it stop. Chen-Jin lowered his head to look at his newly grown arm, slowly curling his fingers into a fist. The awakening is done. Time to go back to class and take a look. When Chen-Jin returned to class 7 of the 3rd year, the classroom was a mess of noise and chatter. The moment the door was pushed open, the clamor abruptly dulled. One gaze after another crashed down on him. Some eyes were filled with curiosity. Some watched as if enjoying a show. Others held open malice. By the window in the 3rd row, Su Xiao leaned against his chair, twirling a pen between his fingers, a smile hanging on his face. He came from a wealthy family and had just awakened in a great physical talent at noon named Steel Bone Heavy Fist. Many in the class now orbited around him. Now seeing Chen-Jin return, he was the first to speak. Back already? I heard you skipped class to challenge the awakening platform. What's wrong? Did you lose your nerve at the last moment and not even dare put your hand on it? Chen-Jin ignored him, carrying his school bag as he walked toward his own seat. Su Xiao's smile deepened. Figures. With your kind of trash, even if you did go up, it'd be a waste. A pauper should just accept his fate. In the 2nd row, a girl suddenly stood up. Her name was Lin Wanqing. Her skin was pale, her high ponytail sharp and striking, her looks eye-catching, yet her voice was icy. Su Xiao, that's enough. Did he provoke you somehow? The smile on Su Zhao's face instantly sank. Lin Wanqing, you're protecting him again. If it weren't for you, you filthy bitch, refusing to accept my sponsorship and still speaking up for him every day, would I bother giving him trouble all the time? The classroom fell utterly silent. Lin Wanqing's face instantly went white. Su Xiao, watch your mouth. Su Xiao gave a cold snort about to continue cursing. Chen Jin halted mid-step and turned around. I did go through it. Su Xiao was stunned. The whole class was stunned for a moment. Chen Jin set his bag by his desk, his voice calm. I awakened successfully. Grade self-healing. The classroom instantly erupted. Great. For real. He actually succeeded. In the front row, Zhou Xiaoning turned back, her face full of shock. Lin Wanqing was also looking at Chen Jin, unable to hide the astonishment in her eyes. Su Xiao stared at him, even the pen in his hand forgotten. Grade self-healing. Who are you trying to fool? Chen Jin sat down. There's a record at the plaza. If you don't believe me, you can go check. Su Xiao's expression turned somewhat ugly. He had just awakened in a grade talent and was at the height of his glory. Yet this penniless nobody he had always looked down on had also awakened, and it was grade. Su Xiao suddenly laughed. Self-healing, huh? Fine, I'll help you test it. He pulled a wad of cash straight from his bag and slapped it onto the desk. I won't bully you. 1 punch 1,000. Aren't you supposed to recover? Just let me see how much your grade is really worth. Lin Wanqing spoke up at once. No. Su Xiao, you're going too far. Su Xiao did not even glance at her, his eyes fixed only on Chen Jin. What, you don't dare? Already scared right after awakening. Chen Jin glanced at the wad of money. What he lacked most right now was exactly that. His mother was still waiting for medicine. Besides, he also wanted to see just how far his so-called undying body could pass for a mere grade self-healing. Chen Jin lifted his head and smiled faintly. All right. Lin Wanqing snapped her head toward him. Chen Jin, don't agree. Chen Jin only gave one reply. I need money. Those 3 words were brutally straightforward. Lin Wanqing was left speechless. Su Xiao stood up, tossing 1,000 yuan onto Chen Jin's desk. You've got guts. Stand up. Chen Jin rose and walked to the middle of the aisle. Every student in the class stood as well. Even the doorway was crammed with students from other classes. This time no one was joking anymore. Su Xiao's awakened talent was the A-grade physical ability Steel Bone Heavy Fist. That kind of talent was brutally straightforward, immense strength and explosive power. Once he started hitting for real, it was no game. Standing to the side, Lin Wanqing's fingers were clenched so tightly they had gone white. Chen Jin, are you insane? Chen Jin looked at Su Xiao. As long as you pay enough, that's all that matters. Su Xiao bared his teeth in a grin and rolled his fists. His knuckles crackled loudly. Fine. Then you'd better stand firm. In the next second, Su Xiao lunged forward in a single step and slammed a punch into Chen Jin's abdomen. Thud. A dull boom sounded. Chen Jin's body doubled over, his whole figure sliding half a step backward, lower back, striking the desk's corner hard enough to make it shudder. A few people in the class forgot to breathe. That punch was vicious. An ordinary student would already be sprawled on the floor. But Chen Jin merely pressed a hand against his stomach, then straightened up again. He looked at Su Xiao. Continue. 1,000. The classroom grew even quieter. Su Xiao's pupils shrank. He had not held back much with that punch. Yet Chen Jin had taken it. The students loitering at the doorway stopped talking entirely. The expressions in the class shifted from amused to utterly stunned. Su Xiao's face hardened as he pulled out another 1,000. Was your grade given as a top-up bonus? The second punch slammed into Chen Jin's shoulder. Thud. Chen Jin rocked from the impact. The third punch drove straight into his chest. Thud. Chen Jin staggered back 2 steps, a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet still he did not fall. He lifted his hand to wipe it away and lowered his gaze to the 3,000 yuan on the desk. Then he raised his eyes to Su Xiao. That's all an A-grade amounts to. For something called Steel Bone Heavy Fist, it sounds grand, but the impact feels more like a massage. Su Xiao's face flushed scarlet in an instant. No one in the class dared make a sound now. Every gaze was fixed on Chen Jin, hearts clenched tight. To still be standing after 3 punches. This was far beyond what any ordinary grade self-healing could explain. Lin Wanqing stared at Chen Jin, eyes full of shock. This guy was practically a monster. Su Xiao glared at Chen Jin, his chest heaving harder and harder. Yet Chen Jin still was not satisfied. Why stop? Run out of money. Young Master Su can't possibly be unable to produce a mere few thousand, right? That line completely ignited Su Xiao. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes as his foot slammed into the floor. The muscles along his entire arm bulged at once, a layer of iron blue sheen spreading beneath his skin as his fist swelled larger. Chen Jin, you're the one courting death. Lin Wanqing's expression changed abruptly. She lunged half a step forward, her voice hoarse. Su Xiao, stop. But it was already too late. Su Xiao had fully unleashed Steel Bone Heavy Fist. He drove his fist out. Even the air seemed to explode. Thud. This impact was far heavier than before. Chen Jin's entire body jolted violently. A bloody hole exploded open in his chest. The fist punched straight through. Blood gushed out at once, splattering across desks and floor. Lin Wanqing froze where she stood. The color in her eyes drained away in an instant. She lifted a foot to rush forward, only to stop dead in front of Qinjin. It was not that she did not want to go closer. She was afraid to touch him. The hole in his chest was too large, so large she did not even know where to place her hands. Her fingers trembled, throat tightening, even her breathing thrown into chaos. Qinjin. The call was barely more than a whisper, so soft it nearly dissolved. The entire classroom was frozen stiff. A girl clapped a hand over her mouth on the spot. Zhou Xiaoning's face had gone completely pale. Standing less than 2 steps from Qinjin, Lin Wanqing's eyes suddenly reddened, her voice stuck in her throat. Even Su Xiao was dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the spot, fist still hanging in midair, blood filling the gaps between his fingers. I didn't mean. He had only wanted to beat Qinjin down hard. He had never imagined that one punch could be so devastating. He had blasted straight through the other boy's chest. The color slowly drained from Su Xiao's face, and his feet shuffled half a step backward. Qinjin. No one answered. The classroom was so quiet it was terrifying. Gritting her teeth, Lin Wanqing forced herself to take a step forward. She half squatted down, wanting to support him, yet not daring to move him, her trembling hand hanging in midair. Tears were already welling in her eyes. Don't die. Qinjin, don't die. But in the next instant, Qinjin lowered his head and looked at the gaping hole in his own chest. The blood flesh was writhing. Bone was knitting together. The torn open chest began to mend at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire class stared fixedly at that scene, even their breathing in disarray. Half crouched in place, Lin Wanqing was completely stupefied. She watched the churning blood flesh, her fingers slowly clenching tight, her mind a blank. Su Xiao retreated 2 full steps, his back slamming into a desk. The ferocity in his eyes had long vanished, leaving only terror. Thighs. This is impossible. Qinjin slowly lifted his head. The bloody hole in his chest had already shrunk by more than half. The newly grown flesh was bright red, still slick with blood. His lips curled upward. That smile made Su Xiao's scalp tingle. Standing closest, Lin Wanqing saw everything most clearly. Her breathing trembled, the shock in her eyes had yet to fade, but her chest suddenly loosened in a fierce, painful relief. Her hand pressed against the floor, nearly giving out all at once. That punch, just now she heard him say, was worth far more than the ones before. Su Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Even his voice had changed. Qinjin, what kind of talent is this? Qinjin looked at him, his smile deepening. Grade self-healing. I already told you. Footsteps kept echoing in the corridor, wave after wave. Make way, make way. Which class got into trouble? The crowd at the door scattered all at once. Homeroom teacher Sun Qinghai and grade director Gao Yu rushed into the classroom one after the other. Sun Qinghai was in his early 40s, his hair already thinning a little, and his temper was usually not considered bad. The moment he stepped through the door and saw the blood on the floor, Sun Qinghai's speech faltered. Well, what happened here? Gao Yu spoke directly instead. Who threw the first punch? Su Xiao stood where he was, his face still pale, his hands not yet steady. Gao Yu turned his head and fixed his gaze on him. Do you understand the nature of what you've done? A private fight on campus, injuring someone, and on top of that a talent rampage. You two will notify your guardians. This matter must be fully clarified today. Sun Qinghai opened his mouth. He had originally wanted to speak up on behalf of Qinjin. He knew Qinjin's family situation better than any student in the class. A gravely ill mother, a father long gone without a trace, a household so poor it rang like an empty bell. There was simply no guardian who could come. But before he could speak, Su Xiao reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. No need to call my parents. Su Xiao sounded as if he had been scared witless. I'll pay. I'll cover everything. Medical costs, missed classes, emotional damages. I'll pay it all. The moment those words left his mouth, the whole class was stunned. Just moments ago, young Master Su, who had been viciously overbearing, was now as meek as if he had seen a ghost. Gao Yu's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. Seeing that Qinjin had no visible wounds, only a torn hole on his shirt, he narrowed his eyes. In the end, he spoke to Sun Qinghai. Your class, your problem. You handle it yourself. Calm everyone down and get this classroom cleaned up. And no more fighting. With that, Gao Yu gave Qinjin a long, deep look. There was appraisal in that gaze, and a trace of wary disbelief. But he did not question further and turned to leave. Sun Qinghai lifted a hand and rubbed his brow. He looked at Su Xiao first. Go back to your seat. Su Xiao nodded and actually did as he was told. Remarkably obedient, almost absurdly so. Then Sun Qinghai turned his gaze to Qinjin. That look was exceedingly complicated. In the past, this skinny kid who looked as if a gust of wind could topple him spoke little, had a foul temper and middling grades, but he still fell within the bounds of an ordinary student. Now things were different. Sun Qinghai lowered his voice. Qinjin, come outside with me. Qinjin shook his head. No need. We can talk here. Sun Qinghai did not insist. All right. He paused, his voice softening. No matter how your usual grades are, once you've awakened a talent, you're qualified to take the martial exam in a month. Several students in the room suddenly drew a sharper breath. The martial exam. That was the second path for ordinary students to turn their lives around. To enter a university for awakened individuals, be placed on an official training list, receive stipends, join training camps, and even have a chance to be noticed by powerful forces. Many studied all the way to their final year of high school just for this moment. Sun Shanghai went on. Since you've awakened, don't waste it. For this month, prepare yourself properly. Training materials, slots in practical combat classes, applications for nutrient tonics. Whatever you need, just come to me. His words had already gone far beyond ordinary bias. A few students stared, eyes almost glazed. Yet no one felt it was undeserved. After what they had just witnessed, this treatment was worth it. Chen Jin lifted his head and looked at him. Teacher, you're taking such special care of me. Sun Shanghai did not respond to the joke. He simply looked at Chen Jin for a few seconds. At the student who had always sat in the last row, silent, yet bristling with thorns. And at the boy who had just clawed out a path for his life with his bare hands. Sun Shanghai raised his hand and patted Chen Jin's shoulder twice. Don't die before the exam. Otherwise, all my effort will be wasted. With that, he turned and walked out. For a brief moment, the classroom fell into complete silence. Then, it exploded. Damn, Chen Jin, that was insane. You got your chest pierced, and it still grew back. Is your self-healing really When you stood there just now, I got goosebumps all over. Have you been secretly training or something? A throng of people surged forward to crowd around him. Even those who were usually not close to Chen Jin were now trying to cozy up to him. Zhou Xiaoning in the front row was the keenest, squeezing into the very front, his face full of excitement. Several others were laughing as well. The mood was far more relaxed than before. Only Lin Wanqing remained silent. She stood the closest. Her gaze stayed fixed on Chen Jin's chest. There his shirt was torn open in a large hole, the blood, not yet completely dry, yet the skin beneath had already grown back flawless without a trace of injury. Lin Wanqing extended her hand. She pressed down lightly. Her palm rested against his chest. Chen Jin lowered his head to look at her. Why are you groping me now? Lin Wanqing ignored him. Her hand stayed where it was, as if she needed to confirm she had not imagined the scene from before. Chen Jin curled his lip. What kind of problem do you have? You're acting like some obsessed girl. Only then did Lin Wanqing lift her head and roll her eyes at him. Shut up. I'm checking if you're actually human. Chen Jin chuckled. So what's the verdict? No. Lin Wanqing answered without hesitation. Right now I suspect you're an unkillable cockroach. Chen Jin clicked his tongue. A cockroach's life isn't as tough as mine. At that moment, Su Xiao sat at his own desk, his face still ashen. After a long struggle, he finally spoke in a muffled voice. Tomorrow. The room fell silent. Su Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed. Tomorrow I'll bring the compensation. 100,000. A collective hiss swept through the classroom. 100,000. Enough to pay for an awakening ceremony. Chen Jin looked over at him, one brow lifting. All right. Not long after the bell rang. School was over. As they packed their bags, people in the classroom still could not help but sneak glances at Chen Jin. What had happened today was destined to spread throughout the entire grade. Chen Jin grabbed his backpack. Lin Wanqing stood up as well. The two of them left the classroom one after the other. The setting sun hung low and waves of students flowed out through the school gate. Its razor claws shredded Chen Jin's chest and abdomen in a frenzy of flesh tore and entrails spilled forth. Chen Jin did not so much as flinch, making one's stomach hollow with hunger. Chen Jin tilted his head to glance at Lin Wanqing. Hungry. Lin Wanqing paused mid-step. She stared at the grilled sausages and crepes for 2 seconds, her throat moving slightly as she swallowed, then forcibly dragged her gaze away. Not hungry. That was what she said. But that subtle gulp, Chen Jin saw it clearly. He laughed softly. What are you pretending for? If you want to eat, then eat. No need to be shy. As he spoke, he started to turn his steps toward the stalls. Lin Wanqing hurriedly stretched out her hand and grabbed his arm. Don't go. Chen Jin looked back. Why? Lin Wanqing pressed her lips together, but did not let go. She glanced at the snack stalls, obvious longing in her eyes, yet when she spoke, she gritted her teeth. Wait until I awaken my talent. Wait until we get into university. Wait until your mother's illness is cured. By the time she got that far, her ears were already a little hot, yet she still forced herself to finish. Then you can buy it for me. By then I want to eat a lot. When those few sentences fell, Chen Jin stood where he was without answering immediately. The evening breeze blew in from the mouth of the street, making the signs along the road sway gently. The snack vendors were still shouting, the smell of food relentlessly drifting their way. Looking at her, Chen Jin suddenly found himself at a loss for words. This girl's tongue was rarely soft. Yet some words once spoken landed squarely against a person's heart. He froze for 2 seconds, then lifted a hand to rub at his eyes, as if the wind had blown into them. When he spoke again, his voice was softer than before. All right. When the time comes, you can have as much as you want. Lin Wanqing looked up at him. Her eyes lit up for a moment. You said it. Chen Jin nodded. I said it. Only then did Lin Wanqing release his arm, the corners of her mouth secretly curving upward. The plane trees by the roadside cast their shadows across the sidewalk. When the wind passed, the shadows swayed and shimmered. Lin Wanqing spoke again. The money I've saved is almost enough. Chen Jin tilted his head. What money? The money for awakening. Lin Wanqing pressed her lips together. If I save a bit longer, I can go for awakening too. When that time comes, I definitely won't be worse than you. As she said this, her chin lifted slightly. A little proud. And a little unwilling to concede. Maybe I'll awaken an elemental type. The kind with very high destructive power. Chen Jin gave her a long look. Sounds good. When that happens, you can stand in the back and set things on fire, and I'll stand in front and get beaten up. Lin Wanqing burst into laughter. But after laughing, she fell quiet again. Her voice was softer. Once I've awakened, we can earn money together. Chen Jin's stride hitched for a moment. The tips of Lin Wanqing's ears flushed again, but she still finished the rest. Together we can pay for your mother's treatment. After those words fell, there was a brief silence beside them. Chen Jin did not respond right away. He simply watched the road ahead. After a while, he finally smiled. All right, I'll charge in on the front lines. You cover me. Lin Wanqing looked up at him. Her eyes shone a little. It's a deal. It's a deal. They walked a few hundred meters more and reached a fork in the road. One way led toward an old residential district. The other led toward the southern part of the city. Lin Wanqing came to a stop. I'm heading this way. Chen Jin nodded. I know. Lin Wanqing stayed where she was. Remember to put medicine on when you get home. Chen Jin lowered his head to look at the torn patch on his chest. What medicine? I heal on my own. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him again. You and that stubborn mouth. She turned and took a few steps, then looked back. And another thing. If Su Xiao dares to go back on his word tomorrow, don't go up against him alone. Call me. Chen Jin waved his hand. Got it. Only then did Lin Wanqing head off. The sunset stretched her shadow long, her ponytail swayed with each step, soon disappearing around the corner. Chen Jin stood there watching for a couple of seconds. Then his stomach let out a loud growl. Very loud. Two passers-by walking by happened to hear it and glanced over. Expressionless Chen Jin pressed a hand over his stomach. Don't make noise. Just bear with it a little longer. His stomach growled again. Even louder. The corner of Chen Jin's mouth twitched. From the moment he had stormed the awakening platform at noon until now, he had not had a proper meal. Just now he had also fought hard, taken a hole to the chest, and now the hunger came crashing down all at once. Food. He needed food immediately. Chen Jin ran all the way home. He was ravenous. His stomach felt as if a ferocious beast were trapped inside, clawing at him the entire way. Passing a pharmacy, he suddenly swerved and rushed straight in. Behind the counter, the clerk was scrolling through his phone. Hearing the commotion, he looked up. What are you buying? Pollution inhibitor. The clerk was stunned. Which dosage? Chen Jin emptied all the money from his pockets and slapped it onto the counter with a clatter. There were 4,000 he had just gotten from Su Xiao, as well as the loose bills he had left on him. Crumpled rolled of all denominations piled in a messy heap. Whichever this can buy, I'll take. The cheapest one vial, 3,200. It won't suppress it for long, at most, ease it for a few days. Chen Jin nodded. I'll take it. After speaking, he stared at that pale blue vial in the counter for 2 seconds, his heart sinking. Such a tiny tube, yet its price was harder than his own life. But he had no choice but to buy it. If he didn't, his mother might not last a few more days. After paying more than half of the money in his pockets vanished in an instant. Clutching the pollution inhibitor, he turned and headed for the food market. Meat. He bought only meat. Beef, pork, chicken drumsticks, chicken breasts, and a few cheap large bones. The stall owner, seeing how much he was buying, couldn't help asking. Young man, are you hosting a banquet at home? Carrying a bulging bag of meat, Chen Jin's face stayed expressionless. No, there's a rice bucket at home. The stall owner chuckled. Quite the appetite then. Chen Jin did not respond. Inwardly, he thought you wouldn't understand. I only just found out that the rice bucket is me. By the time he returned to the old residential block, the sky was already turning dark. Half the lights in the stairwell were broken. Plaster flaked from the walls, and the air was thick with damp and the smell of cooking oil. Chen Jin hurried up the creaking stairs, his footsteps quick. As soon as he opened the door, a fit of suppressed coughing came from inside. The old lamp by the bed was on. His mother, Su Qinghe, was half reclining against the headboard, face pale, a thin, well-worn blanket draped over her shoulders. Seeing him return, she first let out a breath of relief, but when her gaze swept over what he was carrying, her expression tightened again. Jin, why did you buy so much? Her gaze moved from the big bag of meat to the medicine box in his hand, and worry surfaced at once in her eyes. Did you do something dangerous? Or borrow from loan sharks? Chen Jin set everything down. What? Su Qinghe was still looking at him. That cautious nervousness could not be hidden. They had been poor for too long. So poor that when something decent finally appeared, their first reaction wasn't joy, but fear. Afraid the money was dirty. Afraid her son had gone astray because of her. Chen Jin placed the pollution inhibitor on the table, his voice deliberately gentle. I went to challenge the awakening platform today. Su Qinghe's breath caught. What did you say? I challenged it. Carrying the meat into the kitchen, Chen Jin answered over his shoulder. I got lucky, didn't die, and even awakened successfully. He spoke far too casually. Yet Su Qinghe's hands clenched when she heard it. Reckless. That place trades life for power. How could you? Halfway through, her voice weakened. Because she knew all too well why he had gone. Their family had reached a dead end. Chen Jin did not mention Su Xiao nor the fight at school. He only spoke of what he could. I awakened a level self-regeneration ability. After the school found out, they gave me some rewards. I can also take the martial exam later. Soon the sound of chopping meat rang out in the kitchen. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm was fast. Chen Jin's hands were busy, but his mouth didn't stop. The teacher said, as long as you've awakened, you're qualified to participate in the martial exam a month from now. My talent isn't bad. If I perform well, I can get into a martial academy, receive subsidies, take on missions, and then money will come fast. So don't worry. I've bought the medicine and I've bought the meat. From now on, things will get better. The kitchen was small and the bulb was white. Light fell across the chopping board. The fresh red of the meat was almost dazzling. Looking at the boy working with his back to her in the kitchen, Su Qinghe felt her nose sting. She was no fool. She knew the so-called school rewards were probably not that simple. But since Chen Jin did not speak, she would not expose it. This child had been stubborn since he was small, swallowing all his hardships into his own stomach. Su Qinghe spoke softly. Jin, I've dragged you down. The chopping paused for a moment. A second later it resumed. Chen Jin put the meat into the pot. Oil hissed and spat, and the smell rose quickly and thick. That's not true. Don't pin that pot on yourself. I went to the awakening platform because I wanted to. I want to earn money. I want you to live. It's that simple. There was nothing flowery about his words, nothing deliberately moving. Yet Su Qinghe's eyes turned red. She lowered her head, wiped at the corners of her eyes, and made sure no sound escaped. Chen Jin cooked quickly. Before, when they had no money, meal after meal had been thin soup and sparse dishes. Today was different. The pot was full of meat, the aroma swirling through the cramped room, until even the air felt heavier. A large basin of braised meat, a plate of stir-fried slices, and bone broth. Chen Jin brought the dishes out, then casually tore open the packaging of the pollution inhibitor. The pale blue liquid glinted coldly under the light. The moment Su Qinghe saw it, her expression changed. This is too expensive. I don't need it. Take it back and return it. Chen Jin handed the medicine to her. Open your mouth. Jin, open your mouth. This time his tone hardened. Su Qinghe looked at him, then finally said nothing more. She took the vial and drank it down in small sips. As the liquid slid down her throat, the tension that had knotted her brows for so long finally eased a little. Her face was still pale, but her breathing grew noticeably steadier. Only then did Chen Jin sit down and pick up his bowl. At the first bite of meat, he himself froze for a moment. It wasn't that the meat was particularly fragrant. It was that his body went crazy. Hungry. Still hungry. One mouthful in, and the fire in his stomach was not doused. Instead, it flared even hotter. Chen Jin lowered his head and just ate. Piece after piece. One bowl of rice, and he felt nothing. A second bowl. A third. Plates of meat emptied one after another. Su Qinghe, who had been slowly sipping her soup, looked up and was stunned. Slow down. No one's fighting you for it. With his mouth stuffed full of meat, Chen Jin replied, vaguely hungry. He was telling the truth. After awakening, recovering, taking a beating, and putting on mass, all of that in one day, his body was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much he ate, it wasn't enough. By the time he set his chopsticks down, more than half the meat on the table was gone. Chen Jin glanced at it himself and fell silent. In the past, if they were frugal, this much food could have lasted half a month. Yet tonight, most of it had been wiped out in one meal. Su Qinghe stared at the half-empty plate, stunned at first, then a faint smile actually rose in her eyes. A good appetite is a good thing. You've been too thin lately. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Jin rubbed his stomach. He was full, but only just. The heat in his body was still surging. His skin felt tight, his bones itched, and his whole body was brimming with strength he had no way to vent. Chen Jin stood up. I'm going out for a bit. Su Qinghe looked up. It's so late. I need to walk it off. Chen Jin rolled it and get some practice in. Su Qinghe nodded, her voice still gentle. Then be careful. Don't get into any. Chen Jin grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. I'll try. At those 3 words, Su Qinghe couldn't help a helpless little smile. The door closed. Night wind hit his face, and Chen Jin felt instantly invigorated. He didn't go far. Behind the old residential block lay an abandoned little square, usually deserted, the ground broken concrete, and rusted equipment everywhere. It was perfect for loosening his muscles. Chen Jin walked up to a rusted horizontal bar and gripped it. Cold. Rough. He started with pull-ups. 1, 10, 30, 100. His arms grew hotter, and the muscles of his chest and back bulged little by little. In the past, at 20, he would have been panting like a dog. Tonight was different. The power inside him kept surging out, impossible to suppress. Chen Jin dropped down and started sprinting. From one end of the square to the other. Once, 10 times. 20. Wind scraped past his ears, his lungs burned like fire, yet his steps only grew lighter. When he finally stopped, his chest was heaving, but his eyes shone with a frightening brightness. So this is first stage. Chen glanced down at his hand. His 5 fingers curled. The bones in his hand tightened. The sense of power was crystal clear. Compared to noon, he was stronger by a notch. Compared to before the beating after school, stronger by another notch. And that growth hadn't stopped. Every minute, every second it was climbing. Chen found a half-man-high abandoned concrete block and wrapped his arms around it. He sank his waist and lifted it clean off the ground. Concrete crumbs rained down, bouncing off his shoes. Standing there hugging the weight, he paused for 2 seconds, the corners of his mouth impossible to hold down. Interesting. He threw the block back onto the ground. With a bang, dust leapt up into the air. Then he went at it hard for another half hour. Punching, kicking, sprinting, push-ups, squats, swinging, and smashing with scrap iron. Only when that wild strength inside him had finally bled off by half did he stop. Night had grown deep. Chen returned home, easing the door open. Only the old lamp by the bed was lit. Su Qinghe was already asleep. Her breathing was much steadier. The pollution inhibitor had clearly taken effect. Chen stood at her bedside for a while, and the tightness in his chest finally loosened a little. He went back to his own narrow bed, sat down, and clenched his fist. The strength was still there, clearer than before he had gone out. Mid-first stage. That assessment surfaced almost instinctively. He had awakened that very day, and by nightfall he had pushed into mid-first stage. If word got out, it would scare a whole crowd senseless. Staring at his own fist, Chen let out a low chuckle. A wave of exhaustion crashed over him. It came fast. His eyelids turned heavy in an instant. His body had gone wild the entire evening. Now it was finally demanding its due. Too lazy even to take off his shoes, Chen fell back onto the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he dropped into dead sleep. From first to fifth stage, this span is the core period in which an awakened one lays a solid foundation and explores the depths of their innate ability. It is the bedrock upon which the path to true power is built. Each rise in stage signifies a marked increase in physical attributes, energy reserves, and mastery of one's gift. 6th stage, calamity level. A watershed realm possessing the strength for one person to guard an entire city, capable of unleashing the embryonic form of a domain and beginning to manifest talent phenomena. Such beings can no longer be called ordinary humans. 7th stage, throne level. A national strategic weapon able to suppress large polluted zones whose very life form has undergone a profound transformation. 8th stage, forbidden level. At this level, one brushes against the source of the abyss and begins to half assimilate into law itself, their might nearing that of a god. 9th stage, abyss walker, a being standing at the pinnacle of the world, perhaps already beyond human, undying, half divine. Early the next morning, Chen woke from hunger. He opened his eyes and glanced first at the side of the bed. His mother was still asleep. Her complexion looked better than last night, and her breathing was steady. Only then did Chen get out of bed. The moment his feet touched the floor, he froze. His field of vision had risen. It was no illusion. He lowered his head to look at himself. His shoulders were broader, and the lines of his arms had grown much more defined. The school uniform pants that had hung loose just last night were now a little too short, exposing his ankles. Damn, Chen cursed under his breath. Grew this fast. He walked over to the cracked old mirror and stopped. The person in the mirror was still him, yet somehow not quite the same as he had been yesterday. The gauntness from malnutrition had faded a great deal. The contours of his face now stood out, his eye sockets a shade deeper, the bridge of his nose more prominent. Most troublesome of all was the vigor in his bearing. His very spirit seemed to have risen a notch overnight, making his entire presence striking to the eye. Chen stared into the mirror for 2 seconds. "This is bad," he murmured. "Don't tell me I'll have to live off my looks now." He lifted a hand and patted his own face. It felt quite real. This was no dream. After a quick, simple wash, he went to rummage in the kitchen. There was still some meat left from last night, and quite a bit of broth. Chen was not picky. He could not even be bothered to reheat it. He simply picked it up and ate ravenously, nearly finishing it before the fire in his stomach finally eased a little. Just as he was about to leave, Su Qinghe woke up. When she saw Chen she was momentarily stunned. "A geniu." Chen steps faltered. "What is it?" Su Qinghe blinked once, then again. "You look like you've gotten taller," she said, sounding uncertain even to herself. Chen lowered his head to glance at his shortened pant legs. "Yeah, maybe after awakening, I just conveniently finished growing," he replied. Su Qinghe was amused by that and let out a small laugh. "You brat." Yet the joy in her eyes was genuine. Her son looked more energetic now, with color in his cheeks. That was better than anything. Chen slung his school bag over his shoulder. "I'm heading to school. If I have time at noon, I'll come back," he said. Su Qinghe nodded. "Walk slowly on the road. And don't cause trouble." At the doorway, Chen replied, "I'll try," and then headed downstairs. By the time he reached school, morning reading had yet to begin. The moment Chen Jin stepped into the teaching building, he sensed something was off. People in the corridor were all looking at him. Some glanced once and then hurriedly turned away. Some simply stared stunned. A few girls huddled together, whispering, their gazes never leaving his body. Is that Chen Jin? Holy, wasn't he still as skinny as a bamboo pole yesterday? How did he turn into this today? Does awakening come with complimentary plastic surgery now? Chen Jin's mouth twitched when he heard them. Bunch of lunatics, he muttered, and pushed open the door to Class 7 of the 3rd year. The classroom had been noisy a moment ago, but as soon as the door opened, the sound dropped at once. Countless gazes struck him all at once. Yesterday they had looked at him like he was a monster. Today it was stranger still, a kind of shocked can felt but stare, kind of strange. Zhou Xiaoning was the first to shout, holy shit, Chen Jin. Did you secretly level up behind our backs last night? Chen Jin tossed his bag onto his desk. Shut up. Why are you screaming like a ghost first thing in the morning, he said. But Zhou Xiaoning had already sprung from his seat and circled around him once. No, you really did grow taller, Zhou said. And better looking too. What kind of talent is this, huh? Brank self-healing with built-in beauty filter. Several people in the class could not hold back their laughter. But even after the laughter faded, they kept looking. The fact was right there, Chen Jin really had changed. Especially that worn school uniform. Once hanging loosely off him, today, it was actually filled out. The shoulder line was straight, his waist drawn in, and just standing there, he held a sharp, crisp air that was hard to describe. Even Su Xiao glanced at him, twice his expression darkening. Lin Wanqing was seated in the front row, originally flipping through her book. Now she lifted her head as well. She looked at Chen Jin for 2 seconds, then arched her brows. What's wrong with you? She asked. Chen Jin pulled out his chair and sat down. What do you mean, what's wrong with me? Lin Wanqing stood up and walked to his side, her gaze sweeping from his face to his shoulders and then down to his waist and abdomen. Did you go get hormone injections last night? She asked. Chen Jin chuckled. Do you even hear yourself? Lin Wanqing ignored the retort and pressed a hand against his stomach. Even through the school uniform, it was solid. Her hand paused, then disbelieving, she pressed twice more. Numbness shot through Chen Jin. He raised a hand and flicked her wrist away. Quit messing around. First you grabbed my chest, now you're feeling up my stomach. Are you plotting something against me? The classroom instantly erupted in a chorus of teasing noises. Lin Wanqing's ears flushed red as she glared at him. I'm checking whether you've secretly grown some other weird thing, she shot back. Chen Jin lowered his head to straighten the hem of his uniform. Relax, I haven't grown a tail, he said. Lin Wanqing gave him another look. She said nothing aloud, but inwardly, she was muttering this guy had still been a penniless weakling who looked like a stiff breeze could knock him down just yesterday. How had he gone to having abs overnight? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. By this time, Chen Jin was already on his feet, striding straight toward the window side seat in the 3rd row. Su Xiao sat there pretending to be calm, but when he saw Chen Jin walking directly over, his shoulders tightened. Chen Jin stopped at his desk and held out a hand. The money. One word, crisp and clean. Su Xiao stared at him for a few seconds, but did not try to deny it. He pulled a black bag from the cubby under his desk and slapped it onto the tabletop. 100,000. Count it. The classroom fell quiet at once. Seeing 100,000 in cash so early in the morning had an impact. Chen Jin was not shy about it. He opened the bag and glanced inside. All red. A thick stack. His mood soared at once. Not bad, he said. You finally managed to do something vaguely human. Su Xiao's face darkened for an instant. But today Su Xiao had clearly come prepared and held himself back. Chen Jin, I was careless yesterday, he said. I was just startled by that recovery ability of yours. If we really fought, you might not be my match. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the classroom rose again. Many people began sneaking glances at the two of them. Everyone knew Su Xiao still had a score to settle. After losing so badly in front of the whole class yesterday, it would be strange if he did not try to reclaim his pride. Chen Jin grabbed the money bag, tossed it onto his own desk, then turned back to look at him. You being a coward is somehow my fault, he said. Do I look that scary? Zhou Xiaoning almost burst out laughing. Su Xiao ground his teeth. Quit running your mouth, Su Xiao snapped. Let's fight again. With my rank steel bone heavy fist, there's no way I lose to a brank self-healer like you. Chen Jin's brows lifted. You got money? He asked. Su Xiao was taken aback. The whole class was taken aback with him. Leaning casually against Su Xiao's desk, Chen Jin spoke with perfect righteousness. If there's no stake, what are you yapping for? I'm not so bored I'd play warm-up dummy for you. The line was vicious. Several classmates were struggling so hard not to laugh that their shoulders were shaking. Heat flushed across Su Xiao's face. He yanked another envelope from his school bag and slapped it heavily onto the desk. Here's another 100,000, he said. No matter who wins or loses. As long as we fight, this 100,000 is yours. As long as you fight one match, these 100,000 are yours. Chen Jin lowered his head and glanced at the envelope, then lifted his eyes to look at Su Xiao. The next second his mouth curled into a wide grin. His smile was wicked. Sure, if I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll count it as you being squeaky clean. Zhou Xiaoning lay over the desk, pounding it twice with his fist in laughter. Damn, Qinjin, since when did your mouth get this foul? Lin Wanqing couldn't hold it in either. After laughing, she walked over and lightly kicked Qinjin's calf. Exactly. Since when did your mouth get this foul? Qinjin gave a dry cough, for once a little ill at ease. He raised a hand and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Maybe I've just gotten confident. Su Xiao was already on his feet. To the training room. Don't fight in the classroom. Qinjin nodded. Fine. Good thing the place is big. Enough room for you to lie down. The two of them left the classroom one after the other, followed by a dense crowd of students surging out behind them. Even students from the neighboring class caught wind of it and rushed over. The training room was on the first floor of the combat building. It was usually only opened for basic martial arts classes. The floor was covered with thick black mats, and simple guardrails ringed the perimeter. When the door was pushed open, the room was still empty. Su Xiao walked straight and stood in the center and rolled his wrists. His knuckles crackled crisply. Yesterday's humiliation still weighed heavily on his chest. He had barely slept all night. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw the image of Qinjin's chest knitting back together. Yet the more it was like this, the more unwilling he was to accept it. So what if the self-healing was strong? Being hard to kill didn't mean you could win a fight. He possessed an upgrade physical talent, steel bone heavy fist. In a heating clash, on what grounds should he lose to upgrade? He leisurely adjusted his black robe, speaking as casually as if he had just finished afternoon tea. Old Gu, don't be so angry. When young people spar, they should have some flair, shouldn't they? She wasn't afraid of Qinjin taking a loss. What she feared was him getting carried away and going too far again. In the middle of the room, Qinjin strolled in, unhurriedly rolling his shoulders as if he had just come for a casual walk. Su Xiao spoke coldly. Qinjin, don't say I'm bullying you. If you admit defeat now, I can still pretend this never happened. Qinjin looked at him and chuckled. Did I scare your brain loose yesterday too? You've already handed the money to me and you want me to surrender. Is the Su family's business always run at such a loss? Laughter rippled around them again. Su Xiao's face darkened. You're courting death. Before the words had finished leaving his mouth, he had already lunged forward, moving even faster than yesterday. With a single step, a dull boom rang beneath his foot as he shot straight at Qinjin, his right fist dark as iron, whipping toward Qinjin's face with ruthless force. This punch was heavier than yesterday's. Su Xiao was going all out. Yet Qinjin did not dodge. Not only did he not dodge, he even stepped forward to meet him. Bang! The fist slammed into Qinjin's raised forearm, the impact making his shoulder jolt. If it had been yesterday, that blow would have sent him sliding half a step back. Today, it only made him sway. Su Xiao's pupils contracted. Qinjin was already baring his teeth in a grin. That's it. I thought you'd bring something big today. Before the words had finished, his left fist had already shot out. No fancy moves, just a straight punch. Fast and clean. With a heavy thud, it crashed into Su Xiao's face. His head snapped to the side, his whole body staggering back several steps as blood gushed instantly from his nose. The onlookers were all stunned. What the hell? Qinjin's opening strike is this fierce. No, how did his strength get this high too? Even Su Xiao himself was dazed. Yesterday, Qinjin had only been good at taking hits, but this punch actually left him a little dizzy. He had barely steadied himself when Qinjin had already closed in on him. A grade? Did they water down your grade, or what? Bang! A punch hammered into his abdomen. Su Xiao grunted, his waist folding over. Weren't you so arrogant yesterday? Bang! Another punch smashed brutally into his jaw. Didn't you say you'd cripple me? Bang! A knee drove up hard into his midsection. Come on. Today it's my turn to teach you how to behave. Su Xiao was beaten back step after step, his face turning pale. With a furious roar, Su Xiao's arms bulged at the same time, an iron blue hue rapidly spreading beneath his skin as he swung his fists out with wind-splitting force. Steel bone heavy fist. Qinjin didn't even look, just raised his arm to block. Bang! This time the blow finally forced him half a step back. Su Xiao's eyes lit up for an instant. Qinjin shook out his numbed arm and swore. There we go. At last, it doesn't feel like a back massage. If you hit any harder, I might actually feel like tipping you. Lin Wanqing pressed a hand to her forehead, but the corners of her mouth still twitched upward. Su Xiao's eyes were red with rage. What he feared most wasn't losing. It was losing this miserably. Without another word, he threw himself forward again, striking with all he had. Left fist, right fist, elbow charge. Blow after blow, each one slamming toward the hardest parts of Qinjin's body. But the more he fought, the colder Su Xiao's heart grew. Because not only was Qinjin's recovery terrifying, his strength and speed had changed as well. It was like he was pummeling a block of iron that could hit back. When you struck, he would push back. When you tried to press him down, he would flip you and slam your head into the floor instead. Worst of all, the bastard's mouth never stopped running. Faster. Your punches are softer than my mom rolling dough. Skipped breakfast. Wanting to lend you a couple of steamed buns. You a grade is really disappointing me. Young Master Su, did you hug your pillow and cry last night? Every word stabbed straight into Su Zhao's lungs. Su Zhao's strikes grew more and more chaotic. And once they were chaotic, they were riddled with openings. Chen Jin seized his chance, clamped down on his wrist, hooked a foot behind him, and flipped him hard to the ground. Bang! Su Zhao's back crashed onto the mat, yet the impact still left his vision swimming. Before he could recover, Chen Jin had already mounted him. Left fist. Right fist. One punch after another hammered into Su Zhao's face. Weren't you so tough yesterday? Bang! Didn't you tell me to accept my fate? Bang! Didn't you say poor nobodies should just behave and stay put? Bang! Today I'm using you as a practice dummy. Bang! After several blows, Su Zhao's entire face was swollen. Blood from his nose smeared across his entire face. He couldn't even struggle free. Those outside the ring felt their scalps crawl as they watched. This was no longer a spar. This was a one-sided beating. Lin Wanqing stared at the figure in the ring, her own breathing tightening. Chen Jin was usually sharp-tongued and domineering. But today this aura of his was fiercer still. It was as if yesterday's awakening had severed some taut string that had always been drawn tight inside him. From today on, this guy might really be walking sideways wherever he went. In the ring, Su Zhao finally couldn't take it anymore. He raised his arms to shield his head, his voice altered. Stop. I admit defeat. Chen Jin landed one last punch before finally getting to his feet. He lowered his head to look at Su Zhao lying on the ground. If you'd been this sensible earlier, you would have taken fewer hits. Su Zhao panted heavily, bruises blooming blue and purple across his face, his chest heaving. He barely had the strength left to lift his head and look at him. The group that had trailed them from the classroom didn't even dare breathe loudly now. It was too ruthless. A complete and utter crushing. Chen Jin shook out his hand and turned to walk off the mat. As he passed Lin Wanqing, she glanced at him. Feel good? Chen Jin nodded. Not bad. Mainly earning these 200,000 feels great. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Money grubber. All right. Her eyes flashed, and she suddenly punched Chen Jin in the chest. Why didn't you reply to my message last night? Chen Jin scratched his head. Message? What message? News. What news? Lin Wanqing stared at him. You're still pretending. I sent you several messages last night. Chen Jin was taken aback. He stuffed the 2 envelopes he had just won into his pocket and took out his phone. The screen lit up. There were indeed unread messages. The first message was quite normal. Are you home yet? The second message had a hint of urgency. Why didn't you reply? The third message came half an hour later. My dad returned from the polluted area. Chen Jin's brow furrowed as he looked down. He brought back more than 20,000 this time. I can awaken now, but he has to go on a mission early tomorrow. I want to awaken today after school. Can you accompany me? The last sentence was followed by a small emoji. Cat peeking. JPG. Lin Wanqing crossed her arms, staring at him. Did you see it? Chen Jin snapped his phone shut. I saw it. I practiced a bit too hard last night and fell asleep as soon as I got home. I didn't even check my phone. Lin Wanqing had been maintaining a stern face, but upon hearing this, her expression softened a bit. I thought you were deliberately ignoring me. Chen Jin chuckled. What's in it for me? Are you hoping for another punch? Lin Wanqing huffed. You deserve it. Although she spoke harshly, the resentment on her face had mostly faded. Chen Jin tucked his phone back into his pocket and casually asked, has uncle left? Lin Wanqing nodded. He left before dawn. He didn't rest long after returning last night, and then early this morning the mission notification came down. Her voice lowered a little as she said this. That's why he gave me the money overnight, telling me not to delay any longer. Chen Jin nodded. This wasn't really surprising. He knew a bit about Lin Wanqing's family situation. Her father, Lin Jinshan, had been working in the polluted area, and he awakened in a rank healing talent. The level wasn't high, but healing abilities were inherently scarce. Even if it was only a rank, as long as he could stop bleeding, alleviate injuries, and help people survive a little longer in the polluted area, there would be a market. Such talents generally had low combat power. However, they made decent money. After all, anyone entering the polluted area feared not being able to come out alive. So even though Lin Jinshan had a tough time over the years, he earned enough to scrape together Lin Wanqing's awakening funds. But this was also Lin Jinshan's talent. If it were an ordinary ranked talent, he wouldn't have had such capabilities. For instance, having a bit more strength, running a bit faster, or having sharper hearing might sound good, but when it came to making money, they wouldn't have much value. It's incredibly rare to accumulate 100,000 with that kind of talent. Lin Wanqing looked at him. So are you free after school today? No matter what, I have to be free. For something this significant, who else would I accompany? Lin Wanqing's ears turned warm, but she still tried to sound tough. Don't add drama to yourself. I'm just afraid that during the first awakening, if something goes wrong, there will be no one nearby. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're also worried about an accident, huh? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened. You just had to bring up that emoji, didn't you? Chen Jin nodded. It's quite silly, hard not to mention it. Lin Wanqing raised her hand and seemed ready to hit him. Chen Jin dodged to the side, smirking. What's this? Can't argue back, so you resort to violence. If you really awaken a fire attribute, your temper will definitely get worse. Lin Wanqing huffed. If I really awaken a fire attribute, the first person I'll burn is you. Qin Jin remained calm. That's not allowed. I'm quite valuable right now. If you burn me, I won't be able to be fixed. Lin Wanqing almost laughed in anger. Where do you get the nerve? Just earned 200,000 and your confidence has risen in price. Qin Jin patted the envelope in his pocket. What can I do? Those with money have a way of speaking. Lin Wanqing said, don't run around after school today. Wait for me. Qin Jin nodded. All right, but you have to promise after the awakening you'll treat me to something. Lin Wanqing suddenly became alert. How expensive? Qin Jin said seriously, at least 3 meat dishes and 1 soup. No less meat is acceptable. Lin Wanqing almost rolled her eyes. You might as well eat me. Qin Jin thought for a moment. That's not impossible. Lin Wanqing raised her hand and punched him. Get lost. Qin Jin took a hit, but instead laughed. You hit harder than Su Xiao. Lin Wanqing twitched the corner of her mouth. Don't compare me to him. The two were in the midst of their banter when the school bell rang. The buzzing sound in the classroom gradually faded. The math teacher entered holding test papers, scanning the class before pausing on Qin Jin, his gaze a bit complicated. Everyone sit down. Class is starting. The sound of books flipping filled the room. Qin Jin opened his textbook, his eyes fixed on the blackboard. Beside him, Lin Wanqing suddenly pushed over a small piece of paper. Qin Jin lowered his head and unfolded it. A line of neat handwriting read, "You won't suddenly go offline again today, will you?" Qin Jin picked up his pen to reply. No, I won't. After thinking for a moment, he added another line. Unless I faint from hunger. The note was passed back. Lin Wanqing looked down, her shoulders shaking slightly. Clearly she was trying to hold back laughter. She picked up her pen and wrote again. How much can you eat right now? Qin Jin replied quickly. I could eat you out of house and home. Lin Wanqing glared at him after reading it. Qin Jin remained nonchalant. What are you glaring at? He was speaking the truth. After a while, another note was pushed over. What if I fail my... This time Qin Jin didn't write immediately. He looked at the line of text and then glanced at Lin Wanqing. She was pretending to read, but her pen was still tightly clenched in her fingers. Usually she might act tough, but at such times it was impossible not to feel nervous. Qin Jin flipped the note over and wrote with a steady hand. You won't. You're definitely going to make it. After thinking for a moment, he added, if all else fails, I'll crack the awakening stone and force it to give you a good talent. After passing the note, Lin Wanqing was first taken aback. After 2 seconds, her lips couldn't help but curl up. She picked up her pen to reply. You're quite convincing when you're bragging. After reading it, Qin Jin replied, this isn't bragging. It's a statement of strength. Lin Wanqing turned red upon seeing that sentence. She didn't pass another note back, but the smile on her lips never faded. Throughout the morning classes, Qin Jin barely remembered what was taught. The teacher at the podium changed repeatedly. The day's classes were about to end. Lin Wanqing huffed, packed her backpack, and walked to his desk. Let's go. Qin Jin picked up his bag and followed her outside. The setting sun hung outside the teaching building. The corridor was illuminated. The two of them went down the stairs one after the other, crossing the playground and walking towards the school gate. Lin Wanqing walked quickly. She was almost rushing. Qin Jin followed her closely and glanced over. Nervous? Lin Wanqing retorted. Who's nervous? Qin Jin nodded. Then slowed down. At this speed, someone might think you're rushing to get Lin Wanqing turned her head angrily to glare at him. But after glaring, her pace did indeed slow down a bit. Qin Jin. What if I really fail my awakening? Qin Jin looked at the flow of people ahead, his tone casual. I'll support you. Lin Wanqing's face turned a bit warm, and she quickened her pace a few steps. Who needs you to support me? Unbeknownst to them, the noise from the awakening area filtered into their ears. Awakening platform. Lin Wanqing stood at the base, her palms drenched in sweat. It would be a lie to say she wasn't anxious. Qin Jin glanced at her. Lin Wanqing retorted immediately. Who's anxious? Qin Jin nodded. All right. Then stop tugging at your clothes. If you keep pulling, they'll end up like a rag. Lin Wanqing looked down and realized that the hem of her uniform was indeed wrinkled from her grip. Her face suddenly flushed. Just say less. Qin Jin looked at the high platform ahead. How about I tell you a joke? No need. Then I could curse Su Xiao a bit to help you vent. Lin Wanqing twitched the corner of her mouth. Can't you think of something else? Qin Jin pondered seriously for a moment. I can. Making money. Lin Wanqing had initially been tense, but his comment made her want to laugh. That block in her chest finally eased a bit. The two of them walked forward. People in the crowd had already recognized Qin Jin. Woe, isn't that the one who lost his hand yesterday? It really is him. What a tough life. Who's that next to him? His girlfriend, perhaps? Looks like it. Lin Wanqing was already nervous, and upon hearing this, her ears grew even warmer. Qin Jin remained calm. Did you hear that? The eyes of the public are still keen. Lin Wanqing raised her hand and gave him a light hit. Shut up. When it was their turn on stage, the person responsible for the inspection lifted his head. It was Jolie. He looked the same as ever in black clothes with short hair and a scar on his face, standing beside the awakening stone, exuding a strong sense of pressure. However, when he saw Chen, a strange glimmer flashed in his eyes. Yesterday, this kid had barged onto the awakening platform, leaving him utterly baffled. And today he was back, with a girl in tow. Zhou Li's gaze swept over Lin Wanqing, and then returned to Chen face. Not bad. Yesterday you risked your life, and today you brought your girlfriend. As soon as he said this, Lin Wanqing's face turned red. She instinctively wanted to speak, but the words got stuck in her throat, and in the end, she just turned her face, her ears reddening even more. She didn't refute. Zhou Li observed this scene, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh ho, this is interesting. Lin Wanqing felt even more uncomfortable under his gaze, forcing herself to hand over the money. A neat stack. She had saved it for a long time. Zhou Li took the money and quickly counted it. Name, Lin Wanqing. Age, 18. Zhou Li slid the record board aside. All right, you can go up. Place your hand on the stone and don't move. Lin Wanqing nodded. As she walked up the high platform, her steps felt a bit tense. Chen stood at the edge of the platform looking up at her. Go ahead. Touch it. Lin Wanqing shot him a glare over her shoulder. Can you not make it sound like you're teasing me? Chen feigned innocence. I'm just trying to relieve your stress. Zhou Li, standing beside them, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, young lady, ignore him. If you're really scared, you can close your eyes and press it down. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath. She walked up to the awakening stone. The pitch-black surface was so close that it made her fingertips tingle with cold. After standing still for 2 seconds, her palm finally pressed down. In an instant, the awakening stone shook violently. Buzz. This sound was sharper than the commotion caused by Chen yesterday. Everyone around the high platform froze for a moment. In the next second, a blinding purple light exploded from the dark surface of the stone. Boom. The light shot up into the sky. 3 awakening stones vibrated simultaneously. The crowd below first fell silent for a moment, then exploded. What's going on? Whoa, this noise isn't right. Again. Is this platform going crazy today? The purple light soared higher. The air crackled with sounds, arcs of electricity dancing wildly. Even the metal railing at the edge of the platform was bathed in purple. Above the awakening stone, a swirling shadow of thunderclouds rapidly formed, lightning snakes writhing within, pressing heavily on one's chest. Lin Wanqing stood in the center of the lightning, her long hair lifted by the airflow, the hem of her uniform fluttering. Her entire being was supported by that purple light. Zhou Li had initially been standing firmly. Seeing this scene, his expression changed instantly. What the hell? This exclamation slipped out of him instinctively. The crowd below was thrown into chaos. What level is this? At least S, right? Nonsense, this commotion is way more exaggerated than S. The inspection device beside them was already lighting up frantically. Red lights jumped up in increments. S. SS. The people around held their breath in anticipation. In the next second, the top of the inspection device flashed fiercely. SSS. The 3 big letters shone blindingly. SSS. Is it really SSS? How many years has it been since Linhai City has seen this level? Quick look at the talent name. Zhou Li snatched the inspection board, glancing down at it. Thunderbolt Apocalypse. The moment those 4 words registered in his mind, he froze. Then Zhou Li suddenly looked up. His eyes were filled with uncontainable astonishment. Thunderbolt Apocalypse. Damn, it's actually this one. Many in the crowd had yet to react, but among them an older awakening practitioner shouted out first. Skyvault Holy Element University. The current principal Gu Tianxiao possesses the talent of Thunderbolt Apocalypse. As soon as this was said, the excitement in the venue surged to new heights. Skyvault Holy Element University. As soon as this name dropped, its weight was felt. The nation's top element-based martial university. Principal Gu Tianxiao was a renowned figure in the element field, and with a single strike of purple lightning, numerous pollution beasts would turn to ash on the spot. And now, Lin Wanqing had awakened the same talent as him, and it was SSS level. This was no ordinary genius. This was a top-tier prospect. This was the kind of talent that once news broke out, various factions would scramble to recruit. Lin Wanqing was in a daze herself. She looked down at the flickering purple lightning in her palm, her expression vacant. What did I awaken? What did I awaken? Chen had already stepped onto the stage, striding forward without anyone stopping him. No one cared to stop him. He walked up beside Lin Wanqing, glanced her up and down, and smirked. Impressive. Isn't this setting fire? You're like the god of thunder. I am Thor, for the glory of the northern god. Lin Wanqing was too busy to pay attention to his jokes. Am I really SSS? Chen nodded. Yeah, and it's the particularly valuable kind. Lin Wanqing had originally been so excited that her hands were trembling, but upon hearing this, she nearly burst out laughing again. You only care about this. Chen replied seriously. It's important. Only when it's valuable can you have a good life. Zhou Li had by now completely recovered his composure. His reaction was shockingly quick. He rushed forward a few steps, bellowing at a few nearby staff members. Seal the platform. Lock the data for today. Whoever has photos, delete them immediately. Anyone who dares to spread this, think about the consequences themselves. Anyone who dares spread this will bear the consequences. Those staff members dared not hesitate, scrambling like their backsides were on fire. Yet the crowd below could no longer contain itself. Don't push. Don't push. Let me see who it is. An SS rank. I've never laid eyes on one in my entire life. Alert the higher-ups, now. And the schools, hurry up. A cacophony of voices erupted, threatening to tear the plaza apart. Zhou Li's eyelid twitched violently. He could already envision the chaos that would erupt the moment the news fully escaped. He had just picked up Qinjin yesterday. Today Lin Wanqing had appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Li drew a deep breath and made his decision instantly. Come with me. Lin Wanqing remained dazed. Huh. Zhou Li fixed his gaze upon her, speaking at lightning speed. No, just move. If we don't leave now, not even a fly will squeeze through this place later. He then turned to Qinjin. You're coming too. Qinjin arched a brow. Am I an afterthought? Zhou Li shot him a sharp warning glance. Stop your nonsense. You're nothing but trouble. Wherever you go, chaos follows. Qinjin grinned. Is that praise? Not even close. Zhou Li spun on his heel and strode off without hesitation. There's a car waiting behind us. The three descended swiftly from the side of the stage. Black Obsidian Awakening Society personnel had already begun clearing the plaza. The entire square was in utter disarray. Lin Wanqing, pulled along by Qinjin, still hadn't fully regained her bearings. She murmured softly, Is my aptitude really that extraordinary? Zhou Li didn't turn around. Extraordinary? That's not extraordinary. That's lethal. Lin Wanqing's chest tightened. Behind the plaza, a black SUV stood parked. Zhou Li yanked open the door, ushered Lin Wanqing inside, then gestured sharply toward Qinjin. Get in. Qinjin slid into the rear seat. The moment the door clicked shut, the SUV surged forward. Lin Wanqing stared down at her own palm. A faint violet lightning flickered there. Her breath grew shallow. Senior Zhou, she asked, voice hushed, is thunder annihilation of the world truly comparable to that university chancellor? Zhou Li drove steadily, glancing at her briefly through the rearview mirror. Yes. Gu Tianxiao, chancellor of Tianqiong Shengji Elemental University. A master of elemental arts, ruthless, unparalleled. Thunder annihilation of the world is the very foundation of his legend. With your aptitude revealed, you are no longer merely a student. You are a phenomenon. From this moment onward, every major organization and every elite university is watching you. Lin Wanqing clenched her fingers. Then what do we do? Qinjin leaned back lazily against the seat and drawled, simple. Negotiate with whoever offers the best terms. Zhou Li nearly laughed in exasperation. How pragmatic of you. Qinjin nodded. Obviously. Would I have survived this long if I weren't? Zhou Li offered no rebuttal. Because he knew it was true. The vehicle sped toward the Black Obsidian Awakening Society's local branch. A stark black tower standing at the street corner, its metallic insignia gleaming coldly in the setting sun. Hurry! Staff members scattered at once upon seeing his urgency. Within minutes, the three entered the conference room. As the door sealed shut, Hurry! Staff members scattered at once upon seeing his urgency. Within minutes, the three entered the conference room. As the door sealed shut, most of the external clamor faded away. Only then did Zhou Li exhale, slowly turning to face Lin Wanqing. Listen carefully. Do not commit to anyone. Not yet. Our society is contacting senior leadership right now, preparing our offer to secure you here. Lin Wanqing had yet to fully recover from the earlier shock. What kind of offer? Zhou Li began ticking off points on his fingers. Full tuition coverage. Priority access to resources. Personalized cultivation training. Guaranteed internship placement in contaminated zones. Medical assistance for immediate family members. Further benefits will be detailed by leadership, and you may state your own requirements as well. At those final words, Lin Wanqing's gaze drifted instinctively toward Qinjin. The unspoken meaning hung unmistakably in the air. Your mother's illness. It's not about money, is it? Qinjin sat bolt upright. Lin Wanqing glanced between Zhou Li and Qinjin, her chest tightening anew. If her aptitude could truly secure treatment for Aunt Sue, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. But before the silence could deepen further, urgent footsteps echoed outside the door. Not just one group, multiple. Knock, knock, knock. A hushed voice announced from beyond the threshold. Senior Zhou. They've arrived. Zhou Li's expression darkened. Who? His subordinate's voice trembled. The City Defense Bureau, Baizhe Talent Authority, and the Tianqiong Shengji Elemental University admissions team stationed in Linhai City. The conference room fell utterly silent. Qinjin was the first to chuckle. Well then, they've come knocking indeed. Zhou Li gritted his teeth. He'd moved with unprecedented speed, from sealing the stage to whisking them away, without a single wasted second. Yet it hadn't been enough. SS rank thunder annihilation of the world carried unbearable weight. so immense that even the slightest leak would summon every qualified contender converging like predators scenting blood. Jolie pressed his fingertips to his brow. Damn it, open the door. It swung wide, and the vultures entered. The City Defense Bureau, the Baizé Talent Authority, plus 2 local awakened artist organizations. Jolie stood at the threshold, his face grim. News travels fast. From Baizé came a woman in a crisp white shirt, calm, composed, smiling with quiet assurance. An SS rank thunder annihilation of the world. Who dares arrive late? The man from the City Defense Bureau cut straight to the point. A talent like this belongs under our jurisdiction, non-negotiable. A middle-aged man in gray robes spoke next. Linhai has produced a genius of this caliber. Surely Black Obsidian won't claim sole rights. Jolie sneered. Speak as though you've ever played fair. Once all parties were assembled, tension coiled thick in the air. Lin Wanqing sat rigid in her chair, palms slick with sweat. She had awakened only hours ago, her mind still reeling. Yet in the blink of an eye, these factions had stormed the doorway, staking claims. Chen Jin surveyed them calmly and thought simply, she's worth a fortune. Jolie pulled out a chair and sat. No more circling. Who goes first with their offer? Speak. Shen Jiwei adjusted her glasses. I'll begin. Baizé Talent Authority offers Lin Wanqing a provisional slot in the Baizé Starfire program, with an annual cultivation stipend of 5 million credits. Dedicated medical team on retainer. Green channel access for immediate family members. The City Defense Bureau representative followed immediately. We match those terms exactly. Pre-4th rank resource subsidies. Unknown instruction by elite elemental instructors. Family members granted priority access to wartime medical infrastructure. And your father's future assignments will receive direct city defense oversight. He paused briefly. However, once enrolled in our cultivation program, all training and operational deployment must comply with our directives. This path is swift, but also stable. Lin Wanqing pressed her lips together. The offer was impressive, but its implications were clear, accepting meant obligation, not mere privilege. Another local organization stepped forward. We cannot match Baizé's financial scale, but we offer core-tier cultivation status, resource prioritization, and guaranteed housing in Linhai's central district. Another added, we can offer equity participation in affiliated ventures. Chen Jin's lip twitched. Remarkable. Housing. Equity. Just as Jolie opened his mouth to respond, the comm device on the table chimed. A soft ping. A holographic projection shimmered into existence. Jolie sat upright instantly. Director Pei Zhaoshan, the director of cultivation for the Linhai branch of the Black Obsidian Awakening Society, a man in his 40s clad in black. His appearance silenced the room. Pei Zhaoshan swept his gaze across the assembly and spoke without preamble. Lin Wanqing, Black Obsidian offers you in Shrank Rising Star contract. 5 million credits as a relocation bonus, transferred immediately. All cultivation resources up to the 4th rank, fully covered by Black Obsidian. Formal academic enrollment proceeds uninterrupted, but until graduation Black Obsidian assumes full responsibility for your training and personal security. Upon completion you join us, officially. That statement landed like thunder. Shen Jiwei's eyes flickered. The City Defense Bureau representative frowned deeply. Black Obsidian's strategy was ruthless and brilliant. Secure her first, nurture her first, and remove the very hurdle most students agonize over, the binding commitment, before it even arises. Pei Zhaoshan continued unperturbed. Additionally, Lin Jinshan's mission classification has been elevated. He will be assigned low-risk, high-yield operations with priority scheduling. Su Qinghe has been admitted into Black Obsidian's Special Care Medical Assistance Pool. A joint diagnostic consultation will be scheduled for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, arrange the first joint consultation. Lin Wanqing clutched her clothes, feeling warmth in her palm. The conditions proposed by He Yao were too burdensome. 5 million. All resources for the 4th tier will be covered. Lin Zinshan's task rating has been raised. Additionally, there will be medical assistance from Su Qinghe. She looked at Chen Jin. Chen Jin was also looking at her. Pei Zhaoshan's projection sat at the head of the table, his voice steady. Lin Wanqing, with your level of talent, you deserve this treatment. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath. Can I ask one thing first? Pei Zhaoshan nodded. Speak. Lin Wanqing gazed at him. If I don't sign now, can I just ask He Yao to help treat Aunt Su first? As these words fell, the few people at the table, Chen Jin was also momentarily stunned. He had prepared for Lin Wanqing to nod in agreement on the spot. Instead, she mentioned Su Qinghe first. Pei Zhaoshan looked at her. What do you mean? Lin Wanqing tightened her fingers. I want to decide which organization to join at a later time. But Aunt Su's condition cannot be delayed. If He Yao is willing to help with the treatment first, I will remember this favor. If I really have to choose later, I will prioritize He Yao. Shen Jiwei glanced at her a bit longer. The people from the City Defense Department also fell silent. This girl was not very old, yet her mind was quite clear. Pei Zhaoshan was silent for a few seconds. You are a clever child. However, I must remind you with SS level talent, if you don't choose now, others will force you to make a choice. Lin Wanqing nodded. I know. That's why I said I will prioritize He Yao. I'm not dangling anyone. I just want to save a life first. Pei Zhaoshan looked at her for a moment. All right. Lin Wanqing felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Really? Really? He Yao will arrange the consultation first. The subsequent treatment will also be prioritized. It's fine if you don't sign for now. But I hope you remember today's sincerity. Lin Wanqing immediately stood up and bowed slightly to the projection. Chen Jin tilted his head to look at Lin Wanqing. You just gave me a scare. Lin Wanqing snorted. Were you afraid I would sell myself? Chen Jin nodded. A bit. I'm not that foolish. Besides, while I'm valuable, I can't just sell myself. Zhou almost laughed out loud. Pei Zhaoshan also showed a hint of a smile. Not bad. Zhou, take them back first. Arrange for someone to come for a preliminary check tonight. Tomorrow morning at 8 the medical team will arrive. Understood. After the projection vanished, the atmosphere in the conference room relaxed considerably. Each family exchanged contact information and stopped pressing the matter. Before long, only the three of them remained in the room. Zhou stood up. Let's go. They'll take you back first and familiarize ourselves with the place. Upon exiting the He Yao building and getting into the car, Zhou drove. Lin Wanqing sat in the passenger seat while Chen Jin settled in the back. After the car drove off, Lin Wanqing looked down at her palm. The purple lightning had been retracted. She still felt a bit unreal. Zhou Ji, is it going to be hard for me to control this talent in the future? Zhou nodded. Yes. The stronger the talent, the harder it is to control in the early stages. However, He Yao will arrange for guidance. Don't act recklessly these days and don't discharge electricity randomly at things. Chen Jin chimed in from the back. What if she shocks me? Zhou nearly laughed. You'll be able to take a hit. It won't be a big deal. Lin Wanqing turned to glare at him. Can you please shut up? By the time they reached the old residential area, it was already dark and the light at the entrance of the corridor flickered weakly. They went upstairs and opened the door. The lights in the room were on. Su Qinghe leaned against the edge of the bed, clearly waiting for them. Upon seeing Chen Jin, her expression relaxed slightly. Upon seeing Lin Wanqing and Zhou Li again, she paused. Jin, who is this? Zhou Li spoke first. Hello Annie, my name is Zhou Li and I'm from He Yao's Awakening Association. I brought them back today and also came to check on the situation. Upon hearing He Yao, Su Qing's grip tightened a bit. Lin Wanqing quickly walked over and sat by the bed. Aunt Su, please don't be nervous. I have good news today. Su Qinghe looked at her. What good news? The smile on Lin Wanqing's face was hard to contain. I successfully awakened my powers. Moreover, the talent is quite impressive. Su Qing's eyes brightened instantly. Really? Really? Lin Wanqing nodded. He Yao has already agreed, and they will arrange for the medical team to come tomorrow for a consultation. Su Qinghe was completely stunned. She looked at Lin Wanqing, then at Chen Jin. Is it because of Wanqing? Chen Jin came over and squatted by the bed. Yes. Wanqing's talent is remarkable. All major forces are vying for her. Lin Wanqing's ears turned red. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Zhou Li interjected from the side. Not exaggerated. It's been years since Lin Hai has had this level of talent. Su Qinghe understood. Lin Wanqing was glowing. And this light first shone upon her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she grasped Lin Wanqing's hand. Child. Annie doesn't know what to say. Lin Wanqing hurriedly held her hand in return. Then don't say anything. Just take care of your health first. Once you can get out of bed, it's not too late to praise me slowly. This sentence made everyone in the room laugh, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Lin Wanqing sat by the bed and recounted what she could about what happened today, from the awakening platform to He Yao, and then to the consultation tomorrow. She spoke with excitement. Su Qinghe listened attentively. Chen Jin went to heat up the food, adding a bit more noodles. Lin Wanqing initially insisted she wasn't hungry, but as soon as the fragrance wafted over her stomach growled. There was a brief silence in the room. Her ears turned bright red. Chen Jin turned to look at her. Not hungry. Lin Wanqing stubbornly replied that was an accident. Chen Jin nodded. I understand your stomach has its own ideas. Su Qinghe laughed and shook her head. The three of them gathered around the small table to eat. The meal wasn't extravagant, but everyone enjoyed it. Lin Wanqing talked about her experiences at school while eating, sharing the expressions of those who looked at her, and got so carried away that she laughed herself. Chen Jin focused on his meal. He occasionally looked up to add a comment. When you were on stage, you really looked like you were about to go through a tribulation. Shut up. Really. If you keep it up, it'll discharge electricity and strike you. Just aim properly, don't blow up my family's pot. Su Qinghe listened to their banter, and the smile in her eyes never faded. After finishing the meal, it was already late. Lin Wanqing stood up to leave. Su Qinghe grasped her hand. Be careful on the way. And thank you for today. Lin Wanqing shook her head. What do you mean by this? They'll come again tomorrow. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Qing's smile grew gentler. All right, come tomorrow. Chen Jin accompanied her downstairs. The night breeze was a bit chilly, and the light at the corridor flickered. When they reached the street corner, Lin Wanqing kicked a small stone and looked down. Qinjin. Are you happy today? Qinjin glanced at her. Of course. My mom has a chance to be treated. How could I not be happy? Lin Wanqing squeezed her lips into a smile. That's good. She paused before quietly adding a sentence. I'm happy too. Happy about what? Lin Wanqing looked up. Happy that I can help too. Happy that in the future I can bear a lot of things with you. Qinjin looked at her, unusually not retorting. After 2 seconds, he raised his hand and ruffled her hair. All right. Just don't slack off in the future. You are the one slacking off. I'm an SSS. Qinjin nodded. Yes, the newly crowned thunder god of Linhai. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Lin Wanqing's ears turned hot as she punched Qinjin lightly. Are you trying to kill me? At the fork in the road, she stopped. I'm going back now. You should sleep early. Got it. And don't shoulder everything alone. Qinjin replied with an Let's go. Only then did Lin Wanqing turn around. After walking a few steps, she turned back and waved at him. Qinjin waved back. After she turned the corner, he turned and went upstairs. The room was very quiet. Su Qinghe had not yet slept. When she saw him return, she smiled. Did you drop them off? Yes. Qinjin moved a small stool and sat by the bed. Su Qinghe looked towards the door for a while before softly speaking. Wanqing is a good child. Qinjin nodded. I know. Su Qinghe looked at him, her eyes complex. Jin. You will go far in the future, right? Qinjin was taken aback. Why do you suddenly? Su Qinghe gently sighed. Watching you two today made me happy, but I can't help but think. Wanqing has now awakened such high talent. You won't always be ordinary in the future. The higher you go, the more elevated people you will encounter, and the farther you will go. She tightened her grip on the quilt. Once the gap widens, some paths will lead to people from entirely different worlds. Qinjin was unconcerned. You're overthinking it. Su Qinghe smiled. Perhaps. But as a mother, I tend to think a bit more. I'm just afraid that you are fine now, but in the future it will be hard to have a good outcome. The room fell silent for a while. Qinjin spoke. We'll talk about the future when it comes. For now, let's focus on treating the illness. Su Qinghe nodded. All right. First, treat the illness. Qinjin adjusted the quilt for her. Sleep. The doctor will come tomorrow. You need to be well rested. Su Qinghe responded with an and slowly lay down. But after closing her eyes, the image of Lin Wanqing smiling as she sat by the bed floated into her mind. She also recalled the rare look of relaxation on Qinjin's face as he escorted her downstairs. Both children are fine. The better they are, the more afraid she becomes. Afraid that fate loves to play tricks. Afraid that a decision made in youth may lead to regrets later on. Early the next morning, there came a knock at the door. Qinjin had just put on his school uniform when the door was knocked twice more. Su Qinghe leaned against the bedside, her expression tightening. Coming. Qinjin walked over to open the door. A few people stood outside, 2 of them wearing medical uniforms holding silver cases. Jolie stood nearby, his scarred face still the same. Good morning. Jolie glanced inside the room. Hey, you a medical team. Just leave it to me. You go to school first. Qinjin nodded slightly, not asking further. Jolie's assurance, as he turned to the side, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Lin Wanqing came running up with her backpack and upon looking up bumped into the group at the door. She was first taken aback, then her eyes brightened. Did you arrive? Jolie nodded. Just arrived. You two should stop lingering here and go to school. Lin Wanqing hurriedly peeked into the room. Aunt Su, I'm heading to school first. I'll visit you again after class. Su Qinghe smiled at her. Go on. Don't be late. Lin Wanqing then withdrew, glancing at Qinjin. Shall we go? Qinjin replied with a slight hum. The 2 of them went downstairs, one in front of the other. Jolie stood at the door waving at them. Don't worry. I'm here. The corridor lights still flickered weakly. However, today their steps felt significantly lighter. By the time they reached school, classes hadn't officially begun yet. The classroom was in chaos. Just as Lin Wanqing sat down, the homeroom teacher's son, Qinghai, stood at the door. Lin Wanqing come out for a moment. The classroom instantly fell silent. Lin Wanqing was taken aback and got up to walk outside. In the hallway, Sun Qinghai said little, leading her down the stairs. Lin Wanqing originally thought they were heading to the guidance office. But as soon as they exited the teaching building, she saw an elderly man standing by the playground with gray hair and a straight posture. He wore a dark long coat. As he stood there, the surroundings fell silent. But Lin Wanqing quickly realized that it wasn't just Gu Tianxiao who was present. Behind the old trees by the playground around the corner of the teaching building next to the equipment room, there were people hiding. Some were teachers from the school, while others were school leaders who rarely showed themselves. There was even an old man with graying hair peeking out from behind a tree, the principal of the school. Each of them held their breath, clearly sneaking a look. This situation was larger than she had imagined. As Sun Qinghai approached, his voice softened considerably. Principal Gu, the person has been brought here. Lin Wanqing's steps halted. Gu Tianxiao, the principal of Tianxiong Xingji Element University, was also the possessor of the thunder destruction talent. She had just heard his name yesterday, and today he stood right in front of her. Gu Tianxiao turned to look at her, his gaze gentle yet imposing. Lin Wanqing instinctively stood up straight. Gu Tianxiao spoke, his voice calm. No need to be nervous. Unleash your talent. Oh, let me see. Lin Wanqing swallowed. Now. Yes, now. Gu Tianxiao nodded. She had just awakened yesterday. It would be her first time actively releasing it. I've been told it's hard to control. I'm afraid I won't manage it well. Gu Tianxiao looked at her. Just let it go. I'm here. With those 3 words, Lin Wanqing felt her tense heart steady considerably. She took a deep breath and raised her right hand. Her fingertips first felt numb, and then purple electric arcs crackled to life. The hidden figures behind the trees widened their eyes. Even the principal of the school stretched his neck slightly. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth, trying to push that power outward. The next second, with a loud boom, a bolt of purple lightning exploded from her palm. The ground in front turned charred black, and a large patch of earth was lifted. The electric arcs darted around, chaotically crackling, with sound filling the air with the smell of burning. Lin Wanqing was jolted back half a step. The figures hiding behind the tree couldn't stand still anymore. A young teacher gasped. This is just the first time. The deputy principal beside him had twitching eyelids. If she practices this, what will happen? The principal of the school was more direct. He trembled slightly. My goodness. This girl seems quite obedient usually. How can her talent be so fierce? Sun Qinghai stood to the side, his mind a bit blank. He had only heard about the SSS rank yesterday. Seeing it with his own eyes today was far more shocking. That was not a power any ordinary student should possess. Lin Wanqing looked at the scorched ground in front of her. Did I misfire? Gu Tianxiao glanced twice and nodded. Not bad. The control was a little lacking. The expressions of the teachers behind the tree became even more intriguing. They were thinking, can this even be called lacking? If Gu Tianxiao hadn't been standing there saying, so they would have wanted to ask what would be considered lacking. But the power is immense. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone behind the tree collectively sighed in relief. The school principal even muttered softly. I said so. If this isn't good enough, then no one else should live. Gu Tianxiao continued, at your age to be able to release it actively for the first time and achieve this is very impressive. Such a talent can be directly recommended to Tianqiong Xingji. Do you want to come? The wind blew past the playground. Lin Wanqing stood there, but a face popped into her mind, Qinjin. She looked up at Gu Tianxiao. Thank you, but I still want to participate in the martial arts examination. The group behind the tree became restless. Thankfully, the principal held them back, preventing them from rushing out to stop her. Sun Qinghai was stunned. A recommendation to Tianqiong Xingji personally offered by Gu Tianxiao. This girl actually turned it down. Gu Tianxiao looked at her, not angry. He didn't press further either. He just nodded. All right. If you want to take the exam, go ahead. I'll reserve a recommendation spot for you. Contact me again if you change your mind. After speaking, he took out a black and gold business card from his pocket and handed it over. Lin Wanqing accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Principal Gu. Gu Tianxiao said no more and turned to leave. As he left, the group behind the trees no longer hid. They swarmed out, and the scene left Lin Wanqing dumbfounded. Sun Qinghai stood beside her, opening his mouth, but only managed to squeeze out one sentence. You should go back to the classroom. Don't speak of this outside. The principal intended to say more, but after opening his mouth, he refrained, just nodding at her. The look in his eyes was no different from that of someone admiring a precious treasure. Lin Wanqing nodded. Got it, teacher. Her face still bore a hint of heat as she returned to the classroom. Just as she sat down, a crumpled note flew over accurately from behind. It landed on the corner of her desk. There was no need to guess. It must be Qinjin. She unfolded the note. There was just one line. What happened? Lin Wanqing picked up her pen to reply. Gu Tianxiao came and let me try out the thunder destruction, and he said I could be directly recommended to Tianqiong Xingji. After the note was sent back, it returned 2 seconds later. No wonder there was no commotion outside. So it was this old man himself who came. Lin Wanqing was still savoring the sensation of that strike, her palm still slightly warm. She lowered her head and wrote another line. Can you accompany me to practice tonight? The note was sent back. There was no response for a long time. Just as she was about to turn around to take a look, a loud bang came from the podium. A piece of chalk flew over and accurately hit Qinjin on the head. The math teacher's face darkened. Qinjin, why are you writing away instead of paying attention in class? The entire class fell silent. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but glance back. Qinjin rubbed his head, quickly stuffing the note into the hole of his desk. He looked up and smiled at her. Then under the teacher's watchful eyes, he quietly made an okay gesture. Lin Wanqing bit her lip. The smile in her eyes was impossible to suppress. As the school bell rang, Lin Wanqing was the first to stand up. She stuffed her books into her bag and swiftly slung it over her shoulder, moving with remarkable speed. Just as the math teacher stepped out, she was already almost at the classroom door. Qinjin tossed his pen aside and stood up leisurely. What's the rush? Lin Wanqing turned to glare at him. Hurry up. I just have a bit of a restless hand today. Hey, where are you guys going? Zhou Xiaoning, who was packing his books, looked up and exclaimed. Jin casually pressed his head back down. Kids shouldn't pry. Just do your homework. Zhou Xiaoning rolled his eyes in frustration. Who are you calling a kid? The way you two are talking, it sounds like you're sneaking off on a secret elopement. Lin Wangxing's ears turned warm. Jin, however, remained unfazed. Pretty much. She insists on showing me the world. Lin Wangxing kicked at him. Jin dodged and laughed mischievously. The two of them exited the school gate as the sky began to darken. There were quite a few people near the city gate. Some students were carrying weapons while awakened individuals who had just returned from outside were covered in dirt and blood striding with purpose. Lin Wangxing glanced a couple more times, her heart racing. In the past, she had only dared to watch from a distance. But now it was different. She could go in too. The procedure for registering to leave the city was not complicated. In lightly polluted zones where patrol lines were stable and weaker mutant beasts were plentiful, those with awakened combat abilities could come and go freely. The soldier guarding the gate looked at them. Students. Jin nodded. Yes. Go in and practice. Without further ado, the soldier scanned their identity badges and casually gave a reminder. Don't cross the line. Turn back when you see the red marker. The patrol team comes by every hour if you can't hold on signal for help. Lin Wangxing nodded. Okay. The two of them stepped outside the city. The ground was hard beneath their feet, the soil tinged gray-black with gnarled, dead trees in the distance and old beast claw marks carved into the ground. Before the two could examine their surroundings in detail, the grass to their left suddenly rustled. A gray-backed wild wolf leaped out, larger than a typical dog, its fur bristling with dried blood caked around its mouth. Lin Wangxing hesitated for a moment. It was her first serious encounter with a mutant beast outside the city, and her breathing quickened. Jin had already taken a step forward. He stood in front of her. Don't freeze up. Discharge the electricity. The gray-backed wild wolf growled and lunged forward. Jin didn't retreat, he advanced. He threw a punch. Bang. The wolf's head twisted, half of its face caved in, and its body went flying sideways, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. Lin Wangxing stared in shock. Is it that fragile? Jin shook his hand. It's not that it's fragile. It's that I'm strong. Lin Wangxing's mouth twitched. All right. This felt right. She raised her hand, a surge of purple electricity crackling to life. Before the wolf could get back on its feet, a bolt of lightning struck down. Crack. The smell of burning flesh wafted through the air. The gray-backed wild wolf twitched a couple of times and then lay still. Lin Wangxing stared at her palm, her eyes gradually brightening. Got it. No kidding. If you couldn't hit it from this close, I'd start to doubt Gu Tianxiu's judgment. Lin Wangxing didn't engage in banter with him. She was still savoring the thrill from earlier. The electricity that surged from her palm felt more controlled than it had that morning. Just as she was about to speak, two more gray-backed wild wolves charged out from the slope on her right. Still gray-backed wild wolves. One in front, one behind. They moved quickly. Jin rolled his shoulders. Time for some action. This time he charged straight in. He kicked the first wolf in the chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the beast whimpered and crashed into the dirt slope behind it. The second wolf lunged to bite. Jin raised his hand to block. The wolf's teeth clamped down on his arm with a crack. Its fangs broke. The beast seemed momentarily stunned. Lin Wangxing was also taken aback. Jin grinned. Look, its bite isn't as tough as mine. After saying that, he swung the wolf around and slammed it into the ground. Bang. Dust exploded. Lin Wangxing stopped standing by. She raised her hand. A bolt of purple electricity shot out, striking down on the wolf's back. Once. Twice. The lightning flickered wildly across the dim ground, illuminating her eyes. The two wolves had no chance to struggle, reduced to charred remains by Lin Wangxing's strikes. As the wind blew, the burnt smell intensified. Jin turned to look at her. Not bad. Lin Wangxing lifted her chin. I've always been strong. Just as she finished speaking, there was movement behind a low stone pile ahead. A black-armored thorn lizard crawled out. It was heavier than a wolf, covered in a layer of black armor with thick limbs and a tail dragging on the ground, making a rustling sound. Lin Wangxing focused on the creature. He'll take this one. Jin glanced at her. All right. He'll say. He circled around and pushed the black-armored thorn lizard to the center of the open area. The creature opened its mouth and spat out a foul-smelling black liquid that splattered onto the ground, causing smoke to rise. Jin quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Come on. Aim for the head. Lin Wangxing raised her hand. This time she didn't rush. The purple light in her palm grew brighter, and tiny arcs of electricity crawled up her wrist, illuminating half of her sleeve in purple. She focused on the thorn lizard, gradually steadying her breath. In the next second, a bolt of lightning shot out. With a crack, the lizard's head shook violently, the black armor cracked open, and its body slammed into the stone pile, its tail thrashing wildly. Not dead yet. Jin reminded her, just as Lin Wangxing unleashed a second bolt of lightning. Crack. This time the creature finally settled down. She herself was momentarily stunned. Then the spark in her eyes grew stronger. I think I got it. Shinjin clicked his tongue. Don't get too excited too soon. Let's see if more come. Just as he finished speaking, more creatures indeed appeared, as if they had poked a nest of mutant beasts. 3 gray-backed wild wolves, 1 black-armored thorn lizard, and 2 spotted ruptured dogs all leaped out from behind the ruins of a dilapidated building. Lin Wanqing caught her breath. But this time it wasn't panic, it was excitement. She noticed it herself. That surge of emotion flew through her, making her fingertips feel hot. Shinjin had already charged forward. In a flash, the first wolf was knocked over by a punch. Another ruptured dog lunged from the side, and Shinjin grabbed its neck, swinging it around and slamming it back. With a loud bang, the 2 beasts collided. Let go. He only uttered 1 word. Lin Wanqing's palm surged with lightning. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. Purple lightning struck out in rapid succession, like it was free to unleash. The first ruptured dog was sent tumbling. A burst of charred flesh erupted from the second wolf. Just as the black-armored thorn lizard attempted to burrow into the ground, its tail was caught by a bolt of lightning, causing its entire body to jerk upward. Lin Wanqing's strikes became faster and faster. Her eyes shone brighter. At the beginning she needed to aim, but later she simply raised her hand to release. Her movements became increasingly fluid. The rhythm intensified. She even started to press forward. The one on the left. Got it. Behind you. I see it too. The sound of thunder crackled incessantly. The burnt smell in the air grew thick. As she fought, she began to laugh. That laughter was filled with exhilaration. It also had a hint of madness. Bring it on. Are there more? Shinjin knocked the last wolf over with a punch and turned to see Lin Wanqing, her face flushed. Not bad. You're picking it up quickly. Lin Wanqing's hair was slightly disheveled from the electricity, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes gleamed with light. Why didn't you tell me fighting was this exhilarating? Fighting feels this exhilarating. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Shinjin stepped down hard on a writhing Riftmaw hound and snapped its neck with a sharp, sickening crack. I did tell you. You just wouldn't believe it. Some things must be tested firsthand. Lin Wanqing stood rooted in place, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Yet she felt no fatigue, only mounting fervor. Lightning surged within her, fully awakened, now roaring like a caged storm breaking free. Arcs crackled across her palms, snapping and spitting with raw energy. Even her gaze, fixed upon the distant darkness, burned with fierce, unquenchable anticipation. Let's find more. I'm still ready to fight. Shinjin arched a brow. The way you are right now, you're genuinely terrifying. Lin Wanqing flashed him a grin. Scared? Scared of what? Let's go. They pressed forward, not delving deep, but skirting the edge of safety, striking only where the boundary held firm. A patrol squad passed at a distance. Spotting 2 students sparring, they paused for a longer look, but intervened not at all. After all this stretch, saw frequent visitors. Yet few fought with such ferocity, especially Lin Wanqing. At first she'd struck in cautious bursts, pausing between each. Then, as if a dam had shattered, she became unstoppable. She lunged at every aberrant beast in sight. A long-armed ape leapt down from a broken wall. Shinjin started to raise his hand to intercept, only for Lin Wanqing to unleash lightning before he could move. A flash of violet light. The ape smoked midair, then crashed down, limbs twitching twice. This one works too, she said, her voice alight with exhilaration. Her eyes locked on the 3 newly emerged rot skin hounds ahead. Her palms flared again. Let me try something bigger. Shinjin charged forward instantly. He forced the 3 rot skin hounds into a single line, their fangs bared, low growls rumbling, but unable to close the gap. Come on. Right here. Lin Wanqing raised her hand. Lightning coalesced in her palm, brighter, denser than before. Gritting her teeth, she compressed that surging, restless power inward with ruthless focus. Arcs crawled up her forearms. Her sleeve, frayed at the edges, scorched into delicate black lace. Her vision narrowed to those 3 beasts alone and demanded more strength. More. Stronger still. Get down. A deafening thunderclap split the air. A violet lightning bolt, thicker and fiercer than any before, erupted from her palm. The 3 rot skin hounds were hurled backward, airborne and incinerated. A shallow, charred crater bloomed in the earth. But the bolt did not dissipate cleanly. It veered wildly off course, lashing sideways. Shinjin stood just beside the blast's path. No time to dodge. A sharp crack echoed. The violet lightning struck him full force across the chest. He glanced down. Beneath, the blackened fabric, flesh peeled open. Yet the wound was already knitting itself closed, inch by relentless inch. Lin Wanqing stood frozen, fingers clenched tight. Charred skin sloughed away. Fresh tissue rose smooth and unbroken. Scarcely a drop of blood spilled. She stared, breathless, stunned. It's already healed. Shinjin lifted his hand and clenched his fist. A sharp crack echoed from his knuckles. Power surged through him, rising, swelling, stronger than before. That thunderous strike hadn't merely seared his body. It had violently accelerated his inner momentum, propelling it upward in one fierce leap. Chen Jin gazed at his own palm. His fingers curled inward. Pure exhilaration. Unadulterated euphoria. Lin Wanqing, seeing his silence, grew frantic. Did I fry you? He lifted his gaze to meet hers. In the next instant he grinned, teeth startlingly white against soot-streaked skin. The contrast was absurd. Fried? Not a chance. I feel incredible. Lin Wanqing studied him wary. Truly unharmed. Not just unharmed. He rolled his shoulders, the light in his eyes intensifying, burning brighter with every breath. I gained something. Lin Wanqing blinked, uncomprehending. Huh. He took 2 steps forward, stopping directly before her. That strike just now pushed my cultivation forward, by a tangible margin. Lin Wanqing froze, then scoffed outright. Don't joke. I nearly cooked you alive. Chen Jin wiped grime from his face with the back of his hand. Can't cook me. Do it again. Her eyes widened. Are you insane? Just got struck. Now you— Chen Jin nodded. Go ahead. She held his gaze for several silent seconds, then raised her hand. Violet light gathered once more, though dimmer than before. Tiny arcs danced and spat around her fingertips. Stand steady. Chen Jin spread his arms wide. Now hit me. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth. Crack. A slender bolt shot forth, striking him dead center in the chest. Light flared. His entire frame jolted, but this time the injury was superficial. Before Lin Wanqing could even step forward, the wound began sealing itself. More importantly, the inner surge intensified further. No coincidence. The more precisely the lightning struck, the faster his power climbed. Lin Wanqing watched him tense and breathless. How is it? He lifted his head and smiled. This time his grin was broader, brighter than before. It worked. It truly worked. She faltered. What does that mean? He slapped his shoulder, face radiant with unrestrained satisfaction. It means your lightning benefits me directly. The harder you strike, the stronger I become. She stared speechless for 2 full heartbeats. That's even possible. Why wouldn't it be? Chen Jin clicked his tongue. Your SSSSS-Tier Thunder Annihilation isn't just for slaughtering aberrants anymore. It's now my personal amplifier. Weakling, unleash Armageddon. Lin Wanqing's expression went utterly blank. Your talent is downright cheating. Chen Jin burst into laughter. Likewise, he replied. Watching his unbridled excitement, the knot of anxiety in her chest finally loosened, nearly dissolving entirely. She looked up and asked quietly, Shall we continue? Chen Jin met her gaze and flashed that familiar crooked grin. You've had your fun. I haven't even begun. As the words left his lips, the fire in Lin Wanqing's eyes reignited, fierce, hungry, uncontainable. She turned, facing the hazy, ink-black expanse ahead. Grass rippled. Shadows darted behind crumbling walls. The musky stench of aberrant beasts mingled with the night wind, rolling toward them in thick, acrid waves. Let's go. Chen Jin cracked his neck. Keep going. Harder than ever. Lin Wanqing raised her hand. Agreed. This time you lead the assault. If any flee, I'll finish them off. Deal. Chen Jin agreed with a grin. Gray-backed fawn wolves, riftmaw hounds, and 1 black-armored spine lizard. Not many, but more than enough to ignite the heat. His eyes gleamed. Perfect timing. He exploded forward, feet slamming into the earth, launching him like a spear. The lead fawn wolf had barely sprung when Chen Jin drove his fist straight into its maw. Boom. Half its skull crumpled sideways. The beast flew sideways, limp and lifeless. A riftmaw hound circled toward Lin Wanqing. She raised her hand without hesitation. Violet lightning lashed out. Crack. The creature convulsed and collapsed, limbs jerking wildly. I thought we agreed. Only fleeing ones are mine. Chen Jin called over his shoulder, not looking back. Lin Wanqing shot back. It charged me. That's self-defense. He dropped the black-armored spine lizard with a crushing blow, yet kept talking. Your self-defense packs serious voltage. Whip. The tail slammed into his flank, ripping cloth and flesh alike. He seized the tail mid-swing, planted both feet, and whip. The tail slammed into his flank, ripping cloth and flesh alike. He seized the tail mid-swing, planted both feet, and wrenched his core muscles taut. Come here, you. Whoosh. He hoisted the massive lizard overhead, then slammed it down. The concrete cracked beneath the impact, fissures spiderwebbing outward. Done already. Chen Jin sounded almost disappointed. Lin Wanqing finished the dazed spine lizard with a precise bolt. Seems so. So, you're the SSSS-Tier Thunder Annihilation. A voice cut through the night from afar. We've finally— The voice arrived without warning. Lin Wanqing's arcs flickered, stuttering midair. Chen Jin froze mid-motion, whirling sharply toward the sound. Into the velvet dark. A lone figure stood by a broken wall, dressed in dark outerwear, half his form swallowed by shadow. Distance remained considerable, yet every word carried with crystalline clarity. Lin Wanqing's brow furrowed. Chen Jin's expression hardened into cold stone. Found you. Those 4 words tasted like poison. He uttered not a syllable, just drove off the ground and launched him. His speed was unnerving, gravel spraying from his heels. The figure clearly hadn't expected such immediate brutal resolve. He barely managed to lift a hand before Qinjin closed the gap. Wait. He stumbled back half a step, palms raised high. I bear no ill intent. Qinjin seized the man's wrist in a firm grip. His strength was immense. The man was slammed hard against the broken wall. His back struck with a thunderous thud, shaking loose dust from the crumbling masonry. No ill intent. Qinjin stared him down. You've been lying in wait here to ambush someone, and you claim no ill intent. The man winced in pain, baring his teeth. Truly none. Then loosen your grip. I swear my wrist is about to snap. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, her palm crackling with violet lightning. Snap, hiss. A jagged arc leapt out, striking a half-broken brick nearby, scorching it black. The man glanced over, and his eyes lit up. Yes, that's exactly it. It really is the heaven-shattering thunder art. Qinjin's brow furrowed. Who are you really? The man drew a slow breath. My name is Gu Mingchuan. Gu Tianxiao is my grandfather. At those words, even Lin Wanqing froze. Grandson of Principal Gu. Qinjin's grip did not ease. Keep spinning your tail. Gu Mingchuan nearly laughed in exasperation. Why on earth would I fabricate that? Word has spread across Linhai of one who awakened the heaven-shattering thunder art. I simply wanted to see for myself what kind of person could inherit the same sacred talent as my grandfather. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward Lin Wanqing, curious, fresh, yet layered with quiet complexity. She shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny. Why are you staring at me? Gu Mingchuan opened his mouth. I'd imagined someone far more terrifying. Instead, you stood there summoning thunder while beside you stood a madwoman fearlessly slaughtering monstrous beasts. Is that polite? Qinjin shot him a look. Gu Mingchuan instantly corrected himself. A formidable one. Slip of the tongue, pure slip of the tongue. Only then did Qinjin release his grip and shove the man forward. Gu Mingchuan rubbed his wrist, grimacing. Your strength is utterly absurd. Qinjin brushed dust from his palms. Lin Wanqing was still absorbing his earlier words. She cleared her throat. Does your grandfather know you're here? Gu Mingchuan paused. No. I slipped away without telling anyone. He straightened, gazed at Lin Wanqing for a moment, and his voice softened slightly. Truth is, I didn't come just to gawk. I grew up hearing stories of my grandfather. Everyone in our family speaks of the heaven-shattering thunder art. How devastating it is, how fearsome he was in his prime, a single strike of violet lightning felling entire hordes of monstrous beasts. So I too dreamed of awakening an elemental affinity. Even a faint echo would have sufficed. A night breeze swept past. His voice dropped, muted and heavy. But I never did. Not even an elemental affinity. Not even a combat-oriented one. Lin Wanqing watched him in silence. Gu Mingchuan tugged at his collar and gave a dry, hollow laugh. I'm an rank artifact forger. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Yet I can't even step onto the battlefield. While others charge forward, I remain behind the lines. The more my family praises my genius, the more uneasy I grow. In truth, it all boils down to one thing: I simply cannot fight. After those words, he fell silent. That forced levity dissolved like mist, leaving only quiet vulnerability. Lin Wanqing studied him, twice. Her palm had long since retracted the lightning. Her voice too had softened. Being an artifact forger is no small thing. Gu Mingchuan lifted his head. Lin Wanqing continued. Not standing on the front lines doesn't mean you're without value. You forge weapons. You craft armor. You create things no one else can. Master such a path completely, and your contribution may well eclipse even Principal Gu's. Gu Mingchuan stared, stunned, for 2 full seconds. Then he offered a wry, sorrowful smile. Impossible. How could I ever compare to him? When my grandfather stands before a battlefield, he alone holds the tide at bay. What do I have to measure against that? Lin Wanqing frowned. If you insist on measuring yourself against him, then everyone suffers. You aren't Gu Tianxiao's second coming. You are yourself. Gu Mingchuan opened his mouth, but found no reply. Qinjin, who had been listening quietly nearby, suddenly stiffened, his mind sparking at the words artifact forger. He turned sharply toward Gu Mingchuan. You forge artifacts. Gu Mingchuan nodded. Yes. Qinjin pressed on. Can you make explosives, eh? Huh. Lin Wanqing recoiled in surprise. Why ask that? Qinjin ignored her, his gaze locked unwaveringly on Gu Mingchuan. Can you, or can't you? Gu Mingchuan hesitated, then nodded. I can. Strictly speaking, detonation cores, microigniters, compressed thunderfire pills, all fall within my domain. How large do you need them? Now it was Lin Wanqing's turn to be bewildered. She stared at Qinjin. What are you planning? He glanced at her, briefly. That's classified. Lin Wanqing's eyelid twitched. Don't give me that. You're not about to blow someone up, are you? Qinjin remained perfectly impassive. Do I seem like that sort of person? Lin Wanqing nodded firmly. Yes. Gu Mingchuan instinctively echoed her, nodding once. I think so too. Qinjin turned to him. Gu Mingchuan hastily backtracked. No, I mean you do seem like someone with meticulous plans. Extremely meticulous plans. Chen Jin snorted. At least you know how to speak. Gu Mingchuan ventured cautiously. So, you truly need explosives? Yes. The smaller the better. And don't skimp on power. Gu Mingchuan looked utterly perplexed. This sounds less like ordnance, and more like concealed weaponry. Chen Jin smiled faintly. Just tell me, can you do it? I can. Gu Mingchuan nodded. Microscale work demands greater precision, but I'm capable. Lin Wanqing stood nearby, growing increasingly unsettled. Wait. You two just started talking about this. One dares to ask, the other dares to agree. Chen Jin shrugged. He's precisely the specialist I needed. Pure serendipity. Gu Mingchuan couldn't resist adding. Your definition of specialist has rather intense flavor. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth to retort, then glanced skyward and her expression abruptly darkened. We're in trouble. Chen Jin blinked. What's wrong? Lin Wanqing's voice sharpened with urgency. It's already this late. We still don't know the diagnosis from Aunt Sue's medical consultation. We were too absorbed in training. At that, Chen Jin snapped to attention. Medical team had visited that morning. That evening he dragged Lin Wanqing into brutal combat against monstrous beasts. They'd fought with such ferocity, they'd forgotten entirely. Damn, completely forgot. Lin Wanqing stamped her foot in frustration. And you say damn? Let's go now. What if Senior Zhou and the others have already left? What if Aunt Sue is alone at home? Chen Jin didn't hesitate. Let's move. They spun and sprinted off. Gu Mingchuan stood rooted, watching them vanish like wind, utterly unprepared for their abrupt departure. Wait, what about me? Chen Jin had already bolted 15 meters, then jerked to a halt and shouted back over his shoulder. We'll meet again. Don't forget the explosives you're making. Make them as small as possible. Gu Mingchuan stood alone by the broken wall, dumbfounded. Huh. Chen Jin had vanished. Lin Wanqing dashed ahead, then glanced back shouting one last warning. Don't actually make anything dangerously unstable. Chen Jin's voice carried back, fading into the wind. No, make them powerful. You can rest assured I won't commit any crimes. Also, don't forget to dispose of the monster corpses and reimburse me in full. A night breeze sighed across the ruins. Only Gu Mingchuan remained, standing silently beside the shattered wall. He looked down at his own hands. After awakening his sacred talent, this was the first time anyone had pre-ordered explosives before their second meeting. These two are profoundly unusual. He spoke the words aloud, but the shadows in his eyes had lightened considerably. Lin Wanqing's words, "You are yourself," still echoed in his ears. He stood motionless for a moment, then broke into a quiet, genuine smile. Fine, then I'll craft something large. No, something small. Damn it, I've been derailed. Elsewhere, Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing had already burst beyond the safety perimeter, racing toward the residential district. Streetlights streaked past, one after another. Lin Wanqing's breath came ragged. This is all your fault. Why on earth ask about explosives, eh? Chen Jin didn't break stride. I'm merely preparing for contingencies. Lin Wanqing glared. Prepare all you like, but you forgot about Aunt Sue. Chen Jin coughed lightly. An oversight. A pure unadulterated oversight. She opened her mouth to scold him further, then lifted her eyes. The old residential complex loomed ahead. That familiar weathered building still glowed with warm light in its windows. The old building still had its lights on. Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing rushed up the stairs in one breath. As soon as the door was pushed open, both of them halted their steps. Su Qinghe was not asleep. She was draped in a coat, sitting by the bed with two old pillows propped behind her. The small lamp on the bedside was lit. A small table had been moved next to the bed, and the food on it had long gone cold. The consultation slip was pressed under the cup, its corners heavily wrinkled. Su Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two enter. But the next moment, she caught sight of Chen Jin's dark expression. Why did you come back so late? The voice was not heavy, but her hand clutched the edge of the blanket tightly. What happened to you two? Lin Wanqing was the first to shrink back. Without even setting down his backpack, he rushed to the bedside. Aunt Sue, I'm sorry. I went out of the city with Chen Jin to practice for a while. As soon as we started, it got late. Chen Jin closed the door. Su Qinghe looked at his charred school uniform. Did practicing really end up like this? Lin Wanqing felt somewhat guilty and dared not speak. Chen Jin lowered his head and glanced at himself. He certainly lacked persuasive power. He cleared his throat. It's not a big deal. If something really happened, we wouldn't be the ones at a loss. Lin Wanqing immediately nodded. Right. We're quite impressive now. There were several exotic beasts outside the city today, and we didn't even manage to run away from them. Su Qinghe looked at the two of them, momentarily unsure of whom to address first. She could only lean against the bed, her fingertips pressing the edge of the blanket, her tone filled with the worry that had built up overnight. Impressive as you are, don't do anything dangerous. Life is the most important thing. Got it, Annie, we won't do it again in the future, Lin Wanqing said weakly. Chen Jin walked to the bedside and pulled out the consultation slip from under the cup. It was densely packed with examination items, blood pollution levels, bone marrow erosion rates, abyss residue reactions. There was also a string of treatment suggestions at the end. Chen Jin stared at those words, his fingers tightening around the edge of the paper. Lin Wanqing also leaned in closer, sitting by the bed, her head poking toward his shoulder. What does it say? Chen Jin did not answer immediately. He shifted the slip under the light. The bedside lamp was somewhat old, casting speckled light onto the paper, making the text appear yellowed. Lin Wanqing pointed at it. Here. Pollution spread temporarily suppressed. Chen Jin followed her finger down to read. Residual pollution from deep layers, long-term erosion. Cannot be entirely cleared in the short term. It is suggested to purify in stages combined with pollution suppressants, nutritional recovery, and bone marrow stabilization treatment. The room fell silent. Only the old fan creaked as it turned. Su Qinghe watched the two of them huddled by the bed, looking at the slip, her eyes filled with a hint of helplessness. Elder Zhou said it was all written on the slip. I didn't quite understand it either. Chen Jin looked up. Didn't he tell you the results directly? Su Qinghe shook her head. He said a few things, but there were too many terms, and I got confused listening. He just left the slip for you to look at when you came back. Chen Jin responded with a sound. Chen Jin. It says here. It won't continue to worsen. Lin Wanqing's voice was small, yet she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Chen Jin did not respond. He looked over those few lines of text again. Once was not enough. He looked again. His fingertip pressed against the paper, as if holding down a path that finally did not collapse further. It won't worsen anymore. Lin Wanqing nodded, her fingertip still pressing on that line. It's written there. As long as we follow the treatment plan, the condition won't decline further. Chen Jin's throat rolled. He stood by the bed motionless for a long time. Su Qinghe leaned against the pillow, speaking in a softer tone. Ah, Jin, don't be tense. Look, at least it's not a dead end. Chen Jin put down the slip and sat on a small stool. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a single word. Fine, just one word. But his shoulders relaxed. That taut string finally loosened a bit. Chen Jin raised his hand to rub his face. That's good. The rest will take it slow. If it costs money, then let it cost. I can earn it now. Su Qinghe glared at him. You first take care of yourself. Your clothes are torn like this, and you still say you can earn money. Lin Wanqing immediately added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Today he still stood there and let me chop at him. Su Qinghe was taken aback. What? Chen Jin felt a jolt run through him. Nothing. She's talking nonsense. Lin Wanqing was unapologetic. It's not nonsense at all. He took a hit and still wanted more, insisting on another round. Now I suspect he's just itching for it. Su Qinghe was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Chen Jin, you're really something. Chen Jin wore a calm expression. This is training. Fine. Su Qinghe was so angry she wanted to raise her hand to hit him, but she lacked the strength and could only lean against the bed, poking at him with words. This training of yours is quite wasteful, son. Lin Wanqing couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Chen Jin laughed too. The atmosphere in the room finally began to ease from the tension of the consultation slip's lines. But it wasn't long before Su Qing's gaze fell back on that slip. Her fingers gently pressed the edge of the blanket, and the smile on her face faded. Ah, Jin. Actually, there are some things I never told you before. What? Chen Jin asked. Lin Wanqing also stopped smiling, sitting quietly beside them. Su Qinghe looked at the few words on the consultation slip. Abyss residue. Long-term erosion. She stared at those words for a long while. Your father came back from the polluted area once many years ago. Chen Jin's eyelids flickered. The room fell silent. The family rarely mentioned Chen's father. That person was like an old wound. Not touching it hurt, but touching it hurt more. Su Qinghe slowly continued. That time he brought back something. Wrapped in black cloth. I asked him what it was, but he didn't say. He only mentioned it could exchange for a lot of money. He also said that once this money was secured, you wouldn't have to live a hard life anymore. Chen Jin's fingers gradually tightened. What was it? Su Qinghe shook her head. I didn't see it clearly. I only remember that it felt very cold. Clearly separated by black cloth, the temperature in the room still dropped. The light flickered. The water in the cup even had black patterns forming. Lin Wanqing felt a chill run down her back. She instinctively glanced at the consultation slip. Abyss residue reaction. Long-term pollution exposure. These few words suddenly had a source. Su Qinghe said softly. That night your father left that thing at home. I coughed all night. The next day he disappeared with that thing. Left nothing behind. Chen Jin's voice was heavy. Did he? He only left a piece of paper saying to wait for his return. Su Qinghe smiled lightly as she reached this part. That smile had no warmth. Before long I started feeling unwell. First it was a low fever. Then I coughed up blood. The hospital couldn't find ordinary causes for the illness. Later when I changed to the pollution disease department, they finally found the problem. The doctor said it was residual abyss pollution, but the source of the pollution was already gone. Chen Jin said nothing. He lowered his head looking at the consultation slip. His knuckles gradually whitened. Lin Wangxing's heart felt heavy too. She had only known that Aunt Su was seriously ill. She knew Chen Jin's family was poor, but she didn't realize there was such a backstory behind this illness. Chen's father brought something back from the polluted area. He disappeared the next day, not long after Su Qinghe fell ill. With these events laid out, even a fool could tell something was wrong. But Su Qinghe did not scold. She did not cry. She merely leaned against the bedside, finishing the tale of this old story, as if recounting something that had long since scabbed over. Yet beneath the scab the blood had not dried. Chen Jin raised his head. Why didn't you tell me before? Why didn't you say it before? Su Qinghe looked at him. What difference would it make if I did? At that time you were still young. You couldn't even fill your stomach. Let me tell you again, your father might have harmed me. Were you supposed to hate him since childhood? Chen Jin's voice became choked. He was already supposed to be hated. Su Qinghe fell silent for a few seconds. Maybe. But back then I had no evidence. The things brought back from the polluted area, no one can say for sure. Perhaps he didn't know himself. Maybe he did. After so many years, it doesn't really matter which possibility it is. Chen Jin suddenly laughed coldly. It does matter. He better not know. Lin Wanqing looked at him. Chen Jin didn't continue. But she understood. If Chen's father knew that thing would harm people, yet still brought it home, then this matter couldn't be brushed aside with just a disappearance. Su Qinghe sighed softly. Jin, I'm telling you this not for you to go find him now. You're still too young. The road has just begun. Take care of yourself first. Chen Jin looked up. I know. His tone showed no fluctuation. But Lin Wanqing could tell. He remembered. Su Qinghe looked at him for a moment, then turned to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, you had to listen to these troubling matters today too. Lin Wanqing immediately shook her head. It's not troubling. Suwani, please don't say that. She moved a little closer and adjusted Su Qing's slipping coat. You now have a treatment plan. Chen Jin has awakened too. I can help as well. We can investigate the past later. Now focus on regaining your health first. Su Qinghe looked at her eyes brightening with a hint of a smile. You're such a child. You're speaking more and more like family. Lin Wangxing's ears turned warm. Chen Jin tilted his head to look at her. Did you hear that? Officially certified. Lin Wanqing raised her foot and stepped on him. Shut up. Chen Jin was quite happy after being stepped on. You're getting anxious. Say it again. I am afraid of the wrath of the thunder god. Su Qinghe was amused by them and laughed a couple of times. After laughing, she coughed several times. Chen Jin immediately handed over the water. Su Qinghe took a few sips, feeling a bit better. Chen Jin picked up the medicine box and looked at it. This one for tonight. Su Qinghe nodded. Yes. It's written on the consultation form. Lin Wanqing leaned in to look. Evening pollution suppressor, along with 2 stability pills. Chen Jin took out the medicine according to the list. He also handed the cup of water to Su Qinghe. This time Su Qinghe didn't push it away. She took the medicine, leaned back against the pillow, and relaxed the tension between her brows. Chen Jin looked at her. Make sure to take your medicine on time. Follow your treatment schedule. Don't worry about the money. Su Qinghe shot him a glance. Stop acting like the head of the family. How old are you? Chen Jin replied with confidence. I can fight now, and I can endure lightning. Chen Jin looked at her. You don't need to keep promoting that trait. Lin Wanqing blinked. I'm helping you build your personal brand. The tough to beat, Chen Jin. Chen Jin fell silent for half a second. That brand sounds worthless. Su Qinghe chuckled lightly. The room finally became warm again. Chen Jin went to heat the cold noodles. He also served a bowl to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was still stubborn. I'm not hungry. No sooner had she said that than her stomach growled. The room fell quiet for a moment. Chen Jin pushed the bowl over. Eat. Don't let your stomach speak for your stubbornness. Lin Wangxing's ears turned warm, and she glared at him, but still obediently took the chopsticks. Su Qinghe leaned against the bed watching the two quarrel, while her complexion improved compared to during the day. She didn't get out of bed, just leaned there observing them, one eating like a starving ghost, and the other stubborn, yet finishing the noodles. It was getting late. Lin Wanqing stood up to leave. Su Qinghe pulled her back and reminded her a few things. Take your time going back. Thanks to you today. Lin Wanqing shook her head. Please don't keep saying that. Chen Jin accompanied her downstairs. The night breeze was cool. The street corner was quiet. Lin Wanqing with her backpack took a few steps and then stopped. Go back. Don't keep Suwani waiting. Chen Jin stood under the streetlight. Message me when you get home. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. You still have the nerve to say that. Who was it that didn't reply to my messages before? Chen Jin couldn't defend himself. I've changed now. Lin Wanqing snorted. Fine. Show me your performance. She turned and walked away, her ponytail swaying as she quickly turned the corner. Chen Jin went back upstairs, washed his face, and changed into a tank top. He pulled out the consultation form and read it twice. It wouldn't worsen anymore. That's great. Su Qinghe took her medicine and fell asleep shortly after leaning back on the bed. Chen Jin dimmed the lights, then laid down on the bed. Just as he laid down, his phone lit up. Lin Wanqing sent a message. I've arrived home. Chen Jin replied quickly, first sending a picture. Cat peeking. JPG. Lin Wanqing stayed silent for a few seconds. Where did you get that picture? I stole it. After 2 seconds, she replied with a row of dots. You thief. You even seem proud of stealing my stuff. Chen Jin rolled over on the bed. The screen's white light illuminated his face. He moved his fingers and sent another message. Were you scared today? This time Lin Wanqing didn't reply immediately. After half a minute the message popped up. At first yes, but then I had no time to be scared. Once it started it was quite thrilling. Chen Jin showed a knowing smile. I told you. Deep down you're not honest. Nonsense. That was normal release of the Thunder God. If you keep saying that'll strike you with lightning tomorrow. Welcome. Chen Jin. You're really sick. The doctor didn't say so. You just read and reply randomly, right? I call that precise conversation. On the other side Lin Wanqing was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her hair still half wet. Upon seeing this sentence, she couldn't help but laugh in anger. She lowered her head and typed quickly. Is Su Ani asleep? Yes. She went to bed quite early today. That's good. After these 3 words, the screen was quiet for a while. Chen Jin stared at the chat box. His finger paused. He typed 1 sentence. Deleted it. Typed another. Deleted again. In the end, he only sent 1 line. Lin Wanqing. What is it? Thanks for today. Lin Wanqing stared at this sentence, feeling a warmth in her chest. She pursed her lips and replied. What are you thanking me for? I'm not an outsider. Chen Jin saw it, and his heart suddenly raced. He held his phone a bit further away, then brought it back. Your words are quite dangerous. What's dangerous? It makes me think too much. Then you mustn't think too much. I've been very restrained. I didn't notice that. Then I'll restrain myself a bit more. Don't. You won't let me restrain myself. Stop being so annoying. I mean, just keep being this way. After sending this sentence, Lin Wanqing stiffened first. Withdraw? No, that would be even sillier. She clutched her phone, ears burning, and after a few seconds, she secretly looked at it again. Chen Jin replied swiftly. Received. Keep it up. Lin Wanqing ground her teeth. Don't be so pleased with yourself. The Thunder God praised me, why shouldn't I be pleased? When did I praise you? You said I was good like this. Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, afraid of waking Su Qinghe in the next bed. He suppressed his laughter and replied, it's late, go to sleep. Good night, Thunder God. Good night, Food Bucket. Cat peeking. JPG. Chen Jin stared at the last message for quite a while. He pressed the phone against his chest. The room was very quiet. The old fan creaked as it turned. On the next bed, Su Qinghe slept soundly. The phone didn't light up again. On the other side, Lin Wanqing hugged her blanket and turned over. Her face was still a bit warm. She tucked her phone next to her pillow. She muttered quietly, damn shameless. After cursing, she couldn't help but laugh. The night gradually deepened. The lights in the old building went out. In another small room, the bedside lamp was also turned off. In the morning, Chen Jin opened the door. Lin Wanqing surprisingly arrived with someone from Heiyao. She carried a backpack, her hair neatly tied up, her school uniform well put together, and she held a bag of hot soy milk and buns. Her face showed no signs of fatigue, but her eyes were bright, indicating she had been up early. She handed breakfast to Chen Jin and then peeked into the room. Has Aunt Su woken up? Su Qinghe responded from the bed. Yes, come in. Once they entered the room, the already small rental space felt even more cramped. The medical personnel moved efficiently, setting up a simple testing device, reviewing last night's records, and checking Su Qing's condition this morning. Inside the room, only the sound of the instruments could be heard. Chen Jin stood quietly by, not saying a word. Lin Wanqing, however, was quite at ease, placing the soy milk and buns on the table and pulling over a small stool to sit by the bed. After a moment, one of the medical staff closed the record board and nodded toward Zhou Li. Only then did Zhou Li turn around and look at Su Qinghe on the bed. The results from last night's consultation have been finalized by the medical department. He spoke in a straightforward manner. Your current physical condition is slightly better than previously estimated. It's not a full recovery, he added, but you are now able to take action. Su Qinghe tightened her fingers. What does that mean? Zhou Li glanced at the people beside him. The woman responsible for medical care took over the conversation, speaking steadily. After last night's consultation, we reanalyzed your overall contamination situation. The most challenging issue now is not the spread. It's that the residual contamination has been in your body for too long, pressing against the bone marrow and the edges of your organs, hindering your recovery. Thus, the medical department has decided to transfer you to the Heiyao branch for treatment. She paused. You will first be admitted to the medical department. Then we will arrange for a decontamination surgery. The goal is to ensure you can get out of bed first and regain basic mobility. The phrase get out of bed sounded simple, but for the people in this room, it carried significant weight. Lin Wanqing spoke up. Is this surgery risky? There are risks, came the reply, but they are manageable, Zhou Li added from the side. The medical department will not joke about such matters. Su Qinghe fell silent. She looked down at her hands, which were extremely thin with pale knuckles. Lin Wanqing suddenly spoke softly. Aunt Su, this is a good thing. After the surgery, you won't feel so uncomfortable and you can gradually recover. Su Qinghe looked up at her. Lin Wanqing winked and smiled. Don't be afraid. He Yao finalized the plan last night. They must be confident to take you in. Su Qinghe looked at her, then glanced at Qin Jin. Qin Jin stood tall, his expression somewhat blank, but his hands were already clenched. He spoke. Let's do it. Just a single word, very decisive. Su Qinghe looked at her son, her eyes slightly moist, yet she still asked softly, Jin, have you thought it through? Yes, Qin Jin nodded. If I can get out of bed, why not go through with it? Jolie, seeing this, didn't waste words. All right. Then prepare for the transfer. Once the person arrives at the medical department, they will first undergo admission stabilization and further examinations will be arranged for the afternoon. The surgery time will be decided as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he looked around the room. If you have anything to bring, you have 10 minutes to pack up. As soon as he mentioned packing, the atmosphere in the small room became lively. After he finished speaking, he looked around the room. If you have anything to bring, you have 10 minutes to pack up. As soon as he mentioned packing, the atmosphere in the small room became lively. Neatly, and stuffing them into an old cloth bag. Her movements were not particularly skilled, but she was careful and organized. Qin Jin went to collect the medical records and the consultation results from last night. The room was not big. With more people present, it should have appeared chaotic. But oddly enough, that morning amidst the chaos, there was an indescribable vigor. It was as if this long-pressed small room had finally welcomed a ray of light from the outside. Su Qinghe watched the two busy figures, her eyes reddening. Especially Lin Wanqing. This girl was not fan, yet she had come early in the morning helping to pack and soothe her face, carrying a smile that eased Su Qinghe's anxiety considerably. After a while, they had almost finished gathering their things. Lin Wanqing tied the cloth bag and suddenly turned to Qin Jin. Jin, moi. Since Aunt Su is going to stay in the medical department, I think. Let's ask for a leave of absence from school. Once she is in the hospital, someone should be there to look after her. There are some things you boys can't handle. I would be better. But as soon as Su Qinghe heard this, she immediately became anxious. No. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very firm. Wanqing, you cannot delay your future for me. You just awakened. This is the most important time. Training, adapting the martial arts exam. Each is a major event. Aunt needs doctors and people from Heiyao here. You don't need to stay by my side all the time. Lin Wanqing walked back to the bedside and crouched down. Aunt Su, it really doesn't matter. As she said this, her eyes curved slightly, carrying a hint of pride. The school can't teach me anything right now. Do you know Gu Tianxiao? He's a very powerful person. He has even, if I want to practice, I can do it anywhere. Besides, the medical department is not a prison. I taking leave to accompany you won't hinder my cultivation. Su Qinghe wanted to say something more, but Lin Wanqing had already gently grasped her hand. Don't try to persuade me. I've already made up my mind. Moreover, Jin is a good son, but he's really not good at taking care of people. Leaving him alone to watch over you makes me uneasy. Jolie watched from the side, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Su Qinghe initially wanted to persuade further. But seeing Lin Wanqing's serious expression and glancing at the silent Qin Jin standing beside her, the words that came to her lips suddenly softened. She murmured, You child, why are you so stubborn? Lin Wanqing smiled. I learned it from Qin Jin. The atmosphere finally relaxed a bit. But Qin Jin had fallen silent. He looked at Lin Wanqing. Some words are light when spoken, but when they touch a person, they are anything but light. Qin Jin remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he just looked at her and spoke. Thank you. As those three words came out, Lin Wanqing was taken aback for a moment. She had known Qin Jin for so long, hearing him joke, insult, and occasionally speak earnestly. But to hear him sincerely say thank you was quite rare. Her ears flushed, yet she still feigned nonchalance. What are you being polite with me for? It feels a bit distant. Qin Jin simply looked at her and nodded. The meaning was clear. He remembered it. Lin Wanqing felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and quickly turned her face away, helping the medical staff organize the edges of the stretcher. All right, stop standing around. Get to work quickly. Jolie shot Qin Jin a glance. Is standing there doing any good? Come help out. Coming. Although Su Qing's condition was better than before, she was still weak and unable to stand or be jogged. The Heiyao personnel opened the specialized soft stretcher, first adjusting its angle, then slowly moving her from the bed. Qin Jin stood to the side, his hands always steadying the edge of the stretcher. The movements were very gentle. Lin Wanqing supported Su Qing's shoulder on the other side, softly reassuring her. Aunt Su, take it slow. Don't move your head around. It will be over soon. As Su Qinghe was lifted by several people, her face turned pale for a moment and her breathing quickened. She clearly was not accustomed to being carried like this, even less accustomed to handing herself over completely to others. But the hallway was narrow and the old stairs were steep, and in her current state, she had no other choice. Qin Jin watched from the side, feeling tight in his chest. Lin Wanqing noticed Su Qing's anxiety and immediately placed her hand on her. Don't be afraid. Just think of it as changing places to sleep. Jolie was ahead, scouting the path. Lift steadily. The corner of the stairs is narrow, so take it slow. They moved bit by bit toward the exit. Su Qinghe hadn't crossed that narrow threshold in years. As they stepped outside, she instinctively turned back to glance at the small room she had lived in for so long. The walls were peeling. The light bulb was yellow. In the corner lay books from when Qin Jin practiced his exams. Poor was truly poor. Yet they had endured for so many years. Her nose tinged with a bitter sensation, and she turned her head back. The footsteps in the hallway were very light. The old light flickered. When they finally carried her downstairs, a Heiyao medical transport vehicle was already parked outside. The car door was open, and the inside was equipped and clean, starkly contrasting with the old residential area. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over. But seeing Heiyao's logo, no one dared to ask questions. Qin Jin and Lin Wanqing together first loaded the items into the car, then assisted in securely placing Su Qinghe along with the stretcher inside. The medical personnel secured the position and began connecting the basic monitoring equipment. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Wait a moment, don't leave without me. Don't leave yet, wait for me. The voice came from the mouth of the alley. Qin Jin turned around. Gu Mingchuan was running towards him carrying a black toolbox. He was panting heavily, his hair disheveled, the zipper of his coat stuck halfway, looking like he had been chased 3 streets by a dog. Lin Wanqing was taken aback when she saw him. What are you doing here? Gu Mingchuan leaned on his knees, catching his breath. I came to find someone at your school. You weren't there. As soon as I arrived downstairs, I saw the car about to leave. He looked up at Su Qinghe in the medical vehicle and immediately dropped his casual demeanor. Hello, Auntie. Su Qinghe leaned against the stretcher, looking at the sudden appearance of the boy with some confusion. Qin Jin glanced at the toolbox behind Gu Mingchuan, his eyelids twitching. What are you carrying? Gu Mingchuan instinctively moved the toolbox behind him. Just some tools. Lin Wanqing became alert. You didn't bring anything strange, did you? Gu Mingchuan immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. As a law-abiding craftsman, what strange things could I bring? Qin Jin stared at him for 2 seconds. The more you say that, the more it sounds like you brought something. Gu Mingchuan's mouth twitched. Jolie turned his head from the passenger seat, frowning at him. Gu Mingchuan. Gu Mingchuan stood up straighter. Elder Zhou. Jolie clearly recognized him. Gu Mingchuan cleared his throat. My grandfather asked me to come by. Jolie's expression changed. Principal Gu. Yes. Gu Mingchuan nodded. He said Lin Wanqing shouldn't be wandering around too much right now. He asked me to come and help. Lin Wanqing looked bewildered. Help with what? Gu Mingchuan looked at her, his expression more serious than last night. You are being targeted. This sentence hung in the air. The area beside the medical vehicle fell silent for a moment. Lin Wanqing tightened her fingers. Qin Jin also stopped smiling. Zhou Li's expression darkened. Get in the car. Gu Mingchuan quickly nodded. All right. The space in the medical vehicle was limited. Su Qinghe lay on a secured stretcher with 2 medical staff standing by. Zhou Li sat in the front. Qin Jin and Lin Wanqing sat in the back row by the door. Gu Mingchuan squeezed in while holding the toolbox, sitting at the edge, half of his, but hanging off. The door closed. The medical vehicle started heading towards the Black Dawn branch. The instruments inside beeped. Su Qinghe looked at the kids, her eyes filled with worry. Wanqing, is something wrong? Lin Wanqing was about to speak. Gu Mingchuan raised his hand first. Auntie, please don't worry. It's not that something has already happened. It's a precaution. Su Qinghe felt even more uneasy upon hearing this. Qin Jin looked at Gu Mingchuan. Be clear. Gu Mingchuan held the toolbox, his voice lowered. From now until the martial arts exam is over, Lin Wanqing will be in a lot of trouble. Lin Wanqing frowned. Why? Gu Mingchuan glanced at her. Because everyone thinks you're very likely to join the Tianqiong Sacred Element University. You are an SS level Thunder Annihilation. My grandfather has personally met you. Those people outside are not foolish. Even if you haven't agreed in their eyes, you are already tied to Tianqiong Sacred Element. Zhou Li coldly interjected. Enemies of the Gu family. Gu Mingchuan nodded. Some of them are. My grandfather has suppressed quite a few people over the years. On the surface, no one dares to touch him. But for them, making trouble for the Gu family and creating difficulties for Tianqiong Sacred Element is enough to mess up your martial arts exam. Lin Wanqing fell silent. When she first awakened, she only felt the light brought by the SSS level. But now she understood. A light that is too bright can attract things lurking in the dark. Qin Jin leaned back in his seat, tapping his knee with his fingers. What else? Gu Mingchuan sighed. Another part is simply here to cause trouble. You are the only SS level this year. These few words are too eye-catching. Some people will be dissatisfied. Some want to step on you to gain fame. And there are some who are just plain stupid, thinking that if they can make an SS level suffer, they will be impressive themselves. Qin Jin couldn't help but laugh. So there are quite a few fools. Gu Mingchuan nodded seriously. Very many. Lin Wanqing, who was initially tense, nearly laughed at this. She pursed her lips and asked again. So I still can't go out recently? Gu Mingchuan shook his head. It's not that you can't go out. With my grandfather here, they wouldn't dare to truly do anything to you. Just be more careful, that's all. Chen Jin immediately looked at Lin Wanqing. Did you hear that? Lin Wanqing glared at him. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Su Qinghe couldn't help but laugh. Lin Wanqing's ears turned red. Chen Jin, shut your mouth. Gu Mingchuan watched the two bicker, his tense expression relaxing a bit. But soon he became serious again. To be honest, my grandfather asked me to tell you. Before the martial arts exam, Tianxiong Sacred Element will not force you to make a decision. The recommendation quota is still valid. But if you insist on participating in the martial arts exam, be prepared to be targeted. Lin Wanqing looked up. She answered quickly. Gu Mingchuan looked at her. Aren't you afraid? Lin Wanqing's palm glowed with arcs of electricity for a moment, then she pressed them down. Is being afraid useful? If I stop taking the exam because someone is causing trouble, then my SS level would be too worthless. Chen Jin grinned. Exactly. Whoever dares to cause trouble should be prepared to be beaten. Lin Wanqing shot him a sidelong glance. Zhou Li laughed lightly from the front. Gu Mingchuan is right. You do need to be careful recently. Black Dawn will send people to keep an eye on things. You don't need to worry about Auntie Sue. No one dares to cause trouble in Black Dawn's territory. The car drove through the main street. The buildings outside gradually transformed from the gray of the old residential area to the neat and stark structures near the Black Dawn branch. Lin Wanqing looked out the window, her fingers pinching the strap of her bag. The car door opened. Someone was already waiting outside. The medical staff pushed the stretcher down and headed towards the medical department. Chen Jin followed beside her. Lin Wanqing carried a cloth bag. Gu Mingchuan, still carrying the toolbox, obediently followed behind. The Black Dawn medical department was larger than they had expected. The hallway was bright and clean with the scent of disinfectant mixed with a faint medicinal smell. Su Qinghe was pushed into a private patient room. The patient room wasn't luxurious, but it had a private bathroom, monitoring equipment, a companion bed, and a large window. Sunlight streamed in, landing on the white sheets. After Su Qinghe was settled in, she looked around the room, silent for a long time. She had lived in the old building for too long. So long that this clean place made her hesitant to touch anything. Lin Wanqing placed the cloth bag in the cabinet and smiled. Auntie Sue, you can take good care of yourself here from now on. Once you can get out of bed, I'll take you downstairs to bask in the sun. Once you can get out of bed, I will take you downstairs to bask in the sun. Su Qing's eyes were slightly red. Okay. Chen Jin stood by the bed, looking down at the steady numbers on the monitor. The stone in his chest dropped a little lower. After Zhou Li finished speaking with the doctor, he turned to look at Chen Jin. First, we will conduct a stability check in the morning. In the afternoon, we may also need to draw blood and locate the bone marrow contamination. The specific time for the surgery will depend on the director. Chen Jin nodded. I will stay here. Zhou Li looked at Lin Wanqing. Don't forget to train. Heyo has a training room. If you want to practice thunder annihilation, you can use the elemental chamber on the underground 3rd floor. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. Can I use it? Yes. Zhou Li glanced at Gu Mingchuan. He can also help you with the adjustments for the protective equipment. Gu Mingchuan immediately straightened his back. No problem. Chen Jin looked at him. You are quite useful. Gu Mingchuan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Zhou Li gave a few more instructions before turning to leave. The doctor and nurses also exited. Only 4 people remained in the room. Gu Mingchuan stood by the door holding the black box, his expression suddenly becoming awkward. He first glanced at Su Qinghe, then he looked at Lin Wanqing. Finally, he quietly signaled to Chen Jin. Chen Jin did not move. Are you twitching your eye? Gu Mingchuan almost choked. Lin Wanqing turned her head. Do you two have something going on? Gu Mingchuan immediately shook his head. No. However, Chen Jin narrowed his eyes. Do you have something for me? Gu Mingchuan's face became even more awkward. Not exactly. Lin Wanqing became alert. What is it? Gu Mingchuan looked at her, then at Su Qinghe on the hospital bed. Su Qinghe was also looking at. He suddenly felt even more guilty. That. Auntie, I need to talk to Chen Jin for a moment. Su Qinghe smiled. Go ahead. I don't want to hear about the young people's matters. Lin Wanqing followed them out. I want to hear. Gu Mingchuan was completely stunned. You want to hear too? Lin Wanqing crossed her arms. Of course. I haven't settled the account with you two for what you discussed in the contamination zone last night. We were discussing the direction of refinement development. Chen Jin said calmly. Lin Wanqing sneered. You call explosives a direction of refinement development? The 3 of them exited the ward. There was a small rest area at the end of the corridor. Gu Mingchuan placed the black box on the bench. With a click, the box latch opened. Inside were 6 thumb-sized black metal spheres. Each was embedded with delicate red patterns. Chen Jin crouched down to pick one up and examine it. It felt cold to the touch. It was not light. The surface patterns were fine, and it seemed to contain Gu Mingchuan hurriedly reminded him. Don't press it randomly. There are 3 layers of safety on top. The first layer is fingerprint recognition. The second layer is energy injection. The third layer is delayed detonation. Under normal circumstances, it will explode 3 seconds after being thrown. Chen Jin's eyes brightened. What about the power? Gu Mingchuan glanced around, lowering his voice. A single one can penetrate the outer shell of a first-tier exotic beast. It also has damage to second-tier ones. Using it close to the face will yield better results. Not bad. Shinji nodded. Yesterday they fought all first-tier exotic beasts. If it can breach the defenses of second-tier exotic beasts, that's quite good. Lin Wanqing felt a shiver down her spine. Close to the face. She turned to Qinjin. Please don't tell me you really want to use it close to your face. Qinjin placed the sphere back. What do you think? Lin Wanqing stared at him. Don't recklessly rely on your ability to recover. Gu Mingchuan scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. After I got home last night, I originally wanted to sleep. But I kept thinking about how to make this thing. The more I thought, the less I could sleep. So I worked on it overnight. By the time I finished, the sky was already bright. Qinjin looked at him. Not bad. Your efficiency is quite high. Gu Mingchuan coughed, his ears surprisingly turning a bit red. It's okay. Mainly because your request was quite challenging. The smaller the better, but the power must not be lacking. This kind of design just fits my expertise. Qinjin closed the box and pushed it back to Gu Mingchuan. Just keep it there for now. Gu Mingchuan was taken aback. You don't want it. Not that I don't want it. Qinjin glanced in the direction of the ward. It's inconvenient to carry it now. When I really need to use it, I'll come to you to get it. Lin Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least you have some sense. However, you need to modify it further. How do I modify it? Gu Mingchuan asked. Don't delay it anymore. Ooh, I want it to detonate instantly. Gu Mingchuan was stunned. Can that work? Lin Wanqing panicked. Qinjin. No. Qinjin calmly replied. Relax. If I get blown up, you can take care of me. Don't say such things. Lin Wanqing turned her head away. Besides, who would take care of you? Then what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of being left lonely? Qinjin said with a grin. Get lost. Gu Mingchuan quickly covered his ears with both hands. Seeing Lin Wanqing's blushing face, he quickly closed his eyes. Qinjin then comforted her, reaching out to gently stroke Lin Wanqing's head. All right, I know what I'm doing. Nothing will happen. I promise. Lin Wanqing then turned her head. A promise isn't enough. You have to swear. Okay. Qinjin extended 3 fingers with his right hand. I, Qinjin, swear that I did not deceive Lin Wanqing. If I deceived Lin Wanqing in this lifetime. Lin Wanqing covered his mouth. You only need to swear that you didn't deceive me. There's no need for any cost. Lin Wanqing said softly. Qinjin looked at Gu Mingchuan, who had his eyes closed and ears covered. He reached out to pry open Gu Mingchuan's hands from his ears and leaned in to whisper. All right, you can open your eyes now. Gu Mingchuan was startled. Oh. Lin Wanqing lifted her foot to kick Qinjin's backside. You're so bad. Hee. Qinjin rubbed his backside and said to Gu Mingchuan. You should hurry up and do it. Give me some good news. Then he leaned in closer to Gu Mingchuan's ear. Once you succeed, I'll teach you a method that will allow you to fight on the front lines. I guarantee you'll become the second in command of the Gu family. Gu Mingchuan's eyes gleamed as he stared at Qinjin. Really? Absolutely. Qinjin patted his chest. Then I'll go right away. Gu Mingchuan turned and ran off. Before he could take 2 steps, he fell to the ground with a thud. Damn bro, what's wrong with you? Not right. Lin Wanqing suddenly thought of something. Did he just say he worked all night to make a bomb for you? Yes, it seems so. Qinjin scratched his head. Qinjin, it's all your fault. Su Qinghe was checking the room, undergoing various assessments. In the corridor, Qinjin leaned against the chair, tossing a coin in his hand. Lin Wanqing sat beside him, glancing down at the martial arts examination materials on her phone. The examination fee must be quite high, right? Without looking up, Lin Wanqing swiped her finger across the screen. No charge. He Yao covered everything, counting it as part of my special medical assistance. Qinjin clenched the coin in his palm. This is quite a debt of gratitude. I'll have to find a way to repay it later. Lin Wanqing put away her phone and turned to look at him. The favor from He Yao is mine to repay. What you owe is my favor. Qinjin chuckled. Wow, our Miss Lin can tease people now. With such a huge debt, how can I ever repay it? As a young lady, no. The young master has no way to repay but can only offer himself. As she spoke, a sudden loud crash echoed from the nearby lounge. It sounded like a metal basin hitting the ground. Gu Mingchuan, who had fainted downstairs earlier, was arranged by the nurse to rest on an empty bed inside. Shall we go take a look? Qinjin stood up. Lin Wanqing followed him as they walked over. They pushed open the door. Gu Mingchuan was sitting up abruptly from the bed. His eyes were wide open. His hair was in disarray. He looked around, and his gaze quickly locked onto a black toolbox in the corner. My box. Gu Mingchuan rushed over barefoot, clutching the toolbox tightly to his chest. Qinjin leaned against the doorframe. You're awake. Gu Mingchuan looked up and saw Qinjin, his eyes sparkling. Qinjin. He fumbled to open the toolbox, revealing various precision parts and metal casings inside. A momentary explosive right. I was just dreaming about calculating the energy circuit. Help me up, oh I can. You don't care for your life. Lin Wanqing exclaimed as she watched from the side. You just fainted and now you're doing this. Gu Mingchuan was completely oblivious to her concerns. He had already picked up tweezers and a miniature carving knife. You all wouldn't understand this. Inspiration, he muttered as his hands moved quickly. Chen Jin walked over and pulled up a chair to sit down. How long will 2 hours? Gu Mingchuan didn't even look up. I guarantee no loss of power, instant detonation. Chen Jin nodded. All right. Take your time, once you're done we'll head out of the city to test it. In the afternoon at the edge of a lightly polluted area outside the city, dust was flying. The surroundings were very open. Chen Jin, Lin Wanxing, and Gu Mingchuan, who was carrying the toolbox, stood behind a dilapidated wall. Gu Mingchuan carefully took out a black spherical object from the toolbox. It was smaller than the ones from yesterday, only the size of half a walnut. The red patterns on its surface were strikingly bright. It's done. Gu Mingchuan handed it over, his fingertips trembling a bit. This thing is extremely dangerous right now. As long as you inject a bit of energy, or it suffers a strong impact, the thunderfire inside will explode instantly. There's not even 1/100th of a second for a buffer. Chen Jin took it. The metal sphere was cold to the touch. It felt good. All right. He weighed the bomb in his hand. Let's find a place to try it out. Gu Mingchuan pointed to a large rock several dozen meters away. Throw it that way. Which rock is hard enough to test its penetration power? Lin Wanxing also took a few steps back, her palm shimmering with lightning, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Chen Jin didn't move at all. He didn't even lift his hand. He just looked down at the black sphere in his palm and grinned. What are you throwing for? Such a waste. After saying that, he directly slapped the momentary explosive bomb onto his chest. Lin Wanxing's face turned pale. Chen Jin. Gu Mingchuan was so frightened that his hair stood on end. What are you doing? There was no time to stop him. Chen Jin tapped his fingertip, directly channeling power into the black sphere. Boom. A loud explosion. Flames and lightning exploded instantaneously. A powerful shockwave lifted the surrounding dust 2 meters high. The heat wave hit them. The broken wall crumbled down, dropping debris. Gu Mingchuan was pushed down to the ground by the shockwave, his ears ringing with a deafening roar. His mind went blank. He had gone mad. This person had lost his mind. This was a momentary explosive thunderfire, exploding against the flesh. Even a second-tier defensive awakened would be blown to pieces. Chen Jin. Lin Wanxing's eyes turned red with urgency as she rushed towards the smoke. What's the hurry? A familiar voice came from within the black smoke. As the smoke cleared, Chen Jin stood in place, his shirt blown to shreds. From his chest to his abdomen, the flesh was mangled and the broken bones were exposed. This scene was enough to make anyone nauseous. The exposed flesh was squirming wildly. Blood vessels connected. Muscles were reconstituting. Even the shattered bones were rejoining at a visible speed. Within a few breaths, large patches of no scars remained. Apart from a circle of black ash around him, there was no sign of the explosion. Gu Mingchuan watched this horrifying scene, feeling his brain shrink. He sat on the ground, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Chen Jin. You? He repeated you several times, unable to utter the rest. Lin Wanxing's chest heaved as she kicked him. Are you crazy? You had to blow yourself up. Chen Jin took the kick without dodging. He moved his shoulders, feeling the surge of power returning to his body. The momentary explosive bomb had great power. One explosion was equivalent to Lin Wanxing hitting him several times. Chen Jin looked down at Gu Mingchuan. The stuff is good. Qualified. Gu Mingchuan crawled up from the ground, staring at Chen Jin like he was a monster. He swallowed hard. What did you say yesterday? What talent do you have? Grade self-healing. Chen Jin answered with confidence. Nonsense. Gu Mingchuan's voice broke. You call this grade? Grade self-healing is just healing cuts faster. You lost more than half of your bones, and they healed in the blink of an eye. If that's grade, I'll eat the toolbox. He took a couple of steps closer and lowered his voice. Brother, give me the inside scoop. Are you a grade or scrade? Could it be you're also a hidden SS grade? Chen Jin looked at his eager curiosity, amused. He raised his index finger to his lips. Shoo. Those who understand, understand, those who don't ask. Gu Mingchuan understood instantly. A light of realization burst forth in his eyes. I get it. Hidden strength. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Gu Mingchuan understood instantly. A light of realization burst forth in his eyes. I get it. Hidden strength. Playing the pig to eat. Chen Jin patted his shoulder in satisfaction. This kid had good imagination skills, saving him the trouble of explaining. Lin Wanxing rolled her eyes beside them. She was too lazy to expose Chen Jin's tricks. All right. Lin Wanxing looked around. We've tested the bomb, but let's find a few beast monsters to practice on. Just as she finished speaking, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from behind a nearby dirt slope. It wasn't beasts. It was people. There were quite a few. Chen Jin's ears perked up and the smile on his face faded. Gu Mingchuan also heard it. His expression changed slightly as he tightened his grip on the toolbox. Trouble is coming. Footsteps behind the earthen slope drew steadily closer. Haphazard, arrogant, unapologetic. Within seconds, 5 or 6 figures emerged from behind the crumbling ruins of a derelict wall. At their head strode a young man clad in a sleek silver-gray combat suit, whose cold metallic sheen betrayed its origin. No border town like Linhai City could ever stock such elite gear. His chin was lifted high, his gaze dripped with condescending arrogance. Clinging tightly beside him was a woman, dressed provocatively. She had ruthlessly tailored the rigid combat suit into a skin-tight second skin. The neckline plunged sharply, her waist twisted almost unnaturally. Her face bore a thick layer of foundation, lips painted fired. Even from 15 meters away, the acrid sting of her perfume assaulted the senses. For burly men, unmistakably bodyguards trailed behind. The moment this group appeared, their eyes locked unerringly onto Lin Wanqing. As for Qin Jin, bare-chested, smudged with soot, and Gu Mingchuan cradling a battered crate, they were dismissed, outright rendered invisible. The woman spoke first, her voice cloyingly sweet, sickeningly saccharine. Feng Xiao, is this the much-hyped SS-class prodigy? She appraised Lin Wanqing up and down, then rolled her eyes. Looks utterly ordinary to me. Bone dry, no trace of feminine allure whatsoever. With that, she pinched her nose shut in exaggerated disdain, glancing sidelong at Qin Jin. And what on earth are these beggars? Can't even afford a shirt, reeking of burnt flesh. How dare such vagrants wander freely out of a dump like Linhai City? Lin Wanqing's expression darkened. Violet lightning crackled instantly across her palm. It spat and snapped. Yet before she could strike, Qin Jin raised a hand to halt her. He stepped forward. His torso remained bare. The flesh torn away moments earlier had already regenerated completely. Taut muscle carved with raw, untamed definition, his ash-dusted face radiating primal ferocity. His eyes swept over the woman twice, slow and deliberate. Then he laughed. I wondered what abomination had crawled out of the sewer. Turns out it's just a sentient public utility. She blinked, stunned. What did you say? Qin Jin pointed straight at her. I said, you're a bathtub? Look at your cavernous capacity. Must hold water all day long. With that wide-open configuration, anyone can waltz right in for a soak. And that overpowering perfume, trying to mask the stench of rotting seafood. Gu Mingchuan nearly dropped his crate behind them. He clamped his lips shut, shoulders trembling violently as he choked back laughter. Lin Wanqing paused, then flushed faintly at the ears and turned her face aside. That tongue was venomous beyond measure. The woman's entire face flushed deep crimson, her heavy foundation threatening to fissure. You wretched beggar, you dare insult me? She stamped her foot furiously, clutching the young man's arm. Feng Xiao, did you hear that? Quick, rip his mouth off for me. The young man patted her hand soothingly. He advanced a single step, his gaze locking onto Qin Jin. Cold, predatory, lethal. Boy, watch your tongue. I'm in an unusually generous mood today. I traveled all the way from Tianqiong City specifically to witness this so-called SS-class prodigy. Not to endure the rabid barking of some stray cur. He tilted his chin upward, voice dripping with condescension. Remember my name well. Situ Feng of the Situ Clan, Tianqiong City. S-class talent, Stormblade. Situ Feng, Tianqiong City. At those words, Gu Mingchuan's face went stark white. He hurried to Qin Jin's ear, lowering his voice to a hush. Qin Jin, don't provoke him. The Situ clan of Tianqiong City is infamous for its ruthless protectiveness and iron-fisted dominance. This fool must have heard about Lin Wanqing's awakening, thunder annihilation, and rushed here to pick a fight. Qin Jin dug idly at his ear. Oh, so, Gu Mingchuan panicked. He may only be S-class, but he awakened far earlier than either of you. He manifested his talent over half a year ago. Now he's reached peak first order. His foot already rests on the threshold of second order. His battlefield experience dwarfs yours. Let's avoid direct confrontation. Situ Feng caught Gu Mingchuan's muttering. A cruel smile curled his lips. At least you possess a modicum of perception. Since you recognize my superiority, step aside. Now, his gaze slid past Qin Jin, fixing unblinkingly upon Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing, is it? SSS class Thunder Annihilation, impressive title certainly. But prodigies before they mature are little more than worthless husks. Today I shall grant you the rare mercy of personal tutelage, so you may finally grasp the truth there is always a sky beyond the heavens. The woman chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Feng Xiao deigning to instruct you his fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. Kneel now and express your gratitude. Qin Jin watched the pair perform their duet, his smirk widening with every syllable. Then he turned to Lin Wanqing. These days do fools travel exclusively in packs? Lin Wanqing's expression remained icy. Perhaps brainstem deficiency is contagious. Qin Jin nodded solemnly in agreement, then faced Situ Feng once more. Journeying all the way from Tianqiong City to Linhai City, just to get beaten senseless. You really are too kind. Situ Feng's face darkened. What did you say? Qin Jin jabbed a finger toward his nose. I said, you're an earthworm. Thin, soft, squishy. Crawling into bathtubs probably goes entirely unnoticed. Mind you don't slip down the drain and vanish forever. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Gu Mingchuan sucked in a sharp breath and clapped both hands over his mouth, terrified he'd erupt into laughter. Situ Feng's features contorted violently. In all his life in Tianxiong City, no one had ever dared speak to him thus. Earthworm. Thin and soft. It wasn't mockery, it was annihilation, his dignity ground beneath a boot heel. You seek death. He roared. Lin Wanqing ceased to exist in his mind. All that mattered now was reducing this bare-chested wretch to minced meat. A shrill, grating shriek pierced the air. Situ Feng raised his right hand. Azure wind energy swirled violently in his palm, coalescing in an instant into 3 crescent-shaped wind blades. Their edges gleamed lethally, warping the surrounding air into visible ripples. Die! With a flick of his wrist he launched them. The 3 blades screamed through the void, aimed unerringly at Qin Jin's face, throat, and heart. Speed incarnate. In that moment, peak first-order power blazed forth without restraint. Gu Mingchuan shouted, Qin Jin, evade! Lin Wanqing raised her hand, ready to intercept with thunder. Yet Qin Jin didn't move. He didn't raise a shield, didn't shift his stance. Simply stood, rigid, unwavering. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades struck home with brutal finality. Blood erupted in violent arcs. 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes tore open across his chest, shoulder, and flank. Flesh peeled back raw and ragged. Crimson stained his waistband. The woman shrieked, then burst into triumphant laughter. Serves you right. For that filthy mouth. Situ Feng's lips curled into a savage grin. Pathetic broken trash. Couldn't even withstand a single blow. But the smile froze, shattered, on his face. Because Qin Jin hadn't fallen. Not even a tremor crossed his frame. Not even a flinch tightened his brow. And those wounds, deep enough to expose bone, were sealing themselves at impossible speed. Tissue knitted. Blood reversed its flow. In 2 seconds flat, 3 mortal wounds vanished, leaving not even the faintest scar. Situ Feng's eyes bulged. Impossible. The woman's laughter died mid-breath, choked off like a Qin Jin cracked his neck, bones popping sharply. He felt the surge within him anew. A peak first-order assault delivered far greater catalytic force than Lin Wanqing's lightning strikes ever had. He bared his teeth in a feral bone-white grin. That's it. Your wind blades couldn't even give me a proper scrub. Seriously, did you skip breakfast? His mocking, sardonic tone ignited Situ Feng's fury beyond containment. I will kill you. Both hands shot forward. Dozens of wind blades erupted, blotting out the sky as they hurled toward Qin Jin. Qin Jin planted his foot. The ground detonated, cratering under his heel. He launched himself forward like a cannonball, charging into the storm of blades. Thud, thud, thud. Blades sliced flesh, spraying crimson. Yet his velocity never wavered. Wounds bloomed, then sealed instantaneously. Battering through the full fury of peak first-order onslaught, he shattered the blade barrage, closing the distance in a blink. He stood before Situ Feng. Panic flashed raw and naked in Situ Feng's eyes. What manner of monster is this? He tried to recoil, too late. Qin Jin's massive hand clamped around his throat. Fingers squeezed. Breath vanished. Situ Feng was lifted clean off his feet, kicking wildly, suspended in midair, choking. Qin Jin stared into his suffused crimson face. Awakened early, so what? An earthworm remains an earthworm. Even if you reach second order, you'll still be nothing but a squirming worm. Crunch. Qin Jin swung Situ Feng overhead and slammed him headlong into the ruined wall. Stone collapsed in thunderous ruin. Situ Feng vomited blood buried beneath rubble. Feng Xiao. A woman let out a sharp cry. She twisted her waist, stumbling in her high heels as she ran towards the ruins. She tripped over the broken bricks on the ground. She nearly fell face first. After much effort, she reached the edge of the broken wall and frantically began to dig through the debris. Feng Xiao, are you okay? Don't scare me. Situ Feng was pulled out from the pile of bricks by her, looking utterly. His once meticulously groomed hair was now covered in dust. His high-end silver-gray combat suit, which glimmered coldly, was torn into several ragged pieces, hanging humorously on him. His face was bruised and battered. Situ Feng was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He shoved the woman who had come close to him. The force was great. The woman was pushed down onto the ground, her face filled with astonishment. Situ Feng completely ignored her. He turned his head, his eyes red with anger, glaring at the 4 burly bodyguards behind him. He cursed loudly. Are you all blind? Watching me get beaten and not doing anything? I spent so much money to support you just to have you watch the show. The 4 bodyguards stood in place, exchanging glances. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. One of the lead bald bodyguards rubbed his shiny head. His expression was quite aggrieved. He took a small step forward. Feng Xiao, didn't you just say that? You wanted to personally teach the SS class a lesson and told us to stand back, not to interfere. The bald bodyguard spread his hands. Upon hearing this, Situ Feng felt his vision darken with rage. A wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at the bald bodyguard, his finger trembling. You. Chen Jin stood not far away. Shirtless, he was still covered in the dark ash from the earlier explosion. He leisurely brushed the dirt off his hands, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Oh, the young master still wants to teach the SS class a lesson. How can you not even defeat someone as insignificant as me? Turns out the clown is you after all. Chen Jin's voice was not loud, but in this barren wilderness, it was crystal clear. Each word landed precisely on Situ Feng's lungs. Situ Feng was completely unhinged. Throughout his life, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Being pinned against the wall and beaten by a penniless kid who couldn't even afford a shirt. He was even mocked to his face. A bunch of fools. Situ Feng screamed in desperation. Kill him for me. Turn him into minced meat. I want him dead. He abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Lin Wanqing. I'll deal with that SS class. The four bodyguards' expressions changed instantly upon hearing the command. Their earlier aggrieved and honest demeanor vanished, replaced by intense killing intent. These four were not the kind of wealthy young masters like Situ Feng. They were actual mercenaries who had licked blood on the knife's edge. Three-tiered. For awakened individuals at the third tier. Their auras surged as if the air around them had been instantly drained. The heavy pressure spread like a tangible force. The bald bodyguard flexed his arms. The muscles on his thick arms bulged like rocks. A metallic sheen glimmered on the surface of his skin. Third-tier enhancement type. The other three also revealed their weapons. Short blades. Iron rods. Tiger claws. The four of them formed a semi-encircled formation, approaching Chen Jin step by step. The gravel on the ground was crushed under their heavy footsteps. They produced a grinding sound that was grating to the teeth. Chen Jin squinted his eyes. The pressure from the third tier was indeed different. It was far stronger than Situ Feng, who was at the pinnacle of the first tier. He was currently only at the mid-stage of the first tier. In a direct contest of strength and speed, he absolutely couldn't match these four working together. But was he afraid? Chen Jin looked at his own hands. His 5 fingers slowly clenched. The joints produced a crisp cracking sound. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt a thrilling excitement, as if his bones were itching. The blood within him was boiling. The immortality talent was crying out madly. Come. Chen Jin beckoned to the 4 bodyguards with his finger. Let me see how hard the fists of the third tier are. On the other side, Situ Feng charged straight towards Lin Wanqing. A bright green light surged in his palm. The blade of the storm coalesced once more. This time he held nothing back. The energy within him was being squeezed to its limit. The green wind blade was more than twice the size of before. The air at its edge was sliced, producing a piercing sonic boom. Die! Situ Feng's face contorted in rage. He swung his arms fiercely. The massive wind blade, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, was aimed directly at Lin Wanqing's face. Gu Mingchuan hid behind a distant broken wall, heart racing. The situation changed too rapidly. 4 third-tier bodyguards were attacking Chen Jin. Situ Feng again attacked Lin Wanqing furiously. Gu Mingchuan gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly opened the black toolbox beside him. He took out a flash bomb from inside. The metallic sphere was chillingly cold in his hand. Chen Jin. Gu Mingchuan shouted loudly. He used all his strength to throw the bomb. The black metallic sphere traced a parabolic arc in the air, heading straight for Chen Jin's location. The 4 third-tier bodyguards were preparing to deal a fatal blow to Chen Jin. The bald bodyguard had already raised his iron fist high. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the black sphere flying through the air out of the corner of his eye. Retreat. The bald bodyguard let out a piercing scream, retracting his fist that was aimed at Chen Jin. The other 3 reacted swiftly as well. They thought this was some kind of devastating weapon prepared by the Gu family for Gu Mingchuan. They dared not hesitate for even a moment. They pushed off the ground with great force. The 4 of them simultaneously retreated instantly, creating a distance of several meters. Chen Jin watched the incoming bomb. He glanced again at the massive wind blade striking towards Lin Wanqing. He did not retreat. With a powerful push against the ground, he shot forward like an arrow. His left hand accurately caught the flash bomb thrown by Gu Mingchuan in midair. His right hand directly met the wind blade that Situ Feng swung down. Young people don't understand martial ethics. Chen Jin shouted angrily. What kind of skill is ambushing a girl? Lin Wanqing stood still. She watched the whistling wind blade come at her. She was not flustered at all. Not even a hint of movement to dodge. She looked at Situ Feng's twisted face. A glimmer of icy coldness flashed in her eyes. A surge of purple lightning roared in her palm. Thunder annihilation. Boom. The sky seemed to tear apart. A thick purple lightning bolt descended from above. It was so fast that there was no time to react. Situ Feng's wind blade hadn't even touched Chen Jin's arm when the purple lightning struck fiercely at the top of his head. At the last moment, Lin Wanqing slightly lessened her power. She did not want to kill anyone here. But the violent nature of the lightning was still beyond Situ Feng's capacity to endure. Crack! The blinding electric light instantly enveloped Situ Feng. He didn't even have time to scream in agony. His body convulsed violently. His already messy hair stood on end. His clothes were charred black from the electricity. He opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of thick black smoke. His whole body fell straight down like a piece of wood hitting the ground with a muffled thud. Chen Jin looked at the smoking black charcoal on the ground. He couldn't help but laugh. With that look, you're too good to just go act in a black man carrying a coffin sketch. At the same time, the flash bomb in Chen Jin's left hand detonated. The wind blade that met his right hand also slashed down. A double strike. Boom. The deafening explosion echoed across the wilderness. The violent flames and sharp wind blades instantly engulfed Chen Jin. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. His blood evaporated into red mist in the flames. Gu Mingchuan hid behind the broken wall, covering his eyes tightly. He could hardly bear to look at this brutal scene. Despair surged in his heart. It was over. Taking a flash bomb to the face along with a wind blade at the pinnacle of the first tier. Even if Chen Jin had 9 lives, he would still meet his end here. The 4 third-tier bodyguards stopped in their tracks, gazing at the violently burning flames. The bald bodyguard sneered repeatedly. This kid doesn't know when to quit. Daring to take such an explosion heat, there won't even be ashes left. The woman who had fallen to the ground also got up. She looked at Situ Feng lying on the ground, and then at the explosion's flames. She let out a sharp laugh. Serves him right. He deserves it. But in the next second, her laughter abruptly stopped. The cold smile on the bald bodyguard's face also froze. As the flames gradually dissipated amidst the thick smoke, a tall figure slowly walked out. Chen Jin stood there, his injuries horrifying. His left arm was nearly blown off, only hanging by a thread of skin. A massive gash was cut into his chest by the wind blade, with his internal organs visible within. But what was chilling was that he did not fall. Those fatal wounds were healing at an incomprehensible speed. The fractured bones made cracking sounds as they reassembled. The rolled-up flesh intertwined as if it were alive. Blood rapidly flowed back. In just a few breaths, all the wounds were perfectly healed. Not even a scar was left behind. The newly grown skin glistened healthily under the sunlight. Chen Jin twisted his neck, producing a crisp cracking sound. He closed his eyes, feeling a wave of frenzied power surging within him once more. It felt euphoric. The destructive power of the bomb and the slicing of the wind blade had propelled his strength directly past the mid-stage of the first tier. He was closing in on the late stage of the first tier. He slowly opened his eyes, a beastly glow flickering in his pitch-black pupils. He lifted his head. He looked at the 4 third-tier bodyguards who were stunned. Grinning widely, he revealed a stark, white smile. Warm-up is over. Now it's my turn. The wind in the wilderness carried a heavy scent of blood. Chen Jin clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. He stared at the 4 third-tier bodyguards ahead, the light in his eyes growing brighter. The bald bodyguard looked at Chen Jin's eager demeanor, a chill running down his spine. Just moments ago, he had been blasted into a ghastly state, yet in the blink of an eye, he had fully recovered. Not only was he alive, but his aura was even more ferocious than before. What kind of monster is this? The bald bodyguard gritted his teeth, his arm muscles swelling again, a metallic sheen covering his body. The other 3 tightened their grip on their weapons. The combined pressure of 4 third-tier practitioners firmly locked onto Chen Jin. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chen Jin. A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Come back. Chen Jin paused in his steps. He turned to look at Lin Wanxing, furrowing his brow slightly. What is it? I was just getting warmed up and ready to go all out. Lin Wanxing stood and placed the purple lightning in her palm, already withdrawn. She looked at Chen Jin. Stop fighting. Come back. Chen Jin clicked his tongue, his face displaying reluctance. Yet he still loosened his fists. He slowly walked back to Lin Wanxing's side. You really have no fun. I was just about to break through to the 2nd tier. Lin Wanxing ignored his complaints. She directed her gaze towards the ruins not far away. A woman dressed lightly was digging among the rubble. Feng Xiao. Wake up, Feng Xiao. The woman shouted with a shrill voice. Finally, a charred hand emerged from beneath the bricks. Situ Feng was forcibly pulled out by the woman. He looked even worse than before, his hair completely burned away, his scalp bald and still smoking. His face was black in patches, and as he opened his mouth, a thick cloud of black smoke poured out. Cough, cough, cough. Situ Feng coughed violently, causing his wounds to ache, distorting his features. He pushed the woman aside and steadied himself, his gaze crossing the ruins, fixating on the 4 bodyguards who stood. The fury in his eyes seemed ready to burn through his eyelids. You useless bunch. I paid so much to hire you, and you just stood there watching me get struck by lightning. Geneva, refund me. The bald bodyguard touched his nose, not daring to speak. That purple lightning had struck too swiftly. Even if they wanted to block it, they couldn't. After cursing the bodyguard, Situ Feng turned to Lin Wanxing and Chen Jin, his eyes filled with resentment. You two wait for me. I will remember this debt today. Kill them. His command was cut short as Lin Wanqing stepped forward. Her voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable chill. You can leave. We will not kill you, but you are not allowed to trouble us in the future. As these words left her mouth, a silence fell over the wilderness. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Gu Mingchuan peeked out from behind a broken wall, a look of confusion on his face. Situ Feng was momentarily stunned. Then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he began to laugh maniacally, his voice hoarse. Not kill me. What makes you think you can kill me? For third-tier awakened ones, crushing you is as easy as squashing a few ants. Do you think that just because you've awakened to SSS rank you are invincible? You are merely a rookie at the first tier now. Situ Feng grew more confident as he spoke. Although he had been severely injured, the bodyguards were still there. As long as the 4 third-tier practitioners attacked together, the 3 opponents would definitely not survive. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her eyes even colder. Do you think a bomb that can injure a second-tier beast can't kill a third-tier human? The bald bodyguard's eyelids twitched at the sight of the box of explosives. They had witnessed the power of that bomb, let alone 3 tiers. Even a 4th tier would suffer greatly. Lin Wanqing turned her gaze back to Situ Feng. Or do you think I can't bypass your bodyguards and strike you down with a lightning bolt? She slowly raised her right hand, purple light surging in her palm. Crackle. A thick arc of electricity danced at her fingertips, a violent aura of thunder enveloping the area in an instant. Situ Feng's arrogance froze on his face. He looked at the purple lightning in Lin Wanqing's hand, his body uncontrollably shuddering. The pain from being struck by lightning still lingered in his bones. He never wanted to experience that soul-ripping sensation again in his life. But he was the young master of the Situ family in Tianqiong City. How could he bow down before a poor student from a coastal city? Situ Feng gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to retreat. You dare not kill me. I am of the direct line of the Situ family. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, the Situ family will definitely tear. Aren't you afraid of the Situ family's revenge? He played his last card. In Tianqiong City, the name Situ was a life-saving talisman. Lin Wanqing remained expressionless after hearing this. If it comes to that, I can just join the Gu family. Her tone was flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. Do you think with my current performance the Gu family would not accept me, eh? Situ Feng's breath caught in his throat. The Gu family. The family of Gu Tianxiao, the principal of Tianqiong Sacred Element University. That was a true giant. The Situ family was utterly insignificant compared to the Gu family. If Lin Wanqing really sought refuge with the Gu family due to her SSS talent, they would undoubtedly treat her like an ancestor. At that point, let alone the Situ family's retaliation. Even if the head of the Situ family personally came to apologize, the Gu family might not give them face. Gu Mingchuan listened nearby, his blood boiling. He straightened his back and echoed loudly, absolutely. As long as you nod, my grandfather will get you registered in the family tree overnight. Whoever dares to touch you is opposing the entire Gu family. Situ Feng's face turned completely pale. His final defense was shattered. Lin Wanqing looked at him. Moreover, she paused suddenly at this point. Situ Feng's Adam's apple bobbed. He swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva. Moreover what? Chen Jin slowly walked forward, bare-chested, still carrying the scent of gunpowder. He approached Situ Feng. The 4 third-tier bodyguards instinctively wanted to intervene. Chen Jin merely shot them a cold glance. The 4 bodyguards surprisingly took a step back in unison. Chen Jin walked right up to Situ Feng and raised his hand, gently patting Situ Feng's charred shoulder. Situ Feng trembled in fear, nearly sitting down in shock. Chen Jin grinned, his smile warm and friendly. Moreover, even if the Situ family seeks revenge on us, you dying is just dying. These words were light and air, yet they struck like a heavy hammer against Situ Feng's heart. Yes, even if the Situ family were to shred these people into pieces afterward, what would that matter? He would already be dead. With his life gone, what meaning did revenge hold? Chen Jin watched the cold sweat bead on Situ Feng's forehead. The smile on his face deepened. Sweating profusely, aren't you, little brother? Situ Feng completely crumbled. He looked into Chen Jin's pitch-black eyes. There was not a shred of fear within them, only a kind of cold indifference that seemed to look at the dead. He knew that this madman before him was truly capable of killing him. Situ Feng's legs went weak. He bit his lip hard, swallowing down the taste of blood rising in his throat. All right, I admit defeat. Today's matter ends here. We are leaving. He turned and walked away. He didn't even bother with the woman who was sitting on the ground. The 4 bodyguards felt as if a great calamity had been averted and quickly escorted Situ Feng away, the woman scrambling along behind them. After walking a dozen meters, Situ Feng suddenly stopped. He turned his head. Lin Wanqing, before I leave, let me remind you of something. Beware of one person, the young master of the strongest family in Tianqiong City, SSS talent, and he is the one closest to SSS talent among them. Without you, he would be the strongest of this generation. You have stolen his thunder. He will definitely not let you off. The figures of Situ Feng and his companions completely vanished at the end of the wilderness. The wind swept through the broken walls, stirring up a whiff of scorched earth. Qin Jin withdrew his gaze. He turned to Lin Wanqing. Why didn't you let me go up just now? His tone carried a hint of unfulfilled regret. Those 4 third-tier opponents were indeed tough. But if I had a little more time, I could definitely take them all down. Lin Wanqing did not respond to his remark. She scrutinized Qin Jin from head to toe. Her eyes revealed an uncontainable concern. Are you hungry? Qin Jin was taken aback. His stomach cooperatively let out a long rumble. The sound was loud enough for Gu Mingchuan, who was several meters away, to hear clearly. Qin Jin rubbed his stomach. How did you know? Lin Wanqing sighed. Didn't you notice? You've lost quite a bit of weight. Qin Jin lowered his head. He had been too focused on fighting and recovering just now. He hadn't paid any attention to the changes in his body. Now looking at himself, he noticed that his once firm muscles had noticeably shriveled. Qin Jin pinched his arm. Damn, it really is true. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her expression tense. I've been thinking, what exactly is your talent? Such a formidable recovery ability. You can instantly heal even from shattered bones. This kind of extraordinary effect. There seems to be no cost involved. Gu Mingchuan, carrying a box, approached his face full of confusion. Isn't it normal to have no cost? A strong talent is just strong. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Mingchuan froze. He suddenly realized that the more powerful the talent, the more likely it is to come with stringent restrictions or costs. His grandfather Gu Tianxio's Thunder Calamity had its price. Lin Wanqing awakened the same talent. Naturally, there would be a cost. But Lin Wanqing did not mention what her cost was. Gu Mingchuan hurriedly shut up. Lin Wanqing looked at Qin Jin. Now I understand. Your cost is a significant amount of energy. The more severe the injury, the faster the recovery speed. The more energy consumed. She pointed at Qin Jin's shriveled abdomen. You just took a direct hit from a momentary explosive bomb and endured a peak first-tier wind blade. In order to instantly heal those fatal injuries, your body drained the energy stored within you. That's why you've suddenly lost so much weight. Lin Wanqing's tone grew serious. Qin Jin, you can't recklessly charge forward like this anymore. Because once the energy is depleted, no one knows what the consequences will be. Perhaps the recovery speed will slow down. Maybe. She didn't continue, but her meaning was clear. The moment the energy runs out could be when Qin Jin truly dies. Qin Jin listened, rubbing his chin and pondering for a while. That makes sense. No wonder every time I get seriously injured, I feel so hungry that I want to gnaw on tree bark. He suddenly recalled something, his eyes brightening. Wait a minute. When you struck me with lightning earlier, I didn't feel any hunger at all. Not only was I not hungry, I actually felt full of energy. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. Not hungry from being struck by lightning. Gu Mingchuan beside them stroked his chin. He entered analysis mode. Lightning itself is a form of high-intensity pure energy. When Qin Jin was struck by lightning, he was injured, but he also absorbed the energy from the lightning. The energy absorbed offset the expenditure required for healing his injuries. There was even a surplus. That's why he didn't feel hungry, but rather his strength increased. The group exchanged. The logic was complete. Qin Jin slapped his thigh. Then it's simple. He turned to Lin Wanqing with a grin. From now on, when I run out of energy, you can just strike me with lightning. You are my portable power bank. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. You wish. Using lightning on you, you would still have to expend additional energy to recover from the injury. Isn't that a... She turned to Gu Mingchuan. Gu Mingchuan, can you create a device? Gu Mingchuan immediately stood up straight. What kind of device? Lin Wanqing gestured. A device that can absorb and store energy. When Qin Jin needs it, the energy can be delivered to him gradually. For instance, if my lightning strikes this device, the energy will be completely absorbed and stored. Then Qin Jin can wear it and replenish his energy consumption at any time. This way it won't harm him, and it will perfectly utilize my lightning. Gu Mingchuan's eyes widened. Countless combinations of energy circuits and storage materials flashed through his mind. This concept is genius. It's very challenging. The energy from lightning is too violent. Common storage materials can't withstand. They would melt instantly. And it must be able to output energy smoothly. This requires a complex energy conversion core. Gu Mingchuan's chest rose and fell with excitement. But I can give it a try. As long as I find suitable materials, I can definitely make it. He looked at Lin Wanqing and Qin Jin, unable to contain his excitement. You two are simply my benefactors. I used to think that smiths could only hide behind and hammer away, doing some auxiliary work. I never realized that smiths could have such an important role. Qin Jin walked over and put his arm around Gu Mingchuan's shoulder. Brother, your perspective is too narrow. Gu Mingchuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Qin Jin looked at him, his tone earnest. You can have a greater role. Remember what I told you. I can let you personally take to the battlefield and fight. Gu Mingchuan's breath caught. To personally take to the battlefield and fight was something he had dreamed of achieving. But he was a fragile smith. Without combat talent, how could he fight? Chen Jin patted his shoulder. Although a smith's talent is only for crafting weapons, who says that the items crafted can only be used by combat-type awakeners? Gu Mingchuan looked confused. What else could it be? Let me give you an example. If you created a sword, and it was a powerful sword, capable of cutting through iron, but if you are fragile, you can't wield it. When facing an enemy's attack, what will you do? Gu Mingchuan instinctively answered, run. Chen Jin, exasperated, tapped the back of his head. Run? What nonsense. If you can't wield it, then just create something that can wield this sword. Gu Mingchuan covered his head. Create what? Chen Jin guided him. Create a mechanical arm. Is the mechanical arm not strong enough? Then create a power core. Is the power core too heavy to carry? Then create an exoskeleton arm. Connect everything you create, each part intertwining and linking tightly together. Chen Jin's voice echoed across the wilderness. It carried a persuasive tone. Arm flesh with steel. Drive machinery with energy. As long as your armor is thick enough, and the firepower is strong enough, you can make an ordinary person not weaker than an awakener. Gu Mingchuan stood frozen in place. Thunder roared in his mind, shattering the shackles of thought he had carried for over a decade. Indeed, why should a craftsman create items for others? Who dictated that a craftsman should only possess supportive talents? Why couldn't he use the items he crafted to arm himself as a war machine? Gu Mingchuan suddenly slapped his thigh. He turned to Lin Wanqing. The energy absorption device that Lin Wanqing mentioned earlier can also be applied here. If I create a mech, using the device that absorbs lightning as a backup energy core, as long as Lin Wanqing is around, my mech will never run out of power. Chen Jin immediately gave a thumbs up, praising loudly. That's right. This is the idea. Technology changes lives. Crafting changes destiny. You will be a benefactor to all humanity in the future. What is Gu Tianxiao? When others mention the Gu family, the first one they will think of is you, Gu Mingchuan. Gu Mingchuan was dizzy from this grand vision. His blood surged. He tightly clutched the black toolbox, his eyes reddening. Chen Jin, rest assured, I will sketch the blueprints when I get back. I must get this set of devices made. Lin Wanqing watched Chen Jin charm the crowd. Her face was about to crack from holding back laughter. This guy truly was too talented to be in a sales job. However, what Chen Jin said did have feasibility. Lin Wanqing also solemnly stated, Gu Mingchuan, if there's anything that needs testing or requires lightning energy support, we will fully cooperate with you. Gu Mingchuan nodded heavily. Good. It's a deal. The winds in the wilderness seemed to lighten. The alliance of the three began to take shape at that moment. Lin Wanqing collected her thoughts. She turned to Gu Mingchuan, finally asking the question that had weighed on her heart. By the way, what about that Shen Ao that Sidu Feng mentioned before leaving? What is his background? Hearing this name, Gu Mingchuan's excitement faded. Only caution remained. His chest heaved slightly. Shen Ao, the young master of the Shun family in Tianqiong City. The Shun family is undoubtedly the strongest family in Tianqiong City. Their foundation is unfathomable. And Shen Ao is an unseen-a-century genius of the Shen family. Gu Mingchuan lowered his voice. He awakened an S-level talent. The light of endless day. Sidu Feng did not lie. In the face of the light of endless day, ordinary S-level talents cannot hold their heads up at all. It is recognized as the most terrifying talent close to SS level. Lin Wanqing frowned. The light of endless days. Gu Mingchuan nodded. Yes, a light-type variant. Incredibly fast, with astonishing destructive power, and almost no blind spots. Shen Ao is that kind of person. Arrogant in character. He cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. He has always prided himself as the foremost among this generation of young awakeners. Everyone believes he will be the absolute focus of this year's martial arts examination. Gu Mingchuan glanced at Lin Wanqing. Until you appeared. SS-level thunder annihilation. Directly stealing his spotlight, cleanly. With Shen Ao's character, he absolutely will not allow anyone to overshadow him. Situ Feng came to stir trouble today. It might just be a test. The real trouble is Shen Ao. Chen Jin, listening nearby, stroked. The light of endless days. Sounds like a giant spotlight. Gu Mingchuan grew anxious. Chen Jin, don't take it lightly. He already has the strength of early second stage. The resources and trump cards in his hands are not something Sidu Feng can compare with. If he really sets his sights on Lin Wanqing, the martial arts examination will be the biggest trouble. Lin Wanqing remained silent. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with determination. No matter if he is a spotlight or whatever, I will definitely attend the martial arts examination. If he is not satisfied, then we shall meet in the examination arena. Chen Jin grinned. Well said. Whatever Shen Ao or Li Ao, if they dare to stir trouble, let them know why the flowers are so red. He patted his flat stomach. But now, the most important thing is food. I'm starving to death. Lin Wanqing looked at his pitiful state. She couldn't help but laugh. Let's go. Today I will treat you. Eat until you're full. The three walked towards the direction of Linhai City under the sunset, with Qinjin looking around. Where can I find something to eat? I'm so hungry I can hardly walk. Half an hour later in Linhai City, at a bustling exotic beast barbecue restaurant. The owner stared at the mountain of empty plates on the table, his eyes wide. Qinjin sat at the table, hands moving like the wind. He stuffed the greasy pork belly of the armored pig into his mouth, thick cuts of barbarian cow meat, and a whole roasted wild wind pheasant, all devoured in a whirlwind. He swallowed them whole. Gu Mingchuan sat across from him, holding a skewer of crispy bones from a black-armored thorn lizard, struggling to take a bite. He swallowed hard. Brother, is your stomach connected to another dimension? This is already the 15th, and you can still eat more. Qinjin's mouth was stuffed full. He mumbled back, this is just the beginning. I just laid a foundation. High-quality ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. This armored pig is grilled to perfection. He turned to the owner and shouted, Boss, bring 10 more plates of thinly sliced earthbreaker beef. 2 roasted legs of Gale sheep. The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly replying, sure thing. Coming right up. Lin Wanqing sat beside Qinjin. Watching his once flat stomach gradually swell, the sunken cheeks regained their color, and the stone in her heart finally settled. But looking at the high stack of plates on the table, her eyes twitched. Qinjin, eat slower. No one is competing with you. Qinjin swallowed a large piece of meat, picked up the chilled fruit juice beside him, and gulped half a cup down. Don't worry. Once I'm full, they'll take you to the pollution zone to make a big score tomorrow. I guarantee you'll earn back both principal and interest. As soon as Gu Mingchuan heard they were going to the pollution zone, he instantly perked up. Take me along. They'll rush to make the initial model of the energy absorption device overnight. We'll take it for practical testing tomorrow. Qinjin patted his shoulder. No problem. As long as you make, from now on we will be the strongest iron triangle. You provide the equipment. Lin Wanqing provides the firepower. And I will be responsible. Lin Wanqing shot him a sidelong glance. You are responsible for taking hits. Qinjin boldly retorted. What's wrong with taking hits? A good tank is one that can withstand damage. Without me taking the front line, can you fragile one's output in peace? Gu Mingchuan nodded heavily. That makes sense. Qinjin's meat quality is definitely top-notch. The three chatted while eating. The atmosphere was lively. The smoky aromas in the barbecue restaurant washed away the blood and killings of the wilderness. Until late at night, Qinjin finally set down his chopsticks. He leaned back in his chair, feeling his renewed solid abs, and sighed contentedly. I feel reborn. Lin Wanqing went to settle the bill. Watching her wallet shrink, she gritted her teeth. Tomorrow we must go to the pollution zone. We have to earn at least 100,000 or 80,000. Don't even think about coming back. Qinjin stood up, stretching his limbs. His energy flowed within him again, stabilizing his early first-stage strength. He grinned. Let's go. Tomorrow we'll go restock. Time flies. In the next nearly month, the lightly polluted area outside Linhai City completely became the procurement garden for Qinjin and his companions. Every morning at dawn, the three would set out from the city. Iron-armored pigs, split-mouthed hounds, black-armored thorn lizards. As long as it was a breathing exotic beast, they basically exploited them all. Qinjin took the front, acting as a human shield. Lin Wanqing transformed into the merciless king of thunder. Gu Mingchuan donned his clunky makeshift first-generation exoskeleton armor, wildly tossing bombs at the edges. One day, Gu Mingchuan, clad in his armor, excitedly showcased to the others. Qinjin, what do you think of my fire? Gu Mingchuan pressed a button. A dark cannon barrel popped out from the launcher on the back of the armor. However, the barrel jammed, emitting a puff of black smoke. Qinjin expressionlessly wiped the black soot off his face. Your fire coverage mainly targets allies, right? Lin Wanqing laughed so hard she couldn't stand upright. Gu Mingchuan scratched his head awkwardly. It was a mistake, purely a mistake. They'll adjust the parameters when I get back. This trio of rough-and-tumble bandits had utterly decimated the exotic beasts at the edge of the lightly polluted area. Later, even the patrol teams had to detour around them, fearing these three bloodthirsty individuals would dismantle their patrol vehicles for scrap metal. Of course, during this time, troublemakers were not in short supply. Ever since Sidu Feng suffered a setback, the news spread like wildfire. There were always some self-important signs from aristocratic families or hot-headed youths wanting to step on the SS-level genius to rise up, coming to Linhai City to make their presence known. One afternoon, a flamboyantly dressed young master with yellow hair, accompanied by 4 lackeys, arrogantly blustered, "Are you the SS-level Lin Wanqing?" The young master looked down his nose at them. "I specially came today to meet you to let you know there are people beyond you." Lin Wanqing didn't even lift her eyelids. Qinjin stepped forward, blocking Lin Wanqing. "Do you want to challenge her?" "Sure. Then you have to get past me first." Chen Jin extended his hand, rubbing his fingers together. The entry fee is 100,000. Medical expenses are self-covered. The young master laughed in anger. What do you think you are to ask me for money? He drew a long sword from his waist, unleashing a second-tier initial stage aura. Die for me. The long sword gleamed coldly as it slashed towards Chen Jin's shoulder. Chen Jin stood still, allowing the blade to descend. Poof! The blade sliced through flesh and lodged in his shoulder bone. Blood flowed down the blade's groove. The yellow-haired young master was stunned. He hadn't expected Chen Jin not to dodge. Even more unexpected was that his full-powered strike only buried halfway into the flesh. Chen Jin grinned, revealing a white smile. Use weapons. Double it. 200,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles in Chen Jin's shoulder contracted fiercely, firmly pinning the sword blade. He raised his right hand and punched the yellow-haired young master squarely in the face. Bang! The yellow-haired young master didn't even have time to scream, flying like a broken sack. He crashed into a dirt mound several meters away, unconscious. Chen Jin pulled the sword from his shoulder. The wound healed completely within seconds. He held the sword and approached the 4 stunned lackeys. Your young master's bill. Who will pay it? The 4 lackeys trembled as they emptied their pockets, even pawning their communicators to hastily carry the yellow-haired young master away. A few days later, another burly man claiming to be a core training target of some major guild arrived. He stood 2 meters tall, muscles like an iron tower. I heard you were quite arrogant. The burly man cracked his knuckles, the joints popping. I'm here to teach you a lesson today. Chen Jin skillfully extended his hand. The entry fee is 100,000. Medical expenses are self-covered. The burly man roared and punched Chen Jin in the chest. Bang! Chen Jin didn't budge. However, the burly man's wrist made a clear cracking sound. Oh! He clutched his wrist, screaming. Your osteoporosis is quite severe. Remember to drink more milk. A special offer, 100,000. The burly man in pain hurriedly scanned to transfer the money, rolling away in haste. Such scenes played out no less than 10 times over the course of a month. Most of the challengers were at the late first stage or early second stage. When it came to fighting, they were flashy and boisterous. But when it came to actual combat, they couldn't even break through Chen Jin's defenses. In just a month, Chen Jin had amassed a considerable fortune through scamming and counterattacking. As for the so-called strongest young master of Tianqiong City, Shen Ao, who had been hyped up by Sidu Feng, and a few other rumored SS-level geniuses, not even a shadow had been seen. Chen Jin expressed his regret. Not a single big client showed up, just a bunch of poor clowns. After a month of intense practical combat, the strength of the 3 had skyrocketed. Chen Jin's cultivation had firmly stepped into the early second stage. His physical strength had reached an astonishing level. A typical first-stage exotic beast could bite him without leaving even a white mark. Lin Wanqing also reached the peak of the first stage. Her mastery over thunder had become increasingly proficient. Gu Mingchuan's exoskeleton, though looking shabby, had firepower that should not be underestimated. Finally, the much-anticipated martial arts examination day arrived. In the central square of Linhai City, it was a sea of people. Banners waved high. All the awakened third-year students from the city gathered here. Every face was filled with tension and excitement. The 3 stood amidst the crowd. Chen Jin wore a brand new black combat suit. This was bought with the money he had earned. Finally, he no longer had to go bare-chested. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and yawned in boredom. Lin Wanqing wore a high ponytail. Her expression was calm. Gu Mingchuan, on the other hand, carried a metal box twice the size of his previous one, nervously rubbing his hands. I wonder what the format of this year's martial arts examination will be. In previous years, it was usually a ring competition or a point-hunting match. With Lin Wanqing an SS level this year, they will definitely pull some big moves. At that moment, on the high platform at the front of the square, a group of people walked up. Leading them was Shun Jiwei from the Bai Zhe Talent Agency, along with high-ranking officials from the City Defense Department and the Black Obsidian Awakening Society. The whole venue instantly fell silent. Shun Jiwei walked up to the microphone, adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose, and addressed the candidates. Dear candidates, in order to comprehensively assess your practical abilities, adaptability, and survival wisdom, this year's martial examination rules will undergo a complete overhaul. Shun Jiwei's voice resonated throughout the square via the loudspeaker. The venue for this martial examination is set in an intermediate simulation secret realm. Candidates from across the nation will be teleported inside. There will be 3rd and even 4th rank exotic beasts within. This is codenamed the Sin City Simulation Battle. A gasp surged through the crowd. 3rd and 4th rank exotic beasts. These are terrifying existences that can easily tear apart a first-rank awakened being. Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing exchanged glances, both somewhat bewildered. What is a simulation secret realm? Chen Jin turned to Gu Mingchuan. Gu Mingchuan swallowed hard and lowered his voice to explain. It is a special examination ground created using space folding and mental linking technology. Inside, the candidate's consciousness and energy bodies will be projected, forming a shell identical to their original body. Even if torn apart by exotic beasts or killed by other candidates inside, there will be no real death, only a slight mental shock before being teleported out. The higher-ups have truly invested heavily to protect Lin Wanqing, as this kind of secret realm is costly to maintain, requiring vast resources to activate. They are also afraid something might happen to Lin Wanqing. After all, an SS-grade genius is incredibly precious. Chen Jin's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this. We won't die. Lin Wanqing shot him a glance. Then can't we just act recklessly? Chen Jin corrected her earnestly. That's different. Previously it was just me who wouldn't die, now everyone won't. What does this imply? It means I can engage them without any psychological burden. Shen Jiwei raised her hand to quell the murmurs in the crowd. Next are the core rules. First, all candidates will start with 10 points upon entering the examination ground. Killing exotic beasts or eliminating other candidates will earn you points. Second, there are numerous supply boxes scattered throughout the examination ground. By opening the boxes, you might acquire powerful weapons, recovery potions, or point-doubling cards. She paused momentarily, smiling somewhat mischievously. However, you might also uncover negative statuses, such as forced dancing for 10 minutes or gravity doubling. The crowd instantly erupted. Forced dancing. If there's an exotic beast nearby, won't that be a free gift? Chen Jin's eyes sparkled with interest. This supply box is quite interesting. If we could find something that makes everyone dance together, the scene would be simple. Lin Wanqing glared at him. Can you think of some normal strategies? Chen Jin shrugged. What's abnormal? Shen Jiwei continued. Thirdly, and this is the most important rule of this martial examination, the debt and bounty system. The examination ground is equipped with multiple safe house terminals. At these terminals, you can spend points to purchase supplies. If your points are insufficient, the system allows you to take out loans. But please note the interest on loans is extremely high. If you fail to repay the loan within the stipulated time, you will be marked as a deadbeat and tagged with a red name. While in the deadbeat red name status, your coordinates will be shared in real time with everyone in the area, and a prominent red light column will appear above your head. Killing a deadbeat not only allows you to inherit all their points, but also grants you a high bounty as an additional reward from the system. You can also spend your own points to issue bounties on other candidates. The bountied individuals will similarly receive a red name mark. The rules were announced, and the entire venue fell silent. These rules were too ruthless. This not only tests combat skills, but also human nature and cunning. Taking out loans to buy equipment, then killing to repay debts. Failing to repay turns you into a live target for everyone. Or if someone dislikes you, they can simply spend points to issue a bounty on you, leading to a group beating. The surrounding candidates began to whisper. These rules practically encourage us to kill each other. If I take out a loan for a third-rank weapon at the start, can't I sweep the entire arena? You wish? With such high interest, if you can't kill enough people to pay it back, you'll be the live target in 10 minutes. Gu Mingchuan was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. These rules are too twisted. What if someone deliberately targets Lin Wanqing? What if the entire crowd pulls together a bounty on her? Wouldn't that mean we'd be attacked by thousands? Lin Wanqing frowned slightly, with faint arcs of electricity flashing in her palm. Let them come. I will meet force with force and water with earth. She declared boldly while Chen Jin stood among them. At this moment, he lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. Gu Mingchuan was startled. Chen Jin, what's wrong? Chen Jin slowly raised his head. In his pitch-black eyes, an unprecedented fervor shimmered. His lips curled into a grin reaching his ears. Afraid. I fear they won't have enough money to put a bounty on me. Chen Jin grasped Gu Mingchuan's shoulder tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Once we enter, I will immediately look for a safe house to take out a loan. Once I'm marked as a deadbeat, you all come find me. Then you can take out loans as well. Borrow as much as you can. Gu Mingchuan, arm your mech to the teeth. Wanqing, you should also take out a loan. Buy the most expensive recovery potions and spiritual energy supplements. Lin Wanqing was taken aback. What if we can't repay it? Chen Jin patted his chest, speaking with righteous confidence. Repay what? Why would we need to repay a loan taken out based on our abilities? What we want is the red name. Once the red name is out, all the points in the arena will naturally gravitate towards us. This is akin to borrowing arrows with straw boats. A high-level hunter often appears in the form of prey. This isn't just a martial examination ground. This is clearly a high-end buffet the system has provided us. Others are here to take the exam, we are here. Gu Mingchuan was left stunned at the spot. Chen Jin, have you ever committed fraud before? Chen Jin shot him a glare. This is called strategy. Lin Wanqing sighed, rubbing her forehead. The nearby candidates who heard Chen Jin's words looked at him as if he were an outright lunatic. Shen Jue stood on the high platform, observing the candidates below with various expressions, and loudly announced, "Now everyone proceed to the teleportation array." The martial examination officially begins. The teleportation array lit up. White light engulfed everyone. A sensation of weightlessness emerged. Shinjin opened his eyes. Beneath his feet was a cracked asphalt road, surrounded by abandoned skyscrapers. Broken glass littered the ground. A faint scent of rust hung in the air. The communicator on his wrist vibrated. A system prompt popped up. Random teleportation completed. Welcome to the Sin City. Shinjin walked forward along the street. Not far ahead, 3 individuals turned the corner, dressed in matching gray combat uniforms, holding standard long knives. Clearly from the same school, fortunate to have landed nearby. The moment the 3 spotted Shinjin, their eyes lit up. The tall leader pointed his knife at him. Kid, hand over your initial points. He'll spare your life. Shinjin halted his steps. He glanced at them, then looked at his empty hands. I just landed. Where would I get points? The tall one sneered. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone starts with 10 basic points. Turn around. Shinjin sighed. Who understands the family? He ran into a delivery guy right after stepping out. He took a step forward. All right, he'll give it to you. The tall one showed a proud expression. Shinjin suddenly accelerated. The ground burst with a loud bang as he stomped down. He was already in front of the tall one. A punch was thrown. It landed squarely on his face. The tall one didn't even have time to scream before he flew backwards. He crashed into an abandoned car behind him, instantly transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. The system judged him dead and forcibly ejected him from the examination. The remaining 2 were dumbfounded. Shinjin shook his hands. Who's next to take on? The 2 exchanged glances and turned to run. Shinjin couldn't let them escape. He chased after them in 2 strides. 1 kick each. They were all sent away. The communicator on his wrist beeped twice. 3 candidates killed. Gained 30 points. Shinjin looked at his balance. Too poor. What could this amount of points do? He had to quickly find a safe house. He wandered through the ruins for half an hour. Finally, at the entrance of an underground parking garage, he saw flickering green fluorescence. He had to quickly find a safe house. He wandered through the ruins for half an hour. Finally, at the entrance of an underground parking garage, he saw flickering green fluorescence. Tier 3 weapons. High-grade recovery potions. There was even a temporary invincibility shield. The prices were outrageous. A Tier 3 longsword cost 5,000 points. Shinjin directly skipped these. He clicked on the financial services in the bottom right corner. The screen switched. Current credit rating, ordinary. Loan limit 100,000 points. Daily interest rate, 50%. Repayment period, 24 hours. If overdue, will be marked as a defaulting debtor. Shinjin looked at that 100,000 figure. His eye, if overdue, will be marked as a defaulting debtor. Shinjin looked at that 100,000 figure. His eyes glinted green. System popped up a huge red warning box. Warning. Your repayment ability is extremely low. Confirm borrowing 100,000 points. Shinjin clicked confirm. Confirm. Ding. 100,000 points have been credited. Shinjin looked at the long string of zeros in his balance. In a good mood. Next, it was time to spend. He opened the product list. Specifically chose the expensive ones. High-grade energy potions, 50 bottles please. Tier 3 explosive greatsword 1 please. High explosive grenades 5 boxes please. Shinjin's fingers flew across the screen. He didn't pause at all when his gaze swept over the defensive armor and invincibility shield. Defensive gear. Not worth wearing. Real men never defend. In less than a minute, 100,000 points were spent clean. A large tactical backpack was ejected from the terminal below. Shinjin lifted the backpack and slung it over his shoulder. It was heavy, full of firepower. He drew out the Tier 3 explosive greatsword, resting it on his shoulder. 24-hour grace period. Enough for me to turn this secret realm upside down. Shinjin grinned widely and strode out of the underground garage. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, in the surveillance hall of the central square of the coastal city, a massive holographic projection screen hovered in midair, divided into hundreds of small images broadcasting the battle conditions in the secret realm in real time. The hall was filled with high-level figures from various factions. Shinjiwei sat in the front row holding a cup of coffee. Pei Zhaoshan leaned back in his chair, scanning the screen. The head of the city defense department was whispering to the person beside him. Suddenly, a glaring golden prompt popped up in the lower right corner of the main screen. Report candidate Shinjin triggered the maximum loan limit, borrowing 100,000 points. The hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze fixed on that prompt. Shinjiwei's hand trembled, nearly spilling her coffee. She adjusted her glasses and pulled up Shinjin's profile. In the display, Shinjin was striding out of the underground garage, shouldering a greatsword wider than himself and carrying a bulging tactical backpack. The head of the city defense department widened his eyes. Is this kid insane? Borrowing 100,000 right at the start. What did he buy? All high explosive grenades and greatswords. Not a single piece of defensive gear. A martial arts school owner beside him shook his head. 50% daily interest rate. Within 24 hours, he has to repay 150,000 points. This is simply impossible. Is he planning to have one day of fun before getting eliminated? Shen Jiwei rubbed her forehead. He treats the martial arts exam as a supply channel. Pei Zhaoshan watched Chen Jin on the screen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This kid. Sure enough, he doesn't play by the rules wherever he goes. For the entire next day, in the Sin City secret realm, a complete bandit emerged. Chen Jin completely unleashed himself. He didn't avoid any danger diving into wherever there was movement. A severe case of fear of insufficient firepower was thoroughly cured. In the abandoned square of the Eastern District, a group of Tier 2 mutated beasts armored rhinos were roaming. Chen Jin charged directly in with the greatsword. If it were anyone else, they would have dodged or activated a shield by now. Chen Jin neither dodged nor flinched. He let the rhino's horn pierce his abdomen. Blood gushed out. Yet he laughed heartily, shoving a high-explosive grenade into the rhino's open mouth. Boom. The rhino's head exploded. Chen Jin pulled out the horn, the blood hole in his abdomen writhing madly, healing new flesh within seconds. He casually took out a high-grade energy potion, bit open the cap, and gulped it down. Refreshing. Next one. In the Southern District Commercial Street, a temporary alliance of dozens of candidates was scavenging for supplies. Chen Jin descended from the sky. Robbery. Hand over all your points. Dozens of candidates looked at this madman, who wasn't even wearing a bulletproof vest, and laughed in disbelief. Looking for death. A barrage of fireballs and wind blades rained down. Chen Jin charged through the firepower net. Half of his body was scorched, his arm cut with a gash deep enough to see bone. He didn't care at all. The high-explosive grenades in his hands were thrown out as if they were free. Boom, boom, boom. The chain explosions stirred up a wave on the street. The Tier 3 explosive greatsword swung, each strike carrying ferocious energy. In under 5 minutes, dozens of candidates were all turned into beams of white light. Chen Jin stood among the ruins, his wounds healing rapidly. He picked up the spoils from the ground, humming a little tune. Workers, the soul of workers, Chen Jin the supplier, is a superior being. Over the course of this day, Chen Jin's footprints spread across most of the secret realm. He attacked without defense, trading injuries for injuries. When encountering tough opponents, he used bombs to clear the way. When ambushed by a group, he charged through the damage, killing outright. The grenades in his backpack dwindled, and he had consumed a large portion of the energy potions. But his points soared wildly. From 0, it skyrocketed to over 50,000. In the surveillance hall, those high-ranking officials who originally awaited to see Chen Jin's joke were now wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this really level self-healing? The head of the city defense department pointed at the screen, his voice pitch changing. Can level self-healing recover half a body instantly? This healing speed, I would believe it if you said he was level. Shen Jiwei stared at the data statistics on the screen. He has already killed over 200 mutated beasts, eliminating more than 80 candidates. Points 53,000. Although he is still far from the 150,000 repayment amount. But this combat power is terrifying. Night fell. Day broke again. The 24-hour deadline finally arrived. Chen Jin sat on the rooftop of an abandoned building. A pile of empty potion bottles scattered at his feet. The communicator on his wrist emitted a piercing alarm. Warning. Your loan has been overdue for 1 day. Asset liquidation failed. You have been marked as a defaulting debtor. Coordinates have been publicly disclosed. The coordinates are fully revealed. Boom. A thick red beam of light shot up from Chen Jin's head, piercing the clouds. The light was a deep crimson. It could be seen clearly from over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, all the communication devices of the candidates in the examination hall vibrated simultaneously, and a public announcement was broadcast. Announcement: candidate Chen Jin has maliciously defaulted on a massive loan. Marked as a deadbeat in red. Current bounty 100,000 points. To kill this candidate will grant all the bounty and all the supplies in their backpack. The entire examination hall fell silent for a second. Immediately afterward, it erupted into chaos. 100,000 points, plus a full backpack of supplies. This incredible fortune has finally come my way. Countless candidates with red eyes looked up at the striking red beam in the sky. In the East District ruins. Hurry up. Don't let anyone get there first. 100,000 points. If we kill him, the first place is ours. The crowd surged wildly towards the abandoned building. Even those candidates who were fighting with beasts decisively abandoned their prey and turned to flee. In the monitoring hall, the atmosphere reached a new peak. He is overdue. With a bounty of 100,000 points, this kid will definitely be hunted down by the whole venue. No matter how strong his recovery ability, facing thousands of attackers, he will undoubtedly die. Several martial arts school leaders shook their heads, believing that Chen Jin's path in the martial arts examination had come to an end. Pei Zhaoshan, however, stared at Chen Jin's smiling face on the screen. He tapped his fingers on the table. Look at his expression. He has no intention of repaying the debt. On the rooftop, Chen Jin stood up, and looked up at the flashy red beam above. He nodded in satisfaction. This positioning effect is quite good. It saves me the trouble of searching one by one. He adjusted his tactical backpack and moved his neck. His joints cracked. From afar, the sound of hurried footsteps and excited shouts began to emerge. Chen Jin watched as figures surged at the end of the street. He grinned, revealing a radiant smile. High-end hunters often appear in the form of their prey. The first to rush over was a 5-member team, led by a short man wielding dual axes. He saw Chen Jin standing alone at the edge of the rooftop. With the red light above him, his voice trembled with excitement. He is right there. Go. The 100,000 points will be ours. The 5 rushed up the stairs like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Chen Jin stood still waiting for them to. Only then did he suddenly lift his head, his eyes turning extremely dangerous. Welcome. Bang. Chen Jin kicked the short man in the chest. The short man flew back faster than he had come, knocking over 2 teammates behind him. The 3 simultaneously transformed into white light and disappeared. The remaining 2 hadn't reacted yet. Chen Jin charged at them, reaching out to grab their collars and forcefully crashing them together. Bang. 2 more beams of white light. Instant kill. Chen Jin clapped his hands, looking at the 50 points added to his communication device, shaking his head. Too little. Not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the increasing number of figures on the street. A dark mass. At least 100 people, and still growing. These people saw Chen Jin instantaneously eliminate the 5-member team. Their footsteps hesitated for a moment, but soon greed overcame rationality. He is alone. Everyone charged together. We will exhaust him to death. The crowd surged forward again, various colorful beams of talent illuminating the street. Fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes. A torrential rain of attacks came crashing down towards the rooftop. Chen Jin looked at this magnificent scene, not retreating. Instead, he laughed heartily. Come on. He leaped directly off the rooftop, meeting the attacks, heat in crashing heavily into the crowd. Boom. A fireball struck Chen Jin's shoulder, exploding into a charred mess. Chen Jin didn't even frown, countering with a sword that turned the fireball caster into white light. The wound healed instantly. A wind blade sliced through his side, blood sprayed out. As the flesh began to weave and reconstitute, Chen Jin resembled an unyielding killing machine. He charged through the crowd, every sword stroke taking away a beam of white light. He didn't bother to defend, allowing the attacks to land on him. Then he retaliated in the most ferocious way. Too weak. Didn't you eat? Hit harder. Chen Jin taunted as he fought. More and more people turned into white light and disappeared. The candidates who had originally been fierce began to feel fear. What kind of monster is this? Unkillable, unwounded, and with absurd attack power. This is actually a candidate from their own cohort. A monster. He is a monster. Someone shouted in despair, turning to run. But those behind were still pushing forward, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Chen Jin grabbed a candidate who was trying to flee and threw him directly into the dense crowd, knocking down a large number of them. What are you running for? Retreat, retreat. We don't want the 100,000 points anymore. I'm right here, come and take it. Chen Jin's voice echoed on the street, with a chilling sense of oppression. Meanwhile, at the other end of the examination hall, Lin Wanxing kicked over a second. Lightning flickered in her palm, turning it to charcoal. Just as she was about to check her points, her communication device suddenly vibrated wildly, and the public announcement sounded. Announcement: candidate Chen Jin has maliciously defaulted on a massive loan. Marked as a deadbeat in red. Current bounty 100,000 points. Lin Wanxing stood stunned in place, staring at the dazzling red beam in the sky, her cheek twitching violently. This guy. He really went through with it. She sighed helplessly, but a glimmer of amusement flashed in her eyes. Forget it. Let's go help him collect the corpses. She oriented herself and sped towards the location of the red beam. On the other side, Gu Mingchuan was hiding behind an abandoned trash can. Looking at the red light in the sky, he swallowed hard. Chen Jin, that madman. He really attracted everyone in the venue. He glanced at the various bombs attached to his mech and gritted his teeth. It's now or never. Wealth comes from danger. The thrusters on his mech spewed blue flames as Gu Mingchuan wobbled into the air, flying towards the East District ruins. In the East District ruins, the battle on the street had reached a fever pitch, leaving traces of combat everywhere. Pockmarked and charred, Chen Jin stood in the center of the street, surrounded by heaps of spoils from eliminated candidates. His clothes were torn to shreds, but his body was unscathed. He looked at the remaining dozens of candidates ahead. Those people no longer dared to approach, weapons in hand, trembling legs, looking at Chen Jin as if they were faced. Chen Jin twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack. Why have you stopped? Keep going. I haven't warmed up. Just then a commotion suddenly erupted from the back of the crowd. Following that, a gruff voice thundered like a muff. Everyone get out of my way. That 100,000 points is mine, lay lie. The crowd was forced to part, revealing a towering young man resembling an iron tower. He dragged a dark golden heavy halberd behind him, the tip carving a deep trench in the asphalt. Sparks emblazoned on his chest was the emblem of the Berserker Martial Arts School, a local level genius from Linghai City. Chief of the Berserker Martial Arts School, Lei Lai. Talent: armor-breaking heavy strike. Lei Lai slammed the heavy halberd onto the ground, causing the earth to shake. He stared at Qin Jin, his eyes filled with fervent battle intent. Others may not break through your regeneration, but this heavy halberd of mine is meant to break hard bones. Lei Lai planted his heavy halberd into the earth. The ground shuddered violently. He fixed his gaze on Qin Jin, his eyes aflame with feral battle lust. Others cannot break through your self-healing. My halberd is meant to smash hard bones. The examinees around them inhaled sharply when Lei Lai stepped up. It's Lei Lai, the chief of Quangzhan Martial Hall. I heard he only broke through to second rank a few days ago. Qin Jin is finished. Lei Lai's armor-shattering heavy strike can rend even a third-rank beast's defense. No matter how strong Qin Jin's self-healing is turned into mince, he won't survive. Lei Lai listened to the murmurs and lifted his chin even higher. He pointed the heavy halberd at Qin Jin. Kit, hand over 10000 points. He'll make this quick. Otherwise he'll smash you to pieces inch by inch. Qin Jin looked at Lei Lai, then at the dark golden halberd in his hand. He unshouldered his third-rank Bao Lai heavy sword. He weighed it in his hand. What rank are you to be wielding the same heavy weapon as me, eh? Lei Lai snorted. Courting death. He gripped the haft with both hands and drove off the ground. He surged forward. The heavy halberd tore through the air with a shrill whine aimed straight at Qin Jin's head. The blow carried immense crushing force. Even the surrounding air folded into visible ripples. Qin Jin did not meet it. His foot shifted and his body twisted at an odd, uncanny angle. The halberd grazed the tip of his nose as it slammed down. Boom. The asphalt split into a deep crater, a stone scattered. Qin Jin stepped back 2 paces with the momentum. Fairly strong. Just a bit off with the aim. Lei Lai's strike fell short, and he changed moves instantly. The halberd swept horizontally for Qin Jin's waist. Qin Jin slipped aside again. He did more than evade, his mouth never stopped. Is that halberd seasoned? So limp, full of openings. Lei Lai roared. The halberd moved in an unrelenting storm. Dark golden shadows of the blades swallowed Qin Jin. Each swing shrieked as it tore the air. The gusts of the halberd battered the surrounding derelict buildings. Walls collapsed and dust exploded skyward. Yet Qin Jin was like a slippery loach. He wove freely through the spear's shadows. Occasionally he was grazed by the blade, flesh rolled back and blood spurted, only to heal in an instant. There was not even a second's pause. Lei Lai grew more and more unsettled. His vaunted armor-breaking heavy strike had become a laughingstock before Qin Jin. Yes, the armor was broken, but Qin Jin utterly did not care. One moment you split him open, the next he is already mended. Fighting like this is utterly futile. While dodging, Qin Jin kept up his taunts. Did you skip a meal? Put some effort into it. Is the chief of Quangzhan Martial Hall really at this level? My grandmother's cane packs more force than you. Lei Lai boiled with shame. A proud class prodigy. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Shut up, Lei Lai bellowed. Energy surged wildly through his body. The dark golden halberd burst into dazzling radiance. Pujuan army breaker. He leapt high, both hands on the haft, and brought the halberd down like a collapsing mountain. This strike sealed off every route of retreat for Qin Jin. Qin Jin watched Lei Lai suspended in midair. The derisive look left his face. You've played enough. Time to send you on your way. He advanced instead of retreating. Meeting the falling halberd he drove a punch up into it. Bam! Fist met halberd with a thunderous, ear-splitting crash. A savage energy shockwave rippled outward, flipping abandoned cars nearby. Qin Jin's right arm detonated in an instant. Flesh and blood sprayed, bone was ground to shards. Yet Lei Lai's halberd was halted dead. Lei Lai's eyes widened. Someone had the audacity to take his full-force blow with bare flesh. Before he could fully register it, Qin Jin's blasted right arm had already reassembled itself in an instant whole as before. Qin Jin split his mouth into a grin. The grin was brilliant. Too careless to dodge. But no matter. He tightened his left hand around the Bao Lai heavy sword and ripped it upward with savage force. Fuck! The heavy sword cleaved through Lei Lai's chest. Blood gushed. Lei Lai did not even emit a final scream before he dissolved into a streak of white light and vanished. Only the dark golden halberd lay on the ground. Silence fell over the scene. Those who had hoped to scavenge were left stunned and pale. The chief of Quangzhan Martial Hall, class prodigy Lei Lai, was taken down in an instant. Qin Jin flicked the blood from his heavy sword and bent to pick up the fallen halberd. This thing is hefty. Selling it for scrap should be worth a fair number of points. He stuffed the halberd into his tactical pack and lifted his head to regard the examinees around him. Anyone else want those 10000 points? No one answered. Oh, everyone edged backward. At that moment, a shadow behind Shinjin warped without warning. A black silhouette materialized, two jet black daggers in hand, driving straight for the hollow at Shinjin's back. The speed was absolute. There was not even a whisper of air. This was an S-class assassin hidden in the dark, gifted in shadow stealth, who had lain in wait here for a long time, waiting for Shinjin and Lei Lai to cripple one another. Yu Ying's daggers were laced with vicious poison. A mere graze would paralyze a second-rank awakener instantly. Shinjin had just absorbed Lei Lai's ultimate and immediately restored an arm. His internal energy must be spent. Now was the perfect moment to strike. The ones in 0 points are mine, the assassin laughed madly. The daggers were less than 10 centimeters from Shinjin's back. Shinjin didn't even bother to look back. He simply stood there smiling coldly. The assassin was about to succeed when suddenly, boom, the sky tore open. A thick purple bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking with unerring precision above the assassin's head. Crackle! The blinding electric light swallowed him whole. He did not even have time to scream. He dissolved into a streak of white light and disappeared. Two jet black daggers clattered to the ground. Shinjin turned and looked at the two daggers on the ground. Little flying sticks arrive, he said. Pity they got zapped by lightning mid-flight. He looked up toward the end of the street. A girl with a high ponytail strode forward, her school jacket flung open, purple arcs of electricity dancing across her palms. On the street, purple lightning had yet to fully dissipate. The air reeked of acrid charred smoke. Those examinees who had earlier fled in terror from Shinjin now stood frozen, no longer retreating. Their eyes darted between the two obsidian daggers lying on the ground and Lin Wanqing striding forward with unwavering confidence. A muffled gasp erupted from the crowd. Purple lightning. The thunder annihilation technique. Lin Wanqing, the SS-Tier prodigy. She's actually here. An examinee gripping a long blade trembled so violently his voice quavered. The lure of 10,000 points is simply too great. Even an SS-Tier couldn't resist. Shinjin's finally going to get what's coming to him. Wasn't he arrogant just moments ago? Now someone's here to rein him in. He's kicked the steel plate straight into Insteyer's domain. Once again, the crowd's gaze upon Shinjin brimmed with cruel, gleeful schadenfreude. In their eyes, no matter how monstrous Shinjin's self-regeneration might be, it could never withstand the cataclysmic force of an SS-Tier thunder annihilation strike. The earlier Stier assassin served as irrefutable proof. Not even a scream escaped his lips before he was reduced to a flash of white light. Lin Wanqing halted directly before Shinjin. They stood less than 2 meters apart. The examinees held their breath, anticipating a one-sided slaughter. Strike now. Hurry, strike him down. Someone screamed, inwardly frantic with anticipation. Yet Lin Wanqing did not raise her hand to summon lightning. Instead, she swept her gaze up and down Shinjin, appraising him thoroughly. Her eyes settled upon the crimson pillar of light blazing above his head, a column piercing straight into the heavens. Your red name aura burns rather brightly. I could see it from halfway across the examination grounds. Heh. Shinjin grinned, smug and self-satisfied. Naturally, this VIP visual effect was earned purely through merit. Bright enough to draw customers, of course. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. You call them customers? You've basically turned the entire examination ground into your personal ATM. Well, I've already withdrawn quite a bit, Shinjin said, patting his bulging tactical backpack. At those words, every examinee nearby froze, stunned into silence. Their minds short-circuited instantly. Their mental processors overheated and shut down. What on earth were these two doing? Conversing? And judging by their tone, they were clearly old acquaintances. Do they know each other? One examinee stammered. Not only do they know each other, they're unmistakably allies. I've confirmed it with my own eyes. We're utterly out of our league. Another examinee's voice cracked with despair. A wave of desolate wailing surged through the crowd. One indestructible monster had already been enough to crush all hope. Now a lightning-wielding sovereign capable of obliterating Stier foes had arrived. What was there left to fight? Run! No one knew who shouted first, but in an instant the dozens of examinees still encircling them scattered like startled birds. They wished their parents had gifted them 4 legs instead of 2, tumbling, scrambling, fleeing down the street with desperate abandon. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded avenue emptied completely. Not a single soul remained, not even a ghostly silhouette. Shinjin gazed at the suddenly desolate street and sighed. Why run? I don't eat people. It's all your fault, he said, turning to Lin Wanqing. The moment you showed up, you scared off all my customers. She shot him a sharp, exasperated glare. I'm to blame. If not for my lightning strike just now, you'd already be paralyzed by that assassin's poison. Shinjin curled his lip in dismissal. Even if poisoned, I'd regenerate. It'd just cost me extra energy. He hoisted his great sword onto one shoulder and glanced around. We're already at the martial examination, and still no SS-Tier has shown up to offer themselves as targets. I was counting on them dropping rare gear. That so-called heir of Tianqiong City's most powerful clan Shineo. He claimed he'd come after you. Where is he? Did he get lost? Lin Wanqing studied his infuriatingly cocky expression. That proves they possess actual intelligence. Unlike you, barreling headlong without thought. Your scheming echoes so loudly it reaches Tianqiong City itself. SSS-Tier cultivators aren't fools. They see your crimson aura and instantly suspect a trap. Intelligence. What good is it? Before absolute firepower, all schemes and stratagems crumble like paper tigers. As the two bickered, a deep mechanical roar rumbled from the far end of the street. Clang, clang. The ground trembled with each impact. Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing turned in unison. Their advancing with thunderous, deliberate steps loomed a towering metallic figure. It was an exoskeletal mech, brutally rugged, even crude in design. Its chassis appeared cobbled together from mismatched metal parts, its surface scarred with visible weld seams. Yet the armaments mounted upon it sent chills down spines. A multi-barrel rotary cannon on the left arm, a massive chainsaw sword on the right, and two micro-missile launchers slung across its shoulders. Across its chest plate, 3 jagged blood-red characters were crudely painted. Hanfei no. 1. Gu Mingchuan sat inside the cockpit drenched in sweat, knuckles white on the control levers. I'm here. Did I miss anything? The mech stopped before them, its exhaust vent belching thick black smoke, making Chen Jin cough violently. Still holding together this heap of scrap metal, Chen Jin waved away the acrid fumes. Gu Mingchuan popped his head out of the cockpit. His face radiated pride. Scrap metal? This is my first-generation prototype, forged with cutting-edge energy circuit integration. Its firepower is unmatched. On the way here I encountered 2 Tier 2 aberrant beasts. I obliterated them both in a single barrage. Lin Wanqing eyed the mech's visibly unstable components with skepticism. Are you certain it won't detonate itself mid-firing? Gu Mingchuan pounded his chest in assurance. Absolutely not. I've maxed out all safety parameters. So long as we avoid Tier 3 aberrants, this mech is invincible. Chen Jin watched Gu Mingchuan's boundless confidence, and his eyes lit up. Perfect timing. I was just lamenting my vanished clientele. No place left to restock. He slammed his greatsword down onto the pavement with a resonant thud. Let's go. Time to collect our earnings. Chen Jin walked at the forefront. A red beam of light shot up into the sky above him, glowing a deep crimson. Gu Mingchuan drove the bandit no. 1 mech following closely behind. The heavy metallic footfalls echoed on the asphalt ground. Clank, clank. Lin Wanqing walked in the middle, a flicker of purple arcs dancing in her palm. The 3 of them walking together formed a striking scene, the most audacious sight in the secret realm of the crime city. Along the way, many candidates were drawn in by the red beam of light. They had initially been filled with greed, brandishing weapons and rushing forward eager to claim the 100,000 reward. But as they caught sight of the trio beneath the red light, they recognized the battered mech bristling with heavy firepower and the deadly purple lightning in Lin Wanqing's hands. The person at the front slammed to a halt. Shoe soles scraped against the ground, leaving a black mark. Sorry to interrupt. He turned around and fled, running faster than he had arrived. Chen Jin hefted his heavy sword, watching the fleeing figures, and sighed. The world is going downhill. Today's youth have no spirit of struggle whatsoever. Chen Jin hefted his heavy sword, watching the fleeing figures, and sighed. The world is going downhill. Today's youth have no spirit of struggle whatsoever. Who would risk their life for 100,000 points? The 3 of them walked along the street for a while before turning into an abandoned underground parking garage. In the corner of the garage, a safe house terminal flickered with a ghostly green light. Chen Jin slammed his heavy sword onto the ground and stood beside the terminal with a bold stance. He patted his chest. Come on, buy whatever you want. Today all expenses are on young Master Chen. Lin Wanqing ignored his nonsense. She approached the terminal screen, her fingers gliding across it. Various product lists popped up on the screen, including Tier 3 weapons and advanced protective gear. Special recovery potions. Each price more outrageous than the last. Lin Wanqing's gaze didn't linger on these products. She directly clicked on the financial services section in the lower right corner. The screen switched, displaying her personal information. Current credit level ordinary. Loan limit 100,000 points. Lin Wanqing stared at the line of text, gently tapping the edge of the screen. Credit level. She murmured. Chen Jin leaned closer. What's wrong? Lin Wanqing didn't respond. She clicked on borrow. Ding. 100,000 points have been credited. Next she clicked on repay. She returned the borrowed 100,000 points. Because the borrowing time was extremely short, the interest was almost negligible. Chen Jin watched in confusion. What are you doing? Buying and then returning. You must be bored. Gu Mingchuan also maneuvered the mech closer. The mechanical eye flickered with red light. Lin Wanqing, what kind of operation is this? Lin Wanqing remained silent, pointing at the screen. The next moment, the terminal issued a crisp notification sound. Repayment successful. A good repayment record has been detected. Credit level raised to good. Loan limit raised to 200,000 points. Chen Jin was stunned. The mech operated by Gu Mingchuan also emitted a series of grinding sounds. Damn. Gu Mingchuan cursed directly. I can't believe it can be done like this. Lin Wanqing had a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. As expected. I guessed right. Seeing those 4 words credit level, I knew there was something fishy going on. Chen Jin's eyes widened. You are exploiting a bug in the system. Lin Wanqing shook her head. This isn't exploiting a bug. High-end business wars often use the simplest methods. This is called money laundering. She quickly tapped the screen again. Borrowing 200,000 points, repaying it all in one go. The movements were so practiced, it was almost painful to watch. Ding. Repayment successful. Credit level raised to excellent. Loan limit raised to 500,000 points. Chen Jin gasped. He looked at the numbers flashing on the screen, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. He had fought hard for 100,000 points, only to be marked as a deadbeat by the system and hunted down under the red name. Yet Lin Wanqing stood here, tapping a few buttons, and her limit multiplied 5-fold. Lin Wanqing didn't stop. She continued to repeat the previous operation, borrow repay. Ding. Repayment successful. Credit level raised to exceptional. Loan limit raised to 1 million points. Maximum limit reached. Lin Wanqing paused her actions. She directly clicked to borrow 1 million. Ding. 1 million points have been credited. Lin Wanqing looked at the long string of zeros in her account balance. Satisfied, she clapped her hands. Done. Chen Jin stood beside her, completely stunned. He looked at Lin Wanqing. You've just become a millionaire. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Basic skills. Don't mess it up. Gu Mingchuan was anxious in the mech, jumping up and down. Move aside, move aside. Let me try too. The heavy mech walked up to the terminal. Gu Mingchuan extended his mechanical arm, jabbing at the screen with his thick metal fingers. Borrowing, purchasing, returning, repaying. Although his movements were clumsy, the process was identical. The terminal's notification sound kept ringing. Credit level raised. Limit increased. Minutes later, Gu Mingchuan's account also showed an additional 1 million points. We've struck it rich. Gu Mingchuan laughed wildly in the cockpit. 1 million points. I can arm this mech into a mobile fortress. I want to buy the most expensive energy core. I want to buy tracking missiles. The two suddenly became wealthy, grinning at each other's balances. Chen Jin stood to the side, watching the two newly minted millionaires, suddenly feeling a pang of insecurity in his heart. He swallowed hard. He walked to the terminal, opened his account. A huge red warning box instantly popped up on the screen. You are currently in the status of a deadbeat with a red name. Credit bankruptcy. Refusal to provide any financial services. Chen Jin stared at the red letters. His face darkened. He opened his balance. 63,000 points. This was what he had earned with great difficulty after killing dozens of candidates outside. He checked the debt bill next. Principal of 100,000. Overdue interest of 50,000. Total debt of 150,000 points. Chen Jin fell silent. Calculating this, some 150,000 minus 63,000, he still owed 87,000 points. The red beam above his head continued to shine diligently, as if mocking his poverty. Chen Jin turned his head to look at Lin Wanqing and Gu Mingchuan, who were frantically shopping. Lin Wanqing was buying a pile of advanced mental recovery potions. Gu Mingchuan was buying a pile of rare metals and weapon accessories. The two spent money like water, not even batting an eye. Chen Jin rubbed his hands together. He approached Lin Wanqing, clearing his throat. The originally arrogant expression instantly retracted, replaced by a slightly humble smile. Wanqing. Lin Wanqing turned her head to look at his fawning expression, taking a cautious step back. That smile is disgusting. Chen Jin rubbed his hands together. Well, I just checked the bill. I owe 150,000 points. I don't have enough points to pay it back. Lin Wanqing looked at him. So what? Chen Jin straightened his back. Wanqing, send me 100,000. Hear my revenge plan. Lin Wanqing glanced at him with disdain, taking in his tattered combat suit and the glaring red light above his head. That's hard to assess. Good luck. She turned around and continued selecting products on the screen. Chen Jin panicked. Don't. We are the Iron Triangle. You are now a millionaire. Even a hair from your leg is thicker than my waist. Lend me 100,000 to get through this tough time. Once I clear my red name, it'll take you to kill all the exotic beasts in the secret realm. Lin Wanqing sighed. She opened the transfer interface, input Chen Jin's number, entered the amount 100,000, and clicked confirm. Ding. Receive transfer of 100,000 points. Chen Jin looked at the additional points in his account, almost moved to tears. Boss is generous. May the boss have good health. He hurriedly opened the repayment interface and settled the 150,000 debt in one go. Ding. Repayment successful. Your deadbeat red name status has been lifted. The red beam of light soaring into the sky instantly disappeared. Chen Jin let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to be a living target anymore. He stretched his shoulders, his joints cracking. He walked up to the terminal looking at Lin Wanqing and Gu Mingchuan. Have you bought all the gear? Lin Wanqing stuffed a bunch of potions into her backpack. All set. Gu Mingchuan's mech was also adorned with new weapon accessories. We can fire at any time. Chen Jin grinned, revealing a bone-white smile. Good. Now we have money and equipment. It's time to pull off a big score. 1 day later, the repayment deadline has arrived. In the central area of the Sin City secret realm, 3 thick red beams of light shoot upwards. Piercing through the clouds, they glow a deep red, blindingly bright. The entire venue's broadcast system trembles wildly. Notice candidates Chen Jin, Lin Wanqing, and Gu Mingchuan have maliciously defaulted on a huge loan. Marked as red-listed defaulters. Current individual bounty 1 million points. Outside the examination hall in the surveillance hall, silence fell. Shen Jiwei's coffee cup trembled slightly in her hand, spilling coffee onto the table. She adjusted her glasses, staring at the 3 arrogant names on the screen. For a long time, no one spoke. The head of the city defense department's eyes nearly bulged out. He pointed at the screen, his finger trembling. 1 million. 3 people add up to 3 million. Are these 3 little bastards here to fleece the system? Beside him, a martial arts school master swallowed hard. They're not here to take the exam. They're clearly here to stock up. Pei Zhaoshan leaned back in his chair. Rubbing his temples, he was at a loss for words. Together, these 3 were undoubtedly a disaster. Inside the examination hall, all candidates gazed at the 3 massive red lights in the sky. The sound of gulping echoed. A bounty of 1 million points. If they could snag this, not only would they secure first place in the martial arts exam, they could buy a street in Linhai City. But just thinking of those 3 names, Chen Jin, Lin Wanqing, Gu Mingchuan, everyone's feet were firmly planted in place. Just yesterday, Chen Jin single-handedly faced 100,000 red names and made hundreds cry for mercy. Even the shrank genius Lei Lai had been cut down by him. Now with the 3 gathered armed with top-tier equipment bought with 3 million points. Who could withstand that? A candidate holding a long knife felt his legs turn to jelly. Do you want this luck? If you want to, go ahead. I'm not done living yet. The people nearby nodded frantically. Exactly. These 3 are not human. They are monsters. The candidates turned around in unison. They ran wildly in the opposite direction of the red light, fearing that if they slowed down, they would be targeted by those 3 reapers. On the abandoned street, Chen Jin carried a heavy sword leading the way. The red light above illuminated his face a bright red. He sighed and kicked a piece of rubble away. It's been a day? An entire day? How come there's not even a delivery person? I haven't offended anyone, have I? Lin Wanqing walked beside him, tossing a bottle of high-grade mental recovery potion in her hand. Today she wore a brand new black combat suit. It made her figure appear even more streamlined. Who would dare come? Do you think everyone is an idiot? Gu Mingchuan's bandit no. One mech walked at the back. After being armed with 1 million points, this mech had undergone a significant transformation. Its external armor had thickened by 3 layers with 2 mini-tracking cannons mounted on its shoulders. Holding a high-frequency vibrating axe in hand, it clanked heavily as it walked, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chen Jin, we're too strong now. Those people must be avoiding us. Gu Mingchuan chewed on an energy bar in the cockpit, his voice muffled. Chen Jin curled his lips. Being invincible is so lonely. Without anyone delivering points, we'll have to fend for ourselves. How are we supposed to get through this boring day? He looked around. The shops on both sides of the street were empty, not even a shadow of a low-tier exotic beast in sight. How are we supposed to get through this boring day? He looked around. The shops on both sides of the street were empty, not even a shadow of a low-tier exotic beast. A beast comparable in size to a heavy truck burst forth, its body covered in dark red scales, each glinting with a metallic sheen. Its tail was like a steel whip slamming against a nearby abandoned car, splitting it in 2. A Tier 3 exotic beast, the bloodthirsty lion. This was the first Tier 3 exotic beast they encountered since the exam began. The bloodthirsty lion's crimson eyes locked onto the 3 of them, emitting a low growl from its throat. Chen Jin's eyes lit up. Finally, something big has come. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to explode into a pit, and shot forward with a whoosh. Gu Mingchuan, fire suppression. Lin Wanqing, prepare to finish it off. Gu Mingchuan shouted from the cockpit. Receive. The mini-tracking cannons on the mech's shoulders instantly fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several small missiles trailed flames, accurately striking the bloodthirsty lion's back. Boom. Flames erupted. The bloodthirsty lion staggered from the blast, a large patch of its dark red scales shattered. It let out a roar of anger. It opened its massive jaws, lunging at the rushing Chen Jin. A stench filled the air. Chen Jin did not dodge or evade, swinging his Tier 3 explosive heavy sword. It struck hard against the lion's jaw. Bang! The lion's jaw was knocked askew, the tremendous force causing Chen Jin's palm to split open. Blood flowed freely, but in the next second the wound healed completely. Just this. Chen Jin laughed heartily, swinging another sword. Leaving a deep gash on the lion's neck, the bloodthirsty lion yelped in pain, its tail whipping around and striking Chen Jin's waist. He was sent flying, crashing into a wall, but immediately got back up. Wanqing slash it. Lin Wanqing was already poised to strike. She leaped high, her palm glowing with purple light. Thunderclap of annihilation. A thick bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, accurately striking the wound opened by the bloodthirsty lion. Crack. The violent electrical force surged into the lion's body, leaving the Tier 3 exotic beast no chance to struggle. It twitched a few times. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. The three of them worked together to kill a Tier 3 exotic beast with ease and joy. The bloodthirsty lion's corpse gradually dissipated, leaving behind a glowing square box. A blind box supply crate. Chen Jin walked over. He kicked the box with his foot. Didn't Shinjue say that there were plenty of blind boxes scattered around the exam site? We've only seen the first one after 2 days of the exam. This is too fake, right? He bent down, reached out to open it, but suddenly stopped halfway. Chen Jin recalled what Shinjue had said when announcing the rules, that it might reveal all coordinates in the venue and force everyone to dance for 10 minutes. And the gravity would double for a minute, causing negative status effects. His eyes turned, and he withdrew his hand, turning to look at Gu Mingchuan with a friendly smile. Mingchuan, you've worked hard on firepower output today. This honor of opening the box goes to you. Gu Mingchuan was taken aback in the mech. Open it for me. Chen Jin nodded heavily. That's right. You're our tech guy in the Iron Triangle, your luck. Gu Mingchuan was deeply moved. Chen Jin, you're actually quite nice. He maneuvered the mech, clumsily walking forward. Lin Wanqing stood beside them, looking at Chen Jin with a disdainful gaze that seemed to see through everything. Chen Jin felt a bit uneasy under her stare and laughed awkwardly. Lowering his voice, he said, a dead friend is better than a poor Taoist. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes, unwilling to expose him. Gu Mingchuan carefully pressed the switch on the blind box. Click. The blind box opened. A blinding white light flashed. There were no powerful weapons. No recovery potions. The white light condensed in midair, eventually transforming into a light fluttering card that slowly landed on the mech's mechanical palm. The card bore a few large words: forced dancing for 10 minutes. Gu Mingchuan closed his eyes. He waited for a long time. Nothing happened. No music. No uncontrollable limbs. That card stating a forced 10 minutes of dancing. He lay quietly on the mechanical palm of the mech. Gu Mingchuan opened his eyes. He was stunned. Chen Jin was originally hiding far away. Upon seeing this situation, he immediately strode back with an upright posture and chest held high. See, I had anticipated this. This negative status cannot transfer from the mech to the body. The mech is the best insulator. Chen Jin patted the sturdy metal leg of the mech. His face was filled with pride. Now we can transfer the negative status onto others. Thanks to me. If it weren't for my foresight to let you pilot it. We are already dancing the yanga in the square. Gu Mingchuan sat in the cockpit. His mind turned twice. He finally realized. Chen Jin, you bastard. You didn't intend to pass the honor of opening the blind box to me at all. You were just afraid of triggering a negative status. You are treating me like a guinea pig. I would really be grateful. Chen Jin remained unperturbed. Nonsense. This is trust in technology. It's a testament to your refining skills. Gu Mingchuan, infuriated, controlled the mech to raise the high-frequency oscillating axe. Don't run. I will chop you today. Chen Jin dodged around Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, save me. The mech is killing. Lin Wanqing kicked Chen. Get away from me. Don't use me as a shield. After some playful scuffles, the three continued on their way down the abandoned street. The roars of strange beasts echoed. The three were marked in red. They pushed through relentlessly. A peak-tier shadow leopard pounced out from a dilapidated building. Its speed was astonishing, stirring up a wave of foul wind. Its claws were as sharp as blades, lunging straight at Lin Wanqing. Chen Jin pushed off with his foot. He charged directly at it. Bang! The shadow leopard's claws tore 3 gashes on Chen Jin's chest. Blood spurted, and Chen Jin retaliated with a punch to its head. The shadow leopard let out a shriek and fell to the ground, its skull shattered on the brink of death. Chen Jin suddenly held back, pretending to step back 2 paces, feigning exhaustion. Wanqing, it's up to you now. Lin Wanqing raised her hand, unleashing a purple lightning bolt that turned the shadow leopard to ash. She looked at the charred corpse on the ground. She glanced at Chen Jin, who had retreated to the side, a hint of surprise in her eyes. This guy was usually more eager to claim kills than anyone else. Why was he acting differently today? Lin Wanqing pondered internally. Did he think that he had been taking all the frontline pressure alone, neglecting team coordination, and now wanted to foster camaraderie? He could have easily handled it himself, yet he chose to leave it to me. He must be worried that my points weren't enough, wanting me to get more familiar with the practical use of thunder. This guy, who usually seemed carefree, turned out to be quite reliable at critical moments. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing's gaze towards Chen Jin softened considerably. Thanks. Chen Jin waved his hand with a sense of righteousness. We are a team. We need to progress together. Not long after, they encountered a three-tiered armored giant rhino. The giant rhino charged forward like an out-of-control heavy tank, shaking the ground beneath. Chen Jin's muscles bulged as he braced against the rhino's horn, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. He let out a great roar. He forcibly broke the rhino's horn. The giant rhino rolled in pain on the ground. Chen Jin stepped back again, gasping heavily, pretending to be extremely exhausted. Mingchuan, fire the cannon. Gu Mingchuan was boiling with excitement in the mech. Dignity only exists at the edge of a sword, and truth only lies within cannon range. Take this. A micro-missile was launched, sending the giant rhino away. Gu Mingchuan looked at his soaring points, overwhelmed with emotion. Chen Jin was truly a great brother, giving all the points to him. What a magnanimous spirit. Gu Mingchuan secretly vowed in the cockpit. He would definitely craft the most top-tier equipment for Chen Jin in the future. Chen Jin stood behind, watching the grateful gazes of the two, his heart filled with joy. The three continued deeper. The red name light pillar was too conspicuous. Although it didn't attract any testers, it did draw in many high-tier strange beasts. At the upcoming intersection, three-tiered bloodthirsty lions blocked their path. They were larger than the previous one, their dark red scales glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Chen Jin twisted his neck. Here comes the action. He charged forward with a heavy sword, engaging all three lions. Their claws and tails rained down on Chen Jin. Flesh tore, blood spurted. Chen Jin didn't evade, trading wounds for wounds. The heavy sword crashed down hard on the brain of a bloodthirsty lion. Are you okay? Do you want to have some sweet plums? Chen Jin mocked while spitting blood. His wounds healed almost instantly. Lin Wanqing unleashed a flurry of attacks from behind, purple lightning striking down relentlessly. Gu Mingchuan's mech unleashed its full firepower, missiles and bullets pouring out. In less than 10 minutes, all three bloodthirsty lions fell, turning into charred corpses. The ground shimmered as three blind box supply crates exploded at once. Mingchuan, please begin your performance. Gu Mingchuan controlled the mech to step forward and opened the first blind box. A flash of white light passed. A vial emitting a faint blue glow lay quietly inside. Super energy potion, Gu Mingchuan shouted. It can instantly restore all stamina and energy. Chen Jin laughed. Good stuff. It's mine now. He opened the second blind box, revealing a silver white. The material was soft, but exuded an indestructible aura. 4-tier inner armor. Lin Wanqing picked it up and examined it. It can withstand a full-force strike from a 4-tiered strange beast. Chen Jin gave a thumbs up. It suits you. With this on, you will be the toughest mage. Gu Mingchuan rubbed his mechanical hand. He opened the third blind box, and a long spear of pure black appeared. The spearhead glimmered coldly. 4-tier long spear. Gu Mingchuan was extremely excited. This weapon on the mech. Its piercing power is absolutely off the charts. The three had a bountiful harvest, their morale soaring as they continued to sweep through the ruins. In the next few hours, they faced several waves of 3-tiered strange beasts, venomous spiders, and raging giant bears, all taken down by the trio working together. They were incredibly lucky, dropping 3 blind boxes again. Chen Jin stood at a distance, his face full of anticipation. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's see what divine artifact we can get this time. Gu Mingchuan controlled the mech, opening all 3 blind boxes in one go. 3 beams of white light flashed simultaneously. As the light faded on the mechanical palm of the mech, 3 cards lay neatly. Each card bore the same words, forced dancing for 10 minutes. The air suddenly. Gu Mingchuan looked at the 3 cards in his hand. The mechanical eye flickered twice. Is this system broken? 3 dance cards in a row. Lin Wanqing also found it speechless. This probability. Just after they finished opening the blind boxes, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the end of the street. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was not loud, but felt like it was stepping on the heart. The surrounding air seemed to grow colder. From the shadows of the abandoned building came a tall figure dressed in pure white combat attire, standing out starkly against the gray ruins. She walked slowly. Lin Wanqing's palm crackled, with purple lightning instantly surging. Her expression turned grave, and Chen Jin stood at the front. Looking at the approaching white figure, he did not retreat, but instead reached back to grip the hilt of his heavy sword, knuckles cracking. His blood began to boil within him. He gazed at the glowing figure, as if staring at a walking point with. He licked his lips and whispered, "Delivery has arrived." On the abandoned street, a woman in white approached closer. Chen Jin stared at her, his eyes growing brighter. He gripped the hilt of his Tier 3 explosive heavy sword tightly. The runes on the sword glowed with a red light. He exerted force with his feet, causing a large crater to explode in the asphalt. The debris shot out like bullets in all directions. Chen Jin surged forward like a bullet from a gun, charging at the woman in white with a fierce momentum. Hand over your points and equipment. The heavy sword was raised high. With a shriek that tore through the air, it came crashing down, splitting the dust on the ground in two. Lin Wanqing also raised her hand from behind. Purple lightning surged from her palm, ready to strike at any moment. Gu Mingquan's mech had all its cannons aimed and locked onto the target. At this critical moment, the woman in white suddenly stopped. Then she made an unexpected move that surprised her. She raised both hands high, adopting a standard surrender posture. "Don't attack. I'm on your side." The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant, laced with panic. Chun Jin's heavy sword was less than half a meter above her head when he heard this. Upon hearing her words, he forcefully halted his attack. He twisted his waist with great effort, the heavy sword barely grazing the woman's nose as it struck down. Boom. The ground was smashed into a deep trench. Debris flew everywhere. Chun Jin was jolted by the recoil, his blood surging, nearly spitting out old blood. He leaned on the heavy sword, gasping for air. He looked up at the beautiful woman with her hands raised and an innocent expression on her face. Chun Jin's face darkened. "Are you crazy? Don't keep hitting me in the face. Can't we have some more villains? I was ready to unleash my ultimate move, and you tell me you're on my side." Chun Jin was so furious he was jumping up and down. "Do you know that forcibly interrupting a spell can easily lead to going berserk? I had it all planned out on how to divide your equipment, and now you surrender to me. Do you think that jump I just did was for nothing?" Gu Mingquan maneuvered the mech, clanking as he walked over. The mechanical eye was filled with confusion. "Chun Jin, what do you mean by hitting you in the face? Has this woman hit you before?" Chun Jin turned his head, glaring fiercely at the mech. "And that was you, you bastard. Hiding behind a broken wall at midnight, pretending to be a villain. You made me all excited for nothing." Gu Mingquan shrank his neck in the cockpit, clearing his throat twice, not daring to respond. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, watching Chun Jin's exasperated expression. Unable to hold back, she burst out laughing. She retracted the lightning in her palm and turned her gaze to the woman in white, sizing her up. The woman was very beautiful, with delicate features and fair skin. Her pure white combat suit was perfectly tailored, accentuating her figure, especially those eyes shimmering with moisture, conveying a sense of grievance. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow. A woman's instinct told her that this sudden newcomer was not simple. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Wanqing asked coldly. The woman in white lowered her hands. She patted her chest, pretending to be relieved. "You scare me to death. Your way of greeting is truly unique." She looked at the three of them, a sweet smile playing on her lips. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Ruyan. I'm from the Lu family in Tianqiong City. S-level talent, Holy Light Radiance." Upon hearing this name and talent, Gu Mingquan gasped in shock inside the mech. Lu Ruyan, the heiress of the Lu family, one of the three major families in Tianqiong City. I heard that the Holy Light Radiance not only offers wide-range healing, but also provides powerful buffs. She is the top-tier support that every team dreams of. Chun Jin scratched his ear. Another one from Tianqiong City. Lu Ruyan ignored Chun Jin's sarcasm. She put away her smile. "I came to warn you. Except the remaining S-level geniuses in the examination area have already formed an alliance." As these words were spoken, the air around them seemed to freeze. Lin Wanqing's eye sharpened. "Alliance?" Lu Ruyan nodded. "Yes. The red names above your three heads are too conspicuous. A bounty of 3 million points. Enough to drive anyone crazy. A few S-level geniuses who originally disliked each other have decided to temporarily put aside their grievances and join forces against you." Lu Ruyan paused before dropping another bombshell. "Master of the Gale Zhao Lai, Fury of the Earth Wang Yan, and Frost Queen Su Han. These three are all at the initial stage of Tier 2. Zhao Lai's wind blades can slice through the defenses of Tier 4 monsters. Wang Yan's gravity control can immobilize others. Su Han's frost ability can instantly freeze an entire block. They have gathered over 100 elite candidates, all at the peak of Tier 1. And they are encircling this area. In 10 minutes at most, they will surround you completely." Gu Mingquan felt his scalp tingle. "And they brought over 100 people. Are they here for a battle?" He maneuvered the mech back a few steps, the mechanical legs grinding against the debris, producing a harsh screech. "Chun Jin, should we withdraw first? This lineup is too much for our iron triangle to handle. A good man avoids immediate losses, as long as the green hills remain, we need not worry about firewood." Chun Jin rubbed his chin, not frightened at all. Instead, his eyes sparkled again. "Think of how much good equipment we... Since they've formed an alliance, why aren't you joining them? 3 million points, wouldn't you want to share?" Lu Ruyan looked at Chun Jin, her watery eyes flashing with unusual light. She took a step forward, closing the distance between her and Chun Jin. "Because SS level is more reliable." She spoke of SS level, yet her gaze remained fixed on Chun. That gaze was so intense it felt like it could pull out candy. Lin Wanqing stood nearby, watching Lu Ruyan's exaggerated demeanor. A surge of anger flared up inside her. She stepped forward, directly blocking the space between Chun Jin and Lu Ruyan, her expression icy, filled with hostility. "What makes you think you can join us? Even if it's an S-level alliance, we have confidence to We don't need your pretentious warnings here. Lin Wangxing's tone was very unfriendly. Purple arcs of electricity once again leaped from her palm. Her stance suggested she was ready to attack at any moment. Put away your petty thoughts. We don't lack for support here. Lu Rian was forced to take a half-step back by Lin Wangxing's imposing presence. She bit her lip and her eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up on the verge of spilling over. Suddenly she stamped her foot. Her voice turned soft and sticky, her whiny tone could practically melt bones. Isn't it enough that I brought you news? I was just trying to help you guys. If it doesn't work, I beg you all, please. She clasped her hands together, placing them on her chest. Looking at Chen Jin with a pitiful expression. Brother, please help me. Those people are so fierce, I'm afraid, all alone. I only care about my brother's well-being and don't want him to be bullied by them. The moment these words were spoken, the abandoned street fell silent. Gu Mingchuan felt goosebumps all over inside the mech. The mechanical arm shook twice. My God, who can withstand this? Lin Wanqing watched this scene, alarm bells ringing in her head. Her fists clenched tightly, turning purple as she glared at Lu Ruyan. She wished she could strike down this green tea with a bolt of lightning. Who are you calling brother? Lin Wanqing sneered. Chen Jin stood there. Watching Lu Ruyan's aggrieved expression, he raised his hand expressionlessly, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. You're throwing your tricks in my face. Talk is talk. No need to add in any theatrics. Did you stub your toe? And who is your brother? My mom only gave birth to me. Don't go adding relatives randomly. Lu Ruyan's expression froze. Tears were stuck in her eyes, unable to fall or stay. She never expected that her tried-and-true method of acting cute would backfire in front of this guy wielding a heavy sword, resulting in such a straightforward response. Hearing Chen Jin's words, Lin Wangxing's anger dissipated significantly. Her lips curved into a smile. Well done. Just as Lu Ruyan was left embarrassed and at a loss, Gu Mingchuan maneuvered the mech to step forward. The mechanical eye flickered with red light, fixated on Lu Ruyan's face. He stared for a while. Suddenly he spoke. Wait a minute. You look somewhat familiar. Wait, why do you look so familiar? Lu Ruyan's eyes glistening with moisture fixed intently on Gu Mingchuan in the cockpit of the mech. Tears came unbidden. H1, you really don't remember me. Her voice twisted and turned, tinged with 3 parts grievance and 7 parts sorrow. Gu Mingchuan shook all over in the cockpit. The mechanical arm trembled slightly as well. You. Lu Ruyan took a step forward, her hands clasped together. When we were children, you chased after me. You called me sister over and over. You even promised to buy me candied hawthorn when we grew up and to protect me forever. Now you actually ask me who I am. The abandoned street lay in a deathly silence. The wind blew, lifting an awkward leaf. Chen Jin stood nearby, nearly dropping the heavy sword in his hand. He turned to look at Gu Mingchuan's mech. Sister, chasing after you. Gu Mingchuan's face instantly flushed red, so red it seemed like he might bleed. He fumbled to control the mech. Stop, stop, stop. Don't say anymore. Just then Lu Ruyan suddenly dropped her pitiful facade. She burst into a laugh. Her voice returned to its normal crispness. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes and shot a glance at Gu Mingchuan. H1, your reaction is way too slow. It's a shame we grew up together. Gu Mingchuan let out a long sigh in the cockpit, and the mechanical arm wiped away non-existent cold sweat. Lu Ruyan, your acting skills are getting better and better. Just now I almost thought you had been possessed by some strange beast. He turned to Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing to explain. Our families are family friends, and we've known each other since childhood. She just loves to play tricks, as she must have been testing you just now. Lu Ruyan winked at Lin Wanqing and casually extended her hand. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Lu Ruyan. I just wanted to see what kind of crew H1 would willingly join. Now it seems you really are interesting. Lin Wanqing looked at her restored demeanor, and her anger dissipated significantly, but she still huffed, refusing to shake hands. Your testing was rather dull. Lu Ruyan, unfazed, naturally withdrew her hand and turned to Chen Jin. Your words may be harsh, but your strength is undeniable. So can you accept me as a top-tier support now? Chen Jin clicked his tongue. All right then. Considering you are a top-tier support and not a real green tea, I'll reluctantly take you in. Just as the 4 of them had reached a temporary team agreement, the sky suddenly darkened. The originally clear sky was shrouded in a layer of gloom. Immediately afterward, the communicator on their wrists emitted an unprecedentedly shrill alarm. The sound was louder than any previous time. The voice of a public announcement echoed over the entire criminal city secret realm. Notice, candidate Shin Ao maliciously defaults on a huge loan. Has been marked as a deadbeat. Current individual bounty 1 million points. With these words, the entire secret realm seemed to hit the pause button. All candidates engaged in battle, fleeing, or scavenging materials halted their actions. They blankly looked up at the sky. Boom. A thick red beam of light shot up from the extreme north of the secret realm, piercing the clouds. The students in the examination hall went completely crazy. Shinao, the son of the strongest family in Tianxiong City. He actually went to take out a loan and become a deadbeat. A candidate hiding in an abandoned supermarket clutched his head, his voice trembling. For already, a total of 4 deadbeats with 1 million bounties. What has this martial examination turned into? Is there still a chance to survive? The atmosphere inside the examination hall was tense. Outside the hall, in the nationwide monitoring lobby, the atmosphere was completely different. Sitting in front of the massive holographic projection screen were martial examination officials and admissions directors from top universities across the country. The martial examination official from Tianxiong City sat in the front row, his face ashen. He stared intently at the red beam of light belonging to Shen Ao. The pen in his hand was crushed. Nonsense. Simply outrageous. What is that kid from the Shun family doing? The first genius of Tianxiong City going to learn from those troublemakers and become a deadbeat. Where does that leave Tianxiong City's reputation? Pei Zhaoshan leaned back in his chair, laughing out loud. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. For deadbeats with 1 million bounties. The head of Beihan Academy, Lin Shun, stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. Indeed exciting. In previous martial examinations, everyone was cautious, either hiding or teaming up to hunt strange beasts. This year is different. The top few candidates have turned themselves into live targets for everyone. This is forcing others to hunt them down. The big shots looked at the screen, each one filled with enthusiasm. For them, the more chaotic the examination hall, the better they could gauge these geniuses' true capabilities. Meanwhile, in the western district of the criminal city secret realm, a large team was advancing rapidly through the ruins. Over 100 elite candidates fully armed. Leading the way were nearly 10 S-ranked individuals. Behind them were dozens of S-ranked candidates. The weakest were A-ranked. Their original target was to head straight for the area where Chun Jin and the others were to claim that 3 million bounty. But now they halted their steps. Zhao Lai looked up at the newly risen red beam of light from the extreme north. The surrounding wind elements stirred restlessly around him. Shen Ao. Zhao Lai gritted his teeth as he uttered those 2 words. Wang Yin slammed his massive warhammer heavily onto the ground, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the surface. Has this bastard gone mad? He's already at the early stage of the 2nd rank. The Shin family must have given him plenty of cards to play. What is he doing taking out a loan? Su Han exuded a cold aura all over. She sneered. What else could it be? He thinks we aren't making enough noise, so he wants to steal the spotlight. He usually looks down on everyone in Tianxiong City, considering himself the number 1 of the younger generation. Now that he sees Lin Wanqing awakening her SSS rank, and those 3 flaunting their 3 million bounty, how could he possibly sit still? Zhao Lai narrowed his eyes. So what should we do now? Should we still go hunt down those 3 from Lehigh City? Wang Yin stroked his chin. Those 3 from Lehigh City, although arrogant, are after all 3 people banding together. And that Chun Jin, his physical body, is quite strange. Lin Wanqing's thunder is not to be underestimated either. If we clash head-on, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Su Han turned her head to look at the red light in the extreme north. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Then let's change the plan. First we take down Shen Ao. Zhao Lai and Wang Yin were both taken aback. Kill Shen Ao. Su Han nodded. Yes. Shen Ao is currently fighting alone. No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. And he usually acts so arrogantly that he has offended many. I've already asked a few other S-rank candidates in the team, Chu Tianqua, Bai Yi, and Lei Zhan, and they all agreed to move against Shen Ao first. Now that he has actively exposed his coordinates carrying a bounty of 1 million, this is our best opportunity to crush him. As long as we kill Shen Ao, not only can we claim 1 million points, but we can also completely shatter his invincible myth. At that time, our names will surely resound throughout the nation. Zhao Lai and Wang Yin exchanged glances. The greed and ambition in their eyes were instantly ignited. Good. Since Chu Tianqua and the others have no objections, let's kill Shen Ao first. Zhao Lai raised the wind blade long knife in his hand. He shouted to the hundreds of candidates behind him. All units turn around. Surround Shen Ao. The vast team immediately altered its marching route, charging toward Shen Ao's red light. Meanwhile, on the abandoned streets, the 4 of Chun Jin were also looking up at the phenomenon in the sky. Chun Jin, carrying the heavy sword, gazed at the red light from the extreme north and grinned. A big client. This Shen Ao is quite the character. He knows we need points and has come right to us. Lin Wanqing frowned. Don't underestimate him. Just as she finished speaking, the red light belonging to Shen Ao rushed toward their position. The red light belonging to Shen Ao moved with incredible speed. One moment, it was in the far north. The next, it was already approaching several blocks. The red light darted through the abandoned buildings, stirring up a whirlwind. Chun Jin stared at the ever-approaching red light, his blood boiling once again. He gripped the Tier 3 explosive heavy sword tightly. The runes on the sword glowed with a piercing red light. Come at me, Chun Jin shouted loudly. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, the asphalt road exploded into a large pit. Debris flew in all directions as he shot forward like a cannonball charging toward the red light. Hand over your points and equipment. He raised the heavy sword high. With a shrill scream that tore through the air, he brought it down fiercely. The sword's pressure split the dust on the ground. Lin Wanqing also raised her hand from behind, purple lightning surging in her palm, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Gu Mingchuan's mech opened all its cannons, locking onto the target. At that critical moment, the red light suddenly stopped. As the light dissipated, it revealed a young man in a silver battle suit, Shin Ao. He looked at the heavy sword coming down toward him. He did not draw a weapon, nor did he unleash his talent. Instead, he made a move that no one expected, raising both hands high above his head. He performed a standard French salute. Don't attack. We're on the same side. Shin Ao's voice was crisp and clear, causing Qin Jin to halt his assault abruptly. Boom. The ground was smashed into a deep trench. Debris flew everywhere, and Qin Jin felt the backlash make his blood surge. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, leaning on his heavy sword and gasping for breath. He looked up at the innocent-looking Shin Ao standing beside him. He turned his head again, glaring fiercely at Lu Ruyan, who was hiding behind. What's going on? Are you two teaming up to trick me? Lu Ruyan hid behind Lin Wanqing, covering her mouth and snickering, her shoulders shaking. No, I didn't know he would do that. Shin Ao looked bewilderedly at the furious Qin Jin. What's wrong? Qin Jin walked over menacingly and grabbed Shin Ao by the collar. What are you here for? Shin Ao, those S-level players have formed an alliance. After I was marked, they definitely came to surround and eliminate me, the lone fighter. I can't fight them, of course I need to find help. He spread his hands defiantly. Gu Mingchuan, controlling his mech, clanked over. The mechanical eyes were filled with confusion. That's not right. I heard that Shin Ao was arrogant and proud, unable to stand seeing his peers stronger than him. It said that you gouged out someone's eyes for merely looking at you too long. And last year's grand competition in Tianqiong City. A civilian genius accidentally dirted your shoes, and you crushed every bone in their body one by one, even roasting their contract beast alive to eat. You even hung your rivals on the city wall to dry for 3 days and nights. You're nothing but a heartless psychopathic killer. How could you actively seek to form alliances, eh? Shin Ao rolled his eyes. Who said that? Why would I want to create enemies every day? I just enjoy fighting, if those were merely friendly sparring matches. They can't beat me, so they spread rumors that I am arrogant and proud. Qin Jin turned to scold Gu Mingchuan. You all are unreliable. Did you buy this intel network from a cheap knockoff site? Gu Mingchuan shrank his neck in the cockpit, coughing twice, too afraid to respond. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, looking at the towering red beam of light above Shin Ao. Then why did you make yourself a red name? She pointed at Qin Jin. Are you also short on money? Shin Ao scratched his head. I saw you all had red names, so I thought if I had one too, it would look more like we were a team. Questioning the deadbeat, understanding the deadbeat, becoming the deadbeat. Besides, if I became a red name and came to find you, it would give you some preparation, right? This is called a sense of ceremony. The abandoned street fell silent. The wind blew, stirring up a batch of awkward fallen leaves. Qin Jin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You call that preparation? That's just a scare tactic. Qin Jin asked again, why did you run so fast? Shin Ao answered seriously, if I didn't run quickly, I would have been surrounded by them. Qin Jin was somewhat speechless. Fine. With your mental state, you're 10 years ahead of us. Lu Ruyan walked out with a smile. All right. Since we're all red names now, we're in the same boat. Why not form an alliance? That group of S-level players will arrive soon, with over 100 people. If we have internal strife now, it will only benefit them. Qin Jin thought for a moment, looking at Shin Ao, then at Lu Ruyan and Gu Mingchuan. Fine. First, let's deal with those pests, then I will deal with you all. He scanned each one, not sparing even Gu Mingchuan, except for Lin Wanqing. His eyes revealed an unhidden threat. If anyone tries any tricks, I will chop you all down together. Gu Mingchuan hurriedly nodded in agreement, controlling the mech. His eyes revealed an unhidden threat. If anyone tries any tricks, I will chop you all down together. Gu Mingchuan hurriedly nodded in agreement, controlling the mech. Your families of Tianqiong, Shin Ao light of the eternal day. Lu Ruyan radiance of the holy light. Gu Mingchuan mech refiner. Along with Qin Jin and Lin Wanqing. The divine iron triangle was officially established. Although the number increased to 5, the title of Iron Triangle remained. After all, it's common sense that there are 5 people among the 4 heavenly kings. Soon the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the end of the distant street. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the wind whipped up the dust, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. The temperature in the air dropped sharply, and a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. Hundreds of elite candidates appeared majestically in sight. A sea of black loomed, blocking the entire street. Zhao Lai walked at the forefront, holding a blue wind blade-long knife. He looked at the 5 people standing in the middle of the street, especially frowning when he saw Shin Ao and Qin Jin mingling together. Shineo, you actually degraded yourself to associate with the country bumpkins from Linhai City. You have brought shame to Tianxiong City. Shineo stood next to Qinjin, hands on his hips. What's it to you? I'm happy to do so. Are you all here to send yourselves to die? Wang Yin slammed the heavy hammer down, cracking the ground open with large fissures. You're just a tough duck. None of you 5 are getting away today. We accepted the bounty of 4 million points. Su-Han coldly glanced at Lin Wanqing. So what if it's SS level? Today you'll learn that even geniuses can meet their demise. Facing the encirclement of hundreds and the provocation of 3 S-level players, Qinjin was not afraid at all. Rather, he rubbed his hands excitedly. He turned to Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, do the math. Over 100 people, 1,000 points each, that's 100,000 points. Plus the equipment on them, we're going to get rich. Lin Wanqing looked at his greedy expression and couldn't help but roll her eyes. You should survive first before counting the money. Qinjin grinned widely. Revealing a ghastly white smile, he hoisted the Tier 3 explosive heavy sword and strode forward. Survival is the question they should be considering. He pointed the heavy sword at the hundreds of people across from him, his voice echoing through the abandoned street. Listen closely, you poor souls. Hand over your points and equipment now, and I will leave you with a pair of underpants. Otherwise, today will be about killing. The abandoned street was blocked impassable. Hundreds of elite candidates stood on the opposite-sided dark mass. At the forefront, 8 S-level geniuses lined up in a row. In addition to the previously mentioned Master of the Wind Zhao Lai, the Wrath of the Earth Wang Yin, and the Frost Queen Su-Han, there were 5 other fierce characters. Lei Zhan with an S-level talent for Purple Extreme Thunder. Bai Yi with an S-level talent for Everlasting Sword Qi. Chu Tianhua with an S-level talent for Destiny Dice. Yu Shan with an S-level talent for Earth Barrier. Luo Wuji with an S-level talent for Spatial Shackles. These 8 people were the absolute core of this 100-person coalition. Zhao Lai gripped his azure wind blade long knife, his gaze cold. Qinjin, hand over your points. To avoid suffering flesh wounds, Su-Han added coldly, emitting it. You have no way to escape. Qinjin hefted his heavy sword. So much nonsense. He kicked off the ground, creating a large crater in the asphalt. He charged directly forward. Luo Wuji snorted coldly, raised his hand, and spread his fingers wide. Spatial Shackles. As Qinjin was halfway through his charge, the air around him suddenly became as hard as steel. He was stuck unable to move. Lin Wanqing saw this and summoned a surge of purple lightning in her palm. A thick bolt of thunder struck towards Luo Wuji. Shineo also raised his hand. The light of extreme noon erupted. Blinding white light transformed into a sharp sword that stabbed forward. Yushan stepped forward and slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth Barrier. A massive and heavy earthen wall rose from the ground. The purple thunder and white light crashed violently against the wall. Rubble flew everywhere. Dust swirled. The earthen wall shook violently, yet it firmly blocked the attacks of the 2. This turtle shell is really tough. Shineo cursed. Chu Tianhua tossed the dice in his hand. The dice spun in the air and finally landed on a black skull face. A beam of black light instantly fell upon Qinjin. He felt a heavy weight on his body, with a large portion of his strength drained away. Zhao Lai seized the opportunity. He swung his long knife fiercely. Gale Annihilation Slash. The massive azure wind blade tore through the air. Wang Yin swung his heavy hammer. Gravitational Crush. An invisible gravitational field pressed heavily down on Qinjin's head. Su-Han formed hand seals with both hands. Extreme Cold Freeze. Frost spread through the air, instantly freezing Qinjin's legs into ice sculptures. Bai Yi drew his long sword and waved it casually. A sharp sword Qi shot directly towards Qinjin's chest. Lei Zhan also smashed the thunderball in his hand. The purple thunder carried a sense of destruction. The 8 S-level geniuses launched their attacks simultaneously. Qinjin was trapped by both the spatial shackles and the gravitational force. There was no way to dodge. The wind blade soared Qi, raging thunder, and frost hit all at once. Blood splattered as a massive gash was carved into Qinjin's chest. The lightning charred half of his body, while the frost further froze his wound. He plummeted from midair and crashed heavily onto the ground. He lay motionless, his body shattered. Qinjin sprawled on the ground forcefully, suppressing the frenzied surge of his immortality talent within, preventing the wound from healing. Blood flowed everywhere, creating a horrifying sight. The 100-person coalition on the opposite side erupted in thunderous cheers. We got him. That unkillable monster is dead. What a ridiculous iron triangle. It's just a joke in the face of absolute power. Zhao Lai laughed heartily. Easily shattered. I thought he was formidable. Turns out he's just a waste who knows how. Qinjin lay in the pool of blood, counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Now. Qinjin suddenly sprang up from the ground. He exerted force beneath his feet, transforming into a cannonball. His speed reached its peak as he crashed directly into the center of the 8 S-level geniuses. Surprised. Unexpected. The 8 of them were dumbfounded. They couldn't react in time. How could a dead man suddenly be alive? Chen Jin gave them no chance. He flipped his hands, and a few black metal spheres appeared in his palms. Instant explosive bombs. He detonated all the bombs at once. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The violent flames and lightning instantly engulfed everyone. The enormous shockwave flattened the surrounding abandoned buildings. Bai Yichu Tianhua and Luo Wuji were the closest to the explosion's center with the weakest defenses. They didn't even have time to scream as they turned into 3 beams of white light and vanished, forcibly ejected from the exam site. Zhao Lai Wang, Yin Suhan Lei Zhun, and Yushan reacted a little faster. Yushan desperately raised a dirt shield. Suhan instantly conjured 3 layers of ice shields. Lei Zhun used lightning to protect himself. Wang Yin stood in front with his heavy hammer. Zhao Lai wrapped himself in a wind wall, but he was still blasted away, spewing blood and flying dozens of meters back. Chen Jin himself was also left bloodied and mangled. Bones were exposed. It was a horrific sight. Lu Ruoyan stood in the back, raising her hands high. Holy light illuminates. Warm white light instantly enveloped Chen Jin. His immortality talent erupted, fully enhanced by the holy light. The swirling flesh and blood writhed furiously. Broken bones snapped back into place. In the blink of an eye, he was as good as new. Chen Jin turned his head. He shouted towards Gu Mingchuan. Gu Mingchuan. Gu Mingchuan was invigorated inside the mech. Receive. The mech's mechanical arm swung fiercely. 3 cards stating mandatory dance for 10 minutes flew out, landing precisely in the enemy's camp. The cards transformed into dazzling white light, instantly enveloping Zhao Lai, Wang Yin, and Su Han. As the white light flashed, a bizarre scene unfolded. Zhao Lai still held the wind blade long knife. Yet his body suddenly leaned back, striking an exaggerated tango pose, embracing an invisible partner and sliding wildly through the ruins. My legs have a mind of their own. Zhao Lai shouted in despair. Wang Yin, the towering man, actually stood, the heavy hammer upright on the ground, wrapping his body around it like a water snake, starting to dance like a pole dancer. While dancing, he threw seductive glances. The scene was painfully eye-catching. Suhan, usually as cold as frost, now had her legs slightly bent. Her hands crazily waved flowery gestures in front of her chest, executing the social dance steps with precision. Tears streamed down her face as she danced. Kill me. Please kill me. Suhan cried, looking pitiful while her movements grew faster. Lei Zhun and Yushan, just getting up from the ground, were utterly stunned. The thunderball in Lei Zhun's hand shattered. Yushan's jaw dropped in disbelief. The remaining 100 candidates drew in a sharp breath. How did they do that? Why didn't the negative status directly affect them, but instead used it to attack us? The morale of the 100-person coalition collapsed instantly. Chen Jin, hefting his heavy sword, looked at this spectacular scene and laughed until his stomach hurt. He turned to Lin Wanqing and Shin Ao. Let's strike while they're sick and take their lives. Let's send them on their way. Lin Wanqing and Shin Ao did not hesitate. Lin Wanqing leaped high, summoning a surge of purple lightning. Thunder, destruction of the world. The thick purple thunder poured down like raindrops. Shin Ao clasped his hands together. Extreme noonlight. Blinding white light transformed into countless sharp swords raining down upon the enemy formation. Zhao Lai, Wang Yin, and Su Han could not defend at all. They could only dance while taking hits. Although Lei Zhun and Yushan did not dance, their hasty defenses could not withstand the combined might of the 2 S-level attacks. The purple thunder struck Lei Zhun, who screamed and turned into white light. The white light pierced through Yushan's body. He spat out blood before disappearing. Zhao Lai, while dancing the tango, was charred by the thunder. Wang Yin, holding the heavy hammer, was shot into a sieve by the white light. Su Han, shaking her flowery gestures, vanished into white light. As she left, her face bore a look of relief and serenity. The cries and bizarre dance steps intertwined, and white light flashed continuously. One by one, the candidates were eliminated. In less than 5 minutes, the entire 100-person coalition was wiped out. The abandoned street was littered with fallen equipment and blind boxes. Chen Jin looked at the spoils scattered on the ground, clapped his hands in satisfaction. This was a blood profit. Outside the coastal city, the night wind howled. On the city wall, a patrolling soldier held a rifle, pacing back and forth. He stopped, perked up his ears. There seemed to be a strange sound mixed in with the wind, deep, oppressive, like the roar of some massive beast. It came from the far-off, severely polluted area. The soldier trembled and turned to his companion. His companion tightened his coat, looking puzzled. Hear what? There's nothing but the wind. The soldier pointed to the dark wasteland. There's a beast's roar. It's loud. His companion patted his shoulder. You're too nervous. It's just the martial exam these days. There isn't even a second-tier aberrant beast outside the city. Where would a beast's roar come from? It must be the wind blowing through the canyon. The soldier rubbed his ears. Maybe. I must have misheard. Inside the exam site on the abandoned street, Chen Jin stuffed the last piece of loot into his backpack. He twisted his neck, the joints cracking. He turned to look at Shin'eo. It's quiet now? Let's practice a bit. Let's see how much the strongest geniuses of Tianqiong City weigh. Shin'eo tilted his head. He didn't even glance at Chen Jin, staring intently at Lin Wanqing. I'm not going to fight you. It's a waste of effort. He pointed at Lin Wanqing. I want to fight her. Lin Wanqing sneered, summoning purple lightning in her palm. They'll make it happen for you. The two were on edge when suddenly the communicator on their wrists emitted a piercing alarm. The voice of the announcement echoed over the secret realm. Notice, the first stage of the Sin City simulation battle has ended. The final assessment officially begins. All remaining candidates will be randomly teleported to an independent space. Each must face a fourth-tier aberrant beast alone. The central square of Linhai City. The monitoring hall is bustling with voices. The massive holographic screen is divided into countless segments. Now there are fewer than 100 images remaining. The head of the city defense department stares at the screen, his brow tightly knitted. This difficulty is out. In previous years, the highest was only a peak of the third tier. This year, it's straight to the fourth tier. How can these students possibly deal with it? A martial arts school owner beside him shakes his head. Shin'eo is already in the mid-phase of the second tier, coupled with the high explosive power of the extreme daylight. Perhaps he can overpower them despite the tier difference. Lin Wanqing's Thunder World Annihilation might also have a chance. Shen Jiwei sits in the front row holding a cup of coffee. His gaze is fixed on one of the images. Don't forget about Chen Jin. This kid has an incredibly powerful physique. It's not so easy for a fourth-tier beast to kill him. Everyone nods in agreement. Chen Jin's previous performance was too abnormal. He could withstand an attack from over 100 people without dying. He's practically an unkillable punching bag. Pei Zhaoshan leans back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The defense power of a fourth-tier beast is astonishing. If Chen Jin's attack power doesn't keep up, in the end he can only be worn down to death. This final assessment tests not only survival, but also extreme endurance. Just as everyone is intensely discussing, a piercing alarm suddenly echoes throughout Linhai City. It's not an announcement from the examination venue. It's the highest-level air defense alarm of Linhai City. The sound is shrill, penetrating through thick walls. The red warning lights in the hall flash frantically. Everyone is stunned. A young information officer trembles, dropping documents all over the floor. This background is too fake. Why is the highest alarm suddenly pulled? As soon as his words fall, the massive holographic screen in the center of the hall suddenly goes black. Immediately after, the image is forcibly cut off. The iron-faced figure of the city, Lord Lu Zhenhai, appears on the screen. He is not in the monitoring hall. The background is the howling city walls. Citywide announcement. Lu Zhenhai's voice is cold and hard as iron, exuding an undeniable authority. Linhai City is under siege by gray mist. The defense line of the light pollution area has completely collapsed. All awakened individuals of the second tier and above immediately head to the front line. Defend against the gray mist and kill the beasts. Awakened individuals below the second tier cover the evacuation of civilians. Fight to the death. The hall falls silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. The gray mist invades the city. This is the most serious crisis since Linhai City was established. Shen Jiwei decisively shatters his coffee cup. Immediately cut off the martial arts examination secret realm. Teleport all students out. They are the future of Linhai City. Absolutely nothing can happen to them. The head of the martial arts examination department is sweating profusely as he operates the control panel. His fingers fly over the keyboard. Sweat drips onto the screen. A few seconds later, he raises his head in despair, his face ashen. We can't cut it off. The control permissions of the secret realm are locked. The spatial passage is being interfered with by an unknown force. Pei Zhaoshan slams his fist onto the control panel. The steel-made surface dents under the impact, emitting a piercing metallic distortion sound. Problems arise at this moment. Just then, the communicator on Pei Zhaoshan's wrist vibrates wildly. He answers the call. The roar of Yin Tiexin, president of the Black Sun Awakening Society's Linhai branch, explodes through the line. All Black Sun members go to the city walls. Anyone who retreats will die. The call hangs up. Pei Zhaoshan does not hesitate. He turns and strides out. Just as he reaches the door of the hall, he suddenly halts. A figure flashes through his mind. Chen Jin. Pei Zhaoshan quickly turns his head, grabbing Zhou Li, who is preparing to head to the front line. The grip is astonishingly strong. Zhou Li stumbles. Director. Pei Zhaoshan stares at him, his expression more serious than ever. Don't go to the front line. Zhou Li is taken aback. Why not? The city walls are about to collapse. Pei Zhaoshan lowers his voice. His words come out rapidly. The front line won't be missing you. You need to take a team of elite individuals immediately. Go to the Black Sun Medical Department. Guard Su Qinghe, Chen Jin's mother. Zhou Li's pupils constrict, instantly understanding Pei Zhaoshan takes a deep breath. Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing are currently trapped in the secret realm. They are the top talents of Linhai City, especially Chen Jin. That kid is a complete madman. He works himself to the bone to earn money to grow stronger, all for his mother. If Linhai City falls, or if anything happens in the medical department, if a single hair falls from Suqing, when Chen Jin comes out of the secret realm, he will definitely go insane. Do you understand? Zhou Li's back is instantly covered in a cold sweat. He knows Chen Jin's personality all too well. That teenager who could stand up to a third-tier bodyguard bare-chested. The one who smiles while slapping a bomb on his own chest. If his only weakness runs into trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Li nods heavily. Understood. I will go right away. As long as I have a breath left, I won't let any beast step into the medical department. Pei Zhaoshan releases his hand, patting Zhou Li on the shoulder. Go. The future of Linhai City rests heavily on you now. Zhou Li turns and runs off. Pei Zhaoshan watches his back, then strides towards the city walls. On the other side, the backyard of the first martial school in Linhai. The old principal Sun Changming is wearing a tattered straw hat, holding a watering can, leisurely watering the large cabbage in the field. The sunlight shines on his wrinkled face. He looks like an ordinary retired old man. The piercing sound of the air defense alarm comes. Immediately following is Lu Zhenhai's announcement echoing throughout the city. Sun Changming's watering motion halts. Water spills from the watering can onto the soil. He straightens up, looking towards the horizon. The originally clear sky has now been mostly swallowed by the rolling gray mist. From within the gray mist, deafening beast roars can be faintly heard. Sun Changming sighs, casually tossing the watering can aside. I haven't offended any of you, why must you come ruin my vegetable garden? He takes off his tattered straw hat, brushing off the dirt from his body. His previously stooped back gradually straightens. A terrifying aura erupts from his seemingly frail body. The surrounding plants seem to respond to some kind of call, growing wildly. With the atmosphere set like this, the old man has no choice but to act. Sun Changming steps forward, the ground beneath him rupturing. A tremendously thick man-eating vine shoots up to the sky, lifting him towards the city walls. Outside Linhai City, the howling wind swirls. The gray mist obscures the sun like a massive wall, slowly advancing towards the city walls. Within the gray mist, countless crimson eyes flicker. Deafening beast roars merge into one. The ground trembles. Lu Zhenhai stands at the forefront of the city walls. The howling wind causes his military coat to billow. He gazes down at the dark tide of beasts below, his expression cold. Boom. A black meteor falls from the sky. It crashes heavily into the city wall beside Lu Zhenhai. The hard bricks of the wall shatter. As the smoke clears, Yin Tiexin stands up. Radiating brilliant black light, the black crystal armor instantly envelopes his body, resembling an indestructible black crystal demon. Old Lu, I haven't arrived too late, have I? Yin Tiexin rolls his neck, the joints cracking. Lu Zhenhai does not turn around. Just in time. A violent tremor comes from below the city wall. Countless thick man-eating vines climb up the wall. Sun Changming steps on the vines. He lands steadily beside the two. He is still holding a cabbage leaf in his hand. These beasts today, they will definitely see some color. 3 powerful level 6 disaster tier experts gather at the city walls of Linhai. There are no extra words. Lu Zhenhai presses down with both hands. Zhenhai Chongyuan. The 6th level disaster tier phenomenon unfolds. In the area several hundred meters in front of the city wall, gravity instantly increases 1,000-fold. The beasts charging in front are directly crushed to pulp. Yin Tiexin laughs maniacally, leaping directly from the city wall. He crashes heavily into the tide of beasts, stirring up a storm of blood and gore. Sun Changming forms seals with his hands. Countless thick man-eating vines burst forth from below the city wall, frantically slaughtering the beasts at the forefront. The cannons on the city wall roar in unison. The awakened individual's attacks rain down on the tide of beasts. Flesh and blood fly everywhere. The brutal defense of the city officially commences. At this moment, within the sinful city secret realm, in an independent space, Chen Jin has been teleported to a massive underground gladiatorial arena. Surrounding him are towering stone walls. There is no way to retreat. Lin Wanqing, Guming Chuan Shenao, and Lu Rian are all absent. He is all alone in the center of the arena. Lying in front of him is a massive beast covered in black bone armor, with rows of sharp bone spines growing along its back. A 4th-tier beast. Iron bone poison lizard. It slowly stands up, its gigantic vertical pupils fixated on Chen Jin, opening its gaping maw. A drop of green venom falls to the ground, instantly corroding a large pit into the hard stone slab, releasing a pungent white smoke. The oppressive feeling is overwhelming. If an ordinary examinee faced such a monster, they would have long been too scared to stand. But Chen Jin does not. He stands firm. Shouldering the 3rd-tier explosive heavy sword, he gazes at the massive 4th-tier beast before him, his eyes growing brighter, a grin spreading from ear to ear. 4th tier. Chun-Jin wielded the third-tier explosive heavy sword, exerting force beneath his feet. He transformed into a shadow darting towards the iron-bone poison lizard. The heavy sword was raised high, the runes on the blade glowing with a dazzling red light. He brought it down fiercely, creating a deafening sound. Sparks flew as the heavy sword struck the black armor of the iron-bone poison lizard, leaving not even a white mark. A tremendous recoil traveled up the sword's hilt. Chun-Jin's palm instantly cracked, blood splattering. The blade of the third-tier explosive heavy sword had directly been turned dull. A hint of human disdain flashed in the giant vertical pupil of the iron-bone poison lizard. Its thick tail lashed out with a piercing sound of slicing air. Bang! Chun-Jin was sent flying like a baseball, his body soaring horizontally. He slammed heavily against the hard stone wall, creating a large dent. Debris tumbled down as Chun-Jin's bones broke in over a dozen places. His internal organs shifted, and he lay in the rubble, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of his organs. In the next moment, his undying talent surged to life. Cracked bones clicked back into place, damaged organs quickly repaired. In the blink of an eye, he was restored to his former self. Chun-Jin climbed up from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, "What thick skin." He discarded the dulled heavy sword, realizing it was utterly useless against a fourth-tier beast. Chun-Jin rushed in barehanded, once more his fists raining down like a storm upon the iron-bone poison lizard's armor. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed continuously. The iron-bone poison lizard did not evade, allowing Chun-Jin to attack. It opened its massive maw and bit down on half of Chun-Jin's body, its sharp teeth piercing flesh. Green venom flowed into his body through the wound, and half of Chun-Jin's body instantly turned black and rotten. He retaliated with a punch to the iron-bone poison lizard's eye. The iron-bone poison lizard howled in pain and violently shook its head, throwing Chun-Jin away. He rolled in midair and landed steadily. Rotting flesh quickly fell away, new flesh sprouted. The toxin was forcefully expelled from his body. A brutal battle commenced between man and beast in the arena. Chun-Jin was knocked back time after time, torn apart repeatedly, yet he stood up and scathed time after time. Though the iron-bone poison lizard's attacks were lethal, they could not kill him. However, Chun-Jin's assaults could not breach the iron-bone poison lizard's defenses. The gap between second tier and fourth tier was like an insurmountable chasm. The battle fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, Chun-Jin's heart convulsed sharply, an unexpected wave of palpitations hitting him. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart. His breath caught, his movement slowed. The iron-bone poison lizard's enormous claws came crashing down. Bang! Chun-Jin was slammed into the ground. The stone slab shattered, dust billowing. This strike was immensely powerful, nearly turning Chun-Jin's body into mush. Bones were reduced to fragments, flesh a bloody mess. His undying talent activated once more, his flesh writhing and intertwining as new bones began to grow. Seconds later, Chun-Jin crawled out of the pit. Just as he steadied himself, he sensed something was off. His view was lowered, his once well-fitting black combat suit now hung on him like a sack. It felt empty. Chun-Jin glanced at his hands, noticing they had shrunk. His arms had thinned, he had become smaller overall. From towering over at 180 centimeters, he had now shrunk to the size of a 15-year-old boy. Chun-Jin was stunned, touching his emaciated belly. A strong sense of hunger surged like a tide. It felt as if a fire was burning in his stomach. The energy expenditure was massive, with the damage from the fourth-tier beast being severe. Every recovery required an enormous amount of energy. Previously, with Lin Wangxing's lightning recharge, he managed to maintain a balance. Now, fighting alone, his energy reserves could not keep up. Chun-Jin gritted his teeth, saying, "Here we go again." Dragging his smaller body, he charged towards the iron-bone poison lizard once more. Bang! He was flung away. Recover. Shrink. 1 meter 2. Bang! Hit by the tail. Recover. Shrink. 1 meter. Chun-Jin charged repeatedly, each time sustaining heavy injuries. His body grew smaller and smaller until he resembled a child of 7 or 8. His clothes dragged on the ground, tripping him up. He simply tore off the tattered combat suit, gasping for breath, his hunger making his eyes redden. Rationality began to blur. The beast-like instincts took over. Chun-Jin fixed his gaze on the iron-bone poison lizard, scanning its entire hardened armor. Finally, his gaze settled on its abdomen, which was uncovered by armor, only a layer of relatively soft, thick skin remaining. This was the weakest point in its entire defense. Chun-Jin pushed off the ground, his small body sliding along the ground, avoiding the claws of the iron-bone poison lizard diving directly beneath its abdomen. Without a weapon, his fists could not break through the defense. Chun-Jin opened his mouth, exposing his gleaming white teeth, and bit down hard on the thick skin of the iron-bone poison lizard's abdomen. Crack! His teeth shattered, blood filling his mouth. But in the next moment, new teeth sprouted, instantly sharper than before. Chun-Jin held onto the iron-bone poison lizard's abdomen tightly and bit down again. With a tearing sound, the thick skin was finally breached. Scalding beast blood gushed forth, flooding into Qin Jin's mouth. He gulped it down in large mouthfuls, the blood of a fourth-tier beast containing immense energy. This energy flowed down his throat into his stomach, instantly transforming into pure nourishment, spreading through his limbs and bones. Qin Jin's emaciated body rapidly inflated like a balloon. His bones expanded, muscles swelled. In just a few breaths, he returned to his height of 180 centimeters, the feeling of hunger completely vanishing. In its place was an unprecedented sense of fullness. "This is delicious." Qin Jin licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining brightly. The gap between second tier and fourth tier was indeed like a chasm. Conventional physical attacks could not kill this monster. But Qin Jin found a new way to fight. He simply refused to let go, his hands digging firmly into the wound on the ironbone poison lizard's abdomen, hanging beneath its belly, devouring it mouthful by mouthful. His teeth tore through flesh, swallowing blood. The ironbone poison lizard let out a pained roar, rolling wildly as its enormous body crashed around the arena. He crashed heavily against the stone wall, trying to crush Qin Jin beneath its abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Jin's back was ground against the wall, flesh torn and bloodied. Bones shattered repeatedly, but he refused to let go. Recovering while continuing to gnaw, the damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was immense. A dignified fourth-tier beast was being devoured alive by a second-tier human like a roast chicken. The ironbone poison lizard's roars grew increasingly anguished. Its sharp claws scraped desperately at its abdomen, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone on Qin Jin, but to no avail. Qin Jin was like an unshakable piece of sticky plaster, clinging tightly to it, large chunks of flesh. As he swallowed them down, Qin Jin became increasingly fierce. The energy within him not only replenished his losses, but continued to rise. The arena was filled with a heavy scent of blood. The ironbone poison lizard's struggles grew weaker, its abdomen chewed out to reveal a massive blood hole, its innards spilling. The ironbone poison lizard's struggles grew weaker, its abdomen chewed out to reveal a massive blood hole, its innards spilling onto the ground. Finally, with a despairing wail, the massive body of the ironbone poison lizard collapsed, crashing onto the blood-soaked stone slab, motionless. Most of its body had been devoured by Qin Jin. A flash of white light appeared, and the corpse of the ironbone poison lizard vanished. Qin Jin sat on the ground, covered in blood. He let out a loud belch, rubbing his round belly. The meat of this fourth-tier beast is a bit tough. Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding space began to twist, enveloping Qin Jin in white light. A feeling of weightlessness enveloped him. The next moment, Qin Jin's feet landed on solid ground. He returned to the abandoned streets of the Sin City secret realm. The communicator on his wrist vibrated continuously, and the voice of the public announcement echoed. Announcement: the simulation battle in Sin City has officially ended. All surviving candidates are about to be teleported out of the examination area. Final score calculation is underway. His brows furrowed. He clicked to view the point details, carefully checking the account. Something's wrong. Current total points 198,000. Ranking first. Qin Jin stared at the number 198,000. His brows furrowed. He clicked to view the point details, carefully checking the account. Something's wrong. Where's the 1 million points I borrowed from the system? Why is it not included in the total points? Qin Jin slammed his thigh in anger. The system is screwing me over. Previously, to avoid drawing attention, he had intentionally let Lin Wanqing and Gu Mingxuan have the points. In the end, the borrowed points were not counted in the assessment. He had given up points and still managed to secure first place. It's so hard for me. Qin Jin sighed dramatically. Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile? He shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the points issue. He looked up and scanned his surroundings. Wanqing, Gu Mingxuan. He had just wanted to check on Lin Wanqing and the others when the teleportation array beneath him suddenly lit up with blinding white light. It didn't give him any time to search. The white light instantly engulfed him, directly teleporting him out of. Zhou Li sat in the front passenger seat of the SUV, his expression dark and stormy. The vehicle roared down the streets of Linhai City, its throttle pinned to the floor. The engine screamed with a shrill, grating roar. Chaos had already erupted outside. Gray mist rolled in like a suffocating tide, and the streets teemed with fleeing civilians. Low-tier aberrant beasts darted from unseen alleys. Zhou Li paid them no mind. Pei Zhaoshan's absolute order weighed upon him like a death sentence. Su Qinghe must not be harmed, under any circumstance. Faster, he bellowed at the driver. Plow through. The SUV smashed headlong into a derelict sedan blocking the road. It carved a brutal path forward, crushing metal and glass beneath its tires. Minutes later, the obsidian spire of Heiyao Medical Division loomed ahead. Before the vehicle fully stopped, Zhou Li wrenched open the door and leapt out. He charged into the lobby, flanked by 3 elite Heiyao operatives. Inside, pandemonium reigned. The shrill wail of alarms never ceased, and crimson emergency lights strobed violently across the walls. Medical staff shoved gurneys in panicked haste. The air trembled with overlapping cries of the wounded. Jolie shoved aside a stretcher barreling straight into his path. Civilians and injured, evacuate now. His voice cut through the cacophony like a blade. Ignoring the chaos, he led his team straight toward the floor housing the special care ward. The stairwell overflowed with people stampeding downward. Jolie surged upward against the current. Flickering fluorescent lights cast jagged shadows, and deep clawed gashes scored the corridor walls. Tiles lay shattered underfoot. The air hung thick and heavy, oppressive, suffocating. At the ward door, Jolie reached out and pushed. It did not budge. The door was locked from within. His face hardened instantly. This was a high-security isolation room, never sealed unless catastrophe had struck inside. Without hesitation, he stepped back half a pace and kicked. A thunderous crack split the air as the solid wood door groaned under unbearable strain. It flew inward, slamming hard onto the floor with a deafening crash. The blast of sound echoed through the chamber and revealed what lay beyond. Jolie's pupils contracted sharply. His fists clenched, bones snapping audibly in the silence. Then, blinding white light. Chun-Jin landed on both feet, still reeling from the visceral aftertaste of devouring a fourth-rank aberrant beast raw. The iron-rich fibrous tang of iron-bone venom lizard still clung to his tongue. He twisted his neck, blinking dazedly at his surroundings. This was not Linhai City's central square. It was a vast, hastily erected tent encampment swarming with terrified students and heavily armed military personnel maintaining order. Tension hung in the air like a drawn bowstring. A uniformed liaison officer rushed over, clutching an electronic registry tablet. Sweat soaked his brow. Chun-Jin, he demanded, breathless and rapid. Linhai City has suffered full-scale gray mist incursion. The light contamination zone defenses have completely collapsed. The city lord has issued the highest priority evacuation order. There is a direct mandate from above. All examinees emerging from the secret realm must board transport vehicles immediately for immediate relocation to Shingang City. Shingang City houses high-tier defensive formation arrays. It is safe. Linhai City is beyond salvation. A dull hollow ring filled Chun-Jin's skull. Gray mist incursion. Defenses breached. Beyond salvation. Those words struck his chest like hammer blows. He heard nothing else. The liaison's voice faded into static. Only two characters burned in his mind. Mother. Su Qinghe remained at Heiyao Medical Division. Her condition had only just begun to improve. She'd just undergone decontamination surgery. She could not fall now, not for a single second. Chun-Jin spun and sprinted toward the edge of the evacuation zone. The liaison officer recoiled in horror and lunged to grab his arm. You're insane. Aberrant beasts are everywhere. Let the tall shoulders bear the sky's collapse. You'll die if you go back now. Get on the vehicle. Chun-Jin whirled and flung his arm back. A shockwave of raw strength sent the liaison spinning halfway around before he crashed onto his backside. The tablet shattered across the pavement. Get out of my way. Without glancing back, Chun-Jin vanished into the maelstrom of the street. Linhai City had become a living hellscape. Gray mist coiled low, swallowing visibility whole. The air reeked of sulfurous acridity and coppery blood. Wrecked cars littered the asphalt. Burning buildings spat smoke, fallen billboards blocked roads, and shattered glass crunched underfoot. Civilians wept and ran blindly, their cries swallowed by chaos. Awakened warriors clashed desperately with aberrants surging into the city. Flames and lightning flashed intermittently through the mist. Chun-Jin ran, not to fight, but to arrive. To reach the medical division faster than thought, faster than time. A rampaging second-rank demon ape stood squarely in his path, having just crushed a sedan flat. It raised a massive fist to tear apart a wounded city guard sprawled on the ground. Chun-Jin didn't slow. He charged straight through. A heavy, muffled impact reverberated. The demon ape's colossal frame lifted off the ground and flew backward, limbs flailing. Chun-Jin burst through the crimson rain. His clothes splattered with black blood and viscera, but his speed never faltered. The wounded guard sat frozen on the pavement, stunned into silence. Chun-Jin tore onward. Gods fell before him, Buddhas shattered beneath his stride. 3 reckless mahounds lunged. 1 punch each, skulls exploded like overripe fruit. A black-scale spine lizard whipped its tail toward him, barbed and lethal. Chun-Jin seized the tail midair, swung it in a full arc, and slammed the creature into the adjacent wall. Stone crumbled. The lizard collapsed into a pulpy ruin. A flipped bus blocked the road ahead. He didn't detour. He drove a kick into its chassis. The massive vehicle slid sideways, 15 meters, before crashing into a storefront. His mind held only one command: faster. Faster still. Nothing, not beast, not barrier, not God, would impede him. He didn't glance left or right. In his mind's eye, only Su Qinghe's gentle, sun-warmed smile rested on her hospital bed. the one thing he would die to protect. Whoever dared harm her would die. At last, the Heiyao Medical Division tower rose into view, its outer fortifications shattered beyond recognition. Metal barricades twisted like discarded wire. Dozens of aberrant corpses lay strewn across the steps, alongside the broken armor and remains of Heiyao sentinels. Blood stained every stone crimson. Chen Jin burst into the lobby and found silence. No lights, no sound, not even the alarm's shriek. Only the thick, cloying stench of blood hung in the air. It mingled with the sharp, nauseating bite of antiseptic, so potent it turned his stomach. The hall lay in ruins, overturned gurneys, scattered surgical instruments, and pools of dark, glistening blood. Chen Jin slowed. His heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat against his ribs. Silently, he prayed May Mother have been safely evacuated by Zhou Li and his team. Zhou Li was a Heiyao steward. He had sworn to safeguard Su Qinghe. He would not fail. Chen Jin stepped carefully over shards of glass, advancing toward the stairwell. Around him, silence reigned so absolute that only his own ragged breath echoed back. That silence was more terrifying than the battlefield outside. A long, dark trail of blood stretched down the corridor, leading deep into shadow. Beside it lay a nurse's identification badge, drenched in blood. Chen Jin's breathing grew ragged. Then, boom! A deep, resonant impact shook the ceiling. Dust rained down in fine, ghostly clouds. Mother! His mind screamed the word raw and desperate. Don't fall! Don't fall! He sprinted up the stairs. The second-floor corridor lay cloaked in gloom. Only one door stood wide open at the far end, Su Qinghe's special care ward. The door lay shattered on the floor. Chen Jin accelerated, blurring into a streak of black, vanishing into the threshold. A thick, coppery stench of blood hung heavy in the corridor. Several obsidian guards lay sprawled across the floor, slain with single precise strikes. Their wounds were unervingly smooth, no signs of struggle. Zhou Li strode forward, treading through pools of crimson, his heart hammering wildly as he pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Pei Zhaoshan's ironclad order weighed upon him like a death sentence. Su Qinghe must not come to harm. With 3 elite obsidian warriors at his back, he had fought his way upward without pause. The door to the VIP ward stood tightly shut. Without hesitation, Zhou Li stepped back half a pace and delivered a thunderous kick. The solid wooden door shrieked in protest before bursting inward, slamming violently onto the floor inside with a deafening crash that echoed through the chamber. Splinters flew like shrapnel. What unfolded within the room pierced Zhou Li's eyes like a needle. 2 black-clad men standing motionless beside the hospital bed. Their features were unmistakable. The man on the left was gaunt and wiry, gripping 2 short blades, gleaming edges pressed flush against Su Qinghe's throat. The one on the right was massive, imposing. Half his face was concealed beneath a metallic mask. Su Qinghe sat upright against the headboard, her complexion paper-white, breath shallow and rapid, yet she did not tremble. Half his face was concealed beneath a metallic mask. Su Qinghe sat upright against the headboard, her complexion paper-white, breath shallow and rapid, yet she did not tremble. Taken long ago. I don't know. You'll have to find him instead. He sneered coldly and pressed the blade forward by a fraction. A thin line of blood welled along Su Qinghe's pale neck. No matter, he muttered. We'll take you. Sooner or later we'll find it. Zhou Li's vision flooded crimson. Pei Zhaoshan had entrusted Su Qinghe's protection solely to him, and yet these men had breached the Obsidian Medical Division's most secure ward. It was an unforgivable affront, an act of trampling Obsidian's honor into the dust. Protect the patient, Zhou Li roared. Apprehend those 2. He paused, voice sharpening, patient safety. The moment the words left his lips, Zhou Li lunged forward like a maddened lion. But the ward was cramped, and Su Qinghe remained seated on the bed. He dared not unleash his innate ability. Its eruption would unleash chaotic, devastating energy, certain to strike Su Qinghe. He had no choice but to rely solely on raw physical strength. A piston-like straight punch rocketed toward the dual-blade assassin's face, its passing wind howling as compressed air detonated in its wake. The assassin twisted his head aside just in time. His evasion was eerily boneless, fluid, unnatural. In the same motion, he reversed his grip and drove the blade downward toward Zhou Li's ribs, its edge shimmering with a venomous cobalt gleam. Zhou Li pivoted sideways, shifting his fist into a crushing claw, locking onto the assassin's wrist with iron certainty. His fingers tightened, seeking to splinter the bone beneath. The assassin rotated his wrist, releasing the blade, which dropped cleanly into his waiting left hand, and slashed upward in one seamless arc, aiming for Zhou Li's throat. Forced to release his grip and retreat, Zhou Li felt his uniform tear open across the chest, a hair's breadth from disembowelment. Yet he did not falter. Using his backward momentum, he snapped his right leg upward in a vicious whip kick aimed squarely at the assassin's waist. The assailant raised both arms to block. A deep, sickening thud reverberated. The assassin staggered back 2 steps, colliding hard with a nearby medical console, sending it crashing to the floor. Sparks erupted in frantic bursts. The two men instantly locked into brutal intimate combat, fists landing with lethal precision, each blow intended to end life. Strangely, the dual-blade assassin too refrained from using any innate ability, as if bound by the same unspoken restraint. Across the room, Zhou Li's obsidian elites drew their weapons and charged the towering figure wearing the half. These were seasoned second-rank warriors, hardened veterans who routinely faced death in the contaminated zones. Their coordination was flawless. They advanced in a tight, triangular formation. But today they had met their match. The masked man moved, swift beyond reason. His immense frame defied physics, erupting with shocking predatory agility. No flourishes, no wasted motion, only pure unadorned lethality. He slipped sideways, evading a descending blade, then ignored a second short sword thrust toward his shoulder as if it were mere breeze. His fist crashed into the lead warrior's throat with surgical brutality. A sharp crack, the sound of shattered cartilage, cut sharply through the ward. The man didn't even cry out. His eyes bulged, life snuffed out before he could collapse. The masked man seized the fallen warrior's blade and swept it backward in a single fluid arc, severing the second elite's carotid artery. Blood geysered forth, splattering across the sterile white wall in grotesque, vivid contrast. The third warrior's pupils dilated with fury. He raised his heavy warhammer and brought it down in a roaring, wind-whistling arc. The masked man didn't retreat. Instead, he surged forward, driving a boot hard into the hammer's haft. Tremendous force surged up the shaft like lightning. The warrior's wrist shattered instantly. The hammer tore from his grasp, shattering the adjacent window pane in a storm of glass. The masked man closed the distance in one stride. A single decisive palm strike slammed into the warrior's nape. Cervical vertebrae snapped. The man crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. In under 10 seconds, all three obsidian elites lay dead. Blood soaked deep into the ward's floor, its reek thick enough to curdle bile. Having dispatched them, the masked man turned, his gaze settling on Zhou Li, still locked in furious combat with his companion. He strode forward, each footfall imprinting a fresh crimson print upon the tile. Zhou Li had just forced the dual-blade assassin back with a punishing blow, when from the periphery, a violent gust of air struck like a warning. The masked man launched a devastating kick, brutal, unhinged, screaming through the air with a shriek of torn atmosphere. Zhou Li had no time to evade. He crossed his arms before his chest, just as the impact landed. A thunderous boom shook the room. His forearms felt as though struck by a speeding train. Bone groaned in protest. His body lifted clean off the ground, hurtling backward like a rag doll, before slamming into the far wall with catastrophic force. Cracks spiderwebbed outward across the plaster. Zhou Li vomited a torrent of scarlet, sliding down the fractured surface to slump onto the floor, both arms broken, hanging uselessly at his sides. His internal organs screamed in agony, displaced and burning. He strained to rise, yet his limbs refused all command, utterly devoid of strength. All he could do was glare, unblinking, at the two black-clad figures, eyes seething with raw fury and bitter despair. "Director Zhou," Su Qinghe cried out in alarm. His voice was glacial. The masked man approached the bed, glanced once at Zhou Li slumped on the floor, and then fixed his gaze on Su Qinghe. His voice was glacial. The masked man approached the bed, glanced once at Zhou Li slumped on the floor, and then fixed his gaze on Su Qinghe. "Take her now. No delays." The assassin nodded, then flipped his wrist and brought the hilt of his blade down hard upon Su Qinghe's nape. She gasped, a choked, muffled sound, before darkness swallowed her. Her body went slack, collapsing limply onto the bed. The assassin reached out to lift her. At that very instant, tap, 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 heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed down the corridor, each step resonating like a hammer blow against the human heart. The corridor's temperature seemed to plummet. The air grew dense, viscous. Both assassins froze mid-motion and turned as one toward the doorway. The light from the corridor dimmed, swallowed by a tall, unwavering silhouette standing framed in the threshold. Chen Jin paused at the hospital room door. A sight unfolded before him that made his eyes bulge with fear. Several obsidian guards lay sprawled across the floor, each struck down by a single lethal blow. Their wounds were unervingly smooth, no trace of struggle remained. Zhou Li collapsed in a pool of blood, his arms grotesquely twisted at impossible angles, clearly shattered. His entire body drenched in crimson, his chest heaved violently, inhaling more than exhaling. Inside the room, two men in black stood beside the hospital bed. Su Qinghe lay unconscious upon the bed. The dual-blade warrior hoisted her onto his shoulder, preparing to depart. Chen Jin's eyes flared red in an instant. Blood vessels webbed across his sclera. Without uttering a word, he exploded forward, his body surging into the room at blinding speed. The dual-blade warrior turned his head slightly, watching Chen Jin charge. His gaze was glacial. Meanwhile, the masked man stepped forward, placing himself squarely between Chun Jin and his comrade. He raised his right fist and drove it straight into Chun Jin's oncoming form. Boom! A thunderous guttural impact echoed through the corridor. Chun Jin's chest erupted inward. Ribs snapped one by one. Flesh and bone tore apart in violent bursts. Chun Jin lost all control, hurled backward with crushing force against the hallway wall, which crumbled instantly. He crashed into the rubble, agony searing every nerve. Yet he did not pause, not for a breath. His innate immortal regeneration talent surged wildly within him. Shattered sternum reassembled in seconds. His ruptured heart pulsed anew. From the ruins, Chun Jin rose and charged once more toward the room. Put her down, Chun Jin roared. He hurled a punch straight at the masked man's face. The man neither dodged nor flinched, letting the blow land full force. Not even a mark remained. In response, the masked man seized Chun Jin's arm and wrenched it sideways with brutal strength. Ryup! Chun Jin's entire right arm tore free from its socket. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the masked man's garments. Chun Jin didn't so much as grunt. With his left hand, he thrust forward, palm rigid, aiming like a blade for the man's throat. The masked man kicked upward, his boots slamming into Chun Jin's abdomen with devastating force. His stomach ruptured clean through, intestines spilled onto the floor. Chun Jin flew backward again. He shattered the corridor window and tumbled outside. The dual-blade warrior, still shouldering Su Qinghe, prepared to leave. Don't waste time. Take her and go. The masked man nodded. As the two reached the doorway, a shadow materialized, blocking their path. Chun Jin. He stood whole once more. His severed right arm fully regenerated, the gaping wound in his abdomen vanished without a trace. He stood immovable, barring the exit. I said, put her down. The dual-blade warrior halted. He stared at Chun Jin. What are you? Chun Jin wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. You're not leaving today. The dual-blade warrior scoffed coldly and lowered Su Qinghe gently to the floor. His twin blades blurred into twin arcs of frost-laced steel, rushing toward Chun Jin at impossible velocity. Too fast, Chun Jin couldn't even track their paths. Thwip, thwip, thwip. A sickening chorus of flesh parting echoed relentlessly. Chun Jin's body was cleaved into dozens of pieces, shredded meat scattered across the floor. Blood stained the threshold crimson. The dual-blade warrior sheathed his blades and lifted Su Qinghe once more. Let's go. He took one step forward. When the scattered fragments on the floor convulsed violently, veins knitted, bones realigned. In the blink of an eye, Chun Jin stood before them again, whole, unbroken, unwavering. He lunged forward and locked both arms around the dual-blade warrior's thigh, refusing to release his grip. The warrior's expression darkened with fury. His short dagger plunged downward. It pierced deep through Chun Jin's back. Chun Jin spat blood, but clung tighter still. The masked man strode forward and stamped his boot squarely onto Chun Jin's skull. Crack! Chun Jin's head detonated, gray matter and scarlet spraying across the floor. Yet his hands remained locked around the warrior's leg, unyielding, unrelenting. From the headless corpse, fleshy tendrils erupted, swarming, weaving, coalescing. A new skull formed, flesh stitched itself over bone, and a fresh head emerged. Chun Jin opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the warrior's calf. He tore away a hunk of muscle and skin. The warrior cried out in pain and kicked Chun Jin aside. Chun Jin rolled twice across the floor, then rose again. He blocked their path once more. The masked man's fist descended again, obliterating half of Chun Jin's torso. With his remaining left hand, Chun Jin dug his fingers deep into the man's ankle, clinging like iron. The masked man jerked his leg upward, hurling Chun Jin skyward into the ceiling. He crashed down with cataclysmic force, cratering the floor beneath him. His spine shattered into jagged fragments. He lay prone in the crater, flesh writhing, sinew knitting. Within seconds, he rose once more. Then, dual blades flashed toward him again. Chun Jin did not flinch. He let the steel slice cleanly through his throat. Both hands seized the warrior's arms, and he opened his mouth wide. He bit down hard on the warrior's shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh and gristle. The warrior wrenched free, dragging off more tissue. Chun Jin's throat sealed shut, seamless and swift. He spat the mangled flesh onto the floor. The dual-blade warrior and the masked man exchanged a glance, both eyes wide with disbelief. They had never encountered such a monster. Unkillable, indestructible, impossible to shake off. The masked man slammed his palms together, then brought them down onto the floor with apocalyptic force. A shockwave rippled outward. Chun Jin bore the full brunt. Every bone in his body fractured into dust. His body went slack, collapsing into a shapeless, quivering mass of ruin. The dual-blade warrior seized the moment, stepping over the ruined heap to flee. Then, a hand shot up from the sludge, seizing his ankle with iron certainty. Chun Jin's form reconstituted rapidly. He stood again, unbroken, unblinking, blocking their escape. I said, put her down. His voice was raw, frayed at the edges, laced with bottomless madness. The masked man bellowed in rage and began raining blow after blow upon Chunjin's body. Each strike reduced him to ruin, only for him to reform again over and over. Blood painted the corridor walls crimson, droplets spattered the ceiling, the floor, the air itself. He had long since lost count of how many times he'd died. Each death brought excruciating torment, but he had no choice but to resurrect again and again, binding the two men in relentless sacrificial combat, hoping only to survive this fatal impasse. These two were impossibly strong, far beyond Chunjin's reach. He had nothing left but his life to sacrifice, his body to interpose. Even the masked man and the dual-blade warrior found themselves shaken by his sheer unrelenting ferocity. What is this thing? The dual-blade warrior gritted his teeth. The masked man raised his fist, preparing to reduce Chunjin to pulp once and for all. Each of the masked man's punches carried annihilating force, shattering load-bearing walls, exposing twisted rebar, sending the ceiling trembling on the verge of collapse. The dual-blade warrior's aura sliced through the air, shattering every nearby hospital door, carving deep gashes into the floor. Caught between them, Chunjin teetered on the edge of total annihilation. Yet he remained rooted, unmoving, unyielding. A kick from the masked man caved in Chunjin's chest, ribs piercing straight through his own heart. Chunjin vomited torrents of blood, yet his hands clamped tighter around the man's leg. Then, the dual-blade warrior's sword severed Chunjin's head. His headless body remained upright, unmoving. A new head bloomed instantly, eyes blazing crimson, pupils dilated with feral insanity. He had crossed into absolute madness, lunging, tearing, devouring his enemies with primal hunger. Cuts now marred the bodies of both the masked man and the dual-blade warrior. Superficial, yes, but humiliating beyond measure. Two elite awakeners, reduced to this by a mere second-tier insect. Chop him into mincemeat, the dual-blade warrior snarled. His blades whirled into a blinding vortex, shredding Chunjin's body into fine bloody fragments, carpeting the floor in gore. The masked man lifted his foot, ready to grind the remains into paste. That debt, Chunjin vowed silently, would be remembered. Then, sudden violent change. Zhou Li, lying motionless in his own blood, stirred. He coughed up a torrent of crimson and raised his broken arms, contorting them unnaturally upward. With a final surge of will, he lunged forward and locked his arms tightly around both the masked man and the dual-blade warrior from behind. An indescribable volatile power erupted from Zhou Li's core, binding them, utterly immobilizing them completely. The two warriors recoiled in terror, thrashing wildly, yet their bodies remained frozen, locked in place, as if bound by chains forged from pure void. Zhou Li's face paled to ash, blood streamed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He fixed his gaze upon Chunjin. Go, take your mother and run. Chunjin froze. He met Zhou Li's eyes and understood instantly. This energy reeked of self-annihilation. Zhou Li was burning his very life essence, consuming himself to buy time. The two warriors struggled harder still, the masked man's muscles swelling grotesquely as he strained against the embrace. Zhou Li spat another mouthful of blood, staining his clothes crimson. Don't hesitate. Do you think I'm doing this for you? His voice cracked, raw, resolute, final. You're not just a brank regenerator, are you? Chunjin stared stunned. Zhou Li held his gaze and continued. I saw it from the beginning. No one recovers that fast with mere regeneration. I thought you looked pitiful, so I tried to hide it for you. But I underestimated you. Your talent is far stronger than I imagined. Zhou Li's skin flushed deep red, glowing faintly, sweat turning to molten droplets along his brow. So, don't overestimate yourself. What I'm fighting for is all of humanity. A single tear traced a path through the blood on Chunjin's cheek. He bowed his head solemnly, then stepped forward and lifted Su Qinghe into his arms. He turned and walked out of the room. The masked man and dual-blade warrior panicked, sensing true death for the first time. You're insane. Let us go, they pleaded, begging him to stop. But Zhou Li held fast, jaw-clenched, lips curling into a terrible, radiant smile. Then, a roar split the air from within the room. A-rank talent. Over-limit release. Molten Colossus. Boom. Fire erupted behind Chunjin, roaring skyward in a pillar of incandescent fury. Temperatures spiked catastrophically. Walls liquefied, dripping molten slag down the corridor. Heat waves rolled like living things, scorching Chunjin's back, his skin sizzling, blistering, steaming. But he did not look back. Staggering yet steady, he carried Su Qinghe onward, every footfall deliberate, grounded. Behind him, the corridor filled with the agonized screams of the two warriors, soon swallowed whole by the inferno. At the stairwell entrance, Chunjin stopped. He stood with his back to the firestorm and spoke softly, clearly. Mr. Zhou, rest well. Within the secret realm of the sinful city, in an isolated pocket of space, Lin Wanqing stood upon a barren stretch of sand. Purple lightning surged in the palm of her hand, Thunder devastation. Thick violet bolts descended from the sky, striking the fourth stage aberrant beast before her with ruthless force. The creature was enormous, its hide sheathed in heavy rocky armor. The lightning struck and left no trace. Lin Wanqing ground her teeth and increased her output. The purple energy coalesced into lightning serpents that furiously tore at the beast's armor. It was useless. The defenses would not break. The thing's fortitude was absurd. Lin Wanqing ceased her assault and drew a ragged breath. She stared at the unscathed beast and weighed her options. Though her thunder-packed destructive power, it lacked the nuance needed against such a purely defensive fourth-stage monster. To continue would be a waste of time. Besides, her thoughts lingered on Su Qing's illness. She wanted to get out and check on her as soon as possible. Enough. Lin Wanqing withdrew the lightning with decisive motion. I concede. No sooner had the words left her lips than the surrounding space began to distort. A white light enveloped her. The communicator on her wrist vibrated. Candidate Lin Wanqing has forfeited the final assessment. Current total points 185000. Ranking second. The light flashed, and Lin Wanqing vanished. In another isolated space, Shen Ao streaked through the air as a ribbon of white radiance. Light of the eternal day. Countless blades of light descended like a meteor shower upon the fourth stage beast below, whose body was armored with thick, overlapping scales. The light blades struck the scales with a tinkling metallic ring. Shen Ao moved with blinding swiftness. The beast could not touch him, yet his assaults failed to deal it mortal harm. Man and monster remained locked in stalemate. Half an hour passed. Shen Ao's breath grew heavy, and his energy dwindled to the brink. He clenched his teeth. I refuse to believe your shell cannot be cracked. He concentrated what remained of his power into his hands, shaping a colossal blade of light. It plunged down from above, ramming into the beast's back with brutal force. Crack! The light blade shattered, leaving only a shallow white nick on the scales. The beast retaliated with a sweeping palm. Exhausted of energy, Shen Ao could not evade. Bang! He was flung through the air. He slammed heavily onto the ground. A white light flared as the system judged he had sustained lethal damage and forcibly ejected him. Candidate Shen Ao assessment failed. Current total points 172000. Rank third. At the central plaza of Tianqiong City, the white light faded. Shen Ao hit the ground on his feet, clutching his chest as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. That fourth stage beast is ridiculously tough, he cursed. He looked up and froze. Tianqiong City's plaza had become a chaos of hurried faces and frantic motion. Fully armed city defense forces were assembling. Transport aircraft lifted off one after another into the sky. The atmosphere thrummed with tension. Shen Ao grabbed a passing officer by the arm. What's going on? The officer panted, sweat beading his brow. Linhai City is under a full-scale gray mist invasion. The defenses of the light contamination zone have collapsed. A highest mobilization order has been issued. Cities must dispatch troops to assist. The officer wrenched free and hurried away. Shen Ao stood rooted as his thoughts buzzed. Linhai City, gray mist invasion, defenses breached. His mind leapt to Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing. Those two remained in Linhai City. Shen Ao drew his communicator and dialed Chu Tianqua. It rang for a long time before being answered. Hello. Chu Tianquo's languid voice came through. Young Master Shen finished your exam. I heard you got third, quite the lead. Shen Ao had no patience for jokes. Where are you? Tianqiong City, sipping tea in my villa. Chu Tianqua had been ejected earlier when Chen Jin exploded and had long since been transported out. Get out here right now. Shen Ao's tone was icy. Top floor of Tianqiong Tower. If you don't show within 10 minutes, they'll tear your place down. He cut the connection and invoked the light of the eternal day, transforming into a white streak toward Tianqiong Tower. 10 minutes later, on the tower's top floor, Chu Tianqua strolled up in casual attire, unhurried. Young Master Shen, why so angry? Upset you didn't get first. Shen Ao turned, fixing him with a hard stare. Use your fate dice to divine the situation in Linhai City. Chu Tianqua was taken aback. He then laughed. Linhai City. Since when does young Master Shen care about the lives of common folk? Weren't you always only concerned with whether you could get first place? Shen Ao cut him off without a word. A blinding white radiance flared, the pressure of the light of the eternal day locked onto Chu Tianqua. Enough talk. Divine it. Chu Tianqua said, his smile vanishing as he spread his hands. Brother, be reasonable. Linhai City is 1000 li from Tianqiong City. I'm only early second stage, he added. The distance is too great, my realm isn't sufficient to compute it. Shen Ao stepped forward. The white light condensed into a tangible blade that hovered at Chu Tianquo's throat. Shen Ao stared him down and spoke each word with measured force divine. Chu Tianqua swallowed hard, meeting Shen Ao's bloodshot gaze and realizing the other's resolve. If he refused, Shen Ao would not hesitate to cut him to pieces. Chu Tianqua exhaled a weary sigh. If you insist, I can do it. But Whatever price must be paid, I'll make it up to you. Shin-Ao interrupted him. Chu nodded. Fine, that's all I needed to hear. He shed his lazy demeanor. His expression turned grave. He pressed his hands together, and a black and white die materialized in his palm. Fate dice. Transcendental simulation. Chu Tianhua shouted as he poured frenzied energy into the die. It began to emit a strange black luminescence. The die spun round and round. The gears of destiny began to turn. Chu bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the die. The die cleaved into 6 in an instant. 6 dice whirled wildly in midair, their speed increasing as they whipped up a cold, ominous vortex. Chu Tianhuo's complexion visibly drained, his body shook, and sweat drenched his clothes. Such a far-reaching divination exacted a terrible toll. It was nearly a robbery of his life force. Stop! Chu roared. The 6 dice halted in unison and clattered to the ground. They rang with a crisp collision. Shin-Ao looked down on each of the 6 dice. The face, turned upward, bore a single crimson 1. 6 ones. Shin-Ao's brow tightened. What does this mean? Chu stared at the dice, his legs giving out as he dropped to his knees. He opened his mouth in a choked sound and vomited a mouthful of black blood, collapsing in a spent, listless heap like a fragile student stripped of vigor. He lifted his head to Shin-Ao, his voice ragged and terrifyingly hoarse. Great calamity. In the corridor, the heat waves were still rolling. Chen Jin held Su Qinghe in his arms, facing away from the sea of flames. As soon as the words fell, a voice was heard. Oh, what a commotion! The sound was not loud, yet it pierced Chen Jin's mind like a cold steel needle. In the next moment, the space ahead twisted like a crumpled piece of cloth. A figure suddenly appeared before. That figure seemed to have no disguise, yet Chen Jin could not make out any details. How tall was he? What did he look like? Everything was a blur. All Chen Jin knew was that there was a person there. An unprecedented sense of danger exploded within him, 100 times more terrifying than facing a Tier 4 monstrous beast. Chen Jin's body instinctively wanted to turn and flee, but he found he could not move, not even a finger. The air around him felt like it had turned into solidified cement. It firmly sealed all his movements. His bones creaked under pressure, blood ceased to flow, and even his breath was forcefully cut off. The man did not even glance at Chen Jin, directly bypassing him. With a gentle wave of his hand towards the fire behind him, there were no violent winds, no energy fluctuations. The flames in the sky seemed to have been pressed on the rewind button, flowing back in an instant, disappearing completely. The melted walls solidified again. The charred floor returned to its original state. The entire room restored to its former self in the blink of an eye, so clean, it was frightening. In the next moment, at the doorframe of the ward, 2 figures emerged, the man in the mask and the dual-blade man. They bore not a single trace of burn, completely unscathed. The dual-blade man twisted his neck, looking at the frozen Chen Jin. He let out a reckless laugh. You were biting like a mad dog just now. Why are you not moving now? That steward really thought he could kill us. The laughter echoed in the corridor, sharp and grating. Chen Jin's eyes turned crimson. He wanted to tear that mouth apart, but he could do nothing. In the next second, spatial fluctuations arose around the 2 men. Bang! The masked man and the dual-blade man were struck away by an invisible force, crashing heavily into the ceiling and then falling down hard. The sound of breaking bones was clearly audible. The 2 did not dare to let out a cry of pain, quickly turning over and kneeling straight on the ground. They bowed to the indistinct figure. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, my lord. The figure spoke in a bland tone. Get lost. The 2 felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, obediently rising and leaning against the wall, not daring to breathe. Chen Jin stared intently at the door. Not daring to blink, he was waiting, hoping that Zhou Lu could return to his former self like this room, longing for that bloodied man to walk out. He cursed him as a brat. 1 second, 2 seconds, but nothing happened. There was nothing at all. Those 2 scoundrels were still alive. But Zhou Lu, he was truly dead, not even a scrap left. The figure turned around, facing Chen Jin and Chen Jin right. Chen Jin's eyes turned blood red, his eyelids split open, blood streaming down his cheek. It was as if he had not heard this sentence at all. Extreme anger and sorrow compressed wildly within him. The image of Zhou Lu burning his life replayed in his mind. Boom. Purple flames erupted around Chen Jin. This was not Lin Wangxing's lightning. This was the manifestation of a soul on fire, an explosive rampage of an indestructible talent in despair. The purple flames raged. Even the surrounding solidified space began to twist. The figure seemed momentarily stunned, displaying a hint of surprise. Interesting. Then he extended a finger and gently tapped. Puff. The raging purple flames on Chen Jin's body extinguished, as if snuffed out like a candle. All were extinguished, not leaving even a trace of warmth. The man repeated, Chen Jin right. At this moment, Chen Jin still could not move. Not even able to turn his head to look at him, he stood there like a puppet. The man spoke to himself, you don't need to be. By the way, I gave you this name. You might as well call me Uncle. Uncle. These two words pierced Chen Jin's ears like sharp daggers. Chen Jin's inner shock and anger intertwined. Chen's father's disappearance, his mother's illness were all related to this man. Then the man stood before Chen Jin, extended his hand, and gently took Su Qinghe from his arms. Chen Jin roared madly inside. Put her down. Don't touch her. He desperately tried to stop, wanting to swing his fist, wanting to bite the other's throat, bones crackling under pressure. He wanted to break free from his confinement, but could never achieve it. His body felt like a shell that did not belong to him, watching helplessly as his mother was taken away by those indistinct hands. The man spoke again. I will take your mother with me. But don't worry, I won't harm her. I will also cure her illness, taking good care of her. Until you bring that thing here. The man's tone remained bland. However, I left you some little gifts. I hope you won't refuse. Chen Jin's nails dug deep into his palm. Then the space twisted again. The man took Su Qinghe along with the masked man and the dual-blade man standing by the wall and disappeared together, as if they had never appeared. In the corridor, that terrifying power of confinement dissipated in an instant. Chen Jin could finally move. Thud. He fell directly to the ground, his knees crashing heavily onto the shattered tiles. He supported himself on the ground and gasped for air. Bang. He punched the ground, the stone cracked, flesh rolled, and bones broke. Bang. Another punch. The freshly healed flesh exploded again. He pounded the ground one punch after another, venting his helplessness and despair in a nearly self-abusive way. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being so useless. Chen Jin's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Uncle Zhou, I have let down your expectations. Yes. Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou. Chen Jin was like a madman. Using both hands and feet, he crawled little by little into the medical room that once belonged to Su Qinghe. Inside, the bed and medical equipment. All were intact, frightfully clean to the point of mockery. But he could not find Zhou Lu's figure. Not even a drop of blood was left, only a pile of ashes on the ground. That was the last trace left after the lava giant had burned out. Chen Jin lunged forward, desperately digging through the ashes on the ground, trying to find Zhou Lu's figure, even if it were just a bone or a piece of clothing. But there was nothing. Nothing at all. He picked up a handful of ashes, his hands trembling violently, the ashes slipping through his fingers. No matter how he tried to grasp it, he could not hold on. Tears flowed uncontrollably, dropping heavily into his palms, soaking the ashes he had just gathered, spreading out a patch of black mottled marks. Zhou Lu's face flashed in his mind, the man who had patted his shoulder on the awakening platform, saying, "Be ruthless." That man covered in blood saying, "I do it for all humanity," would never return. It felt as if the entire world had collapsed. Then a voice echoed behind him, filled with hurried breaths and trembling. "Ah, Jean. Ah, Jean." Lin Wanqing burst into the hospital room. She had rushed over, her heart racing amidst the chaos outside. The streets had turned into a hellscape shrouded in gray mist. Beasts were rampaging everywhere. She stepped over shards of broken glass and severed limbs, following the trail of blood leading up from the obsidian medical building. The hall on the first floor was utterly destroyed. Everywhere were remnants of the battle. The walls were marked with massive claw marks and cuts from blades. The bodies of the obsidian guards lay strewn across the corridor. Each corpse sent a shiver down her spine. She feared finding Chen Jin among them. She ran up the stairs, her heart racing wildly, until she pushed open the broken door. What met her eyes was a scene of ruin. The walls displayed a bizarre state of melting and solidifying. The hospital bed was empty. Only a puddle of black ashes remained on the floor. Chen Jin knelt before the ashes, his hands covered in soot. Tears mixed with blood dripped down. The tears fell onto the ashes, spreading a deep stain. Lin Wanqing's eyes instantly turned red. She did not ask what had happened. She walked over, kneeling on the debris-strewn floor, ignoring the glass shards digging into her knees, and extended her arms. She embraced Chen Jin tightly. His body trembled violently as he buried his head into Lin Wanqing's shoulder, gripping her clothes with all his strength. A scream erupted from his throat. "Oh!" His cries were heart-wrenching. The stench of blood filled the corridor, mingled with the smell of charred remains. Lin Wanqing gently patted his back, offering silent comfort. Chen Jin's tears soaked her shoulder hot against her skin. The heat made her heart ache. "I was too weak." Chen Jin's voice was hoarse and broken. Each word dripped with the taste of blood. "I thought I was strong. I thought I could protect them. But in the end, I was powerless. Uncle Zhou is dead. Not even a bone left behind. My mother was taken away. I could only watch helpless. I couldn't move at all." Lin Wanqing tightened her arms, holding Chen Jin even closer. She could feel the despair radiating from him. It was a feeling of utter helplessness, completely crushed. Chen Jin had always been proud. He had never backed down, even against a 4th-level beast or 100 attackers. He always charged to the front, enduring all the damage with his indomitable body, always jokingly calling himself level self-healer. But now he had broken down. His defenses had been utterly shattered. "If I could be just a bit stronger." If I could defeat those two people, Uncle Zhou wouldn't have to die. Chen Jin gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently. I was killed by them dozens of times. I let them crush my skull. I let them cut open my throat. I clung to their legs thinking I could hold them back. I thought I could win. I thought as long as I didn't die I could exhaust them, but it was futile. In the face of absolute power, my talent was nothing but a joke. They didn't even spare me. To them, I was merely an annoying nuisance. If I had taken my mother away earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. It's so difficult. Protecting someone is truly too hard. Lin Wangxing's eyes brimmed with tears as she gritted her teeth. She forced back her tears knowing that Chen Jin needed support, now not someone to collapse with him. If she cried, Chen Jin would truly have no one to rely on. She had to be strong. She had to pull Chen Jin from the abyss. She cradled his face, gently wiping away the blood and tears from his face with her sleeve. Her movements were soft, yet undeniably powerful. Chen Jin, look at me. Chen Jin lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and veined, the look in them hollow and frightening. Lin Wangxing's, this isn't your fault. You've done well. You stood against two high-level awakeners all on your own. You fought desperately to protect them. Uncle Zhou chose to burn his life because he believed in you. He believed you could survive. He believed you would bring. The chance he bought with his life wasn't meant for you to give up here. Chen Jin's lips trembled. He called my name. He said he was my uncle. When he raised his hand, the fire in the whole room extinguished. I couldn't move a finger. I could only watch him take my mother away. I couldn't even shout out. Chen Jin gripped Lin Wangxing's wrist. The grip was strong. Lin Wangxing's wrist turned pale under the pressure, but she did not pull away, allowing Chen Jin to vent his pain. I thought I had reached the second tier. I thought I could walk with my head held high. I thought I could bear everything. How naive I was. Uncle Zhou burned himself to save me, turning to ash, and I couldn't even hold on. Chen Jin opened his hands, revealing only black stains in his palms. I'm so useless. I'm truly so useless. Lin Wangxing's heart ached tightly as she looked at the devastation around her, witnessing Chen Jin's breakdown, deeply aware of the terror of that enemy. To manipulate time or reset space, such methods were absolutely top tier, surpassing any power she knew. But she could not panic. She held Chen Jin's hand tightly, their fingers interlocked, transmitting her warmth to him. Chen Jin, listen to me. Since that person claims to be your uncle and says he will cure your mother's illness, it means he won't harm her for now. He is keeping your mother to coerce you, to make you take that thing to see him. Chen Jin paused for a moment. A hint of focus returned to his hollow eyes. The thing. Right, he said to take that thing to him. Lin Wangxing, that's right. As long as that thing is still in your possession, or as long as you haven't found it, your mother is safe. This is our bargaining chip. You cannot die now, nor can you go insane. You need to calm down. We must find out what exactly your father brought back all those years ago. We need to find out who this so-called uncle really is. We will get through this crisis. Chen Jin's breathing gradually steadied. Lin Wangxing's words directly extinguished the fire of despair in his heart while igniting the spark of vengeance. He looked at Lin Wangxing. He noticed her red-rimmed eyes and her face, trying to appear calm. Wangxing, thank you. Lin Wangxing shook her head. We promised. Together we will bear this. She stood up, pulling Chen Jin up with her. He looked down at the ashes on the ground. He cautiously gathered the ashes on the ground, moving slowly and gently, afraid that a gust of wind would scatter. He wrapped the ashes in his clothing and tied it in a tight knot. Uncle Zhou, I will remember this debt. I will make them pay in blood. Chen Jin secured the bundle to his back, his expression completely transformed, shedding the earlier nonchalance, leaving only pure coldness and murderous intent. He touched his chest where a flicker of purple flame danced. That was his talent, and also his capital. For as long as he did not die one day, he would pull down all those lofty beings from their pedestals. The two stood in the empty hospital room. The surrounding silence was deafening. Just then footsteps echoed from outside the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was very soft, but in the stillness of the floor it resonated exceptionally clear, striking at the nerves of both individuals. They both fixed their gaze on the ward doorway. Then a head cautiously pushed through. It was Su Xiao. Lin Wangxing hadn't even made out who it was at first. The taut nerves in the room snapped. A palm rose and unleashed a bolt of violet thunder. Boom. The lightning streaked forth. Just as Su Xiao had stuck his head out, a blinding purple flash hurtled straight for his face. He went dumbstruck, unable even to flinch. The purple bolt scraped past Su Xiao's cheek. A few singed hairs drifted down. Bang! The thunder slammed into the corridor wall behind them, blowing a charred gouge out of the surface. Shards of stone flew. Su Xiao was beaten pale by the attack. His legs went weak. He stood there dazed. He swallowed, his voice trembling. It's me. Lin Wangxing, seeing who had come, immediately frowned. She had assumed Su Xiao meant to take advantage of them. After all, they'd had a grudge back at school. What are you doing here? Lin Wangxing demanded sharply. Aren't you first rank? The city lord ordered an evacuation. Why didn't you leave? Su Xiao was at a loss, leaning against the doorframe, his face ashen. He stood stunned for a moment, then found his voice with difficulty. I saw you didn't follow the evacuation. You ran this way instead. I was afraid you'd get into danger. The ward fell silent for an instant. Lin Wangxing's expression softened slightly as realization dawned on her. It turned out Su Xiao had seen her running against the flow toward the medical wing. Though usually arrogant and overbearing, he had dared to follow, risking his life. Chen Jin stood beside them, the murderous intent in his chest ebbed a little. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded from the ceiling. A thunderous rumble shook the entire building. They all looked up as a huge fissure split across the ceiling. The crack raced outward, dust cascaded down. In the next moment, the ceiling collapsed entirely, and a colossal beast smashed through and fell into the room. It struck the ward floor with a heavy impact, carving a deep pit as rubble flew. It was a Yuming Leer. Its size exceeded that of an ordinary leopard by at least threefold. Black-scaled armor covered its body, its limbs were thick, and its claws gleamed with an eerie blue chill. Late third rank. A violent berserk pressure swept the ward. Along with the beast, a man fell crashing down beside the Yuming Lirenbao. He was drenched in blood. From the ragged uniform, it was clear he belonged to Qingfang Si. The operative coughed up blood, a bone-deep clawed gash carved across his chest. He forced himself to lift his head and saw the three students in the ward. His eyes were filled with despair. Run, he rasped. The defense line's broken. Not just low-rank beasts, third-rank beasts have entered the city. We can't hold them back. The Yuming Lirenbao unleashed an earth-shattering roar. It raised its massive paw, ready to smash the Qingfang Si operative into paste. Su Xiao backed away in terror. Back. He cried, shrinking toward the doorway. A late third-rank beast was utterly beyond the capacity of the mere first-rank students to contend with. Purple lightning surged in Lin Wangxing's palm. She readied to act and save them. Yet a figure moved faster than she did. Chen Jin, whose fury and grief sought a place to break loose. The Yuming Lirenbao had arrived at the worst possible moment for it. Chen Jin sprang, a black blur charging forward, unarmed. He swung his fist and drove it into the beast's skull. Thud. The Yuming Lirenbao's head jerked. Its paw struck empty air and slammed the floor. The Qingfang Si operative regained a chance at life. Enraged, the Yuming Lirenbao turned. Its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Jin. It opened its bloody maw and lunged for his shoulder. The speed was blinding. Chen Jin did not dodge. Or rather, he refused to dodge. Squelch. Its fangs pierced flesh. With a savage wrench, the Yuming Lirenbao tore Chen Jin's entire left arm clean off. Blood gushed, splattering the beast's face. Su Xiao at the doorway watched, and his legs turned to water. He collapsed to the floor. Chen Jin, he cried in terror. It was over. Chen Jin was surely dead. The Qingfang Si operative closed his eyes, unable to witness the gore that would follow. But in the next instant, Chen Jin's severed left arm convulsed, flesh writhed, and bones sprouted with astonishing haste. In the blink of an eye, a whole unscarred arm had regrown. Not a single scar remained. Chen Jin flexed the newly formed limb. Joints clicked. He stared at the Yuming Lirenbao. His gaze was an ice-cold void. Had enough biting. Now it's my turn. Chen Jin clamped both hands onto the beast's upper and lower jaws. His gaze was an ice-cold void. Had enough biting. Now it's my turn. Chen Jin clamped both hands onto the beast's upper and lower jaws. Its razor claws shredded Chen Jin's chest and abdomen in a frenzy of flesh tore and entrails spilled forth. Chen Jin did not so much as flinch. The wounds sealed in an instant. He fought like a mad dog who had nothing to lose, trading injury for injury, life for life. He poured his helplessness toward that mysterious man and all the grief for Zhou Li's death into the beast. Die for me. Chen Jin slammed both hands with brutal force. Crack. The Yuming Lirenbao's lower jaw snapped clean off. Blood spurted as Chen Jin kicked it in the belly. He sent its massive body flying into the ward wall. The wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chen Jin did not stop. He surged forward. He rode atop the Yuming Lirenbao, his fists pounding down like a tempest. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow carried feral, overwhelming force. The beast's black scales were shattered, its skull caved in. It thrashed desperately as its tail lashed Chen Jin's back like a steel whip. He grabbed the Yuming Lirenbao's tail, and with a wrenching heave tore it clean from the root. The beast screamed a harrowing, agonized cry. He grabbed the Yuming Lirenbao's tail, and with a wrenching heave tore it clean from the root. The beast screamed a harrowing, agonized cry. The sound echoed down the corridor. Su Xiao sat at the doorway, numb as he watched the blood-soaked brutality. The Qingfang Si operative was likewise stunned into silence. He had spent years battling beasts in the polluted zones and had seen countless savage fights, but never such a style. Chen Jin's fists kept falling without mercy. The Yuming Lirenbao's head had been smashed into a pulped ruin. It was utterly still. Chen Jin stopped and breathed in great ragged gasps. He was drenched in blood, some the beast's, some his own. He rose and looked down at the ruined corpse at his feet. The ward was deathly silent except for Chun-Jin's heavy breathing. Lin Wanqing stepped forward. She was not afraid of what he had become. She understood that Chun-Jin needed to vent. "Are you all right?" Lin Wanqing asked softly. Chun-Jin shook his head. "I'm fine." He turned his head to the Changfeng Sea operative on the floor. "What's the situation outside right now?" Zhao Chong leaned against the crumbling wall, gasping heavily. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. "All is lost. The defensive line has completely collapsed. 3 Cataclysm Tier cultivators are each locked in battle with a Cataclysm Tier monstrous beast. They are pinned down." Chun-Jin's brow furrowed tightly. "Cataclysm Tier. 6th rank." Lin Wanqing stepped forward, her face pale with shock. "That's impossible. According to our intelligence, beyond Linhai City, the strongest monstrous beast should be no more than 5th rank. How could a 6th rank one appear?" Zhao Chong shook his head in agony. "I don't know either. At the onset of battle, the 5th rank beast was slain by the city governor. We all believed victory was assured. Yet those 3 6th rank beasts emerged as if from thin air, specifically to counter the 3 Cataclysm Tier cultivators within Linhai City." Chun-Jin's gaze turned glacial. Appearing from nowhere, targeting Cataclysm Tier cultivators. This was no coincidence. In his mind flashed the enigmatic man who had taken his mother. Could it be him? Chun-Jin knew full well what 6th rank entailed. In the world of awakened cultivators, 6th rank marked an absolute watershed. From 1st to 5th rank, one might prevail through tactics numbers, even sheer luck enabling rank-transcending combat. But at 6th rank, rank-transcending combat becomes utterly impossible. 6th rank cultivators possess nascent domains, a qualitative leap. To them, 5th rank cultivators are no more than insects crushed beneath a fingertip. Even more mercilessly, innate talent dictates one's ceiling. Those born with inferior aptitude simply cannot ascend to 6th rank. This was an unbreakable law. Now 3 6th rank monstrous beasts had immobilized Linhai City's highest tier defenders, meaning its citizens must rely solely on themselves. Zhao Chong coughed twice. Sub-6th rank beasts have breached the city. Monsters swarm everywhere. We can no longer hold the line. Su Xiao leaned against the doorframe, trembling violently, his face as bloodless as parchment. Yet he clenched his lips fiercely, so tightly that crimson streaks welled from the wounds. He swallowed the terror rising into his throat. Bracing himself against the wall, he forced his body upright. Chun-Jin glanced at him, slightly surprised. "Chun-Jin." Su Xiao drew a deep breath. His voice trembled, but carried a sharp, unyielding edge. "Where do we go?" Chun-Jin did not answer immediately. He lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the massive crater torn into the ceiling by the umbral rift panther. "Wait for me." Chun-Jin bent his knees slightly, then exploded upward with explosive force, launching himself like a cannonball straight through the crater and onto the floor above. He scaled the shattered structural framework floor by floor. Within mere heartbeats, Chun-Jin vaulted onto the rooftop of the medical department building. Fierce winds thick with the coppery stench of blood slammed into him. Standing at the rooftop's edge, he gazed downward, and his pupils contracted instantly. Gray mist veiled the streets below where monstrous beasts teemed in dense, suffocating waves. A black tide surged through the city, rotskin hounds, black iron spine lizards, rampant demon apes. Above, swarms of bloodthirsty bats circled ominously. Cars lay overturned, shops flattened into rubble. Linhai City had been utterly transformed into a monstrous playground. Chun-Jin's expression darkened. He turned and leapt back down the same path. Thud. He landed solidly on the ward's floor. Su Xiao hurried forward. "How is it outside?" Chun-Jin, his voice was low and heavy. "There's no escape. The streets are choked with monstrous beasts. Not even a fly could slip through." Su Xiao's legs buckled. He nearly collapsed. "Then what do we do? Are we just to wait here for death?" Lin Wanqing's brow tightened. She scanned the surroundings, her eyes settling on the ruined medical equipment. This is Black Obsidian's territory, and the medical department a critical facility. There must be a high-specification shelter underground. Chun-Jin's eyes lit up. "That makes sense." Lin Wanqing glanced at Zhao Chong, slumped weakly against the wall. "Zhao Chong's injuries are grave. His bleeding won't stop. While you're at it, retrieve emergency medical supplies from the pharmacy." Chun-Jin tightened the strap of the pack slung across his back, the ashes of Zhou Li resting within. "Understood. Stay here and barricade the door. No matter what you hear, do not emerge. Wait for my signal." With that, Chun-Jin strode out of the ward. The corridor lay in utter silence. Only his own footsteps echoed. He descended the staircase. The interior of the medical department was already in ruins, walls splattered with blood, gouged with massive claw marks. Chun-Jin reached the 3rd floor. This was the pharmacy's level. As he pushed open the fire door, a pungent, fetid stench flooded his nostrils. At the far end of the corridor, 5 rotskin hounds were devouring corpses clad in white lab coats, second-rank monstrous beasts. Hearing the fire door creak open, all 5 turned their heads in unison. Their crimson eyes glowed in the gloom, foul saliva dripped onto the floor, and guttural growls rumbled from their throats. Chen Jin accelerated sharply, launching himself straight into the pack. One hound lunged jaws wide, aiming for his throat. Chen Jin neither dodged nor flinched. His left fist clenched, then smashed into the hound's skull with brutal force. Crack! Bone shattered. Gray matter splattered across Chen Jin's face. Within less than a minute, all 5 rot-skin hounds lay in mangled ruin upon the floor. Chen Jin stepped over the carcasses and approached the pharmacy door. Within less than a minute, all 5 rot-skin hounds lay in mangled ruin upon the floor. Chen Jin stepped over the carcasses, and inside darkness reigned. Shelves had toppled, yet many medicines remained intact. Chen Jin activated the illumination function on his comlink. He scoured the shelves swiftly. Premium hemostatic agents, cellular regeneration serum, potent analgesics. Soon Chen Jin emerged clutching a fully stocked medkit. He continued descending the stairs. The lobby lay silent and hollow. Chen Jin paused not a moment, heading directly for the subterranean access corridor. The basement entrance was a massive alloy gate, now severely warped, its surface dented with enormous. Some terrifying force had battered it relentlessly. Chen Jin set the medkit aside at the stair landing, then moved forward with deliberate silence toward the gate. Through a fissure in the twisted metal, he glimpsed the basement interior, a vast chamber, originally Black Obsidian's internal training ground and supply depot. At its deepest recess stood an even heavier circular airtight door, the likely entrance to the shelter. But before it loomed a colossal monstrous beast, black bone spines bristling across its hide, its bulk rivaling a heavy-duty truck. A 4th-rank beast, Bonespike Demon Bear. It hammered ceaselessly at the airtight door, each impact sending violent tremors shuddering through the entire basement. Fine cracks already webbed across the door's surface. Clearly it would not hold much longer. The air in the basement was thick and murky, mingled with the heavy scent of blood and the peculiar odor of exotic beasts. Chen Jin pressed against the deformed alloy door. Peering through the gap created by the impact, he stared intently inside. The bone-spiked magic bear was massive, like an armored vehicle blocking the center of the basement. Its entire body, shrouded in black, shimmered with a cold light under the dim illumination. Bang! The colossal form of the magic bear slammed against the airtight door once more. The whole basement shook. Dust fell from the ceiling like rain. The round airtight door, claimed to withstand high-level beast attacks, was now severely deformed. A large section was caved in at the center. Fine cracks had formed at the metallic seams around the edges. It couldn't hold much longer. After just 10 more slams, the door would surely break. Chen Jin touched the bundle on his back, made from torn clothing containing Zhou-Li's ashes. His mind was filled with thoughts of revenge and finding his mother. He had no intention of complicating matters. This shelter was clearly no longer safe. With a 4th-level beast blocking the door, even if the door held, staying inside would mean waiting for death. He needed to hurry back and take Lin Wanqing and the others to find another hiding place. Just as Chen Jin prepared to turn around, his movement suddenly halted. A faint sound drifted through the door's gap. It was very soft, mostly drowned out by the thunderous crash of the magic bear against the door. Yet Chen Jin's senses were heightened beyond the ordinary. He heard it clearly. It was the sound of crying. A child's sobs mixed with a woman's stifled weeping. Chen Jin's feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. There were people inside. Living people. And judging by the noise, there were quite a few. Chen Jin's brow furrowed tightly. Should he leave? If he just walked away once the door broke, they would all become the beast's prey. Or should he stay? Fight the 4th-level beast Hedon. He could indeed wear it out. The previous iron-boned poisonous lizard had been gnawed to death by him. But it would take too long. To gnaw through a 4th-level beast would take at least half an hour. Outside was swarming with exotic beasts, and the defense line had already collapsed. The noise of the fight would be too loud. If it attracted other beasts, everyone would be doomed. Chen Jin gritted his teeth, the image of Zhou-Li's bloodied face flashing uncontrollably in his mind. I do it for all humanity. That raspy voice struck his nerves like a thorn. Chen Jin cursed. I really owe you one. Now that he was here, he couldn't just watch people get devoured alive. But he couldn't do it alone. He had to make a quick decision. Chen Jin silently retreated back to the stairwell, sprinting back to the 3rd-floor infirmary. He pushed open the door. Lin Wanqing was guarding the door, her palm clutching a ball of purple lightning. Upon seeing Chen Jin, she retracted the lightning. Su Xiao was leaning against the wall, his legs trembling. Zhao Chong lay half-conscious on the ground, his face ashen. What's going on? Lin Wanqing asked immediately. Chen Jin spoke rapidly. There's a shelter in the basement, but there's a 4th-level bone-spiked magic bear blocking the door. The door is about to break, and there are living people inside. As soon as he said this, the infirmary fell silent. Su Xiao's eyes widened in shock, his voice cracking. 4th level? Are you crazy? There are monsters outside. We're barely safe here, and you want to provoke a 4th-level beast. Chen Jin didn't even glance at them. He fixed his gaze on Lin Wanqing. I can't kill it alone or it'll take too long. I need your explosive power. I'll draw its aggro and you channel your energy for a single deadly strike. Lin Wanqing looked into Chen Jin's bloodshot eyes, knowing what he had just gone through. She also understood the immense rage boiling within him. Without hesitation, she nodded heavily. All right. Su Xiao was anxious, pacing back and forth. Are you both insane? That's a 4th-level beast. Who can withstand that? Chen Jin turned his head, giving him a cold glance. You don't have to go. Stay here and wait to die. I'll go with you. Su Xiao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to follow. The 3 of them quickly descended the stairs, arriving outside the alloy door of the basement. The crashing sounds were even more intense than before. The cracks on the airtight door had widened to a visible extent. Chen Jin rotated his neck, the joints cracking. He turned to look at Lin Wanqing. This beast has thick skin and poisonous spikes. You need to hold your big move for a bit longer. We need to strike its head in one hit. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, the purple light in her palm gathering. Don't worry. Chen Jin grinned, revealing a sinister smile. We're a professional team, ready to work. He didn't carry any weapons. He squeezed through the gap in the alloy door. Inside the basement, the bone-spiked magic bear was preparing for one last charge. It stepped back 2 paces, its hind leg muscles bulging. At that moment, a shadow darted out from the side. Moving at an astonishing speed, Chen Jin kicked the magic bear hard in the rear. Bang! The force was tremendous, causing the bear's massive body to stumble forward. It nearly crashed into the nearby supporting pillar. It angrily turned its head, its crimson eyes fixated on this reckless human. Chen Jin stood his ground, beckoning the magic bear with a finger. Boring to crash into a door. Come crash into me instead. Although the magic bear couldn't understand human speech, Chen Jin's arrogant and provocative stance completely enraged it. Roar! The magic bear let out a deafening roar and abandoned the airtight door. It turned and lunged at Chen Jin. Its massive paw, accompanied by a howling wind, came crashing down. Chen Jin didn't evade. He directly punched upward to meet the bear's paw. Bang! A dull thud echoed throughout the basement. Chen Jin's entire right arm instantly shattered, flesh and blood spraying everywhere, bones reduced to fragments. He was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string crashing into the wall several meters away, heavily impacting against it. The wall cracked. Su Xiao, hiding outside, witnessed this scene through the gap. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground. It was over. One strike and he was defeated. But the next second, Chen Jin crawled up from the pile of rubble. His shattered right arm was writhing with flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, a perfectly intact arm grew back. Chen Jin twisted his newly grown arm. Spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, he said, "Is that all? Did you get this 4th-level beast as a bonus for charging your phone?" The bone-spiked magic bear was stunned. Its simple mind could not comprehend why this smashed-up human could still stand. Chen Jin didn't give it. He charged at it again. This time, he didn't confront it head-on, but used his agile movements to slip around to the side of the magic bear. With both hands gripping a black bone spike on the bear's back, his arm muscles bulged, veins popping. "Break for me," Chen Jin shouted. Crack! A sturdy bone spike was forcibly snapped off, black toxic blood gushing out, splattering all over Chen Jin. The toxic blood had a strong corrosive effect. The flesh on Chen Jin's body was instantly corroded, sizzling audibly, revealing his white bones. Yet he didn't even flinch. The indestructible talent operated furiously. The rotting flesh rapidly fell away, new flesh sprouting instantly. The magic bear went mad with pain, its massive body rolling wildly in the basement. It tried to shake Chen Jin off its back. Chen Jin held tightly to another bone spike, like an unshakable. "Wanqing, are you done yet?" Chen Jin shouted as he was slammed against a supporting pillar by the magic bear, his spine breaking. Inside the basement, air had been compressed to its absolute limit. A brilliant white lightning sphere pulsed in Lin Wanqing's palm, its aura so overwhelming that the surrounding stone bricks began to fracture. Chen Jin locked his grip around the bone-spined demon bear's throat. Half his body was corroded by toxic blood, revealing bare bone beneath. Yet he did not relent. "Wanqing, now is the moment." Chen Jin roared, a feral cry tearing from his lungs. Lin Wanqing's eyes remained tightly shut. Then, she snapped them open. Her irises blazed with writhing violet plasma. Thunder annihilation. Overlimit burst. Boom. The luminous white lightning no longer arced as a slender filament. It erupted as a colossal pillar of light over 1/2 meter in diameter. It pierced the entire basement in an instant, so fast that even afterimages dissolved before they could form. A flicker of terror had just surfaced in the demon bear's crimson eyes when the lightning pillar struck its forehead. Crack! That thick steel-plated black bone armor, before shattered like a brittle eggshell. Violet lightning surged into the beast's eye sockets. Crackle! The massive body convulsed violently. Hundreds of bone spines along its back, scoured by the lightning's wrath, exploded one after another, reducing to countless specks of black ash. A fraction of a second before the lightning detonated, Chen drove both legs hard against the demon bear's back, launching himself backward in a desperate somersault. He tumbled across the floor, rolling over a dozen times. Only when he slammed into a rusted metal rack far away did he finally halt. Damn, Chen wiped grime from his face. That lightning was absolutely insane. He gazed ahead. The bone-spine demon bear no longer stirred. Its hulking frame, comparable to a heavy-duty truck, began disintegrating from within. Purple arcs lashed wildly through its flesh and sinew. Then, boom, the fourth-rank monstrous beast, the bone-spine demon bear, exploded into a scattered heap of charred, blackened fragments. Not a single intact bone remained. Within the basement, the thunder's aftershocks still reverberated. The air reeked of acrid, burnt stench. Lin Wanqing stood motionless, her palms still thrust forward in the same posture. Yet her body trembled faintly. The violet radiance in her palm faded rapidly into dimness. She turned her head, glanced at Chen. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak. But no sound emerged. Her eyelids fluttered. Then she collapsed backward, rigid and lifeless. Wanqing. Chen expression hardened instantly. He pushed off the ground with explosive force. His figure blurred into a streak. Just before her skull struck the floor, he caught her gently and securely in his arms. Her face was deathly pale. Her breath was shallow, nearly imperceptible. Her skin was ice-cold, as though freshly drawn from a frozen vault. Only then did Su Xiao and Zhao Chong dare slip through the narrow gap of the alloy door. They stared at the gore-strewn floor, at the unconscious Lin Wanqing, and froze utterly dumbfounded. Su Xiao's knees buckled. He barely clung to the wall to stay upright. This? You mean you killed it? Just like that? That was a fourth-rank beast. Zhao Chong clutched his chest wound. His face contorted with dread as he stared at Lin Wanqing. What's wrong with her? Was she wounded by the beast's dying counterattack? Chen. Check her quickly. Chen looked down at the girl in his arms. His fingers pressed lightly against her wrist. Her pulse raced, wild erratic. And her inner energy fluctuations were nearly extinguished. A memory flashed through Chen mind. Lin Wanqing's earlier words. SSS-Tier talent. Thunder annihilation. Its destructive power was absurdly immense. But the cost weighed equally heavy. She had never revealed what that cost truly was. Now it was clear. This overlimit burst had drained every last shred of her spiritual essence and her very life potential. This wasn't casting a technique. It was trading her life for raw output. Chen drew a slow, deep breath. He lifted his gaze towards Su Xiao and Zhao Chong, his eyes returning to their familiar, unruffled nonchalance. No need to panic. Are you all right? Chen rolled his eyes at Su Xiao. She's just exhausted. That move was simply too overwhelming. Her frame couldn't withstand it. She'll be fine after some rest. Su Xiao nodded blankly. Oh, just exhaustion, huh? I swear, I'm genuinely grateful. Scared me half to death. I thought she'd perish right here. Chen ignored Su Xiao's rambling. He lifted Lin Wanqing carefully into his arms, carrying her toward the airtight blast door of the shelter. The door had been mangled beyond recognition by the demon bear. Its center deeply dented edges splintered. Chen freed one hand, closed it into a fist, and hammered the door repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The dull, resonant impacts echoed sharply in the silence of the basement. Open the door. The basement air hung thick and stagnant, like congealed sludge. Shreds of the fourth-rank bone-spine demon bear littered the floor, charred and blackened. The stench of burnt flesh mingled with the metallic tang of entrails seeping relentlessly through the ventilation ducts. Chen stood before the grotesquely deformed airtight door, cradling Lin Wanqing. Her head rested limply against his shoulder, her breath feather-light, her complexion translucently pale. Open the door. Chen raised his boot and delivered a thunderous kick to the door. Thud. The hollow boom reverberated through the cavernous basement, rattling eardrums. Silence answered from behind the door, absolute suffocating. The earlier cries and desperate pleas had vanished entirely. Those inside had clearly been paralyzed with terror, cowering in corners, feigning death. Chen brow furrowed into a tight knot. His ears twitched. SSSSS. SSSSS. Claws scraping concrete. Silence answered from behind the door, absolute suffocating. The earlier cries and desperate pleas had vanished entirely. Those inside had clearly been paralyzed with terror. Dozens, no fewer than 30 or 40. Though most were only first-rank latest-stage or second-rank early-stage beasts. Yet their true danger lay in numbers and coordination. Low-rank beasts possessed a sensitivity bordering on the grotesque, far exceeding even flies drawn to filth. To them, the blood and flesh of a fourth-rank demon bear was nothing short of a celestial banquet. Su Xiao. Without turning, Qinjin called out. Su Xiao leaned heavily against the wall, legs trembling uncontrollably, his pallor rivaling Lin Wanqing's. I'm here. His voice quavered. Come here. Qinjin pointed at the mangled, airtight door. Channel that same arrogance you wear at school, like you're the second most important person in the universe, and hammer that door with everything you've got. Su Xiao blinked, staring at the near-shattered door, then swallowed hard. Qinjin, what if we try somewhere else? They'll definitely refuse to open the door. What if they mistake us for monsters? Qinjin shot him a sidelong glance, cold as glacial ice. Try elsewhere. Don't be ridiculous. Outside, the corridors swarm with beasts. Do you intend to stroll through the streets dragging an unconscious girl and a critically wounded man? He gestured toward Zhao Chong lying on the floor. Zhao Chong had lost consciousness, though his chest wound had stopped bleeding. His breathing was terrifyingly faint. Knock, when I tell you to knock. No more excuses. Qinjin pulled Lin Wanqing closer to his chest, his tone edged with impatience. Su Xiao instinctively shrank back, shoulders hunched. He shuffled forward, hesitantly reached out, and tapped the door twice, softly, feebly. Is anyone inside? We're students. We need help. His voice was barely louder than a mosquito's hum. Qinjin let out a humorless chuckle. Did you skip breakfast? Put some strength into it. Su Xiao gritted his teeth and struck harder. Thud thud. Open up, please. No sooner had Su Xiao finished shouting than he whirled around and saw them, dozens upon dozens of crimson pinpricks blazing in the dark. His soul nearly fled his body. Qinjin. They're coming. So many. They're all monsters. Tears welled in Su Xiao's eyes as his hands flailed helplessly. Qinjin wordlessly passed Lin Wanqing into Su Xiao's arms. Hold her. Su Xiao reflexively caught her, fumbling to steady her limp form. Where are you going? Qinjin rolled his shoulders, the joints popping audibly. I'll hold the entrance. He pointed toward the stairwell passage. You keep knocking. Don't stop. Not until that door opens. If Lin Wanqing falls to the ground, I'll feed you to that pack of dogs. Su Xiao clutched Lin Wanqing, tears streaming freely. I'll knock. I'll knock as hard as I can. He spun around and began pounding the airtight door with frantic, desperate blows. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Open up. Help us. Qinjin paid no heed to Su Xiao's wails. He strode purposefully toward the stairwell entrance. The beast horde surged inward through the corridor, their fetid breath washing over him like a wave. Qinjin made no move to charge into their midst. His energy reserves were dangerously depleted. He had forcibly restored his vitality 3 times in rapid succession just to slay the demon bear. Hunger gnawed at him like a rising tide. A reckless melee would exhaust him completely. He halted. His gaze fell upon the colossal corpse of the bone-spined demon bear. Though half exploded, the remaining skeleton and carcass still loomed like a small mountain. Qinjin approached, grasped the beast's thick spinal column with both hands. His biceps swelling instantly, veins surging like serpents beneath his skin. Lift, he bellowed, and with a surge of core-inching force, he heaved the demon bear's massive remains upward. The heavy corpse dragged across the floor, leaving a long, gory trail. Qinjin hauled it step by step toward the mouth of the stairwell passage. Thud, he slammed the corpse sideways into the corridor, its bulk instantly blocking over half the narrow passage. The lead rot-skin hounds were crushed beneath it, instantly shrieking in agony. This doorplate is surprisingly sturdy. Qinjin brushed blood from his palms. Yet the passage remained partially open. Gaps yawned above and beside the carcass. A few smaller black-armored spike lizards wriggled through the fissures. Qinjin stepped forward, slapped one lizard's head mid-emergence. Thud. It spun dazedly backward, tumbling into darkness. Construction in progress. No entry for unauthorized personnel. He turned, eyes locking onto the basement's load-bearing wall. He approached the wall, drew a deep breath, clenched his right fist, and drove it straight into the concrete. 80. Thud. The surface fractured instantly, spiderweb cracks racing outward. He didn't pause. His left fist followed. 80. Thud. Chunks of concrete peeled away. His fists rained down like meteor strikes, each blow radiating savage, unrelenting force. The reinforced concrete wall groaned and cratered beneath his assault. He gripped a slab of concrete, half his height, and wrenched it free, ripping embedded rebar from the wall alongside it. Qinjin hoisted the massive slab, strode to the stairwell entrance, and slammed it atop the gap above the demon bear's corpse. Boom. One gap sealed. The beasts outside grew frenzied, smelling fresh meat mere inches away yet barred from it. They clawed wildly at the carcass and concrete block, the screeching scrape of claws against stone piercing the air. A rift-mouthed hound squeezed through a side fissure, its jaws snapping, wide teeth sinking deep into Qinjin's thigh. Sharp fangs pierced flesh, but Qinjin didn't flinch. He seized its throat in a reverse grip. Snap! Its neck shattered instantly, Then he shoved the corpse, like mortar into a brick joint, into the narrow gap. Perfect fit for this brick. Qinjin turned and returned to the wall. 80. More great slabs of concrete came loose, layered one atop another at the entrance. When beasts lunged to bite him, he crushed them on the spot, using their corpses as filler between gaps. He even wrenched thick steel rebar from the wall, threading it like skewers, pinning together demon bear flesh concrete and beast corpses in brutal, unyielding unity. A barricade forged from blood steel and cement, raw, grotesque, and impenetrable, rose before the stairwell. Su Xiao watched from behind, hammering the door while stealing glances. He saw Qinjin, drenched in blood, frantically hauling rubble and stacking walls. A vision both surreal and horrifying. Su Xiao wept harder than ever. Open the door. Hurry, open it now. Inside the shelter, over 200 people huddled in suffocating silence. A bespectacled middle-aged man clutched a kitchen knife, his palms slick with sweat. He pressed his ear to the door, straining to hear. The cataclysmic thunderclap moments earlier had sparked hope. Rescue had arrived. Then came the demon bear's final agonized shriek. After that, only the deafening sound of walls being demolished and the shrill cries of beasts. Old Wang, what's happening out there? A woman whispered, clutching her child. The man shook his head, voice hushed to a whisper. No idea. Sounds like they're tearing the building apart. What if it's a higher-ranked beast? Panic rippled through the crowd. Don't open it. Absolutely not. If we let a monster in, we're all dead. An elderly man in a hospital gown shouted, trembling with. Behind the heavy, airtight door lay a deathly silence. Dozens of people were crammed into a small space. The air was thick and murky, filled with the stench of sweat mixed with a sour odor. The smell was enough to churn one's stomach. The sounds of banging outside had stopped, replaced by the dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the walls. A small boy bit down on his pale lips. He looked up at the adults around him. They defeated the monsters. They saved us. We should let them in. The child's voice echoed painfully in the vast shelter. A man with a face full of flesh suddenly turned his head, sharply glaring fiercely at him. Shut up. Mind your own business. The man extended his strong arm and pushed the small boy away. The boy stumbled unsteadily. He fell backward, and a woman hurriedly reached out to catch him. Her eyes were red, and she looked at the man. This child's father died protecting us. The man sneered. Dead is dead. If we open the door, what if the monsters rush in? Who can guarantee that the people outside are still alive? A murmur of agreement rose from the crowd. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his frames. His voice was kept low. Brother Wang is right. Those outside are awakened. They took the country's resources and enjoyed privileges. It is their duty to protect us, ordinary people. Even if they die outside, it's a worthy death. We have dozens. Why should we risk opening the door for just a few of them? A woman holding a baby nodded repeatedly. Yes, my child is still so small. What if the door opens and monsters rush in? We would all die? Since they are so powerful, they should be able to survive on their own. Whether we open the door or not makes no difference to them. Selfishness was magnified at this moment. Fear became the best excuse. No one was willing to gamble their life, even though the people outside had just risked their lives to save them. The man with the fleshy face saw that everyone supported him. His boldness grew. He walked to the airtight door and pressed his ear against the cold metal door panel, listening for a while before turning his head. There's no movement outside. They're probably dead. Everyone move the clutter aside. Seal the door tight. Whoever dares to mention opening the door, I will be the first to throw him out to feed the monsters. The crowd began to take action, piling heavy sandbags from an abandoned medical box behind the airtight door. All of it was stacked behind the airtight door, completely severing any hope of allowing outsiders in. Outside, Qinjin had just stuffed the last piece of concrete into the gap. He brushed off the dust from his hands. His ears perked up as the sounds of arguing from the shelter flowed into them, and he sneered. He turned his head, preparing to check on Lin watching. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. The source was not from the front of the passage, but from below. It came from the wall made of flesh and concrete that Qinjin had forged. A massive shadow burst forth from the ground, crashing straight through the bottom of the flesh wall. Debris and rotting flesh splattered everywhere, the stench hitting hard. This creature was surprisingly cunning. It did not attempt to collide with the passage blocked by Qinjin, but instead tunneled up from below. The shadow emerged from the ground. It instantly locked onto its target, ignoring the bloodied Qinjin and charging straight at Lin Wanqing, who was leaning against the wall. Her eyes were tightly shut, her face pale. She couldn't even move a finger now, completely and unguarded living. The shadow's speed was at its peak, stirring up a gust of wind. Its hind legs pushed against the ground violently, creating deep pits in the hard concrete. Its massive body soared into the air, viscous saliva dripping down, aiming straight for Lin Wanqing's throat. Su Xiao was sitting less than 2 meters away from Lin Wanqing. He watched as the monster suddenly erupted from the ground, staring at the approaching shadow, completely frozen. He wanted to run, but his legs were too weak to muster any strength, unable even to stand. He wanted to shout, yet no sound escaped his throat. He could only watch helplessly as the monster lunged at Lin Wanqing. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance closed in an instant. The monster's attack was already launched, tearing through the air with a sharp shriek. Lin Wanqing remained completely unaware, quietly leaning against the wall. Su Xiao's breath caught in his throat. Countless images flashed through his mind. Lin Wanqing standing in front of Chen Jin at school. Lin Wanqing shattering enemies with purple lightning in the wilderness. She was always so proud, so radiant, yet now she was about to die right before him. And he, a full-fledged grade steel-boned heavy puncher, could only sit there helplessly. No. Su Xiao screamed wildly in his heart. A surge of unprecedented blood rushed to his head. Fear was instantly dispelled by anger and unwillingness. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he pushed off the ground hard, launching himself upward. He did not retreat, but charged towards the terrifying monster. I am a great. Su Xiao let out a heartrend. His right arm's muscles instantly swelled, a layer of iron blue sheen forming under his skin. Steel-boned heavy punch, full power unleashed. He focused all his strength into this one punch. He swung hard at the shadow. Can you withstand 20 years of my power in this punch? Bang! The sound resonated deafeningly. Su Xiao's fist landed solidly against the side of the monster. The tremendous impact exploded in midair, causing the monster's massive body to veer off course. It let out a painful howl as its entire body was thrown sideways, crashing heavily against the corridor wall, the surface cracking. Large chunks of wall skin peeled away. Su Xiao also felt the backlash. The strong force shot back through his arm, cracking. A crisp sound echoed as the bone in his right arm snapped, sending him flying backward, tumbling several times on the ground. He grimaced in pain, but he looked at the monster that had been knocked away and the unharmed Lin Wanqing grinning. I did it, Chen Jin said from not far away. He had been ready to charge in, but halted his steps upon seeing this scene. He looked at Su Xiao, who lay on the ground, grinning foolishly, surprise flickering in his eyes. This kid had guts at a critical moment. Chen Jin walked over. He patted Su Xiao on the shoulder. Well done. He'll reimburse your medical expenses. Su Xiao gasped. You go solve it quickly. My arm is broken. The monster climbed up from the corner, thoroughly enraged by Su Xiao's punch. It stared intently at Su Xiao, preparing to tear this oblivious human into pieces. Chen Jin stepped in front of Su Xiao, twisting his neck. The joints cracked ominously. Your opponent is me. The monster roared, pushing off its hind legs and lunged. Chen Jin did not retreat, but advanced, charging towards the monster. He used no weapons, simply swinging his fist hard towards the monster's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the monster's head was struck sideways, the attack missing and crashing into the floor beside them. Chen Jin seized the monster's upper and lower jaws, his arm muscles bulging. With a roar, he forcefully pried the monster's mouth open. The monster emitted a painful whimper, frantically scratching at Chen Jin's chest, flesh tearing and blood spraying, yet Chen Jin did not even frown. The wound healed almost instantly as Chen Jin applied immense force with his hands. Crack! The monster's jaw was broken, blood gushing forth. Chen Jin kicked the monster in the stomach, sending its massive body flying, crashing against the ward's wall. He did not pause. He rushed forward, mounting the monster, raining down punches like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 Each punch carried a violent force. The monster's head was smashed to pieces, its skull caving in. It struggled desperately, its tail whipping against Chen Jin's back, breaking his spine. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his hands did not slow down. His spine reassembled in an instant as his fists continued to rain down. The monster's head had been reduced to a puddle of mush, completely lifeless. Chen Jin finally stopped gasping. He was covered in blood, some belonging to the monster and some his own. He stood up, looking down at the mangled corpse. The corridor was deathly silent. Only Chen Jin's heavy breathing could be heard. He shook the black blood off his hands and turned his head. His ears had caught every word of the conversation inside just moments ago. This group of selfish, ungrateful wolves. Chen Jin's expression turned icy as he strode towards the airtight door. He raised his hand, preparing to smash the door in retaliation. Just as his fist was about to descend, a dull mechanical sound resonated. A beam of light suddenly shone through the gap in the airtight door, soon followed by the heavy sound of metal grinding. The airtight door, blocked by clutter, was slowly being pushed open from inside. Chen Jin was taken aback, his fist paused in midair as the door creaked wider. However, before Chen Jin could say a word, a frustrated and angry shout came from behind the door. Who told you to open the door? The airtight door opened only a narrow slit. From within seeped a pallid, sickly light and a small hand. The boy stood behind the door, face streaked with tears, fingers clenched, white-knuckled around its edges. Clutter choked the space behind him. Metal racks, sandbags, a medical kit, even several foldable cots. With every ounce of strength he possessed, the boy had forced the door open just this much. Hurry inside. His voice trembled violently. Then, a thick, calloused hand shot out from behind him. With a thunderous bang, it hurled the boy to the floor. His skull struck the metal rack with a sickening crack. Tears flooded his eyes instantly. A broad-shouldered man, face knotted with coarse flesh, squeezed himself into the narrow gap. Bloodshot veins webbed his eyes, his jowls pulsed with tension. Who gave you permission to open it? Do you want us all to die? They saved us. The older sister fainted. We can't keep the door shut. Shut your mouth. Chen Jin's gaze turned glacial in that instant. Su Xiao still trembling as he cradled Lin, Wanqing froze mid-motion. He stared stunned as the burly man raised his foot. No. Are you insane? The man glared through the slit, eyes narrowed. Silence. Do you have any idea what's happening outside? How do we know no monsters are trailing you? If you wish to enter, first toss the unconscious woman outside. What if she's already contaminated? Su Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? The man sneered coldly. Was I unclear? She's half dead. Bringing her in is nothing but dead weight. And you? His gaze locked onto Chen Jin, drenched in black blood. You're soaked in monster blood. You're not allowed in either. A murmur rose from inside the shelter. Exactly, what if he's infected? He just slaughtered so many monsters, he's filthy. Don't open it. Please, don't open it. We barely made it here alive. Those people outside are strong. They'll hold on surely. Each word struck like a rusted nail, driven deep into the suffocating air. Chen Jin said nothing. He didn't curse, not anymore. His gaze slid away from the man's face and settled on Lin, Wanqing cradled in Su Xiao's arms. Her complexion was ash pale. Her breath grew fainter still. Her fingertips were ice cold. The crackling aura of lightning clinging to her body had all but vanished. Chen Jin's throat moved sharply. He'd held back the fire before. Now it could no longer be contained. Su Xiao, hold her tight. At that voice, Su Xiao's spine went rigid. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on Lin, Wanqing. What are you going to do? Chen Jin took one step forward. The burly man lunged to wrench the airtight door shut. Close it now. Seal it completely. That madman's about to break in. Others scrambled to shove the heavy door closed. The massive door groaned, a grating metallic shriek, as the slit narrowed inch by agonizing inch. The boy scrambled up from the floor. He threw himself forward to block it. Don't close it. The big brother saved us. With a brutal backhand, the man shoved him again, sending him crashing into the wall. Chen Jin finally moved. He thrust out one hand. 5 fingers clamped into the narrowing gap. The door was already warped. The edge, buckled and jagged from the bone spike, bears impact sharp as shattered glass. His fingers drove in. Skin split instantly. Blood streamed down his knuckles. The man blinked, stunned. Then he threw his full weight backward, hauling with desperate force. Shut it. Help me now. Others joined the effort, straining against the door. A deep, guttural roar echoed through the metal. Chen Jin's fingers twisted grotesquely. Bone ground against bone with sickening crunches. Su Xiao's scalp prickled. Chen Jin didn't turn. He lowered his head. Only icy stillness remained in his eyes. His undying and unfading talent flared, desperately burning the last reserves of vitality. Hunger ignited like wildfire in his gut. His stomach hollowed, aching with raw emptiness. Every cell screamed to devour, to consume. Yet he could not stop. Lin Wanqing couldn't wait. Zhao Chong couldn't wait. Nor could those huddled behind that door. He didn't have to save them. But that door must open. I gave you your chance. Chen Jin's voice dropped low. The man didn't catch it. What did you say? Chen Jin snapped his gaze upward. I said, this door opens my way. In the next breath, the muscles along his arm coiled, thick and tensed. Veins swelled beneath his skin, threatening to burst. His finger bones splintered against the metal edge, then reformed in an instant. Shattered again. Regrew again. Razor-edged metal bit deep into his palm. Flesh ground into raw crimson pulp. Yet he showed no sign of pain. Tum. His boots slammed into the floor. Concrete spiderwebbed outward in jagged fractures. With one hand gripping the door, he pivoted. Hips driving shoulders locking into a taut lethal arc. Open. A shriek of tortured metal tore through the air. Creak. Creak. That massive hydraulically-assisted airtight door, designed to resist blast pressure, began tearing outward, pulled by sheer inhuman force. The man's face drained of color. Impossible. This can't be possible. He clawed desperately. Others braced behind him, yet it made no difference. Chen Jin's strength roared like a deranged industrial press. The hinges screamed in protest. Mounting bolts popped loose, one after another. Clang. The first bolt rocketed past the man's ear. He yelped, collapsing backward onto the floor. Chen Jin wrenched his arm downward. Boom. Half the door ripped free, hurling inward. Racks, sandbags, medical kits, all overturned in chaos. The burly man tumbled out with the wreckage. Crash. A medkit slammed into his skull. He howled in agony, yet dared not curse again. Everyone inside froze, eyes wide, fixed on Qin, as if gazing upon a creature risen from slaughter itself. Qin stood framed in the doorway, smeared with black blood and dust. His right hand, a ruin of shredded flesh bone grinding and regrowing beneath torn skin. He didn't glance at the onlookers, nor at the man sprawled on the floor. He turned, gently lifting Lin Wanqing from Su Zhao's arms, movements impossibly tender, utterly at odds with the violence moments before. She settled into his embrace. He brushed ash from her cheek with the back of his hand. It's over now. Let's go inside. Su Zhao, cradling his shattered right arm, sucked in ragged breaths of pain. Still he bent to support Zhao Chong. Brother Zhao. Hold on. Zhao Chong cracked open his eyes, saw the gaping door, then lifted his gaze to Qin standing there. His lips parted. You? Su Zhao gritted his teeth and hoisted him upright. Don't speak, or all that blood you lost will have been for nothing. Qin carried Lin Wanqing into the shelter. People instinctively parted left and right. No one dared stand in his path. The bespectacled man who'd shouted loudest earlier bowed his head, chin nearly buried in his collar. A woman clutching her child shrank into the far corner, breathing shallow and silent. The burly man remained seated on the floor, hand pressed to his bleeding forehead, lips quivering. I was only thinking of everyone. Qin passed beside him. His footsteps paused. The man flinched violently. I truly didn't mean it. It was chaos just now. I feared the monsters would get in. Qin looked down at him, no fury in his gaze, only weary, absolute disdain. You'd best stay silent. The man clamped his mouth shut. The boy stood by the wall, forehead bleeding. He watched Lin Wanqing in Qin's arms and whispered, "Will the older sister die?" Qin halted. He turned to meet the boy's gaze. The frost in his eyes softened, just a fraction. No. The boy nodded fiercely. When she fought the monsters, she was amazing, like lightning from the heavens. Qin paused, then murmured, "Yes. She always has been." At the far end of the shelter lay a relatively clean zone, the emergency medical station. Several basic vials and an outdated diagnostic scanner rested atop its surface. Qin strode straight there, laying Lin Wanqing down with careful precision. Su Zhao guided Zhao Chong to the side. As soon as Zhao Chong sank onto the bench, his body went slack. Qin strode straight there, laying Lin Wanqing down with careful precision. Su Zhao guided Zhao Chong. After a beat, a silver-haired, elderly woman stepped forward, trembling. I used to be a nurse. Retired for many years. But I can handle basic hemorrhage control. Su Zhao seized hope like a lifeline. Granny, please hurry. He's fading fast. She hurried over without hesitation. The boy darted after her, handing her gauze. Qin retrieved a high-grade hemostatic agent from the medkit he'd brought in and tossed it to her. Treat him first. She caught the vial, her hand shaking. This is premium-grade medicine. Extremely expensive. Qin didn't look up. Now isn't the time to count costs. That quiet statement burned across the shelter. Many faces flushed, remembering their own words behind the sealed door. Let those outside die. It's their fate. Now those very people had saved them and offered their medicine to heal their wounded. Qin paid no mind to their shame. He placed 2 fingers on Lin Wanqing's wrist. Her pulse remained erratic. Her temperature dangerously low. Her body felt hollowed out, emptied. He withdrew 2 neural stabilizers. Then 1 vial of high-calorie energy supplement, the highest tier emergency formulation from Obsidian Medical Division's pharmacy. He scanned the label, effective against severe lightning attribute depletion. Gently prying Lin Wanqing's lips apart, he administered the dose, drop by slow drop. The liquid carried a faint, bitter tang. Her throat rippled. She swallowed. Qin's rigid shoulders eased, only slightly. Then, hunger surged anew, fiercer than before. His vision dimmed, blurring the shelter lights into wavering halos. Voices receded, as if heard underwater. Su Zhao cried out in pain. The old woman directed the boy to fetch bandages. The burly man wheezed heavily in the corner. All sounds faded, distant and muffled. Qin braced himself against the metal edge of the medical table, fingers digging in until the surface dented beneath his grip. He glanced at his forearm, muscle visibly wasted. His cells had begun consuming their own reserves. Every regeneration came at the cost of life force. He'd torn open the door, barricaded the breach, slain aberrant beasts, forced countless cycles of rapid healing. His reserves were exhausted. He pressed a hand hard against his abdomen. TCH. Perfect timing. Su Zhao snapped his attention toward him. What's wrong? Qin waved him off. I'm hungry. Su Zhao stared dumbfounded. Now, monsters swarm outside, traitors lurk inside. Lin Wanqing lies unconscious. And you're hungry. Qin met his gaze. You object? Su Zhao clamped his mouth shut. No. It's entirely consistent with your nature. Qin lacked the energy for banter. He turned to the shelter's occupants. Do you have food? A sea of blank stares. No one moved. The burly man's eyes darted sideways. Food belongs to everyone. Under these conditions, distribution must be strictly controlled. Shinjin looked at him. The man's voice shriveled instantly. I only meant to remind everyone. Shinjin smiled. A smile devoid of warmth. He rose, stepping forward until he loomed over the man, who instinctively recoiled. Shinjin crouched, leveling his gaze. There's something you still haven't grasped. This door was opened by me. Those monsters were slain by us. You're alive now, not because you're clever, but because someone among us still remembers how to be human. The man paled, bone-white. Shinjin reached out. He seized a storage crate beside the man, crushing its lock with bare fingers. Inside, compressed rations, energy bars, and several vials of high-heat nutrient solution. A stunned silence fell. So, the food had been hoarded behind the man's back all along. The boy's eyes welled with furious tears. You said there was no food. The man stayed mute. Shinjin grabbed a nutrient vial, twisted it open, and 1 bottle, 2, 3. The scalding heat of the solution dampened the fire in his gut, just barely. Not nearly enough. He tore open an energy bar, then another, shoving them into his mouth. Crunching echoed sharply in the hushed shelter. No one dared speak. Su Zhao's eye twitched. Your eating habits are extremely resource-intensive. Shinjin swallowed another mouthful. If I don't eat, I'll eat you. Su Zhao, cradling his broken arm, edged half a step sideways. Then eat more. Don't hold back. By the 5th vial, his vision cleared. Muscle slowly reknitted along his forearm. Not much, but enough to endure. He scooped up the remaining ration packs and tossed them to the boy and the old woman. Distribute to the children and wounded. The man's lips parted, then stilled under Shinjin's glance. He ducked his head. Someone murmured softly, thank you. Too faint for Shinjin to acknowledge. He returned to Lin Wanqing's side, watching her closely. Her face remained pale, but her breath steadied just a little. Shinjin sat beside the medical table. The pack strapped to his back pressed uncomfortably against his spine. Zhou Li's ashes rested quietly against him, cold, dense, unyielding as forged iron. He lifted a hand, lightly brushing the bundle. His expression darkened. Outside, the roars of beasts continued. The entire medical tower still vibrated with aftershocks. This city was not yet safe. His mother had been taken. Zhou Li had perished, leaving not even bone behind. Lin Wanqing lay beside him. Zhao Chong was in critical care. Su Xiao huddled in the corner, jaw clenched against pain. And Shinjin had only one thought left. Survive. Led them all through this, alive. Zhao Chong was in critical care. Su Xiao huddled in the corner, jaw clenched against pain. And Shinjin had only one thought left. Survive. This debt, I will reclaim it, without fail. A guttural roar echoed from the ventilation shaft. Foul coppery stench seeped through the cracks, thick and suffocating. The crowd inside the shelter erupted into panic. Terror spread like a plague. The burly man staggered to his feet, clutching his gashed forehead. Blood oozed between his fingers, dripping steadily onto the floor. His gaze locked onto Shinjin. Fear in his eyes curdled into furious humiliation. It's all your fault. He jabbed a thick finger at Shinjin and bellowed, you insisted on opening that door. Well, look what you've done now. You've lured the monsters straight to us. He whirled toward the cowering civilians. Everyone, see for yourselves. His body is drenched in monster blood. He's an omen of doom. They tracked him here, by his very scent. We cannot keep him. Cast him out now, or we'll all die because of him. A shrill, venomous woman shrieked. Exactly. He even stole Brother Wang's rations moments ago. Letting scum like him stay means our certain death. A timid, trembling man chimed in, voice quavering. Throw him out. There are too many of us. He won't dare strike back. Bolstered by the mobs backing, the burly man puffed out his chest, arrogance flaring anew. Do you hear me? The people's eyes see all. Take that half-dead woman and vanish, immediately, or we'll drag you out ourselves. Su Xiao exploded in fury. Are you mad? If not for him just now, you'd already be devoured, gutted and gone. The burly man sneered. Then you do it, if you're so capable. Since you defend him so fiercely, you two can crawl out together. Su Xiao trembled violently, teeth clenched. Agony lanced up his severed right arm, searing, unbearable. Just as he lunged forward, a firm hand settled upon his shoulder. Shinjin rose to his feet. Shinjin turned his head. His eyes met the burly man's, blood-red veined with crimson threads. Their depths boiling with murderous intent, raw and uncontained. That was no human gaze. It belonged to a beast risen from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The burly man froze beneath it, his throat constricting as if gripped by invisible hands. His next words died mid-throat. Shinjin spoke no warning. He bent low and snatched up a rusted steel rebar from the floor. The rebar was as thick as a thumb crusted with dried concrete. Shinjin closed his fist around it. Cords of muscle erupted along his forearm, veins surged like serpents beneath his skin. In one fluid, explosive motion, he swung his arm high, and hurled the rebar. Whoosh! It screamed through the air, a shriek of torn wind, blisteringly fast. The burly man had no time to react. The rebar sliced past his scalp, shearing away flesh, bone, and hair in one brutal arc. Blood gushed forth instantly. Thud! It slammed deep into the concrete wall behind him, half its length vanishing into the stone. Its trembling tail end hummed with lethal resonance. Silence crashed over the shelter, absolute, tomb-like. Every soul stood paralyzed, stunned into mute awe by that feral, untamable ferocity. Even breaths were hushed to whispers. The burly man's knees buckled. He collapsed onto the floor, urine soaking his trousers, its acrid stench blooming sharply in the still air. His mouth hung agape, gasping raggedly, too terrified even to beg. Shinjin stared down at him. Your tongue must be dipped in honey. Speak another word, and the next rebar won't miss. It will pierce your skull clean through. The burly man shook his head, wildly frantic. Both hands clamped tightly over his mouth, stifling even the faintest whimper. Shinjin swept his gaze across the shelter, locking onto every civilian who'd shouted just moments before. None dared meet his eyes. All bowed their heads, shrinking inward. Shinjin withdrew his gaze and walked to Lin Wanqing's side. Lin Wanqing remained unconscious, her face pale as porcelain, her breathing shallow and frail. Shinjin shrugged off his tattered jacket and draped it gently over her. He turned to Su Xiao. Guard her with your life. Let any soul draw within half a step, and they die without mercy. Su Xiao nodded, jaw set tight. You have my word. I'll fall before she does. Shinjin rose and strode toward the tunnel entrance, back, straight, resolve absolute. Su Xiao called after him. Shinjin, where are you going? Shinjin did not turn. To work. At that moment, the outer defenses of the basement collapsed entirely. Boom. A thunderous grinding crash echoed. The reinforced alloy gate shattered inward. Hordes of low-tier aberrants flooded in through broken walls, through vent shafts, through the widening breach. A writhing tide of darkness. Rot skinhounds, black-scale spine lizards, rampant demon apes. Their putrid stench flooded the subterranean corridor, thick and nauseating. Roars shook the foundations. Shelter dwellers huddled, sobbing silently into their arms, too terrified even to cry aloud. Shinjin stepped to the tunnel's threshold. He halted. Before him surged the monstrous tide. And deep within his gut, that ravenous, tearing hunger surged again, more violent, more insatiable than ever before. His cells screamed for sustenance, for blood, for flesh. Shinjin pressed a fist hard against his abdomen, nails biting into his palm, using pain to anchor himself to consciousness. He would not retreat. Behind him lay Lin Wanqing. Su Xiao. Zhao Chong. He had already lost Uncle Zhou. He would lose no one else. Shinjin lifted his head. His eyes burned crimson, wet with blood. He fixed them on the rot skin hounds surging at the vanguard, and bared his teeth in a savage, gleaming grin. Come then. Weaponless, he raised his fists, and charged headlong into the maw of the horde. Crunch. His fist cratered the lead hound's skull, brains bursting outward in a grisly spray. Without pause, he seized the next hound's throat, twisted hard. Snap. Its neck snapped like dry cane. He hoisted the corpse overhead, and swung it like a mace. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 black-scale spine lizards crumpled under the impact. Shinjin became an unrelenting engine of slaughter, carving carnage at the threshold. Blood painted his body, monster blood, yes, but also his own. A rampant demon ape lunged, and its claws ripped 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes across Shinjin's chest. Flesh peeled back. Blood jetted hot and heavy. Shinjin didn't flinch. Not even a grunt escaped him. Before the wound could well, it sealed, skin knitting, muscle re-knitting faster than sight. He seized the ape's arms with both hands. With a roar of pure force, he wrenched, ripping one massive limb clean from its socket. The ape shrieked a sound of primal agony. Shinjin drove a boot into its belly, launching it backward. It crashed into the swarm, toppling dozens. Hunger roared louder, deafening, consuming. His rational mind frayed at the edges. Instinct took over, bestial, unyielding. He opened his jaws and sank his teeth into the throat of a lunging black-scale spine lizard, tearing away a slab of steaming flesh. Scalding blood flooded his mouth, sliding down his throat, transmuting instantly into pure vital energy. Shinjin fought harder, faster, frenzied, unstoppable. He abandoned defense entirely, letting claws and fangs tear into him, trading wounds for kills, lives for lives. Then came the umbral rift leopard, blurring forward in a streak of shadow. It sank its fangs into his shoulder. Shinjin struck back, driving his fingers deep into its eye socket, and yanked, ripping the orb free in a burst of vitreous fluid. The leopard shrieked, then silenced as Shinjin punched straight through its throat. His body bore more wounds, each deeper, each slower to close. His consciousness flickered, dimming. Uncle Zhou's ash-scattering face flashed before him. His mother's abduction, her final fading glance. I will not fall. I must avenge them. I must settle this debt, fully finally. Rage fueled his ruined frame. He became a meat grinder, shredding every aberrant that dared approach. Corpses piled higher at the tunnel mouth, forming a grotesque, glistening barricade of flesh and bone. Chen Jin stood atop it, towering over the churning tide below. The aberrants hesitated, unnerved by the aura of slaughter radiating from this blood-soaked man. Primal fear stirred in their instincts. Chen Jin heaved great ragged breaths, chest heaving, lungs burning. He spat, a crimson globule flecked with foam. Why stop? Keep coming. He leapt down from the barricade and plunged back into the heart of the swarm, unleashing fresh carnage. Inside the shelter, the venomous woman clutched her mouth, tears and snot streaming down her face. She choked on bitter regret. Every syllable she'd spat now a curse upon her own life. Had Chen Jin truly been cast out, they would now be shredded, limb from limb. The timid man knelt, palms pressed together in desperate prayer, begging for Chen Jin's survival for their own. Su Xiao watched, left fist clenched, so tight his nails drew blood. He loathed his weakness, hated standing helpless while another bore the storm. Chen Jin, you madman. Hold on, just hold on. Battle reached fever pitch. Chen Jin's stamina teetered at absolute collapse. Each punch heavier, each step slower. Yet he did not cease. He could not cease. He must endure this trial. He must live. He must make those lofty, untouchable beings pay, in full in blood. Kill. His roar split the underworld, drowning every bestial howl, echoing endlessly through the stone arteries of the earth. The entrance to the basement corridor. Rotskin hounds and black-armored spike lizards surged in. Too many, far too many. They packed together, dense and suffocating. The stench of decay rose like a miasma. Chen Jin stood at the vanguard. He did not retreat, not a single step. Instead, he charged headlong into the beast horde, abandoning all defense. A Rotskin hound clamped its jaws onto his shoulder. Its razor-sharp fangs pierced flesh and muscle. Blood erupted in a crimson spray. Chen Jin did not even glance down. With a reverse strike, he smashed the hound's skull with his fist. Gore splattered across his face. Then a black-armored spike lizard's tail lashed out and pierced straight through his abdomen. His intestines spilled forth. Chen Jin seized the tail in both hands, and with a savage wrenching pull, ripped the beast cleanly in two. His wounds convulsed, then began healing at a terrifying pace. Flesh peeled and reknitted. Bones cracked, shifted, and reformed. Each injury, each recovery, relentlessly strained the limits of his latent potential. His eyes had turned crimson with slaughter frenzy. He had become a machine of pure carnage. Yet his inner energy bled away at a dizzying rate. Hunger returned, sharp, insatiable. Fire raged within his gut. His cells screamed in unison. Feed us. Give us flesh. Give us blood. Chen Jin's vision blurred at the edges. He needed energy now. He had to survive this trial. He could not fall here. So much remained undone. He still had to find his mother. He still had to avenge Zhou Li. These thoughts anchored him, keeping him upright amid the tide of beasts. His fists rose and fell, shattering skull after skull. Blood stained the floor crimson and dyed his own eyes red. His appearance now surpassed even the beasts in terror. He was no longer human. He was a man-beast incarnate. A second-tier black-armored spike lizard lunged forward, larger than the rest. Chen Jin met it heat-in, grasping its upper and lower jaws with both hands. His biceps swelled, tendons bulged like steel cables. Split open now. Crack. He tore the beast's maw apart with bare hands. Scalding beast blood gushed forth. Chen Jin did not flinch. He opened his mouth wide and drank deeply, swallowing great gulping draughts. The blood coursed down his throat. It carried the thick, iron-rich tang of raw life and a torrent of potent energy. Chen Jin sank his teeth into the lizard's throat, ripping away a massive slab of steaming flesh. He chewed not at all, swallowed it whole. Truly refined ingredients require only the simplest preparation. Blood streamed from his lips and chin. A wry thought flickered in his mind. Second-tier beast flesh tastes appalling, tough, fibrous, acrid. But the energy, undeniably potent. Beast blood burned as it slid down his throat. It barely quelled the cellular rebellion, the gnawing void within. Yet his hollowed frame swelled anew. Strength flooded back into every sinew and fiber. He dropped the lizard's carcass onto the ground. You're oddly considerate, he muttered, wiping blood from his mouth. Knew I was starving. Delivered takeout yourself. He turned and plunged once more into the slaughter. He would exterminate every last beast. He would hold this threshold. He would not let a single monster breach it. Inside waited those he swore to protect. One punch sent a Rotskin hound flying. A kick shattered a spike lizard's spine. His movements grew faster, sharper, deadlier. His strength swelled further. Feasting upon second-tier beast flesh had elevated him once more. Now power thrummed through his veins like molten lightning. He could fight on, endlessly, until the last beast lay dead. Yet the tide never ceased. Chen Jin remained pinned immovable at the corridor's mouth. No matter how swiftly he killed, he could not overcome their sheer numerical dominance. Then, several shadows darted along the overhead pipes. Shadow panthers, second-tier beasts. They avoided the frontal assault entirely. Cunning and silent, they used the other beasts as living cover. They slipped past Qinjin's line and vanished into the shelter. Qinjin crushed a rot-skin hound's skull, and from the corner of his eye caught the fleeting shadows. His heart plummeted. Damn it! He spun to give chase. But the front line surged forward, sealing his path. Several spike lizards locked jaws onto his legs. Rot-skin hounds swarmed his back. He was buried beneath the writhing mass. Struggling, roaring, thrashing. His fists hammered down again and again. Yet he was held fast. He could not break free. Desperation clawed at his mind. Lin Wanqing still lay unconscious. Su Xiao had lost a hand. Zhao Chong lay gravely wounded. The shelter housed only unarmed civilians. If Shadow Panthers entered, it would be a one-sided massacre. He had to break free now. With a thunderous roar, he exploded upward. Heaving the crushing weight of beasts, he stepped atop their corpses, fighting desperately toward the shelter. But the tide surged a new wave after relentless wave. They clung to him, biting, tearing, refusing release. His body hung heavy with beasts. Each step cost him agony and blood. Inside the shelter, Shadow Panthers landed, soundless, lethal. Their scarlet eyes glinted in the dim light. The crowd erupted. Screams, sobs, chaos, a deafening cacophony. Monsters are inside. Help us. Terrified civilians scrambled backward, shoving, trampling, panic consuming reason. A burly man bolted fastest of all. He sprinted, shouting wildly, back, back, back. Blind with fear, he crashed into a medical cart and collapsed onto the floor. He lifted his head and froze. A shadow panther loomed over him, crouched low, muscles coiled for the kill. His trousers darkened instantly. He scrabbled backward on hands and knees, then felt something soft beneath his palm. It was Lin Wanqing, unconscious, motionless, lying utterly defenseless. A flash of madness lit the man's eyes. He seized Lin Wanqing's collar and hurled her forward, directly into the panther's path. Eat her. She's plump. He bellowed, and seizing the moment, scrambled deeper into the panicked crowd. He cared nothing for others' lives, only his own survival, even if it meant trading another's life for his own. Others witnessed it, but none spoke. None moved to stop him. Terror had stripped them of courage, of conscience. In that instant, raw, unvarnished selfishness laid itself bare. Su Xiao sat nearby, watching. His eyes ignited with crimson fury. You filthy beast, he lunged forward, seizing Lin Wanqing with his remaining left hand, and pulled her behind him just as the panther's claws sliced through air like razors. Su Xiao did not yield. Jaw clenched, his left arm swelled, veins pulsing, skin hardening to iron gray. Steel bone, heavy fist, he met the panther heat-in. Boom. His fist slammed into its skull, knocking it sideways off balance. It crashed against the wall, but Su Xiao's arm snapped with a sickening crack. Agony ripped from his throat in a raw animal cry, and he crumpled to his knees. Both arms shattered, utterly useless. He was weaponless, broken. Another shadow panther advanced slowly, deliberately. Su Xiao spat blood and planted himself squarely before Lin Wanqing. He stared the beast down. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. He knew he couldn't win, but he would not step aside. He'd sworn to Qinjin he would guard Lin Wanqing, even if it cost him his life. He would die standing between her and death. A quiet regret touched his heart. He hadn't settled their score yet, hadn't seen her wake, but he bore no. Today he felt like a true man. The panther opened its maw, fangs gleaming, ready to sever his throat. At that precise instant, a blood-slicked hand shot from behind, clamping hard onto the panther's tail. A terrified whine escaped. Its massive body was wrenched backward, and there stood Qinjin, drenched in gore. He planted one foot atop the panther's spine. Crack. Spine shattered. The beast died instantly. Qinjin didn't pause. He blurred forward, and his fists descended again and again. The remaining shadow panthers dissolved into crimson pulp. Silence fell, thick, absolute, suffocating. Every soul in the shelter stared at Qinjin. Not a breath dared stir. Qinjin turned. His gaze swept the crowd and locked onto the burly man cowering in the farthest corner. Step by deliberate step he approached. The man trembled violently. You're still alive, he stammered. Qinjin stopped before him, gripped his collar, and lifted him clean off the ground. You pushed her. His voice was colder than frozen void. The man shook his head frantically. I didn't mean to. I was terrified. Please, spare me. Qinjin held his gaze unmoving. I'll spare you. But who spares her? His arm coiled and hurled the man through the air. He arced high, then slammed into the beast throng at the corridor's mouth. Fangs and claws descended in an instant. A shriek tore from his throat, then silence swallowed it whole. Qinjin turned back, eyes scanning the shelter's stunned occupants. This debt, he said quietly. Anyone else wish to settle it? No voice answered. All bowed their heads. They understood now. This blood-drenched youth standing before them was more fearsome than any beast beyond the door. Chen Jin walked to Su Xiao and helped him rise. Well done. Su Xiao gasped, teeth gritted against pain. Shut up. I'm Class A, you know. Chen Jin offered a faint smile, then looked down at Lin Wanqing, still unconscious on the floor. Her breathing was steady, deep, untroubled. A slow exhale escaped him. As long as she lived, everything else could wait. He turned, eyes locking once more on the corridor's mouth. The tide still raged outside. The battle was not over. He would hold this line to his final breath. The flesh and blood barricade at the basement tunnel entrance grew ever higher. Chen Jin stood atop the mound of corpses, his body drenched in blood. He could no longer recall how many times he had thrown his fists. His stamina had reached its absolute limit. A ravenous hunger gnawed violently at his nerves. The beast tide showed no sign of relenting. One wave after another surged forward. It clung to him relentlessly. 3 black silhouettes shot forth from the ventilation ducts overhead, their forms larger than the earlier shadow leopards. Their fur shimmered with an eerie dark crimson. Mutated shadow leopards. They did not attack Chen Jin. Instead, they vaulted over his head, scaling the walls with lethal grace. Straight toward the shelter's interior. Chen Jin whirled around sharply, reaching out. But 2 rampant demon apes crawled from the corpse pile, locking their arms tightly around his legs. Their razor-sharp claws pierced deep into the muscle of his thighs. Get off me, Chen Jin roared, and brought both fists down with crushing force, shattering the apes' skulls. Yet the 3 mutated shadow leopards had already breached the shelter. Inside, civilians screamed in utter despair. The crowd erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. People stampeded frantically toward the corners, trampling one another underfoot. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, usually mild-mannered and reserved, now wore a grotesque, snarling mask of fury. He seized an elderly woman's collar, yanked her backward with brutal force, sending her crashing to the floor. Then stepping onto her back, he sprinted forward. The old woman shrieked, a piercing, heart-rending wail, before vanishing beneath the surging tide of bodies. Not even a ripple remained. A woman clutching her infant stumbled wildly, her baby wailing uncontrollably. A young man nearby, irritated by her obstruction, kicked her behind the knee. She collapsed instantly. Without glancing back, he plunged onward. The man in gold-rimmed glasses ran fastest of all. He scrambled, shoved, and elbowed his way through, knocking aside 7 or 8 people, until he forced himself deep into the shelter's farthest recess. But it was a dead end. There was nowhere left to hide. The 3 mutated shadow leopards landed silently, their scarlet eyes locking onto the terrified masses. They did not strike immediately. Instead, like cats toying with cornered mice, they advanced with slow, elegant steps, emitting low, bone-chilling growls from deep within their throats. The man in gold-rimmed glasses wet himself in terror. His entire body trembled. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. He scanned the chaos wildly, searching for a human shield. His gaze fell upon the medical gurney nearby. Lin Wanqing lay motionless upon it, still unconscious. A mad, feverish light flared in his eyes. He pointed at Lin Wanqing and bellowed to the crowd. Push her out. She's an awakened one. Monsters crave the flesh of the awakened most. Sacrifice her, and we lived. For a breath, the crowd froze. Then primal survival instinct drowned the last embers of conscience. A sharp-tongued woman was the first to respond. Yes. She's half dead anyway, a useless burden. 1 life for all of ours. That's fair. Several men exchanged grim, knowing glances, malice blooming in their hearts. In unison, they charged the gurney. Su Xiao leaned against the wall, both arms shattered and limp at his sides. Agony soaked him in cold sweat. He watched the mob, these deranged civilians, his eyes burning crimson. What are you doing? Back off. He threw his broken body in front of the gurney. The man in gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward. A vicious kick slammed into Su Xiao's abdomen. Move aside, cripple. Who do you think you are, playing hero? Su Xiao flew backward, crashing hard onto the floor, spitting a torrent of blood. The man and several others dragged Lin Wanqing from the gurney rough and hurried. Thud. Her body struck the ground with a dull, hollow thud, utterly unresponsive, her limbs flopping like those of a rag doll as they hauled her across the floor. Back, 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 the man shouted while shoving Lin Wanqing toward the leopards. Eat her, she's plump. Don't eat us. They thrust her forward, then recoiled en masse, scrambling desperately. The 3 mutated shadow leopards caught the faint, lingering scent of thunder energy within Lin Wanqing's body. High-tier beasts instinctively crave the flesh of high-tier awakened ones. They abandoned the rest. All 3 leaped as one, their claws unsheathed, aiming straight for Lin Wanqing's throat. Su Xiao lay on the ground, watching them close in. Fragments of memory flooded his mind's school corridors, him swaggering with his entourage, convinced he was the protagonist of his own world. Until Chen Jin pinned him to the floor, until Lin Wanqing stepped between them. Only then did he realize. The fool was himself. So what? Su Xiao clenched his jaw, a wild, defiant light flashing in his eyes. Today I'll be the pure-hearted god of love. He had no arms, but he still had his body. With a sudden explosive thrust of his legs, he launched himself upward, without hesitation, launching his entire frame forward, throwing himself bodily in front of Lin Wanqing. Thwip! The sickening sound of blades parting flesh. The lead leopard's claw pierced Su Xiao's chest in an instant. Its razor tip burst from his back, spurting a spray of crimson. Hot blood gushed forth, spattering across Lin Wanqing's pale, still face. Su Xiao coughed up blood in great ragged bursts, chunks of viscera mingling with the red tide. Excruciating pain tore through his nerves, yet he did not retreat. With his mangled stumps, he locked the leopard's forelimbs in a death grip, slamming his chin into its skull, clamping his arms tight around its neck, refusing to let go. Su Xiao's life force ebbed away rapidly. Warm blood traced slow paths down Lin Wanqing's cheeks. Her eyelashes fluttered, once. Su Xiao's life force ebbed away rapidly. Warm blood traced slow paths down Lin Wanqing's cheeks. Her eyelashes fluttered, once. She snapped her eyes open, blinding crimson filling her vision. Su Xiao's broken body loomed above her, his chest impaled by the leopard's claw. Blood dripped steadily onto her face. This sight seared itself into her newly awakened consciousness. The image of Zhou Li crumbling to ash had yet to fade, and now Su Xiao lay dying before her. Why? Why must someone always fall? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting at the rims, as rage and grief detonated within her chest. The thunder energy within her, long since depleted, underwent a profound, eerie transformation. Pure violet lightning now bled into an abyssal black, infused with the raw primordial essence of annihilation, the very power capable of unmaking all things. Get away! Lin Wanqing unleashed a shrill, soul-rending shriek. Boom! Purple-black lightning erupted, flooding the entire basement with blinding radiance. Violent, indiscriminate arcs lashed outward from her core. The three mutated shadow leopards bore the full brunt. No scream escaped their throats before they were reduced to charred husks, collapsing into piles of black ash. As the lightning faded, the acrid stench of burnt flesh filled the air. Su Xiao lost all support, his body slumping lifelessly downward. Lin Wanqing struggled upright, catching him as he fell. He lay cradled in her arms, a ghastly wound gaping in his chest, breathing shallow, uneven gasps. Su Xiao, don't die. Her voice trembled violently. Her hands pressed desperately against the wound, yet blood continued to well up between her fingers. Su Xiao gazed at Lin Wanqing, forcing a twisted, pained smile. Blood welled ceaselessly from his lips. I never died by Chen Jin's hand, so this isn't a loss. He drew each breath with agonizing effort, his vision blurring at the edges. Lin Wanqing, tell Chen Jin I'm sorry. I was wrong back then. Lin Wanqing shook her head fiercely, tears splashing onto his face. You tell him yourself. I won't deliver your words. I was wrong back then. Lin Wanqing shook her head fiercely, tears splashing onto his face. You tell him yourself. I won't deliver your word. Actually, even though you never liked me, you hated me. But his voice dwindled to a whisper, then was swallowed whole by a deafening bestial roar from the tunnel mouth. I never regretted loving you. His head tilted gently to the side, his eyes closed, slowly peaceful. Lin Wanqing heard only the first half. The final words vanished beneath the thunderous roar. What did you say? Su Xiao, wake up, she screamed, but the man in her arms gave no reply. At the tunnel mouth, Chen Jin had just broken free from the demon ape's grasp. He spun around and saw it all. Su Xiao collapsing into Lin Wanqing's arms, the gaping wound in his chest. Her cries of utter desolation. It struck him like a physical blow, a sledgehammer to the mind. Zhou Li was gone. Now Su Xiao had fallen too. Chen Jin's eyes turned blood red in an instant. The last thread of reason snapped. Rage burned white-hot within him, unleashing his immortal regeneration ability to its absolute peak. His cells screamed. His blood boiled. He threw back his head and roared, a sound utterly inhuman. Boom. His internal energy barrier shattered violently. Bare-handed strength surged past its limits amid overwhelming fury. His bones cracked like thunder. Muscles swelled with terrifying density. A dark crimson aura shimmered across his skin. Second-tier midstage. Officially attained. Chen Jin turned his head, fixing his gaze upon the advancing beast tide. No warmth, no mercy, no hesitation in his eyes. Only pure, unadulterated slaughter. Die, every single one of you. Outside Linhai City, gray mists roiled. The beast tide roared. The outcome of the battle was decided by 3 battlegrounds high above. Lu Zhenhai stood in midair. His military coat hung in tatters. Blood dripped from his chin. Below, a 6th-rank deep-sea demon whale writhed among the ruins. Each strike of its tail shattered a broad swath of the city wall. Fragments of stone flew everywhere. The city artillery positions were smashed into useless metal. Soldiers were hurled away by the shockwaves. Lu Zhenhai wiped the blood from his face. Linhai City is poor, but we are not short of lives. He pressed his hands downward. And shrank talent Zhenhai, Chongyuan ocean calming abyss. The air around the demon whale crystallized into solid form. A drop of black water congealed in Lu Zhenhai's palm. Space warped. He opened his hand. The black water slammed onto the whale's back. Boom. The sixth-rank colossus famed for its impenetrable defense emitted a heart-rending wail. The massive body was crushed as if by iron. Bones splintered. Flesh burst apart. The heavy water domain collapsed inward, grinding the beast into a cloud of gore. The ground caved in 10 meters. Underground pipes ruptured and geysers shot skyward. On the other side, Yin Tiexin stood clad entirely in black crystal armor. He resembled a demon god crawling out of hell. His opponent was a sixth-rank tearing behemoth. Its claws could shear steel. When they dug into the black crystal, they left only faint white marks. Sparks flew. Yin Tiexin clamped his hands around the beast's upper and lower jaws. I work overtime every day, he snarled. I've lost all my hair. You beasts come to cause trouble again. He roared. Black crystal spikes sprouted from the armor and sank into the creature's flesh as he flexed his arms. Muscles bulged beneath the plating. With a ripping force, he tore the sixth-rank giant in two. Scalding blood rained down, sizzling where it struck the armor. Entrails strewn across the streets. The surrounding lower-rank aberrant beasts cowered, shivering bowels and bladders emptying from terror. Behind them, Sun Changming stalked atop a monstrous man-eating vine. His foe was a sixth-rank corrupted treant. Its branches writhed with deadly poison, lashing wildly. Wherever they struck, the ground blackened and rotted. Even reinforced concrete dissolved into slag. Sun Changming sneered. You ruined my vegetable patch. Pay with your lives. An rank talent Kumu Fengchun withered would rebirth. Countless vines burst from the earth. Ignoring the poison, they plunged straight into the treant's core. The vines swelled ravenously, drawing out the tree's life force. The treant struggled wildly. The vines tightened and tightened. In seconds, the hulking sixth-rank beast turned to dry ash. A gust scattered it away. 3 sixth-rank aberrant beasts were slain. The pressure on the walls suddenly eased. A powerful light flared on the horizon. Flying warships burst through the gray fog. Their main guns roared in unison, plowing bloody lanes through the beast's tide. High-rank awoken defenders from other cities leapt down to join the battle. Fire, frost, gale, elements, and sorcery lit the sky with violent color. Outside the walls, the beast's tide began to collapse. Without the guidance of the sixth-rank leaders, they fell into disorder, scattering back into the depths of the gray mist. They trampled one another, leaving countless dead and wounded. Linhai City's crisis had been averted. Soldiers on the ramparts sagged to the ground, gulping air. Some threw down broken blades and sobbed aloud. Others cradled comrades' bodies, keening. The defense of the city had come at an appalling cost. In the underground shelter, the clamoring of the beast tide outside the entrance suddenly ceased. The remaining creatures whimpered. They abandoned their prey and fled. The scraping of claws across earth grew fainter. Chen Jin stood amid a mountain of corpses and blood. His body was streaked with black blood and torn flesh. He leaned against the wall. His chest rose and fell violently. Every breath reeked of iron and rot. Those in the shelter heard the retreating sounds of the monsters above. They also heard the cheers from the surface. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. The monsters have fled. Survivors clutched their heads and wept. They smeared each other's faces with blood and mud. A small boy flung himself into his mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. An old nurse pressed her hands together, murmuring prayers for mercy. A bespectacled man sat on the floor, laughing and crying like a madman. Someone knelt to kiss the bloodstained. The stifled atmosphere finally burst. Chen Jin turned his head. Lin Wanqing sat dazed in the pool of blood, holding Su Zhao's body growing cold. The usually arrogant rank prodigy had a great wound in his chest. Blood soaked Lin Wanqing's clothes. Su Zhao's eyes were tightly shut. He would not wake again. Lin Wanqing made no sound. She bit her lip until tears fell, each drop hitting Su Zhao's blood-smeared face. Chen Jin exhaled a mouthful of bloody breath. His heart felt as if an invisible hand had crushed it. He touched the bundle on his back. Zhou Li's ashes were still there. Su Xiao was dead. Images of his mother being taken flickered through his mind. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later, he vowed. He clenched his fists. The soreness in his muscles reminded him he was still breathing. Just as everyone thought the worst had passed, the ground trembled. It was no earthquake. It was a vibration that struck the soul itself. Outside the city, Lu Zhenhai, Yin Tiexin, and Sun Changming all looked up at the same moment. What is that? Lu Zhenhai's voice quavered. The sky above Linhai City was torn open. A vast rift had opened within the gray mist. Like an invisible giant hand, the heavens had been ripped in two. A pressure beyond sixth rank disaster level descended. 7th rank. Throne level. The entire city fell silent in an instant. Reinforcements that had just arrived froze in midair. It was absolute rank suppression. Under 7th rank pressure, anyone below that rank was less than an insect. Not a single finger could move. The air became thick and heavy as mercury. Breathing itself became a luxury. Liu Xinhai's heavy water domain collapsed outright beneath the 7th rank pressure. He was forced down to one knee. His knee crushed the city wall's hearthstones. Throne level. Impossible. How could a small place like Linhai City attract a throne level? The black crystal armor on Yin Tiexin cracked under the unbearable weight. Fissures raced across it. He gritted his teeth and tried to rise but was pinned to the earth. Sun Changming's man-eating vine withered instantly. He lay prone coughing up blood. Reinforcements that had just arrived. The 5 rank strong who had once looked down from above fell like dumplings from the sky. They struck the rubble and could not move. The 7th rank beast's pressure was a rule-level crushing. It did not even deign to glance at these ants. It had a single target, Qinjin, a colossal entity squeezed out from the rift. It lacked substance, more a mass of shadow and violet flame than a body. Its form writhed and contorted ceaselessly. 2 crimson vertical pupils larger than skyscrapers scanned the city. It ignored the 6th rank strong outside the walls. It ignored the fleeing beast tide. Its vast form barreled straight toward the ruined obsidian medical department. The moment it descended, surrounding buildings disintegrated. Not a collapse, vaporization. Even reinforced concrete turned to dust. The ground caved into a kilometer-wide chasm. Underground pipes burst. Water did not shoot forth before it was evaporated. The oxygen in the air was sucked dry. The entire area became a dead zone. In the basement boom, an irresistible force seized the shelter's dome, accompanied by the grating scream of metal tearing. The entire ceiling was peeled open like a can. Thick rebar snapped at their roots. Concrete blocks the size of cars were hurled away. No sunlight penetrated. A monstrous shadow cloaked everyone. Survivors looked up with eyes wide as saucers. Their minds short-circuited. What manner of creature was this? The joy of surviving the calamity was ground to dust. The crimson vertical pupils fixed on Qinjin. The oppressive dread pinned everyone to the floor. Civilians fainted, foaming at the mouth. Some bled from their 7 orifices. Qinjin's bones groaned. His knees buckled. He could not even twitch a finger. A mysterious man's voice echoed in his mind. I left you a little gift. I hope you won't refuse. Qinjin stared at the 7th rank aberrant beast. He clenched his teeth until blood seeped from his gums. A 7th rank beast as a gift. You're a pretty good fellow. Do you want this blessing or not? The 7th rank beast did not attack at once. It fixed its gaze on Qinjin like a cat watching a mouse. The deathly stare carried an unprecedented sense of imminent doom. Qinjin knew with crystalline clarity this was the handiwork of that mysterious man taking his mother, killing Zhou Li, and now sending a 7th rank to finish him. You want me dead? Not that easy. Qinjin's bones cracked inch by inch under the pressure, and by his undying talent reformed in an instant. Agony tore at his nerves, but he did not yield. His mind filled with images of Zhou Li turned to ash and of his mother being taken, with helplessness written on his face. And the bloody scene of Su Xiao dying in a pool of blood. I cannot die here. I will settle these scores. I will find them one by one and cut them down. Rage, refusal, killing intent. Those emotions became the finest fuel. Qinjin's undying talent perceived an ultimate threat. It began to exceed its limits. Countless energies devoured from beasts were boiling in his veins: a 4th rank ironbone venom lizard, a 2nd rank black-armored thorn lizard, a corrupt skinhound. The energies surged so fiercely they threatened to burst his body. Since his limbs could not move, he burned his soul instead. A bestial growl tore from his throat. A violet soul flame ignited in his chest and spread rapidly throughout his body. The fire did not consume flesh, it consumed accumulated power, transmuting it into extreme explosive force. The violet soul flame flared ever brighter. It warped the surrounding air. Qinjin's body underwent a metamorphosis in the purple fire. He was no longer an ordinary human. He became a true monster, one clawing out of hell to rend everything apart. The absolute suppression of the 7th rank began to show fractures. The air shattered like glass. Qinjin straightened his spine inch by inch. Muscles swelled. Skin split under the purple flame and healed in an instant. A cycle of destruction and rebirth occurred thousands of times in a second. He lifted his head. The same violet blaze burned in his eyes as he met the 7th rank's crimson vertical pupils. Qinjin threw back his head and grinned with bloodthirsty joy. He had no weapons, and he needed none. He bent his knees. The ground beneath him crumbled to dust. With a sonic boom that pierced the air, Qinjin, wrapped in violet soul flame, became a meteor and shot straight at the 7th rank aberrant beast. The purple fire burned through the air. Chun Jin dashed forward without hesitation, without looking back, transforming into a purple meteor. Trailing a long tail of flames, he shot straight into the sky. Lu Zhenhai knelt on one knee amidst the ruins, his kneecap, shattered fragments embedded in the soil. Blood stained the ground. He was a dignified 6th-tier disaster level, the lord of Linhai City, the master of Zhenhai Chongyuan, yet now he was under the pressure of a 7th tier. He couldn't even lift a finger. He stared intently at the purple light in the sky, his eyes nearly bursting. That was a 2nd tier. A 2nd tier who hadn't even touched the threshold of disaster level. Yet now he faced the throne-level pressure and charged forward. Lu Zhenhai gritted his teeth. Blood seeped from his gums as he forced a bitter smile. A 6th-tier powerhouse lay on the ground awaiting death, while a 2nd tier charged forward recklessly. He recalled his decades spent guarding Linhai City. He had slain countless exotic beasts and suffered numerous serious injuries, yet never had he felt so powerless as today. The pressure of a 7th tier was a crushing force on the rules. His pride, the realm of heavy water, was nothing but a drop in the ocean before this force. He gazed at a wave of indescribable desolation surged in his heart. The future of Linhai City relied on a 2nd-tier boy to fight desperately. Yin Tiexin lay not far away. The black crystal armor shattered into powder fragments, embedding into his flesh. He gasped for breath, each inhale laced with blood. He watched that purple meteor, his eyes filled with shock. This kid, Yin Tiexin's voice was hoarse, truly his guts. He attempted to clench his fist, but his muscles obeyed him no more. He could only watch helplessly as that frail figure faced the insurmountable terror. Sun Changming lay amidst the broken man-eating vines. The old man had lost the strength to speak. His body was drenched in blood, murky, eyes gazing at the sky. He watched the burning purple fire. Having cultivated flowers and plants his whole life, he was accustomed to the cycles of life and death. Yet at this moment he was deeply shaken by the vitality and destruction contained within that purple flame. It was an indomitable will, a madness daring to swing fists at the gods. In the high sky the breath of destruction descended. There was no sound, no shape. It was a pure torrent of destruction. Wherever it passed, space collapsed, directly light swallowed. The air was sucked dry. The entire sky above Linhai City turned into a realm of absolute death. This wave was indeed a dimensional strike. Chun Jin crashed into it. Against the torrent of destruction, he swam upstream. At the moment of contact, his flesh vaporized. No blood splattered. Blood had already been vaporized by the terrifying heat a second before it exited his body. Chun Jin's black combat suit left no ash behind. Skin, muscle, blood vessels layer by layer peeled away, revealing the stark, white bones beneath, which were covered in fine cracks. The purple flame of the soul burned wildly within the gaps of the bones, the immortal talent pushed to its limit. The flesh buds had just begun to grow. In an instant, they were vaporized again. The bones had just been reformed, only to be crushed instantly. The speed of destruction and rebirth reached an unfathomable balance. Excruciating pain, a pain beyond description, with every nerve being torn apart, every cell being. Chun Jin did not stop. He was left with nothing but a skeleton, two flames of scorching purple fire dancing in his eye sockets, filled with madness. All infused with the intent to kill. Images flashed through his mind, Jolie covered in blood, desperately holding onto the two men in black. In the end, he turned to ash. His mother's pale face mercilessly taken away by that blurred figure. Su Xiao lay in a pool of blood. A large hole pierced through his chest. These images became the best fuel, making the purple fire burn even fiercer. He hated this damned world. He despised those high and mighty beings. Why could they trample on the lives of others at will? Why could they crush people like ants? He refused to accept it. He wanted to break this damned rule. He wanted to pull down these self-righteous gods from their pedestals. Lin Wanqing sat in a pool of blood in the basement. Su Xiao's body had already grown cold. She raised her head through the torn ceiling, staring hard at the sky, the purple light piercing her eyes. Her tears had long since dried. She wanted to stand up to unleash thunder to go with Chun Jin. But the pressure of the 7th tier pinned her firmly to the ground. Not even a finger could she move. She bit her lip, blood flowed into her mouth, carrying a strong metallic taste. Chun Jin. She cried out madly in her heart, yet no sound escaped her throat. She recalled their first meeting on the awakening platform, remembered fighting side by side in the wilderness outside the city. That madman who always slapped bombs on his chest, that greedy person who always gave her his points, was now facing the insurmountable monster alone. The civilians in the shelter all lay on the ground. They couldn't comprehend the battle in the sky. They only saw the sky split, a purple light crashing into the torrent of destruction. A little boy's eyes widened as he looked up at the sky. A meteor, he murmured. A purple meteor. Chun Jin was still charging. His skeleton was already in ruins. The bone in his left arm was broken halfway, 7 or 8 ribs shattered. Yet he did not retreat. The purple fire blazed even fiercer. He compressed all his anger, all his unwillingness, all his intent to kill into the knuckles of his right fist. How will you respond, Your Excellency? Break for me. Chen Jin roared in his heart as he charged forward, facing the breath of destruction crashing into the enormous shadow before him. He raised his bone-white right fist and smashed it down hard onto that gigantic shadow. Boom. The sky collapsed. A deafening sound erupted in the sky above Linhai City, its volume reaching an extreme, transforming into an absolute silence. All that remained in everyone's ears was a sharp ringing. A visible wave of white air rippled outward from the heights. The pressure of the air slammed into the ground, flattening the remaining ruins of Linhai City completely. Tall buildings collapsed, streets shattered, thick layers of earth were uprooted. The enormous shadow halted, the breath of destruction interrupted. Immediately after that, massive body let out a piercing scream. A 7th-tier exotic beast, a throne-level existence, was actually struck hard by a 2nd-tier ant. A single punch inflicted severe damage, creating a massive blood hole in its enormous body. Black blood poured down like a waterfall, instantly corroding deep, bottomless pits. Foul white smoke rose from the pits, polluting the surrounding air with this toxic blood. It became extremely distorted. The rift in space was forcefully torn wider, the edge of the spatial fragments continuously peeling away like a shattered mirror. The exotic beast suffered severe damage, forced back into the depths of the rift. Its crimson vertical pupils revealed a glimmer of fear for the first time. It was an instinctive fear of death. However, Chen Jin had vanished. After that punch landed, the terrifying backlash and energy annihilation swallowed him. The purple flame of the soul flickered violently in the energy storm, then slowly extinguished. The broken white bones turned to dust under high temperature and pressure. Each inch turned to powder, drifting in the air, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. He disappeared, as if completely erased by this force. No trace left, no sound at all, just abruptly vanishing between heaven and earth. Chen Jin has disappeared. Without a trace. Without a sound. Just like that, he abruptly vanished between heaven and earth. The spatial rift in the high sky twisted violently. The colossal shadow has suffered a severe blow. It retreated deep into the rift. But it did not die. After a brief pause, an angry roar echoed from the rift. The tremor shook the ruins of Linhai City. It sensed it. The ant-like presence that posed a fatal threat to it had vanished. It has completely disappeared. It was enraged. A dignified, throne-level existence. Yet it was pierced through by a 2nd-tier ant. This is a great humiliation. It wants revenge. It intends to crush all the remaining ants in this city. The enormous shadow squeezed out of the rift once again. Carrying a violent aura of destruction, it charged toward the ruins below. The pressure of destruction swept across the ground. It noticed Lin Wanqing in the pool of blood. The girl was infused with the aura of thunder. It determined that this girl was related to the previous ant. A black energy storm began to converge. The target was Lin Wanqing. Lu Zhenhai knelt on one knee on the ground. He looked at the shadow descending once more. Grinding his teeth, he attempted to stand up. But his shattered knee could hardly support his body. He was a 6th-tier disaster level. The lord of Linhai City. The master of the Zhenhai Kanyuan. At this moment, under the pressure of the 7th tier, he couldn't even lift a finger. He stared intently at the purple light in the sky. His eyes were about to burst. That 2nd-tier youth. To protect this city, he had already shattered himself. Now, it was time for them. Yin Tiexin lay not far away. Fragments of black crystal armor pierced into flesh. He spat out blood. He tried to clench his fist, but his muscles were completely unresponsive. He watched that purple shooting star. His eyes filled with shock. That kid. What a brave one. Yin Tiexin's voice was hoarse. He closed his eyes, preparing to detonate the energy core within him. Sun Changming lay amidst the broken vines. The old man had no strength left to speak. He was covered in blood. His murky eyes looked at the sky. He had spent a lifetime cultivating flowers and plants, having witnessed the ebb and flow of life. But at this moment, he was deeply shaken by the vitality and destruction contained within that purple flame. 3 severely injured 6th-tier powerhouses. Determination flashed in their eyes simultaneously. They prepared to burn their last lives. Even if they were to be shattered, they would block this strike. At this critical moment, a figure rolled and crawled out from the distant ruins. It was Gu Mingchuan. He held tightly onto a golden disc. He rushed to Lin Wanqing's side, suddenly crushed the disc. A golden translucent shield instantly expanded, protecting the two firmly in the middle. The black energy storm slammed down. The golden light trembled violently. The cracking sound made one's scalp tingle. Gu Mingchuan knelt on the ground, his hands pressed firmly against the ground. He watched the cracks spreading above him. He could only pray madly in his heart. I was terrified at that time. I had to bring out my last treasures. Gu Mingchuan gritted his teeth. Tears were about to burst out. Grant, you arrived too late. If you had come a moment later, Your grandson would have become the reason for the whole village to feed on. He shouted hoarsely. His voice seemed insignificant amidst the violent energy storm. But the cracks on the shield grew larger. It seemed on the verge of shattering completely. The golden light dimmed increasingly. Gu Mingquan's arms began to bend. He could hardly hold on. Lin Wanqing sat behind him. Her hollow gaze showed no ripples. She seemed to have given up resisting, just quietly waiting for death to arrive. Suddenly the sky changed color. The originally dim sky instantly dyed into a dazzling purple. Boom. A thunderous roar exploded. Thousands of purple lightning bolts descended from the sky, dense and intertwined, forming a giant lightning net. It completely enveloped Linhai City. The black energy storm crashed into the lightning net, instantly torn to shreds. Not even the aftermath could reach the ground. Everyone was stunned. Lu Zhenhai looked up, gazing at the purple lightning filling the sky. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yan Tiexin also widened his eyes. Lin Wanxing's hollow eyes finally showed some movement. She looked at the familiar purple lightning. That was a power that resonated with her, but it was millions of times stronger than hers. The space in the high sky was forcibly torn apart. A massive spatial rift appeared out of thin air. An old man with gray hair stepped through the void. He wore dark robes. His posture was straight, with his hands behind his back. With each step he took, a circle of purple lightning patterns rippled beneath his feet. It was Gu Tianxiao, the president of the Celestial Apex Elemental University. He received Gu Mingquan's distress signal, crossing thousands of miles, ripping through space to arrive. Gu Tianxiao stood in midair. His gaze was sharp. He looked at the ruined Linhai City below, looking at the corpses and ruins everywhere, finally locking his gaze on that enormous shadow, running rampant in the human city. Who taught you to act this way? The enormous shadow sensed the deadly threat. It abandoned the attack on the ants. Instead, it concentrated all its power, preparing to confront this sudden strong enemy. It let out a roar that shook the heavens, bursting forth terrifying black energy, transforming into a black beam of light, shooting straight at Gu Tianxiao. Gu Tianxiao didn't even dodge. He simply raised his right hand slowly, pointing his index finger to the sky. Lightning come. Boom. The purple lightning instantly erupted. Countless bolts of lightning converged at his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant thunder spear over 100 meters long. The spear was a deep purple, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The surrounding space collapsed continuously under the spear's pressure. Gu Tianxiao's arm swung down sharply. Go. The thunder spear transformed into a purple lightning bolt. It stabbed toward the black beam of light without any suspense. The thunder spear tore through the black beam effortlessly. Its speed remained undiminished. It accurately pierced through the core of the enormous shadow. Puff! A muffled sound. The enormous shadow instantly froze. The purple lightning surged into its body through the spear, frantically destroying its vitality. Explode. Gu Tianxiao coldly uttered a single word. Boom. The shadow exploded directly, transforming into a sky full of black blood and shredded flesh. The enormous remains fell from the sky, heavily crashing into the wilderness outside the city, creating a massive deep pit. The earth trembled. Dust flew. With a single strike, just one strike, a throne-level 7th tier beast was utterly annihilated. The entire Linhai City fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. Lu Zhenhai opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time. Yan Tiexin swallowed. The soldiers of the city defense army erupted in cheers of survival. Gu Mingquan collapsed on the ground, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. He looked at the imposing figure in the sky, letting out a long breath. To survive, one must have power. One must have a backing. The ancients truly did not deceive me. If you, Chen Jin wouldn't have ended up like this. At this point, Gu Mingquan's voice abruptly stopped. He remembered Chen Jin, that madman who charged toward the 7th tier beast with a body of purple fire. Gu Mingquan's eyes instantly turned red. He slammed his fist against the ground. Damn it! Why did it? Gu Tianxiao descended from the air, steadily landing beside the ruins of the underground shelter. He retracted the lightning surrounding him, looking at the bloodied Gu Mingquan. Mingquan, are you alright? Gu Mingquan ran up to Gu Tianxiao. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Grandpa, you came too late. Gu Tianxiao frowned slightly. He looked at the devastation all around, looking at the trembling civilians. Finally locking his gaze on Lin Wanqing, who sat in the pool of blood. He recognized this girl, the genius who awakened the SS-level thunder annihilation. At this moment, Lin Wanqing, covered in blood, her hollow appearance was heart-wrenching. Gu Tianxiao approached her. His voice softened. Girl, what about that kid named Chen Jin? Gu Tianxiao had heard Chen Jin's name from Gu Mingquan more than once, saying he was an indestructible monster. Gu Tianxiao was just about to meet Chen Jin. Hearing Chen Jin's name, Lin Wanxing's body trembled violently. Her hollow eyes finally focused. She raised her head, looking at Gu Tianxiao. Tears streamed down her face again. He's dead. Lin Wangxing's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. He charged toward the 7th-tier beast to save us. He was swallowed by the energy storm. Not even a speck of ashes left. Gu Tianxiao was stunned. He looked up at the sky, watching the spatial rift slowly closing. His heart stirred with tumultuous waves. A 2nd-tier awakened one actually dared to charge at a 7th-tier beast, and even severely wounded it. This was simply absurd. But he was sure Lin Wangxing wouldn't lie. Gu Tianxiao sighed. He was a man. What a pity. He turned to look at Gu Mingchuan. What exactly happened? How could a 7th-tier beast suddenly appear in Linhai City? Gu Mingchuan wiped away his tears. He recounted the entire sequence of events, from being forcibly cut off from the martial examination secret realm, to the full invasion of the Grey Mist, then to the attack on the Black Obsidian Medical Department. Zhou Li died in battle. Su Qinghe was taken away by a mysterious person. Finally, the 7th-tier beast descended. Chen Jin made a desperate strike. Gu Tianxiao's expression grew increasingly somber as he listened, especially upon hearing that mysterious person took Su Qinghe and could easily erase Zhou Li's attacks. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Can ignore spatial rules. Can also control 7th-tier beasts. This is definitely not an ordinary power. Gu Tianxiao paced back and forth in the ruins. The Abyss Research Institute. He whispered that name. Only that group of madmen would possess such means. Only they would be interested in Chen Jin's mother. This matter. It's definitely not that simple. The Abyss Research Institute has been silent for so many years, suddenly causing such a huge commotion in Linhai City. There must be a greater conspiracy. Lin Wangxing gently laid down Su Xiao's corpse. She stood up, walking in front of Gu Tianxiao. Principal Gu, can you help me find him? Lin Wangxing's tone was extremely resolute. I want to see him alive. I want to see his corpse if he's dead. Gu Tianxiao looked at her, shaking his head. Girl, the energy storm of a 7th-tier beast is enough to annihilate all matter. He cannot survive. Even I cannot emerge unscathed from such an explosion. Lin Wangxing bit her lip. Blood dripped down her chin. I don't believe it. He won't die. He promised me. He won't go back on his word. Gu Tianxiao sighed. He no longer tried to persuade her. He was certain that no matter what he said now it would be useless. This girl had suffered too much. Thank you, Principal Gu, for your rescue. The entire Linhai City is immensely grateful. Gu Tianxiao. Thank you, Principal Gu, for your rescue. The entire Linhai City is immensely grateful. Gu Tianxiao waved his hand. Lord Lu, you are too polite. Defending against beasts is the duty of us awakened ones. He looked at the ruined Linhai City. The defense here has been completely destroyed. The gray mist is still spreading. We must quickly organize the evacuation of civilians. Lu Zhenhai nodded. I have already issued the evacuation order. The reception point in Xingang City has been prepared. But he glanced at the corpses on the ground. The losses this time are too heavy. The city defense army has suffered over half of its casualties. The Black Obsidian Division has almost been wiped out. Even President Yin has been seriously injured. Gu Tianxiao patted Lu Zhenhai's shoulder. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as there are people, Linhai City can be rebuilt. He turned to look at Gu Mingchuan and Lin Wangxing. You two, come back with me to Tianxiong City. Gu Mingchuan was taken aback. Back to Tianxiong City. Gu Tianxiao nodded. Linhai City is no longer safe. That mysterious person has set their sights on Chen Jin's mother. It's uncertain if they won't target you. You are Chen Jin's companions, also witnesses to this event. Come back with me. The celestial apex will ensure your safety. Lin Wangxing said nothing. She silently walked to Su Xiao's corpse, bending down, picking him up. I want to take him with me. Lin Wangxing's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable determination. Gu Tianxiao looked at her, nodding. All right. The evacuation work was proceeding in an orderly manner. The surviving civilians were arranged to board the transport aircraft. The injured received emergency treatment. Lin Wangxing carried Su Xiao, following Gu Tianxiao aboard the exclusive battleship of the Celestial Apex. Gu Mingchuan followed as well. The battleship slowly ascended. Lin Wangxing stood by the porthole, watching Linhai City grow smaller below, looking at the ruins where battles had taken place. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh, blood oozing out. Chen Jin, you liar, she silently muttered in her heart. You promised to bear the burden together. How dare you leave me alone? The battleship broke through the clouds, speeding toward Tianxiong City. Just as the battleship took flight, deep within the ruins of Linhai City completely leveled to the ground. In that land where not even ashes were left. Suddenly, dong, a massive heartbeat resonated through heaven and earth. Lin Wangxing sat atop a corner ammunition box cradling the cold corpse of Su Xiao in her arms. The once neat school uniform was now soaked with blood clinging to her body. Lin Wangxing lowered her head, her long hair obscuring her face. Her fingertips flickered with arcs of purple-black lightning dancing like frightened little snakes. Crack! The lightning struck the nearby metal wall, leaving charred scorch marks. The air was thick with an oppressive aura of impending destruction. Gu Mingchuan crouched nearby. His armored suit the bandit no. Wana was completely wrecked, reduced to a twisted heap of scrap metal hanging from his body. He looked at Lin Wanxing, wanting to reach out and pat her shoulder. Just as his hand extended halfway, crack! A bolt of purple-black lightning struck his fingertip. Ow! Gu Mingchuan shuddered in pain and quickly withdrew his hand, looking at his charred fingertip, tears welling in his eyes. Wanxing, you need to calm down. If you keep discharging like this, the circuit board of the battleship will burn out. Lin Wanxing did not raise her head. Her voice was hoarse as though it had been rasped by sandpaper. He's not dead. Gu Mingchuan sighed. But that was the energy annihilation of a 7th-tier beast. Qinjin. He's not dead. Lin Wanxing suddenly looked up. Her pupils flickered with purple-black lightning. The pressure that erupted in that moment made Gu Mingchuan feel as if his chest had been struck by a hammer. He collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. All right, he's not dead, he's gone to another world to be a hero. Gu Mingchuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that the current Lin Wanxing was even more terrifying than the 7th-tier beast. The battleship trembled slightly. The roar of the engines began to intensify. Gu Tianxiao stood at the front of the bridge, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the coastal city that had been flattened. The gray mist was slowly closing in like a massive shroud, preparing to completely bury the ruins of the city. Gu Tianxiao's brows were tightly furrowed. He felt that something was amiss. That spear had indeed slain the 7th-tier beast, but the spot where Qinjin had vanished was too clean. So clean that not a trace of soul fragments remained. This was illogical. Just as the battleship was about to ascend, Gu Tianxiao's ears perked up. His talent was thunder annihilation, granting him an acute sensitivity to life fluctuations and energy frequencies. Thump! A very faint sound. It sounded like an echo from the deepest depths of hell. Gu Tianxiao's pupils constricted suddenly. The heartbeat. It was the heartbeat of a human. Though weak enough to be nearly overlooked, that frequency, that rhythm, was undeniably Qinjin's. In all his years he had witnessed many grand spectacles, but it was absurd for a 2nd-tier awakened to survive a 7th-tier annihilation. He turned around to look at the busy officer at the control panel. Stop the ascent. The officer was taken aback. Principal Gu, the gray mist is flowing back. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Gu Tianxiao waved his hand. I dropped something down there. The officer looked confused. What could be more important than your life? Gu Tianxiao was speaking nonsense with a straight face. My limited edition Rolex. It was handed down to me by my grandfather. The officer's mouth twitched. He knew this elder had a peculiar temperament, but he never expected it to be this eccentric. You all retreat first. Gu Tianxiao issued his command without room for debate. Take the survivors to Tianxiong City. I will cover the rear. Wait. Gu Mingchuan heard the commotion and rushed over. Grandpa, what are you going to do? Don't leave. Gu Tianxiao shot him a glare. Shut up. Take Lin Wanxing and go. Keep an eye on her. With that, he gave everyone no chance to react. He pushed open the hatch and leaped out, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning that plummeted downwards, crashing into the edge of the central pit of the coastal city. Gu Tianxiao landed steadily. All around him was charred earth, and the pollution in the air was alarmingly high. An ordinary person standing here would turn into a monster in 3 seconds. Gu Tianxiao took out an antidote pill from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, walking step by step towards the center of the pit. With each step, the purple lightning beneath his feet forcibly purified the surrounding pollution. Gu Tianxiao looked at the swirling black mist in the pit and sneered. If these 7th-tier pollution remnants were not cleared, even if Qinjin came back to life, he would be instantaneously demonized. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Thunder seal. Countless thin strands of purple lightning shot from his palm, weaving into a massive net. It enveloped the entire pit. He was searching for the source of that heartbeat. At the deepest part of the pit, the space there had been blasted open with cracks. A ball of purple flame was quietly burning at the edge of the crack. The flame was small, only as big as a fist, but at its center it enveloped a dark red flesh embryo. Thump! Thump! The sound of the heartbeat came from within. Gu Tianxiao approached the flesh embryo, crouching down to examine this strange entity closely. Gu Tianxiao couldn't help but marvel. This vitality is even tougher than a cockroach. He could feel Qinjin's consciousness sleeping within the flesh embryo. The indestructible talent was frantically reconstructing his body, but the speed was slow. The surrounding pollution remnants were continuously eroding the flesh embryo. If no measures were taken, this flesh embryo would eventually be polluted. Gu Tianxiao pulled out several silver metallic spheres from his pocket. These were components of the Gu family's secret thunder seal chamber. He quickly assembled the components together, and a translucent cylindrical container appeared in the pit. Gu Tianxiao carefully lifted the purple fire flesh embryo and placed it into the container. Pollution isolation array activate. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the surface of the container. The golden runes instantly lit up. They blocked all the black mist outside. After completing all this, Gu Tianxiao's face paled slightly as he looked up at the sky. The battleship had already vanished into the clouds. You little rascal. Gu Tianxiao glared at the flesh embryo in the container, cursing in annoyance. To save you, I've taken a huge loss this time. He sat beside the container, pulling out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. When you wake up, we'll have to settle this debt properly. In the ruins, the gray mist rolled. An old man and a flesh embryo. In this silent ruin, it seemed particularly eerie. Gu Tianxiao took a puff of smoke and exhaled a smoke ring, watching the powerful auras approaching from a distance. His gaze gradually turned cold, looking to pick up scraps. Have you asked my thunder first? He stood up, and purple lightning surged wildly around him. At that moment, he was no longer the easygoing old principal, but the decisive thunder war god. Come. Gu Tianxiao beckoned to the shadows. Let me see who dares to touch this flesh. In the depths of the ruins, the aftermath of battle rippled once more, while the flesh embryo in the container. The heartbeat seemed to grow stronger. Thump, thump. That was the rhythm of vengeance, and also the prelude to rebirth. In the ruins of the coastal city, purple lightning clashed again with the black mist. The sound of the battleship landing was quite significant. The metallic ground turned white from the heat waves emitted by the engines, while Minter Mo Feng stood at the reception platform, the hem of his purple minter robe fluttering in the wind. He watched the survivors from Linhai descend the gangway, his brows tightly knit. Linhai City is completely ruined this time. Mo Feng slammed the electronic list on the table, his voice laced with irritation. With so many civilians sent over, how can we accommodate them all? And these students, their files are all in disarray. How am I supposed to register them? Gu Mingchuan dragged his worn-out mech remnants down the gangway with a clattering sound. He wiped the black soot from his face and shouted at Mo Feng. Teacher, Mo, stop complaining. It's already a miracle we survived. Mo Feng looked up, and seeing Gu Mingchuan's pitiful state, his eyelids twitched. Gu Mingchuan, what happened to your broken armor? Where is your grandfather? Gu Mingchuan sighed and pointed behind him. Grandfather is holding the rear in Linhai, letting us return first. Mo Feng's expression changed. If Gu Tianxiao was personally holding the rear, it meant the situation in Linhai was even more severe than reported. His gaze shifted backward, landing on Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing walked slowly. She was cradling Su Xiao. Su Xiao's body was tightly wrapped in white medical cloth, resembling a heavy burden. She lowered her head, her long hair disheveled over her shoulders, the school uniform, stained with dried blood, emanating an aura of death that repelled others. Mo Feng stared at Lin Wanqing, a glint of appraisal flashing in his eyes. Is this the SS-level thunder destruction? His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in the quiet port. Nearby students turned their heads, their expressions filled with curiosity and doubt. She looks just average. Covered in blood and in such disarray. Did something go wrong during her awakening? Is this what an SS level looks like? Lin Wanqing ignored the murmurs and walked straight toward the city entry detection point. A massive white device stood at the detection point, the highest standard energy sensing device of Tianxiong City. Mo Feng stepped forward, blocking Lin Wanqing's path. Student, please hand over the body to the logistics department for processing. You cannot bring such a high pollution source into the city for detection. Lin Wanqing halted. She looked up at Mo Feng. Her eyes lacked focus, filled only with an impenetrable swirl of dark purple shadows. No. Her voice was hoarse, carrying a chilling coldness. Mo Feng furrowed his brows. You are in an unstable mental state and must undergo a thorough examination. If you were contaminated by a 7th-tier beast, it would be a major problem if you entered the city. He reached out to grab Lin Wanqing's wrist. Gu Mingchuan jumped anxiously beside him. Teacher, Mo, don't touch her. She's not to be trifled with right now. Mo Feng sneered. I'm at the peak of the 3rd tier, why would I fear a newly awakened freshman? His finger barely brushed Lin Wanqing's sleeve. Boom. A circle of purple-black lightning erupted around Lin Wanqing without warning. There was no thunder, only a suffocating pressure that felt like a heart-stopping moment. Mo Feng felt a numbness in his hand and was directly thrown back by a tremendous force. He flipped twice in the air before crashing heavily onto a distant supply crate. Teacher Mo. The surrounding students gasped. Lin Wanqing stood by the detection device. The thunderous power within her was on the brink of losing control due to immense grief and rage. Purple-black arcs spread from her ankles to the ground. The sensing device detected the terrifying energy, and the red light at the top began to flash frantically. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm grew increasingly urgent. The values on the detection device's screen skyrocketed like a rocket. 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier. The speed at which the numbers jumped was so fast that even the afterimages were indistinct. Phone crawled out from the supply crate, ignoring the pain, and stared intently at the screen. In the next moment, the screen went black. The massive detection device emitted a piercing wail. Boom. The hard alloy shell instantly shattered, and the delicate inner components were pulverized by the violent thunder pressure. White smoke billowed. The lights in the port flickered twice, and then went out completely. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Phone stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his back. He watched as the million-dollar detection device turned into a heap of scrap iron, then glanced at the girl, who stood motionless cradling the corpse. He swallowed hard. Drenched in sweat. Gu Mingchuan muttered quietly beside him. Phone shot him a glare, but dared not approach further. This is not a freshman. Oh, she is clearly a walking nuclear warhead. Gu Mingchuan spread his hands. I told you she's not to be messed with right now. Phone wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone softening. All right, let's take her to the special care accommodation area first. We can settle the bill for the detection device later. He gestured for the students to clear a path. Lin Wanqing, expressionless, walked through the ruins carrying Su Xiao. With each step, the ground beneath her feet left behind a charred footprint. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Linhai City, gray mist rolled, engulfing the entire city. Gu Tianxiao stood at the edge of a massive pit. He held a semi-transparent thunder confinement chamber in his hand, the purple flame embryo inside pulsating with slightly more vigor than before. Thud. Thud. Gu Tianxiao glanced down. You little brat, you have a strong life force. He took out a communicator and dialed a secret channel. Old Lu, it's me. The weary voice of Lu Onghua came through. Principal Gu, have the survivors arrived at Tianxiong City? They have arrived. Gu Tianxiao looked at the center of the pit. I have some new findings over here. He jumped into the pit and approached the area corroded by the black blood of a 7th-tier beast. The soil here had completely vanished, replaced by a transparent glass-like substance. Gu Tianxiao extended his hand, his fingertips gliding across the glassy surface. Sizzle. A wisp of purple flame emerged from a crack. This flame was identical to the purple fire on Chun Jin's body. Gu Tianxiao's expression tightened. He could sense that this purple fire was devouring the residual 7th-tier pollution around it. Old Lu, the 7th-tier beast's body has completely died. Gu Tianxiao's voice was solemn. What remains in the ruins are just pollution fragments and the embers scorched by the purple fire. This purple fire is purifying the pollution. Lu Onghua fell silent for a moment. Purifying? That doesn't align with the logic of abyssal pollution. Gu Tianxiao nodded. Indeed, it doesn't align. But this purple fire resonates strongly with Chun Jin's talent. He brought the confinement chamber closer to the glassy ground. Buzz. The embryo inside the container suddenly began to shake violently. Waves of purple ripples emanated from the depths of the ground, synchronizing with the embryo's pulsation frequency. Gu Tianxiao closed his eyes, carefully sensing this wave. I've grasped its frequency. He pulled out a blank energy storage card from his pocket, recording this wave. This is the frequency of purple fire revival. With this, perhaps we can unravel the secret of Chun Jin's talent evolution. He stored the card, his gaze becoming profound. He looked at the silent ruins. The madmen at the Abyss Research Institute are probably going to regret their actions this time. He lifted the confinement chamber, his figure flickering before disappearing into the gray mist. Meanwhile, at the Tianxiong Sacred Element University in the special care accommodation area, Lin Wanqing was placed in an independent quiet room. Su Xiao's body had been taken away for processing. Lin Wanqing sat by the window, gazing at the bustling campus outside. She held the black and gold business card given to her by Gu Tianxiao. Quiet discussions came from outside the door. It was Mentor Phone and several school leaders. Has the ranking for this year's new students been released? An elderly voice inquired. Phone sighed. Yes, it has. Lin Wanqing is ranked second. Second. The elder sounded somewhat surprised. She is an SS-level thunder destruction and directly shattered the sensing device during the city entry test. How could such strength only rank second? Phone lowered his voice. I also found it strange. However, the internal ranking system evaluates based on talent, potential, and practical performance. There is indeed someone above Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing's ears perked up. She heard everything clearly. Who is that person? The elder asked. Phone remained silent for a long time. I don't know. The system doesn't display a name. Only a blank number. Moreover, that person's score and evaluation are all question marks. Lin Wanqing clenched the business card. A nameless person, ranked above her. The first face that popped into her mind was Chun Jin's annoying face. But Chun Jin is already. Lin Wanqing closed her eyes. A flicker of purple-black lightning danced at her fingertips. Chun Jin, you better be alive. Otherwise, I won't help you keep that #1 title. The Sacred Elemental University of the Sky. Morning. Sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, casting its glow upon the vast square, paved with white jade stones. In the center of the square, A massive holographic screen was slowly rising. The surface of the screen shimmered with faint blue energy waves maintained by the school's top-tier formation. Today marks the day for announcing the initial rankings of the new students. The square was already packed with people, a sea of black, all filled with geniuses selected from across the country. Some carried heavy swords, some held staffs, and others were accompanied by powerful contract beasts, all standing tall and proud. Their eyes held a defiant arrogance. Have you heard? A fierce person has emerged from Lehigh City this time. Are you talking about that SS grade Thunder Annihilation? Of course, who else could it be? I heard during the city assessment, she directly shattered the sensing device. Damn, that's impressive. Then she must be the top contender this time. The discussions surged like waves. Among the crowd, Shineo was dressed in silver combat attire. His hair was meticulously styled. With his hands in his pockets, he stood in a conspicuous position. Several followers from Tianxiong City were circling around him. Shun Xiao, don't listen to their nonsense. What's the point of being SS grade if she hasn't grown yet? You are a mid-level second tier, a high burst of the extreme daylight. Who can withstand that? Exactly, this first place is undoubtedly yours, Shin Xiao. Shineo remained silent quietly. Suddenly the screen trembled violently. A crisp sound rang out. The originally blurred waves instantly solidified. Rows of golden text quickly emerged from top to bottom. The entire venue fell silent with thousands of eyes fixated on the top of the screen. However, at the very top of the screen in the first place, the name field was surprisingly a gray empty space devoid. No place of origin, not even a talent level or score evaluation. Only a line of cold system number 0001. In the second column, it boldly stated second place, Lin Wanqing. Talent SS grade, Thunder Annihilation. Evaluation extremely dangerous, annihilation level burst. Third place, Shineo. Talent S grade, extreme daylight. Evaluation excellent, high agility burst. The square was shrouded in a dead silence. 3 seconds passed. Boom. The crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? What's going on? Is the first place a mosaic? Is the system experiencing a bug? How could a monster like Lin Wanqing only be ranked second? What kind of entity occupies the first place? Shineo turned to look at his follower, who wore a disgruntled expression. He pointed at the screen, his voice low, but this cannot be a bug. The system of the Sacred Elemental University wouldn't make such a basic error. The only explanation is this 0001. Strong enough for the school to have to hide his information. Shineo clenched his fists. He recalled the person who vanished in the ruins of Lehigh City. If Chenjin were still alive, if he truly survived that annihilation, then this first place Shineo would accept with utmost respect. Shin Xiao, aren't you angry? His follower asked cautiously. Shineo sneered. What's the use of being angry? I, Shineo, am combative, but I hold greater respect for the strong. Now that the gray mist is invading and the defenses are collapsing, we need madmen who can withstand 7th-tier beasts, not just second-generation heirs who only know how to bully from behind. He looked at the screen. Silently he murmured, Chun-Jin, you better be alive, otherwise who will accompany me to fight this battle? Meanwhile, in another corner of the crowd, Lin Wanqing stood quietly. She wore a simple black hoodie, the hood pulled low. She stared at the gray first. Her body trembled slightly, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, nails digging into her palm. She recalled the scene in the ruins of Lehigh City. The last moment when Chun-Jin transformed into purple flames soaring into the sky. Wanqing. Gu Mingchuan squeezed through from behind, carrying a huge metal backpack. It clanked as he walked. He glanced at the screen, then at Lin Wanqing, lowering his voice. Do you also? Lin Wanqing remained silent. Gu Mingchuan scratched his head. This matter is too bizarre. I just asked my grandfather. He played Tai Chi with me. He said this is the school's special arrangement, and told me to ask less. In an instant, the name of the mysterious first place spread throughout the campus. Various absurd rumors began to proliferate. Some said the first place was the principal's illegitimate child. Others claimed the first place was an artificially awakened being. Some even said the first place was actually a transformed beast. The wind swept through the square, bringing a chill. Lin Wanqing turned and left. She did not return to the dormitory, but walked straight towards the back mountain of the school. There was a thunderstorm zone, a recently discovered perfect cultivation spot. She needed to grow stronger, 10 times stronger than she was now, 100 times. In the square, the screen continued to shine, that gray first place. Like a heavy mountain, it pressed down on the hearts of all geniuses. Meanwhile, in the deepest forbidden area of the Sacred Elemental University, in a chamber sealed with countless runes, Gu Tianxiao sat on an old rattan chair holding a crumpled cigarette. Without lighting it, he looked at the half-transparent thunder confinement chamber before him, where a purple fire flesh embryo was violently pulsating. Thump, thump, thump. With each pulse, the space in the chamber would tremble. Gu Tianxiao watched the skin patterns gradually appearing on the surface of the flesh embryo. A strange smile crept onto his lips. He stood up and walked over to the container, gently tapping the glass. Hurry up and grow. If you don't wake up soon, that girl will tear down the whole school. Inside the container, the flesh embryo seemed to sense. The purple fire flickered gently. The students in the square were still chattering away. Suddenly, the announcement system overhead crackled to life. After a brief static, Immortal's rugged voice echoed throughout the school. Everyone shut up. The square fell silent in an instant. Immortal stood on the terrace of the administration building holding a megaphone and looking down. Do you have objections to the initial rankings? Do you think the system is unfair? Do you think the first place is undeserved? He sneered, his voice laced with disdain. The school does not support waste, nor does it nurture those who only talk big. In a month, the school will hold an indiscriminate ranking competition. Regardless of talent rating, regardless of initial ranking, only the true combat on the arena counts. Those who win will have their resources doubled and their dorms upgraded. Those who lose will be sent to sweep the streets. Use your fists to decide the final resource allocation. If you understand, go train. The broadcast cut off. The square was first engulfed in silence, followed by an even louder wave of voices. An indiscriminate ranking competition. Damn, this is life-threatening. SSS rank and S rank competing together. Isn't this unfair? Fairness. When a beast is biting you, does it ask what rank you are? Lin Wangxing's gaze sharpened instantly after hearing this. Back mountain. Thunderstorm zone. The dark clouds hung low and purple lightning flickered among the clouds. The air was filled with a pungent smell of burnt residue. Lin Wangxing stepped on the charred ground, walking deeper. Ahead lay a massive rock. Gu Tianxiao sat cross-legged on top. In front of him was a small clay stove, the fire blazing and the tea boiling. He picked up a purple clay teapot and poured a cup of tea. His movements were slow and steady. Lin Wangxing stopped. Principal Gu. Gu Tianxiao did not look up. He lifted the teacup, blowing on the steam, and took a small sip. You're here. Just 2 words. No surprise, no unexpectedness. He had known she would come. The moment he received the news of Chun Jin's disappearance from Linhai City, he knew that this girl with SS-level talent would definitely not remain quietly in her dorm. Hatred and unwillingness were the best catalysts. Gu Tianxiao put down the teacup and looked at her. His gaze was deep, like an unfathomable pool. Have you made up your mind? Lin Wangxing nodded. I have made up my mind. I want to become stronger. Gu Tianxiao looked into her bloodshot eyes. Within them hid a flame capable of burning everything. A spark of expectation arose in his heart. Thunder to obliterate the world. He had possessed this talent for most of his life. He knew very well where the limits of this power lay. But he was even more curious to see how far this girl burdened with heavy shackles could push this power. Could she surpass him? Could she truly achieve the annihilation of all things with a single thunder strike? No one has told you the rules of the thunderstorm zone, have they? Gu Tianxiao stood up, hands clasped behind his back. There's no protection here, no rescue. If you can't withstand it, you'll turn to ashes. Lin Wangxing looked at the rolling black and purple sea of thunder ahead. I can withstand it. Gu Tianxiao nodded. Go ahead. Walk to the very center. Use your body to accept the lightning. Lin Wangxing took a step forward. Without a hint of hesitation, she walked into the thunderstorm zone. The outer purple arcs of electricity swarmed around her like sharks sensing blood. Crackle. The arcs struck her skin. Her school uniform ripped, flesh rolled back. Charred marks spread along her arms. Lin Wangxing gritted her teeth, not making a sound. She continued to move forward. The deeper she went, the darker the color of the lightning became. From purple to black purple. The pressure also multiplied. Boom. A black-purple thunderbolt as thick as a bucket descended. It struck directly on Lin Wangxing's shoulder. Her entire body was slammed down to one knee. Her knee hit the hard rock, the bones letting out a cracking sound under the unbearable weight. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Gu Tianxiao sat on the rock, watching Lin Wangxing struggling in the thunderstorm. His hand holding the teacup paused slightly. His thoughts drifted back decades. Back then he was of the same age, filled with passion and pride, stepping into this forbidden zone. Thunder to obliterate the world was a gift from heaven, yet also the most brutal curse. To master destruction, one must first experience it. He remembered the first time he drew lightning into his body, the pain that felt as if his soul was being torn apart, nearly causing him to bite his teeth to pieces. It took him half a year to barely adapt to the outer thunder pressure. Yet this girl before him, in less than half an hour, had already reached the center of the thunderstorm. What a reckless madman. Gu Tianxiao murmured softly. He did not stop her. He knew Lin Wangxing was holding back a breath. If that breath wasn't released, it would eventually drive her mad. Chun Jin's disappearance had hit her too hard. Gu Tianxiao watched the figure that swayed in the lightning yet refused to fall, a deep expectation flashing in his eyes. He hoped she could reach that step. He hoped she could push this power to a height that even he had never touched. Lin Wangxing closed her eyes. The raging lightning ravaged within her. Her meridians were torn apart, then reorganized under the stimulation of the thunder. Pain. Pain that penetrated to the bone. But she did not flinch. The face of Chen Jin constantly flashed through her mind. That bastard who always pressed the bomb against his chest. The money-hungry man who always gave his points to her. The madman who charged into the sky in purple fire before a 7th-tier beast. You said we would bear it together. Lin Wanqing silently recited in her heart. You won't get to take all the glory alone. She tried to capture a thread of vitality amidst the destructive power, compressing and taming the raging lightning bit by bit. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Lin Wanqing stood like a statue at the center of the thunderstorm. Her clothes had long turned to ash. A thick layer of blood scab formed on her skin. As the scab fell off, new skin like jade emerged. Then it was torn apart again by lightning. This cycle continued. Gu Tianxiao came every day. He sat on that rock-brewed tea and observed. He discovered that Lin Wanqing's affinity for thunder was extraordinarily high. The black and purple lightning, which initially repelled her, now it seemed to cheer for her. They flowed with Lin Wanqing's breath, entering her pores, merging into her blood. Gu Tianxiao held his teacup, murmuring softly, perhaps she can truly walk a different path. On the 20th day, the thunderstorm zone welcomed a rare storm. The clouds were pressed extremely low. The thunder was deafening. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes. Her pupils had no whites, only swirling black and purple thunder liquid. She raised her right hand. Her 5 fingers spread wide. The vast thunder seemed to be summoned by something. It crazily gathered towards her palm. A thunderball the size of a fist took shape. There was no blinding light, only an extremely deep black. The surrounding space showed tiny fissures under the pressure of the thunderball. Gu Tianxiao stood up. Water from the teacup spilled onto the back of his hand, yet he remained oblivious. Thunder compression. She actually did it. Gu Tianxiao took a deep breath. It took him 3 years to reach this step back in his day. Yet Lin Wanqing only took 20 days. Lin Wanqing twisted her wrist. The thunderball flowed down her arm, finally merging into her legs. Boom. Lin Wanqing's figure vanished. Only a deep charred pit remained at the spot. The next moment, she appeared in front of Gu Tianxiao, no more than half a meter apart. The whirlwind she created made Gu Tianxiao's clothes flap. The tears in Lin Wanqing's eyes gradually faded. She regained her original clarity. Looking at Gu Tianxiao, she slightly bowed her head. Thank you, Principal Gu, for your guidance. Gu Tianxiao watched her. This girl's temperament had completely changed. Once sharp like a sword, now she resembled a peerless weapon hidden in its sheath. Still, she would strike when moved. Very good. Gu Tianxiao nodded. The ranking competition is about to begin. Go ahead. Let those self-righteous geniuses see what true destruction is. Lin Wanqing turned and walked down the... Her silhouette stood tall, exuding a chilling aura. Meanwhile, in the school's refining laboratory, Gu Mingchuan was working furiously. He hadn't bathed for a whole half-month. His hair was a mess like a bird's nest, and his dark circles were heavy enough to play a panda. Why does this energy circuit keep short-circuiting? Gu Mingchuan was going crazy in front of a pile of parts. In front of him was a brand new mech. Its design was far more exquisite than the previous Bandit No. 1 entirely black with a streamlined shell that glinted coldly. This was his upgraded Bandit No. 2. But that wasn't the focus. Gu Mingchuan held a metal core emitting a faint purple glow. This was the Thunder Energy Conversion Core he secretly developed based on Chen Jin's talent characteristics and Lin Wanqing's lightning frequency. As long as I install this thing. Gu Mingchuan's eyes were bloodshot, yet there was a glint of madness. Chen Jin, you're not dead, right? That person must be you. Once you wake up, you won't have to worry about a lack of energy anymore. Once Lin Wanqing strikes, this core can transform into the purest life energy. What do we call this? This is called being far ahead. He chuckled a couple of times, continuing to weld. Sparks flew in the laboratory. In the central square, the arena for the indiscriminate ranking competition had been completed. The arena was built from the hardest obsidian. Surrounding it were defensive formations. It could withstand a full-force strike from a 5th-tier awakened. The square was packed with people. All the faculty and students were present. The atmosphere was at its peak. Have you heard? The top 10 in this ranking competition can enter the inner courtyard's marrow washing pool. What's the marrow washing pool? The first place can get that legendary Earth-ranked spirit weapon. Don't even think about it. First place will definitely be that mysterious 001, or Lin Wanqing and Shineo. Lin Wanqing hasn't shown up for a month. Could it be that she's scared? Discussions rose and fell. Mo Feng stood at the referee's table. He wore a purple mentor's robe, his expression stern. I've already stated the rules. Mo Feng's voice echoed through the crowd. Regardless of life or death, only victory or defeat counts. Surrender or fall off the stage counts as elimination. Now the ranking competition officially begins. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Shineo stood at the forefront. He wore a silver combat suit, arms crossed. His gaze swept through the crowd. He was looking for Lin Wanqing, the woman who ranked ahead of him. Shin Xiao, that woman isn't scared and doesn't dare to come right. The sidekick muttered softly. Shineo sneered. If she was scared, she wouldn't deserve to rank second. No sooner had he spoken, the crowd at the edge of the square suddenly fell silent. It was as if an invisible pressure spread out. The crowd automatically parted to both sides, creating a passageway. Lin Wanqing walked over. She wore a black high-necked hoodie. The hood was pulled low. Her hands were in her pockets. Her pace was slow, yet carried an odd rhythm. With each step, the white jade slabs beneath her feet let out a faint cracking sound. This was the destruction caused by the overflow of lightning power. Mo Feng stood on the high platform watching Lin Wanqing approach, his pupils slightly contracting. He could sense that the aura surrounding this girl was even more restrained and terrifying than a month ago, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Shen Ao squinted. He could feel that Lin Wanqing had changed. She had become more dangerous than a month ago. That oppressive feeling even made the eternal daylight within him stir instinctively. Lin Wanqing reached the front of the arena. She stopped. Raising her head, she looked at Mo Feng at the referee's table. "I'm in a hurry." Lin Wanqing's voice was cold with no hint of fluctuation. "Who's first?" The crowd erupted in an uproar. Too arrogant. This was simply looking down on everyone. A burly boy jumped onto the stage. He held a massive battle axe in his hand. "Arrogant," the boy shouted angrily. "I'm here to spar with you." Lin Wanqing did not waste any words. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes. Her entire being transformed into a black-purple flash. She appeared directly in front of the boy. The boy didn't even have time to raise his axe. Lin Wanqing's fist had already struck his chest. Bang! The boy's massive body flew backward, heavily crashing into the defensive formation. The formation's barrier flickered violently. The boy fell to the ground, directly fainting. One move. Instant kill. The square fell silent again. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lin Wanqing retracted her fist. She stood in the center of the arena. Her gaze swept over the crowd below. Next. Mo Feng stood on the high platform, glancing down at the electronic list, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Lin Wanqing wins, advancing to the next round. A wave of suppressed gasps arose from the audience. Instant kill. Why does it feel like the Thunder Annihilation has changed color? That black mist sends chills down my spine. Of course it's Thunder Annihilation. This past month Principal Gu must have been giving them special training. Lin Wanqing stepped down from the ring, the hood of her black sweatshirt obscuring most of her face, revealing only a sharp chin. Ignoring the awe-filled gazes around her, she walked straight to Gu Mingxuan. Gu Mingxuan was squatting on the ground, holding a wrench, vigorously hammering at the leg components of his brute. "No. Tumek, are you done?" Gu Mingxuan looked up, his dark circles under his eyes resembling those of a panda. Lin Wanqing replied with a soft "What about you?" Gu Mingxuan chuckled, patting the heavy shell of the mech. "That guy just now was pretty tough, insisting he would dismantle my scrap metal. In the end, with one round of micromissiles, he didn't even have time to surrender and was directly teleported out. People nowadays really lack respect for technology." Lin Wanqing sat on a nearby ammo box, unconsciously fiddling with a black and gold business card. "Where's Shen Ao?" Gu Mingxuan pointed towards the distant second ring. "Where? The light of eternal day is blinding me." His opponent is also a poor soul. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, he got dizzy and Shen Ao kicked him right off the stage. That bastard is already in the late stage of the second level, completely arrogant. At that moment, Shen Ao happened to step down from the ring, his silver battle suit glistening under the sunlight. He scanned the crowd and locked his gaze directly on Lin Wanqing. "Lin Wanqing, which of your moves did you hold back?" Lin Wanqing didn't even lift her eyelids. "To win against him, there's no need to use all your strength." Shen Ao sneered, hands tucked into his pockets. "You've got guts. I hope when you meet me in the finals you'll still be this tough. But before that, I want to see if that 001 ranking above us is really Qin Jin." Mentioning 001, the air around seemed to freeze for a moment. On the massive light screen in the center of the square, the position for first place remained a gray mosaic. No name, no evaluation, only that cold number. "Teacher Mo, it's already the last match of the first round. Why hasn't 001 shown up?" Some students couldn't help but shout out. "Yeah, it can't really be a system bug, right? Or is it some privileged person who got a direct pass to the finals?" Mo Feng stood on the high platform, his expression somewhat peculiar. He glanced towards the direction of the administrative building's top floor, where Gu Tianxiao was sitting sipping tea. Mo Feng cleared his throat, and the loudspeaker's voice echoed once more. "Silence." The last match of the first elimination round battle list generated. The light screen flickered violently, and two names slowly emerged. On the left, Zhao Tieju, early stage of the third level talent, a grade red flame control. On the right, 001. The entire venue fell into silence, followed by a tidal wave of discussions. "It's here. It's really here. Zhao Tieju. Isn't that the senior who flunked his second year? Early stage of the third level fire element. If this 001 doesn't have some real skills, he might get burned to ashes. Look at the entrance. Who is it?" Thousands of eyes fixed on the contestant passage. Lin Wanxing suddenly stood up, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Gu Mingchuan also tossed aside the wrench, his mechanical eye flashing frantically in red. Wanxing, do you think? Will it be him? Lin Wanxing didn't say anything, but her breathing quickened. Shin Ao also put away his nonchalant demeanor, his expression turning gravely serious. At the entrance, an abyss of darkness loomed. Tap, tap, tap. The heavy footsteps echoed, each step resonating with the heartbeat of the crowd. An indescribable sense of oppression spread from the passage. It wasn't the pressure of an awakened, but a pure primal ferocity. Like a ferocious beast that had been sleeping for 10,000 years, slowly opening its eyes. What a show-off. Zhao Taizhu on the ring snorted coldly, 2 balls of fiery red flames erupting from his palms. No matter if you're 001 or 007, this fire of mine will surely expose your true form. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure stepped out from the darkness. He wasn't wearing the school's issued battlesuit, just a simple black tank top and a pair of faded jeans. He had grown significantly taller compared to a month ago, with broad shoulders. The most striking feature was his slightly messy long hair, framing a pair of ink black eyes. There was no anger, no excitement in those eyes, only a detached indifference that seemed to see through life and death. Chenjin. Lin Wanxing's tears streamed down her face as she covered her mouth, trying not to cry out loud. I knew it. You troublemaker, how could you possibly die in a place like that? Gu Mingchuan jumped up, waving frantically at the ring. Chenjin. Damn it. I thought you were going to the other world to become a hero. The entire venue fell into silence once more. Chenjin. Who is Chenjin? The upgrade healer who disappeared from Linghai City. Are you kidding? Upgrade healer can rank first. Shin Ao stared at Chenjin, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. This aura. Something's off. He's not at the 2nd level. The energy radiating from him makes even me feel alarmed. Chenjin stood at the edge of the ring, glancing up at the mosaic on the light screen. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing that familiar, annoying smile. This ranking is quite low-key, I like it. He leaped and landed steadily in the center of the ring. Zhao Taizhu gazed at the youth before him, feeling inexplicably uneasy. However, he was a 3rd-level student and a senior. He couldn't lose face. Kid, are you the 001? You don't look too impressive. You seem delicate enough for me to roast once. Chenjin rolled his neck, the joints cracking loudly. You can try, but let me make it clear, I'm heavy-handed and medical expenses are on you. Zhao Taizhu roared, angrily stomping hard, his palms pressed together as the fire elements surged wildly within him. Red flame impact. Boom. A massive fire pillar 2 meters in diameter erupted from his palms, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat that engulfed Chenjin. The flames appeared deep red, distorting the air around them. The students below gasped in shock. Damn, Zhao Taizhu is really ruthless. Is he planning to roast him alive? The explosion from a 3rd-level fire element, this newcomer probably won't even have bones left. However, within the flames, Chenjin's figure flickered in and out of view. He actually didn't retreat, but instead walked step by step towards Zhao Taizhu, braving the flames. Is this all you've got? Chenjin's voice emerged from the sea of fire, steady enough to send chills down spines. The bathwater is hotter than this. Zhao Taizhu's eyes almost bulged out. Impossible. You didn't even activate a shield. How could you withstand my red flame? He frantically channeled energy, and the color of the fire pillar began to shift towards purple. Chenjin traversed the inferno, his black tank top, charred, revealing bronze skin underneath. The red marks from the flames vanished the moment they appeared. He approached Zhao Taizhu, his eyes filled with, my mom rolling dough has more strength than you. Zhao Taizhu's face turned red, and just as he wanted to step back to create distance, Chenjin's hand was already on his shoulder. 5 fingers tightened. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in the silent square. Zhao Taizhu let out a piercing scream, and the flames on his body instantly extinguished. Chenjin followed up with a knee strike, slamming into Zhao Taizhu's abdomen. Bang! Zhao Taizhu flew like a kite, with a broken string soaring dozens of meters before crashing heavily against the defensive array, then sliding down limply. White light flashed the system, determined severe injury, and forced teleportation occurred. One move. Still an instant kill. But this shock was 100 times stronger than when Lin Wanxing did it. That was a 3rd-level early student of the elemental system. Chenjin dusted off the ash from his chest and turned to the judge's table. Teacher Mo, can I clock out now? I'm starving. Teacher Mo phone paused for a full 3 seconds before looking down at the recording device. 001 victory. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Wow, this is the real deal. Withstand a 3rd-level fire element counter with an instant kill. Can the strength of this body even be human? What kind of talent does he have? Grade self-healing. Can your self-healing turn fire into a sauna? Shin Ao stared at Chenjin's back. Chenjin, you've indeed become stronger. Lin Wanqing stood below the stage watching the boy approach. Sunlight fell on him, outlining a faint golden edge. Chen Jin stopped in front of Lin Wanqing, looking at her red-rimmed eyes, the coldness in his heart melting away. He raised his hand, wanting to ruffle her hair, but noticed his hand was still dirty. He awkwardly wiped it on his jeans before gently resting it on Lin Wanqing's head. "Why are you crying? Didn't I come back?" Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth and punched his shoulder. "So you do know how to come back? Do you know I thought you?" Chen Jin seized her hand in response, grinning carefree. "Thought I was dead. Don't worry, the King of Hell sent me back because he thought I ate too much." He leaned closer to Lin Wanqing's ear, lowering his voice, his tone becoming somewhat serious. "Wanqing, about my mom's situation and Uncle Zhou's debt. We need to settle it all one by one." Lin Wanqing raised her head, looking at the unyielding purple fire deep in his eyes, nodding heavily. "All right, let's settle it together." Gu Mingchuan also joined them, excitedly patting Chen Jin on the back. "Chen Jin, you did great. That move just now was simply amazing. Let's go to celebrate your miraculous return. We must feast at the cafeteria today." Chen Jin chuckled. "Of course, I want 10 portions of braised pork." The three of them walked shoulder to shoulder towards the cafeteria, leaving a crowd of astonished students behind. Shin Ao stood in place watching their retreating figures, a complex smile appearing on his lips. "Chen Jin, I'll be waiting for you in the finals of the ranking competition. I hope by then your body will still be this tough." He turned his silver battle suit, tracing a cold arc in the set. Meanwhile, at the top of the administrative building, Gu Tianxiao set down his teacup, watching the three departing figures outside the window, a glint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. This kid's talent seems to have evolved again, undying and unyielding. This world is bound to become lively. Chen Jin wins. From the spectators' stands, the earlier cheers had long vanished, replaced by an eerie, suffocating silence. How many is this? 12th. All instant knockouts. Fire doesn't scorch him, ice won't freeze him, and wind blades leave not even a scratch. What is this guy? Don't ask. Just know it's rank regeneration. The school's system must be glitched. Lin Wanqing sat in the stands watching Chen Jin descend from the arena, her lips curling upward involuntarily. Had fun. Chen Jin took the bottled water she offered and drained more than half in one long gulp. Boring. Just fireworks. None of them worth fighting. Say that outside and you'll get mobbed by the whole campus. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes, but her gaze shimmered with quiet amusement. Gu Mingchuan sidled over, just then clapping his rattling Bandit 2 mecha on the shoulder. "Chen Jin, watch your man. Next match is mine. Time to show these locals what real technology does. Tread lightly. Don't drop parts mid-arena. I'm not picking them up for you. Get lost. That's violent aesthetics, damn it." A voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Next match, freshman Gu Mingchuan versus Lu Ruyan. Gu Mingchuan's eyes lit up, he grinned like a fool. "I'll miss Lu Ruyan. How awkward. If my heavy ordnance grazes you, I'd ache for weeks." He piloted his mecha onto the arena with swagger, its metal feet striking the floor with thunderous booms. Lu Ruyan stood opposite, clad in soft pink combat gear, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, a slender staff resting lightly in her hands. She stood there, eyes glistening red, like a startled little rabbit. "Big brother H1, are you really going to fight me?" Her voice was silken, trembling faintly, so tender it made half the male spectators' spines melt. Gu Mingchuan, already reaching for his missile bay, flinched at the sound, his finger jerking, nearly pressing the wrong button. "Well, Rian, it's just the ranking tournament. I've got no choice." Lu Rian stepped forward twice, lowering her staff to the ground, her dewy gaze locking unblinkingly onto the mecha's observation port. "But I'm scared of pain. Big brother H1 once promised to protect me forever. Look at this machine, cold, lifeless, nothing like you." Gu Mingchuan's face flushed crimson down to his collarbone, a white smoke sputtered erratically from his mecha's exhaust vents. Chen Jin buried his face in his palms, unable to watch. "Done for. His CPU's overheating." Lin Wanqing shook her head in dismay. Gu Mingchuan's doomed, fallen straight into the hands of a master manipulator. On the arena, Lu Ruyan edged closer, her voice dropping to a whisper only Gu Mingchuan could hear. "Big brother H1, will you forfeit? Afterward, I'll treat you to candied hawthorns." She blinked, just once, and a single tear trembled perfectly at the tip of her lashes, suspended between fall and flight. Gu Mingchuan's mind roared, a dizzying flood of memories, Lu Ruyan trailing behind him, chirping "Big brother" again and again. Okay. No fight. No fight." His fingers fumbled wildly over the controls, sparking a shrill, grating burst of electricity inside the mecha. I forfeit. Face-burning, Gu Mingchuan tumbled out of the cockpit and leapt off the arena, head down, heart pounding. Silence swallowed the square hole. Instructor Mo Feng snapped his pen clean in two. Lu Ruyan wins. Gu Mingchuan eliminated. Gu Mingchuan slunk back to Chen Jin's side, eyes fixed on the floor, daring not meet either of their gazes. Chen Jin clapped his shoulder, voice grave, almost mournful. Mingchuan, your mech is solid. Shame your brain's made of water. You wouldn't understand. This is sentiment. Gu Mingchuan bristled, but his retort came out as thin and reedy as a mosquito's whine. Lin Wanqing let out a cold, sharp laugh. Sentiment. More like sugar-craving delirium. Up on the arena, Lu Ruyan waved toward them, smiling like a pristine white lotus in full bloom. But her luck ended there. In the round of 16, Lu Ruyan faced an opponent known only as Stone Buddha. Her holy light radiance lacked bite, too gentle, too diffuse. No matter how she pleaded or pouted, he remained motionless, eyes shut tight, then struck with earth-devouring burial, swallowing her whole and ejecting her from the match. As the final bout concluded, the central holographic screen flickered back to life. Golden characters materialized slowly, each name landing like a hammer blow upon every heart in attendance. Quarter-finalists revealed: Chen Jin, Lin Wanqing, Shen Ao. These three were undisputed title favorites. No dissent, no surprise. But the remaining 5 names left the student body breathless, stunned into silence. Iron Phalanx, Zhao Shana. Chen Jin narrowed his eyes, scanning the distance, where a mountain of a man stood nearly 2 meters tall. His entire frame was encased in black and gold heavy armor, its surface gleaming with liquid metallic luster, immovable, indomitable, like a living citadel carved from mountain stone. S-rank heavy defense. Rumor says he can withstand a frontal charge from a 4th-tier abyssal beast. Gu Mingchuan whispered beside him, trying desperately to salvage some dignity. Shadow Yi Wuheng. The name pulsed darkly on the screen. Chen Jin felt a chill crawl across his nape, a cold, predatory gaze, and turned sharply, only to find a shapeless silhouette retreating deeper into the bleacher's shadows. S-rank shadow assassin, can phase through darkness itself, the most treacherous of them all. Watch your back. Rage beast, Batu. A bare-chested youth, wolf head tattoo, snarling across his chest. He squatted on his seat, chewing raw, blood-dripping meat, his eyes wild, primal, untamed. S-rank bestial awakening, triple strength when transformed. Pure, unfiltered madness. Phantom melody, Su Miao. A girl in violet silk robes cradled an ancient zither, her expression serene. Yet Chen Jin knew better. Mental awakened adepts were the most dangerous of all. Blade obsessive, Li Chongkong. Last among them stood a man with rust-streaked longsword slung across his back, eyes closed in quiet meditation. Within a 3-meter radius, no one dared approach. The air itself hummed with restless razor-edged sword chi, claimed to sever all elemental affinities. Shen Ao once lost badly to him. Chen Jin's lips lifted, just slightly, into that familiar, unsettling smile that made rivals' pulses stutter. He rotated his wrists, the knuckles cracking like dry twigs. Iron Fortress. Little Shadow. Big Bear. Zither player. Swordman. Not bad. He turned to Lin Wanqing. Deep in his eyes a flicker of violet flame danced. This banquet finally has some bite. Lin Wanqing clenched her fist, purple lightning flashing once at her fingertips then vanishing. Don't underestimate them. They're all watching you. Watching me. Humph. Chen Jin scoffed, glancing coolly at the 5 prodigies, each radiating power, each poised like coiled springs. Let them stare. In the end, they'll all lie flat looking up at me. The sun dipped low, casting long, jagged shadows across the arena. 8 finalists stood locked in silent confrontation, the air thick with tension, charged like storm-racked skies before lightning strikes. Every faculty member, every student knew each upcoming match would rank among the fiercest clashes ever witnessed, not just at Tianxiong St. Apex Academy, but nationwide. And no one knew how far the monster wearing the crown of first place would shatter the academy's very foundations. Chen Jin stood with his back to the setting sun, his shadow stretching long and stark, covering half the arena floor. He murmured, voice barely audible. Uncle Zhou, watch closely. This title of Supreme Sovereign is mine to claim. The morning breeze rustled the formation banners at the edge of the arena, producing a crisp sound. The noise in the square had diminished somewhat, yet the scent of gunpowder in the air was so thick it felt almost tangible. On the light screen, the list of matchups for the top 8 was rapidly scrolling. Chen Jin squatted at the foot of the platform, clutching a large meat bun he had somehow acquired, greedily devouring it with grease dripping from his mouth. Can you please pay attention to your image? Lin Wanqing stood beside him, watching Chen Jin's gluttonous appearance, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Can an image be eaten? Chen Jin mumbled incoherently, in response, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. This is called pre-battle preparation. If I run out of energy during the fight, will you be responsible for bringing me back? Gu Mingchuan leaned in, patting Chen Jin on the shoulder and lowering his voice. Brother, I just found out that your opponent in this match is Zhao Shana. Tai Futu S-Class Heavy Defense Latest Stage 2nd Tier. This guy is notoriously tough in the new student ranks. I heard he once stood still and let a 3rd-tier beast slam into him for 10 minutes without losing a layer of skin. Chen Jin swallowed the last bite of his bun and brushed the crumbs from his hands. Latest second tier. That's fine. I hope his bones are harder than the bun skin. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of hair. Zhao Shan's talent has a recoil effect, but don't try to ram him like you did before. Chen Jin stood up, twisted his neck, and his joints cracked with a crisp sound. Don't worry, I'm best at reasoning. At that moment, the light screen froze. The first match, Chen Jin versus Zhao Shanha. Mo Feng stood on the high platform, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Please have both contestants come to the stage. Chen Jin slowly walked up the stone steps, his hands stuffed in his jeans pockets, looking less like he was there to fight and more like he was out for a stroll. Across from him stood a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. Zhao Shanha was clad in a specially made black and gold heavy armor. Each step he took caused the obsidian arena to emit a dull thud. He looked at Chen Jin, his gaze scrutinizing. So you are number 001. Zhao Shan's voice was rough, like 2 rusty metal plates scraping against each other. Chen Jin glanced up at him. That's me. What's it to you? Zhao Shanha snorted coldly and suddenly flexed his arms. Buzz. A thick, earthy yellow halo rose from beneath his feet, quickly enveloping his body and finally transforming into a semi-transparent energy armor. I don't care how you annihilated Zhao Taiju before. In front of me, any flashy attacks are meaningless. My Tai Futu is impenetrable at this tier. No one can break through my defense. Chen Jin chuckled, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a coincidence. I don't have any special skills either, except my fists are quite sincere. Below, the students began to whisper among themselves. Do you think Chen Jin can break Zhao Shan's defense? Unlikely. Zhao Shanha is latest second tier with defensive power rivaling that of the third tier. Chen Jin may have a strong physique, but his attack power might not be sufficient, right? On the arena, Mo Feng waved his hand. Begin. As soon as the command was given, Zhao Shanha did not take the initiative to attack, but instead crouched slightly, adopting a defensive stance. Come, let me see how sincere your fists are. Chen Jin did not hold back either. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his entire body shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, crossing several meters in an instant. Without using any energy or manifesting any phenomena, it was simply a straightforward punch. Bang! His fist slammed heavily against Zhao Shan's chest armor. The earthy yellow halo trembled violently, emitting a dull roar. Zhao Shanha stood completely still, even revealing a mocking smile. Is that all? You don't even have enough strength to scratch me. Chen Jin retracted his fist and looked at his knuckles, which were faintly red. The recoil is indeed impressive. It made my hand feel a bit numb. Zhao Shanha laughed heartily and smashed his fists together. This is the confidence of S-class defense. Chen Jin, admit defeat. You can't hurt me. Chen Jin ignored him and instead closed his eyes. He could feel the purple fire from his rebirth gently flowing through his veins. That was not the power of the second tier. It was a raw strength that transcended tier limits, born purely from an indestructible talent. That punch just now was a test for the bun. Chen Jin opened his eyes, a hint of deep purple flashing in his pupils. You better brace yourself for this next punch. He took a step forward again. This time his movement slowed. With each step he took, ripples spread across the defensive formation on the arena. Zhao Shan's expression changed slightly as he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure approaching him. Earth barrier, reinforce it. Zhao Shanha shouted angrily. The energy within him surged wildly, and the heavy armor on his chest became even more solid, even taking on a metallic texture. Chen Jin walked up to him slowly, pulling back his right hand. His waist and abdomen tensed, his entire being resembling a giant bow drawn taut. 80. Chen Jin uttered a seemingly nonsensical phrase. In the next second his fist shot out. Boom. The moment the punch was thrown, it felt as if the air had been sucked dry. A visible shockwave erupted from the tip of his fist. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed in the silent square, particularly jarring. Zhao Shanha's proud, earthy yellow armor shattered upon contact with Chen Jin's fist, cracking like glass. Impossible. Zhao Shan's eyes nearly bulged out. He felt an unreasonable force surging through his defensive layers, directly pouring into his internal organs. Bang! The heavy armor was completely shattered. Chen Jin's fist continued its momentum, solidly imprinting on Zhao Shan's chest. The burly man, over 200 pounds, along with his heavy black and gold armor, flew away like a kite with its string cut. He traced an exaggerated arc in the air before crashing heavily against the defensive formation. The formation's light screen flickered violently, emitting a piercing alarm. Zhao Shanha slid to the ground, a clear imprint of a fist indented into his chest plate. He opened his mouth to say something, but only coughed out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The entire arena fell silent. A deathly quiet. Thousands of students and dozens of instructors felt as if they had their throats squeezed, unable to utter a single word. One punch. Another punch. and this time it broke through the strongest S-class defense of the same cohort. Mo Feng's recording device nearly fell to the ground. He stared intently at Chen Jin, his throat struggling to move. Chen Jin wins. Below, Gu Mingquan's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. Damn, did Chen Jin secretly go to some factory to swap for a hydraulic arm? Is this the kind of power a human can produce? Lin Wanqing was also stunned. She knew Chen Jin had grown stronger, but she didn't expect him to be this outrageous. That kind of power had completely surpassed the second tier. Chen Jin stood in the arena, shaking his right hand as the purple hue on his face gradually faded. He rubbed his stomach, frowning. Tisk, I'm hungry again. He turned to the referees, stand his tone sincere. Teacher Mo, can you have the cafeteria reserve 2 pounds of braised pork for me? I'm afraid it will be cold after the finals. Mo Feng twitched his mouth in annoyance and waved his hand dismissively. Get out of here. Chen Jin chuckled and jumped down from the arena. He walked straight towards Lin Wanqing. She looked at him, her expression complicated. How was the consumption from that punch just now? Chen Jin sighed and pointed at his waist, which had barely shrunk. Lin Wanqing shot him a glare, but her hand unconsciously reached for the high-tier energy potion in her pocket. Lin Wanqing shot him a glare, but her hand unconsciously reached for the high-tier energy potion in her pocket. Got it, you glutton. The next match progressed swiftly. Lin Wanqing faced off against Shadow Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan's talent was indeed uncanny, transforming into a wisp of shadow, elusive and ghostly on the arena. However, Lin Wanqing gave him no chance to close the distance. She stood her ground, her eyes slightly closed. Thunder domain descent. Boom. In an instant, the arena, spanning dozens of meters, turned into a purple-black thunder pool. Countless tiny arcs of electricity, as if alive, crazily burrowed into every shadowy corner. Oh, a cry of agony. Yi Wuhan was forcibly electrocuted out of the shadows, his body enveloped in black smoke, his hair standing on end. With a casual wave, Lin Wanqing sent him flying off the stage with a bolt of lightning. Shen Ao also displayed his prowess as the #1 genius of Tianqiong City. Facing the frenzied onslaught of Mad Beast Bada, he transformed into a streak of white light, narrowly evading all the bites. Extreme Day Judgment. Slash. The blinding white light erupted instantly, and Bada let out a mournful cry as his massive, beastly form was pierced directly by the light sword, sending him out of bounds. In the end, the list of the top 4 was announced. Chen Jin, Lin Wanqing, Shen Ao, and the one carrying the rusted sword, Li Changkong. Li Changkong's previous battle was the simplest. He only struck once. With that one strike, he severed all of Phantom Sound, Su Miao's mental waves. Su Miao didn't even pluck a string and voluntarily conceded. That swordsman is somewhat interesting. Chen Jin sat at the side of the stage holding the energy potion Lin Wanqing had given him, his gaze sharpening. He could feel the sword energy emanating from Li Changkong. It was very cold. Cold enough to send chills deep into one's bones. He's a madman born for the sword. Be careful, Lin Wanqing reminded softly. Shen Ao said that Li Changkong's sword can sever elements, and your self-healing might not work against him. Severing elements. Chen Jin finished the potion and casually crumpled the bottle. Then can he sever cause and effect? Lin Wanqing was taken aback. What do you mean? Chen Jin stood up, watching Li Changkong approach him. What I mean is, as long as I don't die, he has to keep. I want to see if he tires out first, or if I get cut down first. Li Changkong stopped 3 meters in front of Chen Jin. He did not glance at Lin Wanqing or Shen Ao. In his calm, unfathomable eyes there was only Chen Jin. Your physical body is very strong. Li Changkong spoke, his voice cold. I want to see if I can cut through it with one sword. Chen Jin grinned, revealing his signature eerie smile. If you can't cut through, lend me that broken sword to chop firewood. The air suddenly froze. The draw for the semifinals began. Chen Jin versus Li Changkong. Lin Wanqing versus Shen Ao. The crowd erupted. This was the true peak showdown. The first match of the semifinals, Lin Wanqing against Li Changkong. Li Changkong, carrying that rusted long sword, stepped onto the stage, slowly, his gaze fixated solely on the sword. Lin Wanqing pulled back her hoodie, her fingertips entwined with a wisp of purple-black lightning. Li Changkong halted, gripping the sword hilt. Your lightning is very strong. Lin Wanqing remained expressionless. Draw your sword. Li Changkong stopped talking. The instant the rusted sword was unsheathed, a sharp sword cry resonated in the air. Slash! A grayish sword energy crossed the sky as if it aimed to cleave space itself in two. Lin Wanqing stood her ground, showing no intent to evade. She raised her right hand, her fingers suddenly splayed open. Thunder domain. Boom. Purple-black lightning cascaded down from the void like a waterfall, instantly submerging the entire arena. That grayish sword energy crashed into the sea of lightning, not even stirring a splash before being completely corroded by the purple-black plasma. Li Changkong's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. This is impossible. Lin Wanqing's figure flickered, transforming into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Li Changkong, her fingertip touching the back of his neck. You lost. Li Chongkong stood frozen, feeling the destructive aura at the back of his neck, and forced a bitter smile. SSS grade truly lived up to its name. He sheathed his sword and bowed slightly to the judge's table. I concede. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected the sword fanatic known for severing elements to lose so quickly. Mentor Mo Feng nodded. Lin Wanqing wins, advancing to the finals. Lin Wanqing jumped off the stage, walking straight to Chen Jin's side. It's your turn now. Chen Jin brushed off the dust from his pants and stood up, leisurely walking onto the stage with his hands in his pockets. Has young Master Shen been waiting impatiently? Shen Ao, clad in silver battle attire, had already stood on the opposite side of the stage. He snorted coldly, his entire body erupting with blinding white light. Extreme Day Judgment. He transformed into a streak of white light, moving so fast that the naked eye could barely follow. Chen Jin remained still, a smile hanging on his lips. Not bad speed. Bang. Shen Ao's fist slammed into Chen Jin's shoulder, white light exploding. Chen Jin staggered back, 3 steps, a charred wound appearing on his chest. The students below were astonished. Shen Ao has the upper hand. No wonder he's the #1 genius of Tianxiong City. The extreme day light is too fast. Yet Shen Ao frowned, feeling that punch had landed as if hitting cotton. Chen Jin rubbed his shoulder, the wound visibly healing at a slow speed. Oh dear, young Master Shen has quite a bit of strength. Ew, I almost couldn't catch it. Shen Ao gritted his teeth, his figure disappearing again. Light shadow, continuous slash. Countless light blades rained down upon Chen Jin. Chen Jin moved sideways in the rain of light. His actions appeared somewhat awkward, yet precisely avoided all critical hits. Occasionally he was cut by a few blades, only letting out a hard-earned groan. The two fought fiercely on the stage, the sounds of white light colliding with flesh echoing without end. The atmosphere in the audience soared to a climax. So exciting. This is the true peak duel. Chen Jin's healing ability is simply a divine skill. Shen Ao is also too fierce. Who can withstand that explosive power? Only Lin Wanqing sat at the side, helplessly rubbing her forehead. Gu Mingchuan also noticed the signs and leaned closer to Lin Wanqing's ear. Chen Jin's acting is a pity if he doesn't win an Oscar. On the stage, Shen Ao's breathing began to quicken. He had consumed more than half of his energy, but Chen Jin, though covered in blood, appeared terrifyingly steady. Shen Ao charged towards Chen Jin again, lowering his voice. What exactly are you playing at? Chen Jin tilted his head to evade a light palm, leaning close to Shen Ao's ear, his voice so soft that only the two could hear. With so many people watching, I'll give you some face. If you attack a couple more times, you'll win by a narrow margin. How about it? Shen Ao's mind buzzed, feeling as if struck by lightning. He stared intently into Chen Jin's pitch-black eyes, which held no pressure, only a mockery akin to watching a show. You. Shen Ao's movements slowed by half a beat. Chen Jin seized the opportunity, delivering a soft, straight punch to Shen Ao's chest. Shen Ao instinctively tried to defend, but found that Chen Jin's fist concealed an overwhelming force that was impossible to resist. Bang! Shen Ao was sent flying, stabilizing himself at the edge of the stage. Chen Jin, on the other hand, knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Young Master Shen. Truly formidable. I almost lost. Mo Feng watched this scene, his mouth twitching slightly, but he finally announced. Chen Jin wins. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Chen Jin is amazing. Shen Ao, though defeated, is still honorable. It was a fierce battle. Shen Ao stood at the edge of the stage, listening to the surrounding cheers, feeling utterly grating. He looked down at his hands, his fingertips still slightly trembling. Only he knew. In that battle, just now, Chen Jin hadn't even used 30% of his strength. That feeling of being completely seen through and casually given face was more unbearable than being killed. As Chen Jin walked off the stage, he patted Shen Ao's shoulder as he passed by. Young Master Shen, a pleasant cooperation. Shen Ao froze in place, watching Chen Jin's retreating back, his eyes filled with unprecedented terror. The grand stage of the ranking match finals. The wide and flat platform is paved with obsidian. The surrounding defensive formations operate at full power. A pale blue barrier separates the platform from the audience. Tens of thousands of teachers and students sit in the stands. No one speaks. Even the sound of breathing is suppressed to a minimum. The much-anticipated finals have finally arrived. Chen Jin and Lin Wanqing stand at opposite ends of the platform. The wind blows across the stage, lifting the corners of their clothes. Lin Wanqing gazes at Chen Jin across from her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she knows Chen Jin's recovery ability is abnormal. But she is even more aware that being injured will hurt. Throughout this journey, Chen Jin has blocked too many fatal attacks for her. She does not want to hurt Chen Jin for the sake of a hollow title. Lin Wanqing takes a deep breath, raises her right hand, and prepares to concede to the referee. Just as she is about to speak, Chen Jin suddenly shakes his head at her, his gaze filled with determination. His lips move silently. Lin Wanqing is taken aback. She understands Chen Jin's lip movements. Use your full strength, hit me. Lin Wanqing grits her teeth and lowers her hand. Are you sure? She asks softly. Chen Jin, stop wasting time. Show me your thunder destruction ability. Lin Wanqing still dares not unleash her full power, flipping her palm. A ball of ordinary purple lightning takes shape, tentatively striking at Chen Jin. Crack. The lightning hits Chen Jin's chest, leaving only a faint scorch mark. In the blink of an eye, he has fully recovered. Chen Jin stands in place unharmed. He raises an eyebrow at Lin Wanqing. Haven't you eaten? This little bit of strength isn't even enough to tickle me. Lin Wanqing, do you look down on me? Lin Wanqing takes a... Finally, putting aside her concerns, she closes her eyes. The power of thunder within her surges wildly. It seems the clouds in the sky are being drawn by this force. Black and purple lightning forms a small vortex of thunderstorm around Lin Wanqing. The defensive formation of the stage creaks under the strain. Mo Feng's expression changes drastically. Increase the energy output of the formation. He shouts at the control panel. The students below retreat in droves, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. Is this really the power a new student can unleash? It's terrifying. Is Chen Jin not going to hide? Has he gone mad? When Lin Wanqing opens her eyes again, her pupils are filled with black and purple lightning. For the first time in the finals, Lin Wanqing showcases her new ability understood in the thunderstorm area. The Annihilation Thunder Core. The vast black and purple lightning compresses to an extreme in her palm, transforming into a black lightning orb the size of a fist. The lightning orb emanates a destructive aura. The surrounding space shows fine cracks under the pressure of this orb. The students below feel this sensation. They collectively gasp. What kind of technique is this? The space is cracking. Can Chen Jin withstand it? Lin Wanqing raises her hand. She pushes the lightning orb towards Chen Jin. The black lightning instantly engulfs Chen Jin's figure. There is no deafening roar, only a heart-stopping sense of obliteration. As the lightning dissipates, the stage is left empty. Where Chen Jin stood, not even a speck of ash remains, as if he has been completely erased from this world. The audience is silent. Tens of thousands of eyes are wide open, staring at the empty stage. Mo Feng stands on the high platform, his face pale. Just as he intends to rush down to check the situation, Lin Wanqing stares blankly ahead, her heart abruptly tightening. She panics, tears streaming down. She rushes towards the place where Chen Jin disappeared, frantically searching the scorched ground with her hands. Chen Jin, where are you? Come out. Her voice trembles thick with sobs. She fears she has truly killed him. You must come out. Aren't you indestructible? Lin Wanqing kneels on the ground, tears splattering heavily onto the obsidian surface. The students in the stands are also in an uproar. Where is he? Not even a trace left. This thunder destruction is too terrifying. Gu Mingchuan jumps anxiously from below. Chen Jin, damn it. Don't scare me. Shinao's brows are tightly knitted. Impossible. He can't just die like this. He is Chen Jin. Just when Lin Wanqing falls into despair and the audience fears a major teaching accident, a strange wave suddenly ripples in the center of the stage. Purple soul fire leaps in the void, resembling a beating heart. Thump, thump, thump. With each pulse, the surrounding energy gathers frantically. Flesh and blood materialize out of thin air, bones intertwine, and meridians reorganize. This is a miracle of life that surpasses human understanding. Tens of thousands in the audience witness this scene. They forget to breathe. In less than a second, Chen Jin appears unscathed before Lin Wanqing. He reaches out and grasps Lin Wanqing's trembling shoulders. A gentle smile curls at the corners of his mouth. Why are you crying? Imperfectly fine, aren't I? Lin Wanqing is stunned, tears still hanging on her face. She looks at the living Chen Jin before her and quickly realizes this is all Chen Jin's doing. He deliberately endured that devastating blow. He intentionally created the illusion of being obliterated. You bastard. Lin Wanqing punches Chen Jin in the chest. Chen Jin chuckles lightly. He does not dodge. He turns around to face the tens of thousands of teachers and students present, as well as representatives of various hidden forces. He no longer conceals his aura, unleashing the violent power of the mid-second stage without reservation. He stands at the center of the platform. His posture is tall and straight, like an invincible war god. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Jin's voice echoes throughout the arena through the formations. The threat of the abyss is imminent. The gray mist may return at any moment. Humanity needs an unyielding banner. And I, Chen Jin, am that banner. He scans the entire audience, his gaze sweeping over every face. He spreads his arms wide. I possess an indestructible body. I will be humanity's final hope against the abyss. The crowd erupts in astonishment. These words are too bold, so outrageous that no one can refute it. This kid really dares to say it. But he has indeed made it happen. Indestructible. If humanity truly has such a banner, what can the abyss do? These words resonate. They strike the war drums in everyone's hearts. In order to prove his words, Chen Jin turns to Lin Wanqing. Continue. Use your strongest thunder. Lin Wanqing wipes her tears. She understands Chun Jin's intentions. She raises her hand again, unleashing the violent black and purple lightning. Lin Wanqing puts her hands together. A thick bolt of black and purple lightning descends from the sky, striking directly at Chun Jin's head. However, this time Chun Jin does not passively endure. He demonstrates absolute dominance among those of the same rank. He walks toward the thunder, not only able to instantly recover from any injury, but also showcasing terrifying strength, extreme speed, and a new ability comprehended on the brink of life and death, energy devouring. Chun Jin does not retreat, but advances, raising both hands. He reaches out to grab the thunder. Crackle! The lightning rages wildly in his palms, scorching his flesh, yet he recovers in an instant. Chun Jin roars loudly, his arms suddenly exerting force, tearing the bolt of lightning apart violently. The turbulent energy of the lightning scatters everywhere, yet it is forcibly pulled in by a suction force surging from within Chun Jin, drilling into his body through his pores. Chun Jin's aura soars. Growing stronger with each battle, the crowd is in an uproar. Both the mentors on the high platform and the genius students below are deeply shocked by Chun Jin's illogical abilities. Shin Ao watches this scene from below, his eyes igniting with even more fervent fighting spirit. Chun Jin, you truly haven't disappointed me. Gu Tianxiao chuckles in the shadows, stroking his beard. This kid is truly a natural monster. On the platform, Lin Wanqing continuously releases several powerful moves, but she finds that her attacks can no longer pose any substantial threat to Chun Jin. She gazes at the radiant young man before her. A relieved smile appears on her lips. She puts away her thunder and raises her hand to concede to the referee. I concede. Mo Feng stands on the high platform. His voice echoes throughout the arena. Ranking match finals. Chun Jin wins. Chun Jin steps forward and ruffles Lin Wanqing's hair. Thank you, Lord of Thunder. Lin Wanqing swats his hand away. Don't get too smug. Next time I will definitely. With undisputed absolute strength, he reaches the pinnacle of the ranking match. His name and the legend of his indestructibility will spread throughout the entire Awakener world on this day. On the other side of the arena, the battle between Shin Ao and Li Changkong also came to an end as both withdrew their attacks. Shin Ao transformed into a streak of white light, evading the gray sword chi of Li Changkong and landing a punch on his opponent's shoulder. Li Changkong took a few steps back, sheathing his sword and bowing his head to concede. With the referee's announcement, the ranking competition officially concluded. The square erupted with voices, students whispering and discussing the terrifying strength of this year's freshman. Mo Feng stood on the high platform, holding an electronic list, clearing his throat. The ranking competition is over, and we will now distribute the rewards for the top 8. First place, Chun Jin awarded a chance to soak in the Abyss Blood Pool. Second place, Lin Wanqing awarded a piece of the century-old Thunderstrike Wood. Third place, Shin Ao awarded a piece of Aurora Stone. Fourth place, Li Changkong awarded a sword and tent herb. Fifth to 8th places each received 10 bottles of high-level energy potions, plus a selection of rare materials. A chorus of gasps arose from below the stage as students whispered to one another, discussing the generous rewards. Lin Wanqing looked at the Thunderstrike Wood in her hand, feeling the violent thunder energy within, nodding in satisfaction. The piece of wood was pitch black, covered in natural lightning patterns with a faint purple glow swirling around. Chun Jin leaned over, eyeing the wood in Lin Wanqing's hand and wrinkling his nose. What uses this black wood? Lin Wanqing put the Thunderstrike Wood into her backpack. I can feel that this thing will elevate my thunder's power to the next level. What about you? What is the Abyss Blood Pool? Chun Jin shrugged, indicating he was also unclear. Shin Ao walked over, tossing the softly glowing Aurora Stone in his hand. He raised his chin slightly, pride evident in his eyes. The Abyss Blood Pool is one of the foundational treasures of the Tianqiong Sacred Peak, filled with refined high-level beast blood. An ordinary person would explode their blood vessels after soaking for just 1 minute. Only monsters like you with tough skin and flesh could treat this as a reward. Nearby students watched them with awe, some even beginning to give them nicknames. That Chun Jin is simply an indestructible monster. Calling him the Undying Azura is most fitting. Lin Wanqing's thunder is terrifying. The title of Thunder Lord is well-deserved. Shin Ao's speed is so fast. The title of the Godson of Extreme Day belongs to him alone. And that Gu Mingchuan, always tinkering with that pile of scrap metal, the mechanical overlord. Chun Jin twitched his mouth at these nicknames. Undying Azura. That name sounds like a villain. Oh, it doesn't fit my sunny and cheerful personality at all. I'm clearly a law-abiding good student who wouldn't even harm an ant on a regular day. Lin Wanqing snorted coldly, sizing him up. Are you even close to being sunny and cheerful? When you fight, you resemble a beast more than the beasts themselves, practically wanting to swallow people whole. Calling you the Undying Azura is already a compliment. Shin Ao scoffed lightly, putting the Aurora Stone into his pocket. The title of Godson of Extreme Day is barely worthy of this young master. Shinjin, this time you won, but don't get too cocky. Once I absorb this Aurora Stone and break through to the peak of the second tier, let's have another match. At that time I will let you know the true strength of the Godson of Extreme Day. Shinjin sighed, no longer wanting to argue with these two. Alright, you all are the Godsons and Thunderlords, and I'm just an Azura. Regardless of how resounding the names are in the end, you'll still be pressed down by me. Gu Mingchuan leaned over, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. Shinjin, don't be ungrateful. You're getting the opportunity to enter the Abyss Blood Pool. Such a great thing. What do you care about titles? The Abyss Blood Pool is a fantastic resource. It is said to contain immense vitality and blood power. Originally, it was used by the school to enhance the bodies of elemental awakeners with weak physiques, so they wouldn't be killed by beasts in close proximity. But you managed to take first place, which makes this blood pool perfectly suited for your monstrous physique. If you can soak a little longer, your physical strength will undoubtedly become invincible. Shinjin stroked his chin deep in thought. Sounds good. I've been feeling a bit hungry lately. I'm off to take a soak. You all can enjoy yourselves. He waved his hand and turned to walk deeper into the school. The Abyss Blood Pool was located at the back mountain of the school, hidden in a secluded underground cave. Shinjin descended the winding stone steps, the scent of blood in the air growing stronger. The walls of the tunnel were embedded with glowing crystals, dimly illuminating the path ahead. Pushing open the heavy stone door, a wave of heat hit him. In the center of the cave, a massive pool of water was releasing steam, the pool water a dark red, resembling boiling fresh blood. Bubbles constantly rolled up from the surface of the pool, making a gurgling sound. Just as Shinjin was about to take off his clothes, he noticed someone sitting by the pool. The person was wearing a purple instructor's robe, eyes closed, seemingly feeling the energy within the blood pool. Shinjin was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Mo Feng. Instructor, Mo, what are you doing here? Isn't this blood pool a reward for the freshmen? Mo Feng opened his eyes, looking at Shinjin, a smile playing on his lips. Who told you I was an instructor? Shinjin's face was filled with confusion as he looked up and down at Mo Feng's purple robe. Aren't you an instructor? Then why are you wearing that outfit? And yelling at us every day in the square? Mo Feng stood up, stretching his shoulders, the joints making crisp, cracking sounds. This outfit is the uniform of the student council. I'm just responsible for welcoming new students and hosting the ranking competition. Let me reintroduce myself, a sophomore, Mo Feng. Ranked 10th among the sophomores. Shinjin's mind spun twice before he finally comprehended. Then how can you soak in this Abyss Blood Pool? This is a reward that I fought hard for to achieve first place. Mo Feng smiled, pointing at the blood pool. The spot for this blood pool was earned by me hosting this ranking competition, along with some merit I accumulated. Do you think the school's resources come easy? Every drop of blood pool water is high-level beast blood earned by frontline soldiers with their lives. Shinjin furrowed his brow, picking up on a new term. Merit. What is that? Mo Feng walked to the pool's edge, testing the water temperature, his tone becoming somewhat serious. Once you reach sophomore year, you will start participating in the school-arranged training missions, going to more dangerous polluted zones. Completing missions and killing beasts will earn you merit. In sophomore year, all cultivation resources, weapons, and even the qualifications to enter such special training grounds will have to be exchanged with merit. The school will no longer provide resources for free like in freshman year. Previously, a senior had to sweep the streets because he couldn't earn enough merit to afford meals. And some people took on tasks beyond their capabilities to earn merit, ultimately not even leaving behind their corpses. Shinjin felt a hint of alertness rising in his heart. Is it that brutal? If I can't earn merit, will I just have to wait to die? This school looks glamorous, but behind the scenes it's practically a den of devouring people. Mo Feng glanced at him, patting his shoulder. You're still a freshman, there's no need to worry about these things. This year the school will meet most of your needs, allowing you to establish a solid foundation quickly. Especially since you were first in the ranking competition, the school will prioritize providing you with those scarce resources. Once you reach sophomore year, you will naturally understand the importance of merit. In Tianxiong's Sacred Peak, without merit you can't even enter the black market, let alone buy those rare materials. Shinjin nodded, thoughtfully, feeling his earlier alertness gradually dissipate. Alright, let's discuss the future later. As long as my fist is strong enough, earning merit will be a piece of cake. The most important thing right now is to drain the energy from this pool. He quickly stripped off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, and with a splash jumped into the blood pool. The dark red water engulfed him, and the scorching energy rushed into his body through his pores. The sensation felt like countless red-hot steel needles piercing his skin, coursing through his veins. Shinjin let out a muffled grunt, gritting his teeth. Mo Feng also entered the water, with the two occupying different corners of the blood pool. This water temperature is nice, it's quite suitable for soaking. Shinjin leaned against the pool wall, sighing comfortably. Mo Feng closed his eyes, guiding the blood energy to wash over his body. Stop chatting and hurry up and absorb it. The energy in this blood pool is very violent, and how much you can absorb depends on your own abilities. Ordinary freshmen can only last half an hour at most before the violent blood energy ruptures their meridians. Shinjin closed his eyes, feeling his immortal talent within his body starting to operate frantically. The energy in the blood pool surged toward him as if it had found an outlet. The dark red water bubbled restlessly, becoming visibly clearer at a rapid pace. Shinjin could distinctly feel his muscle fibers continuously breaking down and rapidly reorganizing under the nourishment of the immense blood energy. His bones grew harder, and the sound of flowing blood resembled thunder. He could clearly sense his physical strength rising at a terrifying speed. The barrier of the late second tier began to show cracks under the impact of this massive energy. That pain of breaking and rebirth might be torture for others, but for Shinjin, it was simply the ultimate. He even proactively released the limits of his body, allowing the violent energy to rampage within him. Meanwhile, Mo Feng also sensed the depletion of energy in the blood pool. He opened his eyes, watching the small whirlpool forming around Shinjin, his eyes twitching slightly. How is this kid absorbing energy so ridiculously fast? If he continues to absorb at this rate, I won't even get a sip of soup. Mo Feng didn't dare to slack off, quickly focusing his mind and absorbing the remaining energy with all his might. He silently cursed in his heart, thinking that he should have known better than to enter alongside this monster. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere in the cave grew quiet. The heat in the cave diminished, and the bubbles on the water's surface gradually subsided. The color of the blood pool changed from dark red to light red, eventually becoming completely clear. Shinjin opened his eyes, a glimmer of dark red blood light flashing deep within his pupils. He stood up from the pool, his muscles well-defined, exuding a sense of violent power. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips. This blood pool is indeed a great thing. It saved me a lot of time. He turned to look at Mo Feng and found him staring at him with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Mo Feng also emerged from the water. Although he absorbed less energy than Shinjin, his aura was much steadier than before. He looked at Shinjin, his eyes filled with complexity. Your physique is simply more absurd than those high-level beasts. You absorbed 80% of the entire pool's essence. By the time you reach sophomore year, you'll probably crush those seniors underfoot. Shinjin put on his clothes and patted Mo Feng on the shoulder. Thanks for the compliment. But Senior Mo, remember to call me again next time there's such a good thing. I have a big appetite and am not picky at all. Mo Feng rolled his eyes, putting on his purple uniform jacket. Call you. Being in the water with you is just asking for trouble. Hurry back to your dorm to solidify your realm. Shinjin laughed heartily, striding out of the cave. Just after taking a couple of steps, a furious shout echoed from above. Gu Tianxiao, you dog thief. Gu Tianxiao, you treacherous dog. The roar shook the entire rear mountain. Shinjin stood at the mouth of the cavern, listening to the thunderous fury echoing from outside. A faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corner of his lips. Everything unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Why had he deliberately withstood Lin Wanqing's Annihilation Thunder Core during the ranking tournament finals? Why had he unveiled, before the entire faculty's student body and assembled powers, the terrifying, indestructible nature of his immortal physique? Because he was broke. He needed vast resources, mountains of them. His own body, an insatiable abyss, demanded energy on a scale so staggering it defied comprehension. The methodical resource allocations granted by Tianqiong's Sacred Apex Elemental University were laughably insufficient. Even a morsel would not satisfy his hunger. He had to make waves. Waves large enough to unsettle the entire Tianqiong city, and even the highest echelons of humanity. He intended for every elite faction to witness the irreplaceable strategic value radiating from his very being. Only by proving himself absolutely indispensable could he seize control, compelling these towering figures of power to pour their resources into him willingly and without reservation. Now, the bait had been taken. Shinjin raised his gaze and saw a towering figure descend from the sky. Broad-shouldered and clad in a dark crimson battle robe, his muscles resembled forged steel. The earth trembled beneath him upon landing. He was Long Zhanya, principal of the Wushu Academy, one of Tianqiong City's 4 great academies. Rank 7th tier, Throne Sovereign. Talent tier SS class, Dragon Blood Battle Physique. Renowned across Tianqiong City for his explosive temper and unyielding fists, he specialized exclusively in physical cultivation and bodily talent development. The moment he landed, he strode straight toward Gu Tianxiao's principal's tower. His voice boomed with unnatural volume. Gu Tianxiao, hand him over to me now. You shameless old... What use is a monster like this hidden away in your elemental academy? Your Tianqiong Sacred Apex Elemental University teaches lightning and flame, not the breeding of abominations. Gu Tianxiao emerged calmly from the principal's tower, hands clasped behind his back. Long Zhanya, what infernal racket are you raising at dawn? This is a school, not your personal slaughterhouse. Long Zhanya produced a projection crystal and immediately played 2 sequences. First, Chun Jin's resurrection after total annihilation by the Annihilation Thunder Core in the finals. Second, his brutal tearing apart of lightning, absorption of raw energy, and instantaneous annihilation of Zhao Shana. Pointing furiously at the flickering images, Long Zhanya's hand trembled with rage. Tell me, is this an elemental student? His talents, bodily regeneration, energy assimilation, absolute endurance, growing stronger with every blow. He was born for the Wushu Academy. Leaving him among your firecracker makers is nothing short of sacrilege. Gu Tianxiao remained unruffled. He ranks first in the Tianxiong Sacred Apex rankings. His file is in my custody. His dormitory is under my administration. He even bathed in my blood pool. You claim he belongs to your Wushu Academy. How thick is your face? Thicker than your own dragonblood battle physique. Long Zhanya nearly lunged forward in fury. Gu Tianxiao, stop your pretense. I only learned later about the incident in Linhai City. This youth resurrected after battling a 7th-tier abyssal beast. Is that not a bodily talent? Is that not a miracle of flesh and bone? Is that not a war body unprecedented in history, a true monstrosity? And yet you dare insist he suits the elemental university. Gu Tianxiao cleared his throat. Truth be told, he felt uneasy. Chun Jin was indeed no elemental cultivator. Yet Gu Tianxiao yielded not an inch. Why wouldn't he suit us? He consumes lightning. We have the thunderstorm zone. He absorbs energy. We have the elemental trial grounds. He endures blows. Our students have notoriously volatile tempers. Half of them dream of punching him daily. See, perfect synergy. Long Zhanya fell silent for 2 seconds, then roared, that's synergy. You're using him as a living punching bag for your academy. Chun Jin stood far off at the cavern mouth, his lips twitching. Mo Feng murmured softly, congratulations, Chun Jin. You've just been upgraded, from top freshman to contested asset between principals. So, if they're fighting over me, will they pay? Mo Feng paused. 2 throne sovereigns descending in person. The resource reallocation behind such a contest dwarfs any petty coin you could imagine. Chun Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Can those resources be converted to cash? Mo Feng refused to speak further. Conversing with this young man he felt was an affront to his own intellect. The quarrel raged on in the distance. Long Zhanya's voice cracked like thunder, shaking loose pebbles from the cavern ceiling. Gu Tianxiao, even if heaven itself crumbles today, I will take this boy. The gravitational spire and vital chi crucible of the Wushu Academy. That is where he belongs. Leaving him here is destroying his potential. Gu Tianxiao stood motionless, hands still behind his back, voice level and calm. Whether he is destroyed or not is not yours to decide. It is not governed by your rules. His enrollment is complete. His dossier filed. Your attempt to seize him now violates protocol. Long Zhanya laughed, a sharp, bitter sound born of fury. Protocol. Today I'll show you what true protocol looks like. As he raised his fist, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chun Jin standing at the cavern entrance. Long Zhanya froze mid-motion. Turning fully, his gaze blazed with intensity as he scrutinized Chun Jin from head to toe, like a starving wolf spotting succulent tender meat. You are Chun Jin. Long Zhanya strode forward. Each step resonated with a deep percussive thud against the earth. His dark crimson battle robe flapped violently in the wind while a savage tide of blood energy surged around him. Chun Jin met his approach without retreating. He sensed the terrifying force coiled within the man, a pure, overwhelming might of flesh and bone. Yes, Chun Jin replied, nodding, once voice steady and unflinching. Long Zhanya halted before him, towering above, eyes sharp and appraising. Fine lad, solid frame, abundant vital energy. How long did you steep in the blood pool? Chun Jin paused, then said thoughtfully, not long, just drained it dry. Long Zhanya blinked, then burst into booming laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. Bold, greedy, exactly the kind I admire. With startling strength, he gripped Chun Jin's shoulder, fingers sinking deep into muscle. Boy, come with me. Join the Wushu Academy. I'll take you as my closed-door disciple. All our resources, you may use them without restriction. The gravitational spire, the vital chi crucible, supreme corporeal cultivation techniques. I guarantee them all. Within 1 year, I'll elevate your physical strength beyond the 4th tier. Gu Tianxiao flashed forward, intercepting between Chun Jin and Long Zhanya. With a single gesture, he brushed aside the other's arm, and his expression darkened. Long Zhanya, do you presume I'm invisible? Do you truly believe my temper is so gentle? Long Zhanya did not yield. He stepped forward, closing the distance. Gu Tianxiao, spare me your rhetoric. You know better than anyone the magnitude of this boy's talent. Left in your care, he serves only as a living sandbag. nothing more. Only the Wushu Academy can unlock his full potential. Two 7th-tier throne sovereigns stood locked in confrontation. The air itself convulsed with surging energy. Violet lightning crackled around Gu Tianxiao, tiny arcs dancing across his skin with sharp, snapping reports. From Long Zhanya rose a dense, dark red aura of blood energy, tangible, oppressive, radiating outward like a storm front. The two titanic presences collided midair. Rocks surrounding the cavern fractured and splintered, deep fissures tore across the ground. Mo Feng's face paled. He seized Chen Jin's arm and dragged him backward fast. Principals, please remain calm. This is a school, not a demolition site. Mo Feng shouted desperately, but neither titan deigned to acknowledge him. Chen Jin stood behind Mo Feng, watching the two principals bristle with lethal tension, not with fear, but with a rising, exhilarating heat in his veins. The pressure radiating from two 7th-tier throne sovereigns was indeed terrifying. Yet moments earlier he had absorbed colossal energy from the abyssal blood pool. His physical fortitude had surged dramatically. Such pressure could not crush him. In fact, he sensed that enduring it longer might refine his body further, purifying his flesh through sheer sublime duress. He rubbed his chin, eyes glinting shrewdly. Principals, please hold your hands. Stepping out from behind Mo Feng, Chen Jin raised his voice clearly. To quarrel over a mere freshman would tarnish your dignity. Both Gu Tianxiao and Long Zhanya turned sharply toward him. Long Zhanya reined in his blood energy and bellowed. Boy, choose for yourself. Will you stay at Tianxiong's sacred apex, your role reduced to a living sandbag, or follow me to the Wushu Academy where feasts and glory await? The two were arguing fiercely. Another two terrifying auras appeared on the horizon. The originally clear sky turned dark and profound in half. The other half was interwoven with strange patterns of black and white. Two pressures no less than those of Gu Tianxiao and Long Zhanya descended like two mountains crashing down upon the back mountain. Mo Feng's face changed dramatically as he retreated repeatedly. Chen Jin also retracted his smile and looked up. Two figures stepped out from the void. The first person was Xikong Xian, the principal of the Celestial Law Academy. Realm 7th level sovereign. Talent SSS level, the judgment of all laws. He specialized in rule-type talents, adept at sealing judgment, order, and spatial restrictions. He wore a black and white long robe, exuding a cold demeanor, like a living court of judgment. The second person was Shun Qingyan, the principal of the Pollution Academy. Realm 7th level sovereign. Talent SSS level, the crown of filth. She specialized in pollution resistance, pollution integration, pollution purification, and anti-pollution combat. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s. Wearing a deep purple long dress, her eyes were lazy, yet her aura made the entire space feel slightly cold. After they landed, Gu Tianxiao's expression darkened. What are you two here for? Xikong Xian spoke in a flat tone. To pick up students. Shen Qingyan added with a smile. To snatch students. Gu Tianxiao was speechless. Long Zhanya stared wide-eyed. Did you two see the footage as well? Shen Qingyan raised her fair palm. A segment of footage appeared above her palm. It showed Chen Jin being annihilated by the energy of a 7th level beast in Linghai City, leaving behind his purple fire flesh reborn. Shen Qingyan's voice was soft. In Chen Jin's rebirth process, there were clear signs of pollution purification and pollution absorption. The abyssal pollution left by the 7th level beast did not corrode him. Instead, it was burned into energy by his purple fire. Such a person, if he doesn't come to our Pollution Academy to study pollution mechanisms, is he going to continue soaking with you? Gu Tianxiao's lips twitched. Xikong Xian looked at the footage of Chen Jin's rebirth. His ability is not just recovery. It involves the reconstruction of life at the level of rules. Death determination fails and matter is reorganized after annihilation. This already concerns the rules of life. Such a student should enter the Celestial Law Academy. Only a rule-type system can help him understand the essence of his talent. Long Zhanya immediately disagreed. Nonsense. His fists are so hard, and you want him to study rules. Do you expect him to recite laws before fighting? Xikong Xian shot a glance at Long Zhanya. Rude. No matter how strong the physical body is, there are limits. Only by mastering the rules can one transcend all things. Long Zhanya clenched his fists. His knuckles cracked audibly. Dark red blood energy surged from his body, transforming into a blood dragon that writhed in the air. I can shatter your rules with a single punch. Do you want to give it a try? Xikong Xian remained unfazed, his black and white robe swaying without wind. Translucent chains of rules emerged from the void, weaving into a net to ensnare the blood dragon tightly. Rude warrior. Lacking in respect. The two faced off with terrifying energy fluctuations making the surrounding air thick. Shen Qingyan covered her mouth with a light laugh. The deep purple dress fluttered in the wind and gorgeous black lotuses bloomed beneath her feet, emanating a haunting aura of pollution. Both of you stop arguing. This little guy's body hides an abyssal secret. Only our Pollution Academy can provide him with the perfect nurturing ground. Your violent ways are too crude. Gu Tianxiao stood in front of Chun Jin, his whole body radiating thunderous light, with purple arcs crackling in the air. He shattered all the approaching black lotuses. You three have had enough. He is now a student of our celestial sanctuary. The records have been entered. What you are doing is outright theft. Shen Qingyan looked at Gu Tianxiao. Old Gu, the records can be altered. We must take the person today. The 4 7th-level sovereigns argued fiercely on the back mountain, terrifying pressures colliding in the air. The surrounding rocks continuously shattered. Mo Feng hid in a corner trembling. He watched Chen Jin, who was surrounded by the 4 principals. His heart surged with waves of shock. These were the principals of the 4 academies in Celestial City. Meeting them even once was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now they were quarreling like street thugs over a new student. Chen Jin stood still, stroking his chin as he looked at these lofty figures, feeling elated. He leaned closer to Mo Feng. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Senior Mo, which of these 4 is the richest?" Mo Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. They are all quite wealthy. The principals of the 4 academies in Celestial City control resources that could buy half a country. Chen Jin's eyes brightened. What do you want to do? Since they all want me, they must show some sincerity. He looked at the overwhelming scene without a trace of fear. Instead, he felt that these 4 people were like 4 walking vaults. Chen Jin swallowed hard, his eyes becoming incredibly fervent. He cleared his throat. Taking a step forward, he said, "Principals, you have been arguing for a while. Shouldn't you ask for my opinion?" Long Zhanya turned his head, his eyes as big as copper bells glaring at Chen Jin. "Kid, it's your choice. As long as you nod, I can take you away right now. Gu Tianxiao cannot stop me." Gu Tianxiao snorted coldly, glancing at Long Zhanya. "He is my student at Celestial Sanctuary. Don't dream here." Sikong Xian spoke in a calm tone, carrying an air of superiority. "Chen Jin, rules are the source of all things. Come to my law academy, and I will teach you to master life and death." Shen Qingyan threw a flirtatious glance, her voice soft. "Little guy, come to me, and you can explore the secrets of the abyss." Chen Jin stroked his chin, rapidly calculating in his mind. Celestial Sanctuary has an abyssal blood pool. After soaking there, the effects were indeed remarkable. Plus, there was a thunderstorm area with various elemental training grounds available. What he needed most in this body was the opportunity to take hits and a vast amount of energy. Those hot-tempered students from the Elemental Academy were simply perfect free sparring partners. What he needed most in this body was the opportunity to take hits and a vast amount of energy. Those hot-tempered students from the Elemental Academy were simply perfect. He may be greedy and shameless, but he owed no one any favors. Most importantly, Lin Wanqing was here. Chen Jin lifted his head, meeting the gazes of the 4 principals, and grinned widely. "I am grateful for the love from all the principals. However, I have decided to stay at Celestial Sanctuary." As soon as these words came out, Gu Tianxiao's tense shoulders relaxed, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha, good kid, you have good taste. I knew you were a loyal and righteous talent." Long Zhany's expression darkened and his thick brows knitted together. "Are you out of your mind? Why throw away a bright future to stay here as a punching bag?" Chen Jin sighed and spread his hands. "Principal Long Gu, Principal, saved my life. I may not have other merits, but I am someone who knows gratitude. One should not forget their roots." Long Zhanya looked at Chen Jin's righteous demeanor and sneered. "Stop talking nonsense with me. Do you think the abyssal blood pool of Celestial Sanctuary is a good thing? It's just the mixed blood of low-level beasts, a substandard product refined 100 or 80 times. Long Zhanya stepped forward, lowering his voice and throwing out bait. "Our martial academy has real high-quality dragon blood. Pure heart blood of a subdragon species, soaking once equals 100 times in your broken blood pool. And we have top-level martial arts specifically designed for body awakening, which can multiply your strength several times. Are you sure you don't want to come?" When Shen Jin heard the words high-quality dragon blood, his throat involuntarily rolled. He swallowed hard, his eyes shining with greed. The heart blood of a subdragon species. Just the sound of it sounded like a great supplement. If he could soak in it once, his physical strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. He felt like hundreds of cat claws were scratching inside him, making him unbearably itchy. But having already spoken, he couldn't backtrack without losing face. Chen Jin gritted his teeth, forcibly shifting his gaze away from Long Zhanya. "Principal Long, don't use these to test me. I Chen Jin say I will stay, then I will stay." Long Zhanya was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Chen Jin. "Unappreciative fool. You will regret this sooner or later." Looking at Long Zhany's furious expression, Chen Jin rolled his eyes. He cleared his throat and put on a flattering smile. "Principal Long, please don't get angry. Although I can't be a student of the Martial Academy, we can still engage in friendly exchanges." Long Zhanya was taken aback, not quite understanding. "What friendly exchange?" Chen Jin rubbed his hands, grinning like a fox that had stolen a chicken. For example, as an outstanding representative of the Tianxiong Sacred Extreme, I would like to visit your Zhanwu Academy for a few days to learn. By the way, I would also like to soak in some high-quality dragon blood and borrow a few top-tier martial arts books. We are all brother schools of Tianxiong City sharing resources and making progress together. After this statement, the back mountain fell into a brief silence. Mo Feng stood behind Qin Jin, covering his face with his hand, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Gu Tianxio's smile froze, his lips twitching twice. Xikong Xian looked at Qin Jin with cold eyes and spat out two words. Shameless. Long Zhanya realized what was happening and was so angry that smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices. You want to freeload? You little rascal are quite calculating, thinking you can take our Zhanwu Academy's resources while being at Tianxiong Sacred Extreme. Do you think I'm running a charity, eh? Shen Qingyan covered her mouth and chuckled, her laughter causing her delicate figure to tremble. Little one, your skin is thicker than the armor of a beast. Qin Jin remained unfazed, puffing out his chest and rebutting confidently. How can we call it freeloading when it comes to the affairs of scholars? This is called strategic investment. Dear principals, think about it. I am a peerless genius with the talent of immortality. I am the future of all humanity, the hope against the abyss. Investing resources in me is for the welfare of all humanity. What's wrong with soaking in some dragon blood? This is called making full use of resources. Long Zhanya was so angry he laughed, pointing at Qin Jin and cursing. Arrogant. The future of all humanity. With your shameless character, if humanity relies on you, it will surely perish soon. Xikong Xian shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. You are so unaware of the world. Qin Jin curled his lips, indifferent to these evaluations. He only cared about whether he could gain tangible benefits. Shen Qingyan watched Qin Jin's unbothered demeanor, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. She took a step forward, her deep purple skirt swaying in the wind. Little one, since you are so confident and think you are the future of all humanity, how about we make a bet? Qin Jin perked up his ears, attentive. What kind of bet? Shen Qingyan looked at him with a smile, her voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable undertone. You want to engage in friendly exchanges with our academies, right? That can be arranged. We will give you this opportunity. You, as a student of Tianxiong Sacred Extreme, will challenge the experts from our 3 academies. As long as you can win, you can choose any resources from our academy free of charge. Qin Jin's eyes lit up, his breath quickening. Free of charge? Can I soak in the dragon blood too? Long Zhanya snorted coldly, picking up the conversation. As long as you can break through our Zhanwu Academy's arena, there will be enough dragon blood. But what if you lose, eh? Qin Jin patted his chest, brimming with confidence. I can't possibly lose. Xikong Xian's tone was icy as he laid down the rules. If you lose, you must unconditionally transfer to the academy where you were defeated. Moreover, all future resource allocations will be at the academy's discretion. Do you dare to accept? After hearing this, Qin Jin's heart was filled with joy. What kind of punishment is this? Win resources, lose, and just move to another place to continue obtaining resources. This is simply a deal with no loss. He suppressed his excitement and put on a serious expression. This wager is a bit large. Gu Tianxiao was anxious and pulled Qin Jin's arm. You rascal, don't agree recklessly. The 3 academies have deep foundations, hiding plenty of monsters among the senior students. You just started school, challenging them is too disadvantageous. Qin Jin turned his head and winked at Gu Tianxiao. Principal Gu, don't you worry. I never engage in losing deals. He shook off Gu Tianxio's hand, facing the other 3 principals, and spoke loudly. All right, I accept this bet. You all go back and prepare the resources, clean your necks, and wait for me. Qin Jin will visit soon. Long Zhanya laughed 3 times and turned to shatter the void. Good kid, you have guts. They'll be waiting for you at Zhanwu Academy, don't disappoint me. Xikong Xian shot Qin Jin a cold glance, waving his black and white robe, disappearing from the spot. The rules of the Law Institute will teach you how to behave. Shen Qingyan blew Qin Jin a kiss, turning into a flurry of black petals that scattered away. Little one, your sister will be waiting for you. After the 3 principals left, the back mountain regained its tranquility. Gu Tianxiao looked at Qin Jin, fuming with anger. You little brat, do you know what trouble you've caused? The physical cultivators of Zhanwu Academy, the mages of the Law Institute, the poison masters of the Deep Purifying Institute. Which one is easy to provoke? Qin Jin patted Gu Tianxiao on the shoulder, laughing carefree. Old Gu, don't be so pessimistic. Just think of me as going to stock up resources for our Tianxiong Sacred Extreme. Once I empty their resources, we can split it 50-50. Gu Tianxiao was so infuriated that he kicked Qin Jin's butt. Get lost, get lost. Quickly go back and cultivate. If you lose, I will be the first to skin you. Qin Jin rubbed his, but humming a little tune, and strolled leisurely towards the dormitory. Mo Feng followed behind, shaking his head at this naive new student. Qin Jin, you've played too big this time. The dragon blood pool of Zhanwu Academy is not so easy to enter. Their sophomore chief is said to have already touched the threshold of the 4th level with physical strength comparable to high-level beasts. What do you plan to use to fight them? Qin rested his hands behind his head, walking briskly. Senior, you're being naive. Fighting relies not only on strength, but also on brains. Since they dare to set up this bet, it shows their absolute confidence in their students. And I love to shatter other. Mo Feng sighed, no longer trying to persuade him. He knew that this guy named Qin was inherently crazy. They returned to the dormitory area. Lin Wanqing and Gu Mingchuan were sitting at the stone table in the courtyard. Gu Mingchuan held several blueprints, gesturing about something. Lin Wanqing had her eyes closed with tiny purple-black lightning arcs dancing at her fingertips. Seeing Qin return, Gu Mingchuan immediately came up to him. Brother, I heard you were chatting with the 4 principals on the back mountain just now, and set up a bet to sweep through Tianqiong City. Qin pulled out a chair and sat down, pouring himself a cup of water. The news spreads fast. That's right, I plan to stock up on resources from the other 3 academies. Lin Wanqing opened her eyes, her gaze falling on Qin. You are too impulsive. Xin Ao just sent word that Zhanwu Academy has already begun selecting experts to challenge you. They plan to completely incapacitate you in the first match. Qin took a sip of water, unfazed, and chuckled. Incapacitate me, eh? That depends on whether they have that capability. Qin leaned back in his chair, watching the stars gradually light up in the sky. His gaze became profound. Challenging the 3 major academies was not only for resources. He needed more battles, stronger pressures to force himself to grow quickly. The mysterious man who took his mother felt like a mountain pressing on his heart. He had to become stronger. Strong enough to shatter all rules, strong enough to trample those gods high above. Zhanwu Academy. Qin whispered softly, a bloodthirsty curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. Clean your necks and wait for me. In the office of the president at Tianqiong Sacred Element University, Qin pushed open the heavy redwood door. He strode directly to the desk, pulled out the wide black leather chair, leaned back, and sat down. Gu Tianxiao sat behind the desk, gripping an ancient piece of parchment tightly, his brow furrowed. Qin extended his right hand, alternating between tapping the desk with his index and middle fingers. Dong, dong, dong. The rhythm was slow, and the sound echoed in the quiet office. Old Gu, let's talk about the sponsorship. Qin looked into Gu Tianxiao's eyes, a familiar smile dancing on his lips that made the president's eyelids twitch. Gu Tianxiao set the parchment down and slapped the desk with his right hand. Bang! The teacup on the desk jumped, slightly spilling tea. Sponsorship. You just secured first place in the ranking competition, collected your rewards soaked in the blood pool, and now you're here to discuss sponsorship. Qin sighed, pointing to the black combat uniform on his chest. I represent Tianqiong Sacred Element to compete and challenge the Martial Arts Academy. That would bring you honor. If I go dressed in rags, what if Long Zhanya mocks us for being so poor that we can't even make ends meet? Where would your dignity go? Gu Tianxiao stared at Qin for 3 seconds, his anger turning to laughter. Long Zhanya just messaged me telling you to be careful and not get beaten into submission at the Martial Arts Academy, refusing to come back. Qin spread his hands. I think he's feeling guilty, afraid that I might give him psychological trauma by beating his so-called geniuses. So to ensure I can have a friendly exchange, you have to provide some startup funds, right? Gu Tianxiao opened the lowest drawer of the desk, took out a black storage ring, and casually tossed it onto the table. The ring slid across the table and stopped in front of Qin. Get lost, this is out of my own pocket, so use it sparingly. Qin picked up the ring and infused it with a thread of energy. Inside the storage space, 10 bottles of high-grade beast blood were neatly arranged, their corks sealed, exuding a dark red glow. 3 vials of abyss bone spirit liquid appeared in a thick silvery gray color. Qin nodded and tucked the storage ring into his pants pocket. He extended his left hand to pick up the purple clay teacup filled with hot water from the table. Tilting his head back, he poured the scalding tea down his throat. Thanks, old Gu. Once I bring back the plaque from the Martial Arts Academy, they'll deliver it to you. Qin set down the empty cup and turned towards the door. Click. The wooden door closed, leaving the sound of his footsteps fading down the corridor. In the thunderstorm area of the back mountain, the stone training room was filled with a heavy scent of ozone, with tiny arcs of electricity dancing along the stone walls. Qin lined up the beast bloodwood essence and bone spirit liquid from the storage ring neatly on the cold bluestone slab. The heavy stone door was pushed open and Lin Wanqing stepped inside. She held the thunderstrike wood core, its surface shimmering with purple light illuminating half of her cheek. Oh, did the great young Master Qin just rob the president again? Lin Wanqing sat down opposite Qin, a teasing smile on her lips. Qin patted the empty seat beside him. This is called strategic investment, do you understand? Come on, Wanqing, help me out. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer. How do I help? Just to be clear, practice sessions come with a fee. Qin suddenly reached out and gently flicked Lin Wanqing's nose with his fingertip. Fee. How about offering yourself instead? Lin Wangxing's cheeks flushed, and she swatted Chen Jin's hand away, her eyes wide. Chen Jin, your guts are getting bigger and bigger. Chen Jin laughed, pointing at the resources on the ground. When I absorb these things later, you strike me with lightning. Make sure your force is steady and the frequency is fast. Help me smash the medicinal power into my bones. Lin Wangxing's smile faded, her expression growing serious. Are you sure? The Abyss Bone Spirit liquid combined with my thunder is not something to be taken lightly. Chen Jin sat cross-legged, uncorking a vial of Bone Spirit liquid. If I'm afraid of pain, I wouldn't be called Chen Jin. Come on, Lord Thunder God, feel free to ravage me. Lin Wangxing shot him a glare, but her fingertips were already entwined with purple-black electricity. This is what you asked for. Don't cry for mercy later. Half a month flew by amidst thunder and roars. The corners of the training room were piled high with dozens of empty glass bottles. Chen Jin stood in the center of the stone room, bare-chested, his skin showing a warm bronze hue with muscle lines no longer exaggerated, but streamlined like a cheetah, full of explosive power. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. Half a month ago, his power was like a rushing river. Now his power resembled an unfathomable abyss. Shall we test it? Lin Wangxing stood beside him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Jin nodded and walked to the testing steel plate at the edge of the wall. Chen Jin did not gather strength, but casually threw a punch. Boom. There was no piercing sound of metal colliding, only a muffled explosion. A clear fist imprint appeared at the center of the steel plate, and then astonishingly the metal surrounding the imprint shattered like paper, with the shards screeching as they embedded into the stone wall. The destructive power of this punch had completely exceeded the second-tier limit. What about recovery? Lin Wangxing asked. Chen Jin picked up a third-tier alloy knife from the ground, a test product left by Gu Mingchuan. He gripped the handle and forcefully drew it across his left arm. Creak. The sound of metal scraping was painfully grating. Lin Wangxing was surprised to find that the blade curled and broke the moment it touched Chen Jin's skin. Chen Jin's arm was left with only a faint white mark, which disappeared completely in less than a second. He discarded the broken knife, and the muscles in his legs suddenly tensed. Swish! A blurred afterimage was left behind. Lin Wangxing felt a gust of wind rush past, and Chen Jin had already appeared in front of the stone door 10 meters away. This speed even created a brief vacuum in the air. Destructive power, defensive strength, speed. All aspects have undergone a qualitative change. Lin Wangxing walked next to him, reaching out to pinch his shoulder, which felt as hard as iron. Chen Jin, just how strong have you become? Chen Jin turned around, casually wrapping his arm around Lin Wangxing's shoulder, pulling her closer. Strong enough to let you run wild without worry. Lin Wangxing struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free, so she let him hold her, though her words didn't let him off the hook. Cut it out. Once I finish absorbing this thunderstrike with core, it'll still be able to knock you to the ground. Chen Jin looked down at her, his eyes glinting with mischief. Oh really? Then I look forward to it. Lin Wangxing looked up, meeting Chen Jin's deep gaze, her heart skipping a beat. She quickly turned her gaze away, pretending to be casual. We have to head to the martial arts academy tomorrow. Are you really not worried at all? Chen Jin chuckled, his fingers unconsciously rubbing Lin Wangxing's shoulder. Worried? The ones who should be worried are them. I'm not planning to show any mercy to the other academies this time. Lin Wangxing listened to his arrogant words, a slight smile curling her lips. I know you won't lose. After all, you're the man I've set my sights on. This light statement sounded like a thunderclap echoing in Chen Jin's ears. Chen Jin was momentarily stunned, then smiled even more brightly. He released his grip and walked to the window, gazing at the vast sky outside. Tianqiong City is just a starting point. Watching this is just my first step towards the world. Those who took my mother, those eyes hidden behind the abyss, I will make them see clearly. I, Chen Jin, have returned. Lin Wangxing walked up behind him, standing side by side. No matter where you go. Chen Jin turned his head, looking at the girl's determined profile. Warmth surged in his heart. He suddenly reached out and tickled her waist. Aunt! Lin Wangxing exclaimed, jumping up. Chen Jin, are you looking for death? Her fingertips instantly sparked with purple electricity, poised to strike. Chen Jin laughed heartily, his figure flashing as he dashed out of the training room. Lord Thunder God, spare me. Lin Wangxing watched his retreating figure, stamping her foot, her eyes sparkling with uncontained laughter. That bastard, she muttered softly. Chen Jin walked along the campus path, feeling the surging power. He knew that starting tomorrow his name would no longer be limited to Tianqiong's sacred element. He would make the entire world remember the name Immortal Azura. First stop, the Martial Arts Academy. I'm coming for the Dragon Blood Pool. The entrance of the Battle Martial Academy is impressively constructed, with two massive basalt pillars soaring into the sky. Carved into the pillars are the four characters Martial Tao Supreme, emanating a wild and untamed aura. Chen Jin had his hands stuffed in his pockets, a blade of dogtail grass clamped between his lips, swaggering towards the stone tablet. This is the Battle Martial Academy. The entrance is grand, but I wonder if the people inside have tough bones or not. He spat out the grassroot, casting a sideways glance at the few students stationed at the entrance. The students wore tight, dark red vests, their muscles bulging prominently like stacked red bricks. One of the boys with a crew cut sneered, sizing up Chen Jin from head to toe. "You must be the Chen Jin from Tianxiongxingji. I heard you got first place in that firework academy. Do you really think you can come here and act wild with such little skill?" The crew-cut boy stepped forward, his latest second-tier aura pressing down unreservedly. "This is the Battle Martial Academy, teaching the art of killing, not a child's playhouse." Chen Jin scratched his ear, his face wearing an expression of indifference. "You talk too much. Didn't that old man Long Zhanyi tell you I'm here to stock up? So arrogant today, I'll teach you the rules." Just as the crew-cut boy was about to make a move, a deep voice came from the back of the crowd. "Stop!" Everyone stepped back. Yushan pushed through the crowd and strode forward. He looked at Chen Jin, his eyes revealing an indescribable complexity. He had witnessed how Chen Jin had danced around the sixth-tier beast during the battle in Linhai City. "Chen Jin, you really dare to come here alone?" Yushan spoke in a deep voice, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Chen Jin smiled and waved at him. "Allow you, it's been a month and you've bulked up again. Looks like the food at the Battle Martial Academy is good. The dragon blood stew must be quite nice, huh?" Yushan chuckled wryly and gestured to the surrounding students. "Everyone disperse. He's a transfer student personally invited by the principal. Don't embarrass yourselves here." Although the surrounding students dispersed, the hostile gazes remained fixed on Chen Jin. "Transfer student? I'd say he's more like a fortune bringer. I heard he awakened a great self-healing ability. Such talent here is hardly worth more than a high-level punching bag. Tianxiongxingji really has no one left to sending a punching bag to challenge us, not afraid of losing face at all." Yushan ignored the discussions, leading Chen Jin towards the training arena. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Yushan stopped and grabbed Chen Jin's arm. "Chen Jin, let me give you some advice. It's not too late to turn back now." Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, looking at Yushan's serious face. "What? Are you afraid I'll take down your academy's plaque?" Yushan shook his head, his brows knitting into a frown. "Stop joking. This time you're challenging Xiang Quan. He's the top student of the second year with an S-grade talent called Overlord's Unloading Armor, personally trained by Principal Long for a month. He has already firmly stepped into the fourth tier, his strength unfathomable. The gap between the fourth tier and the second tier is an insurmountable chasm. He wears fourth tier Xianjin reflection armor and wields the top tier martial art Jinyu Jin. I couldn't sleep last night. I mentally rehearsed this battle 100 times. I accounted for all the moves you could use, but I just can't envision a scene of your victory. You can't break his defense, yet he can exhaust you to death with his reflection damage. Just go back. Principal Gu can protect you, no need to suffer here." After hearing this, Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh. "Lao Yue, you think too much, but it's going to make you bald. I traveled all this way and didn't even get a sip of hot tea. How could I go back empty-handed? His defense is high and his blood is thick. He's just perfect as a qualified punching bag for me. I don't have many hobbies, I just enjoy breaking tough bones." Yushan looked at Chen Jin, who was completely unfazed, and sighed deeply. "Your temper really is one that won't turn back until you hit a wall. Since you insist on fighting, just be careful." The two crossed the corridor and arrived at the central training arena of the Battle Martial Academy. The training arena was packed with thousands of students crowding the stands. In the center of the ring stood a young man about 6 feet tall. He was clad in a set of dark golden full armor with intricate runes flowing across the surface. Xiang Kuang opened his eyes, 2 beams of light piercing through the air. "Chen Jin, come up and die." Xiang Kuang's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the arena like muffled thunder. Chen Jin walked up slowly and stood opposite Xiang Kuang. The size difference between the two was substantial. Chen Jin looked like a little sheep that had wandered into a wolf pack. "Senior Xiang, that turtle shell of yours looks expensive. It seems quite heavy." Chen Jin pointed at the dark golden armor. Xiang Kuang snorted coldly, his fourth-tier pressure bursting forth. "Tianxiongxingji's #1, and this is the level. Truly disappointing. I thought Gu Tianxiao could teach some kind of monster, but it turns out to be a low-level waste." Chen Jin felt the pressure, but didn't flinch at all. "I haven't felt the realm since I was resurrected. To me, the realm is the most useless thing because it cannot bind me." Laughter erupted from the crowd as students whispered to each other. "Listen to this kid talking nonsense. It's simply hilarious. Not feeling the realm. That's just because he's too talentless to even touch the threshold. He thinks he's a 9th-tier abyss walker, huh?" Xiang Kuang was also angered to the point of laughter, his gaze turning icy. "Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill that wish. Jinyu Jin, first form break for me." Xiang Kuang stepped forward, and the black obsidian platform cracked with several fissures. He transformed into a dark golden streak of light, instantly appearing before Chen Jin. With a heavy punch, the air produced a piercing explosion. Chen Jin didn't dodge or block. He bravely met it head-on. The dull crash reverberated through the entire arena as Chen Jin was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily against the defensive array, a clear fist mark denting his chest. The sound of bones cracking was distinctly audible and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With this little skill you can't even take one punch from me. What do you plan to use to challenge us? Xiang Kuang retracted his fist, his face filled with disdain. However, Chen Jin got back up from the ground, rubbing his chest. The dented area quickly inflated like a balloon, returning to its original state in no time. Not bad strength, just a bit too light. It felt like a massage. Chen Jin grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Xiang Kuang's brow furrowed and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Indeed, your recovery ability is astonishing, but how many times can you recover before coming back for more? The next 10 minutes turned into a one-sided crushing. Xiang Kuang transformed into a dark golden war god, each punch and kick carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Chen Jin was repeatedly sent flying, his body constantly breaking apart, yet healing instantaneously. His arm would break, and in the blink of an eye it would heal, his stomach would be pierced, and he would restore in an instant. The students below, who had been excited at first, gradually became numb. Is this kid made of cockroaches? No matter how much he's hit, he doesn't die. He must have died dozens of times by now. How can he still stand? This is too bizarre. Yushan watched from below, his eyelids twitching and sweat forming in his palm. He noticed that although Chen Jin was constantly being beaten, the brightness in his eyes was only increasing. Xiang Kuang also sensed something was off. His internal energy consumption had already exceeded 30%. Yet Chen Jin's aura showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it became increasingly violent. You think you can exhaust me? That's just a dream. Xiang Kuang sneered, activating the special effect of his armor. Xianjin reflection, activate for me. The runes on the armor glowed red, emanating a strange aura. Chen Jin, if you hit me once, you'll receive double the damage. Let's see how long you can hold out today. I'll exhaust you completely. Upon hearing this, Chen Jin's eyes lit up. Reflection damage. Now that's an interesting perk. Let's see who lasts longer. Chen Jin charged towards Xiang Kuang, launching a frenzied assault. He didn't bother with any techniques, just the most primal punches and strikes. Each of Chen Jin's punches against the armor caused him to be rebounded violently, his palms splitting. His arm fractured, blood splattering, but he didn't care at all. The wounds appeared and disappeared as if he were an unwearied machine. Xiang Kuang stood firm like a mountain, relying on his 4th-tier defense and the armor's enhancement to withstand all attacks. Fool, you're committing suicide. Oh, let's see how long you can keep this up. Xiang Kuang loudly mocked, attempting to psychologically crush his opponent. Half an hour passed, and Xiang Kuang's breathing grew labored. He realized that this monster Chen Jin was truly engaging him in a war of attrition. Furthermore, this guy seemed to be getting more energetic with each hit, even humming a little tune while fighting. Why aren't you falling down? This is impossible. The fear in Xiang Kuang's voice was evident. His internal energy was nearing depletion. To maintain the armor's defense and reflection damage, he was consuming massive amounts of energy every second. In contrast, Chen Jin, though covered in blood, exuded a vitality that was despairingly robust. Fall down. Why should I? I haven't even warmed up yet. Chen Jin paused, looking at the panting Xiang Kuang, unable to contain his amusement. Senior Xiang, are you tired? Should I wait for you for a bit? Why don't you eat something to replenish your energy, so others don't say I'm bullying you, eh? Xiang Kuang gritted his teeth, pulling out a bottle of high-grade energy-replenishing pills and stuffing them all into his mouth. I haven't lost yet. Ooh, I will never lose to a 2nd-tier waste like you. Chen Jin sighed, his gaze gradually turning icy. Had enough fun, Senior Xiang. You just said that the 4th tier is a qualitative change, right? Chen Jin took a step forward, and the air in the entire training arena seemed to freeze. An indescribable aura of terror erupted from Chen Jin's thin frame. It wasn't the pressure of realm, but the absolute domination of life and death. Actually, I've never told you my talent of immortality has another use. Chen Jin slowly raised his right hand, a wisp of gray flame flickering at his fingertip. The flame bore no heat, yet it caused the surrounding space to exhibit signs of collapse. This is called the Grip of Embers, a little trinket I comprehended after dying once in Linhai City. Chen Jin's figure blurred, reaching an extreme speed. Even Xiang Kuang, a 4th-tier powerhouse, could only see a vague afterimage. Not good. Retreat quickly. Xiang Kuang instinctively wanted to retreat, but found his body utterly immobilized. The surrounding space was completely locked down by that wisp of gray flame. Chen Jin's palm gently pressed against Xiang Kuang's proud Xianjin reflection armor. Shatter. Don't force it. Chen Jin whispered, a surge of violent energy pouring forth from his hand. It wasn't thunder, nor was it fire, but pure life annihilation power. The 4th-tier armor, said to withstand attacks of the same tier, began to shatter inch by inch upon contact with the gray flame. The reflection effect was forcibly nullified in the face of absolute annihilation. On my armor. Xiang Kuang screamed in agony, feeling his vitality being frantically devoured. With a deafening crash, Xiang Kuang was blasted away. He crashed straight through the arena's wall and landed on the lawn outside. His armor was reduced to dust, and he lay there listless, his aura at its weakest point. The arena fell silent with thousands of students wide-eyed in shock. With just one move, he had incapacitated the top student of the second year, shattering the fourth-tier armor. Chen Jin stood in the center of the ring, dusting off his hands as he looked up at the podium. Long Zhonyi sat on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the shattered armor, his expression shifting unpredictably. He took a deep breath, his voice echoing throughout the training arena. This match goes to Chen Jin. The arena remained quiet, no one daring to utter a word, all intimidated by this terrifying display of power. Long Zhonyi looked at the young man on the platform, feeling as if hundreds of cat claws were scratching at his heart. This kid was a complete monster, his physical strength defying logic. That old man Gu Tianxiao was simply unworthy of teaching such a student. It was a waste of talent. Even if it meant raiding Tianxiong Xingji or exhausting all his resources, he had to secure Chen Jin. The dragon blood pool of the Battle Martial Academy should be reserved for such a monster. Only here was the capital of the Zhangqiong Empire. In the highest conference room of the base headquarters, a massive holographic projection hovered above the long table, looping the scene of Chen Jin shattering the Xianjin counterattack armor with a single palm. The gray flame, slowed down by a factor of 10, still conveyed a sense of annihilation that sent chills down the spine. In the conference room, a dozen high-ranking officials from the military and government sat. No one spoke. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a volcano about to erupt. Everyone stared at the screen, their hearts filled with an unshakable sense of alertness. This kind of power that defied logic made them uneasy. The elder seated at the head of the table tapped the surface, his voice deep. Did everyone see clearly? Latest stage, second tier forcefully confronting fourth tier, a single strike breaking through defenses. This is no longer a battle across tiers. This is trampling on logic. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood up, his brows tightly knitted. That gray flame is definitely not ordinary elemental power. The technical department has analyzed it. It's a pure form of life annihilation. Even the defensive rules of the fourth tier can be forcibly erased. This kid's danger level must be reassessed. Another high-ranking official from base chimed in. In the Battle of Lehigh City, his survival amidst the energy storm of a seventh-tier beast was a miracle in itself. Now he displays such an attacking method again. If we cannot utilize him, he will surely become a great trouble. Has his background been investigated? Yes, he hails from the slums of Lehigh City with a father who went missing early on, suspected to be related to the Abyss pollution. His mother was taken by the Abyss Research Institute during the Beast Tide in Lehigh City. This is also the reason for his madness. The Abyss Research Institute. How could that group of lunatics target an ordinary woman? Unclear, but Chen Jin's current condition is like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. If he truly clashes with the Abyss Research Institute, it might not be a bad thing for us. The elder at the head waved his hand, interrupting the debate. In the conference room, the discussion continued unbeknownst to Chen Jin. At that moment, he stood in the Martial Arts Academy's training ground, brushing off the dust from his hands. The students below watched him with awe in their eyes. Chen Jin ignored their gazes and walked straight to the podium, looking up at Long Zhanya. Principal Long, it's over. The champion of your second-year students seems to be not very resilient. The dragon blood pool we agreed upon can now be fulfilled, right? Chen Jin rubbed his hands together, a glint of green light in his eyes. The previous battle had been too easy. He was in a great mood, feeling completely at ease. This feeling was like having just eaten to fullness and waiting for the shopkeeper to collect the bill. Long Zhanya, sitting on the high platform, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter at Chen Jin's greedy expression. Good lad, quite arrogant. I like your unyielding spirit. Long Zhanya leaped down from the high platform, landing steadily in front of Chen Jin. His robust physique resembled an iron tower, exuding a strong sense of oppression. However, the dragon blood pool cannot be given to you yet. Chen Jin's smile faded as he raised an eyebrow. Principal Long, are you planning to go back on your word? A dignified seventh-tier throne, the principal of the Martial Arts Academy, not keeping promises, eh? Long Zhany's eyes widened as he slapped Chen Jin's shoulder. Nonsense. I never go back on my word. According to our agreement, you need to defeat 3 academies. You've only defeated our academy so far. If I were to give you the reward directly, it would be unfair to Xikong Xian and Xin Qingyan, those old fellows. Long Zhanya spoke with righteous indignation, but secretly, he was calculating. The more he looked at Chen Jin, the more he found this kid likable. This was no ordinary student of Gu Tianxiao. He was clearly a treasure crafted by the heavens for the Martial Arts Academy. That previous palm strike shattered even the 4th-tier Xianjin armor. If he entered the dragon blood pool and learned the secret techniques of the Martial Arts Academy, what would happen? Long Zhanya was thinking that with Chunjin's performance today, defeating the other two academies would not be difficult. Delaying the reward would allow Chunjin to return again. By then he could communicate more thoroughly, and perhaps Chunjin would want to stay at the martial arts academy and not wish to leave. Allowing Chunjin to become a student of the martial arts academy would be the long-term plan. That old ghost Gu Tianxiao had a treasure, yet only taught him to set off fireworks. It was simply a waste. Chunjin rubbed his shoulder, which had been slapped painfully, and grimaced. You really value fair competition. But I just fought a match and my stamina is quite depleted. I should at least be given some appearance fee, right? Otherwise, how can I muster the spirit to challenge the other two academies? Long Zhanya glared at Chunjin, who seemed to be demanding without end. Fine. The dragon blood pool cannot be given to you now, but I can teach you something else first. Chunjin perked up instantly. What is it? Can it be converted into money? Long Zhanya raised his leg as if to kick. Convert into money. What I'm going to teach you is the Martial Arts Academy's secret technique. Your physical body is strong and your recovery ability is monstrous, but your striking technique is simply abysmal. You rely solely on brute strength in fights, and against true masters you are bound to suffer losses. Chunjin stroked his chin deep in thought. He indeed felt that although he had great strength, he often could not fully concentrate that power into a single point. What do you plan to teach me? Long Zhanya clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze becoming profound. The Martial Arts Academy's top-tier body secret technique, the Eightfold Strength. This secret technique can compress all of your body's strength to the extreme and erupt in an instant. When mastered, you can unleash 8 layers of hidden strength with a single punch, stacking one upon the other. Combined with your monstrous physique, the power will definitely multiply several times. Chunjin's eyes lit up. This technique sounded very suitable for him. Sounds good. When do we start? Long Zhanya snorted coldly. We start now. Do you think this secret technique is easy to practice? I will only give you 3 days. If you haven't achieved anything by then, get yourself to the Law Enforcement Institute and get beaten up. Long Zhanya chuckled inwardly. 3 days was enough for this kid to feel the depth of the Martial Arts Academy. Once he tasted the sweetness, would he not come back for more? Chunjin grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. 3 days? You underestimate me. 1 day is enough. Long Zhanya looked at Chunjin's confident demeanor, nodding inwardly. This kid not only had monstrous talent, but his arrogance also suited Long Zhany's taste. Follow me. Long Zhanya turned and led Chunjin deeper into the Martial Arts Academy. At the back mountain of the Martial Arts Academy, there was a natural gravity gorge. The gravity here was 10 times that of the outside world, with thin air and a harsh environment. Long Zhanya took Chunjin to the edge of the gorge and pointed down at the bottomless abyss. Jump down. Chunjin leaned over to look. The gorge was dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Are you planning to commit murder? Long Zhanya kicked Chunjin in the rear. Stop talking, jump down. Chunjin lost his balance and fell straight into the gorge. The tenfold gravity pressed down instantly, and Chunjin felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed. He adjusted his posture and slammed his feet onto the rocks at the bottom of the gorge. The rocks shattered, and Chunjin's legs broke as well. Yet he did not utter a sound. Utilizing his undying talent, his broken bones rapidly reformed. Long Zhanya jumped down, landing steadily beside Chunjin. The core of the Eightfold Strength lies in the absolute control over muscles and bones. In this tenfold gravity, even walking is a struggle, let alone exerting force. I want you to throw 1,000 punches here. With each punch, you must concentrate your power into a single point. Chunjin moved his newly healed legs, feeling the terrifying gravity around him. He did not complain or shrink back. He knew this was the necessary path to becoming stronger. Chunjin took a deep breath and got into stance. His right fist clenched tightly, his waist and abdomen exerting force, and he threw a punch. Under tenfold gravity, his fist became incredibly heavy, moving as slowly as a snail. Long Zhanya watched from the side, mercilessly pointing out the flaws. Too slow. The power is dispersed. You didn't generate force from your waist. Chunjin gritted his teeth and swung his fists again and again. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his muscles were constantly tearing under the heavy pressure, then healing again. With each punch, the muscle fibers in his arms would break under the tenfold gravity, blood seeping from his pores, dyeing him completely red. But in the next second, those broken fibers would reconnect with even greater resilience. His bones creaked under the immense pressure, and their density skyrocketed with each cycle of destruction and repair. Excruciating pain stimulated his nerves, causing the anger deep within him to flare up. He replayed the scene of Zhou Li turning to ash the moment his mother was taken away. Those images were like daggers, constantly provoking his emotions. He needed power. He needed absolute strength to crush all rules. Long Zhanya watched this scene, his eyes twitching. This was not training, it was clearly forging. treating his own body as a piece of rough iron being tempered in the gravity furnace. Seeing Chun Jin's desperate struggle, he became more and more convinced. This kid must be a part of the martial arts academy. That old Gu Tianxiao didn't understand what true passion was. Seeing Chun Jin's desperate struggle, he became more and more convinced. This kid must be a part of the martial arts academy. That old Gu Tianxiao didn't understand. Each punch struck the air with a sound explosion. Long Zhanya stood by observing Chun Jin's progress, his heart churning with astonishment. This kid's comprehension was simply monstrous. It would take an ordinary person months to master the technique of exerting force, yet he reached the threshold in just one day. Chun Jin stopped panting heavily. He looked at his fists, feeling a violent power surging within him. The sense of control over his power made him want to howl at the sky. All the pain at that moment transformed into extreme exhilaration. Principal Long, I think I've grasped something. Long Zhanya suppressed his shock, maintaining a stern expression. Barely counts as an entry-level understanding. Next, you need to compress this power to form hidden strength. Chun Jin grinned, a glint of madness in his gaze. No problem. Once I master it, it'll go tear down Sikong, Xian's Law Enforcement Institute. Long Zhanya watched Chun Jin's retreating figure, a sly smile appearing on his lips. Tear it down, the more ruthlessly the better. Once you offend those two, aside from me, where else can you hide? He walked leisurely towards the top of the gorge, already plotting what excuse to use to keep Chun Jin for another 10 days, or half a month, when he came back for the Dragon Blood Pool reward. As long as this kid stayed long enough at the Martial Arts Academy, he would surely dig up Gu Tianxiao's corner, the Celestial Law Institute. The architectural style here is starkly different from that of the Martial Arts Academy, with no rugged basalt columns. Instead, it features interlacing black and white geometric lines. Every inch of the flooring is laid with precision, exuding a suffocating sense of order. Chun Jin strolled leisurely through the main gate of the institute, his hands shoved into his pockets, his tattered bundle on his back, still conspicuous. Inside the bundle lies the ashes of Zhou Li, like a silent monument pressing against his back. Look, isn't that Chun Jin? Should keep your voice down. He's the one who shattered a 4th-tier Xianjin armor with a single punch at the Martial Arts Academy. I heard Xiang Kuang is still in the infirmary. His ribs have been healing for 3 days and still aren't right. Groups of students nearby gathered, their eyes filled with scrutiny, but more importantly with reverence. Students of the Law Institute are known for their composure. They study rules and logic, rarely shouting like the brash fellows at the Martial Arts Academy. Listening to the discussions around him, Chun Jin's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems that having a reputation has its advantages. At least, he doesn't have to swat flies as soon as he enters. He muttered inwardly, casually scanning the crowd in search of familiar figures. He was looking for those big clients whom he had taken advantage of in the martial exam's secret realm. At that moment, in the shadows at the edge of the arena, Zhao Li shrank his neck, hiding his blue wind blade behind him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wang Yin, didn't you say this guy wouldn't come to the Law Institute? Zhao Li lowered his voice, a hint of barely perceptible tremor in his tone. Wang Yin crouched on the ground, gripping a heavy hammer, his face looking worse than if he had swallowed a fly. How would I know? Logically, a reckless fighter like him should either stay at the Celestial Holy Land with Lin Weiner or go to the Martial Arts Academy as a punching bag. At the very least, he should be at some shady place like the Deep Contamination Institute, considering his extraordinary recovery abilities. Who would have thought he'd come here to challenge us? This is a place that values rules. Su-Han stood to the side, exuding a cold air, though that chill now felt somewhat disordered. Stop talking, Su-Han's voice trembled with cold, instinctively stepping back half an inch. Lei Jun stood at the back, the purple celestial thunder flickering at his fingertips, quickly subdued again. Step back, retreat. He has sharp eyes, don't let him see you. The 4 of them scrambled like children playing hide and seek, desperately trying to merge into the crowd, wishing they could sink into the ground. They had chosen the Law Institute to avoid Chun Jin. To them, a monster like Chun Jin who disregarded rules would detest the strictures of the Law Institute the most. Yet what they feared came to pass. Chun Jin halted, his gaze precisely locking onto the writhing mass of students. He grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, smiling like a neighborly big boy. Oh, isn't that Brother Zhao? Chun Jin shouted with a hoarse voice, his sound ringing clear in the quiet arena. Zhao Li froze as if hit by a spell of paralysis. His neck stiffened as he turned his head, managing a smile that looked worse than crying. Young Master Chun, what a coincidence. Chun Jin strode over, and the crowd instinctively parted a path, no one daring to block him. He approached the 4 surveying them, and let out an exaggerated gasp. Wang Yin, why does your heavy hammer seem a size smaller? Has the food been bad lately, or has it shrunk? Wang Yin scratched his head awkwardly, his gaze evasive. No, I switched to a lighter one for easier rule study. Chun Jin then turned his attention to Su-Han, his gaze filled with concern. Beautiful Su, isn't the ice at the Law Institute harder than outside? You look quite pale. Su-Han bit her lip, unable to utter a word, her cheeks burning. Lei Jun tried to sneak away, but Chen Jin caught him by the shoulder. Brother Lei, why are you running? That friendly sparring match we had in the secret realm is still fresh in my mind. Lei Jun chuckled, awkwardly, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his back dampened. Young Master Chun is joking, it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chen Jin let go, looking innocently at the four. I'm just curious with your talents. Brother Zhao's wind, Brother Lei's thunder, and beautiful Su's ice. Shouldn't you all be at the celestial Holy Land? That's the paradise for elementalists. And Wang Yin, with your physique, Principal Long Zhan, would surely favor you. Why are you all here, studying legal statutes? The four exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Should they say they were afraid of being psychologically scarred by him? That's why they intentionally chose a place he could never come. Seeing them silent, Chen Jin continued to play dumb. You guys aren't avoiding me, are you? As soon as these words fell, the air became instantly still. Zhao Lai's heart raced as the fear of being dominated by Chen Jin washed over him once more. Of course not. We just feel that the Law Institute has a profound background, and we wish to cultivate ourselves here. Zhao Lai gritted his teeth and made up a lie, not even believing it himself. Chen Jin sighed, his tone turning somewhat melancholic. I thought we had a bond of life and death. Since we are all here, you all must cheer for me when I challenge your chief later. After all, I'm quite heavy-handed if I accidentally turn your chief into another Xiang Quan. You all must help me. Where is your chief? Quickly introduce him. I've prepared my big move. Just as Zhao Lai was about to speak, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the arena. The previously gathered students straightened up, their expressions turning solemn. An oppressive aura spread across the tiled floor. Chen Jin felt the surrounding space becoming much heavier, as if the trajectory of every speck of dust was forcefully fixed. He's here, Su-Han whispered, her eyes brimming with fervor. Chen Jin turned his head, his gaze cutting. He saw a young man in a black and white long robe walking slowly toward him. The young man was quite handsome, holding a jade-crafted law book, and with every step he took, a translucent ripple spread beneath his feet. He didn't look at Chen Jin or anyone else, simply walking quietly to the center of the arena. Second-year Chief, Situ Lu. Zhao Lai leaned close to Chen Jin, his voice lowered to avoid disturbing the person on stage. This one is different from Xiang Quang. He practices absolute confinement. In his domain, even the flow of cells can be locked down. Your recovery ability may not work before him. Chen Jin narrowed his eyes, watching the young man on the platform. He could sense the power of rules emanating from the other, attempting to decipher his body structure. Absolute confinement. Chen Jin stroked his chin, a flicker of dark purple flame flashing in his eyes. Sounds quite advanced. Situ Lu raised his head, his gaze calm as it fell upon Chen Jin. You are Chen Jin. Chen Jin leaped up, landing firmly on the arena and producing a dull thud. That's me, here to learn the rules of the Law Institute. Situ Lu opened the law book in his hand, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, like a machine without emotion. Here, my word is the rule. Chen Jin grinned, revealing a smile that made Zhao Lai and the others' scalps tingle. What a coincidence. I happen to love breaking rules the most. He sized up Situ Lu, his gaze roaming over the young man's refined face, the corner of his mouth curling into a playful smirk. Situ Lu from the Situ family in Celestial City. What relation do you have to that useless worm named Situ Feng? Situ Lu's fingers flipping through the law book paused slightly, a layer of frost covering his handsome face. He's my brother. However, I don't wish to mention that worthless thing. He has brought great disgrace to the Situ family. So you're the brother of that worm who got struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. No wonder you seem to enjoy putting on airs. Your brother was crying and begging for mercy when we beat him up. I wonder if your bones are as brittle as his. Situ Lu's face turned ashen, his knuckles gripping the law book, turning white, the murderous intent in his eyes almost spilling over. Shut up, you reckless fool who only knows how to boast. Dare you speak of the Situ family? Chen Jin sighed, his expression full of pity, as if genuinely feeling sorrow for the other. I thought you noble scions would have more backbone. Turns out you're just a bunch of spineless shrimp. Your brother is a waste, and you, as the elder brother, don't even dare to mention him. Such touching brotherly love. Below the stage, Zhao Lai and the others huddled in the corner, silently praying. Situ Lu, please hold your ground. Don't get chewed up by this madman. Chen Jin rolled his wrists, the joints cracking crisply, his eyes gradually turning bloodthirsty. Come on, let me see whether your chains are tougher or my life is tougher. The smell of gunpowder exploded in the air. A clash between rules and immortality officially began. Chen Jin took a deep breath, the blood within him beginning to boil, that long-lost thirst for battle occupying his mind once again. He could feel that the air in the Law Institute was sweeter than that of the Martial Arts Academy. That was the scent of resources. Chief, do I need to cover my own medical expenses? Chen Jin asked one last time, his tone filled with provocation. Situ Lu did not answer, only pointed at Chen Jin with the law book, spitting out cold words. Law grab. Boom. The stone slab beneath Chen Jin shattered instantly, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward. An invisible immense force pressed down on his shoulders as if a mountain had suddenly fallen. Yet Chen Jin's back remained straight, not bending even slightly, the purple fire in his eyes blazing brighter. The battle had begun. Chen Jin stood in the center of the arena. The obsidian platform beneath his feet was already covered in cracks. Twice the gravity bore down on his shoulders. Chen Jin twisted his neck. His cervical vertebrae emitted a crisp sound. He raised his arms and waved them casually in the air. The air was torn apart by the wind from his punches, emitting a dull howling sound. Chief Situ, this doubled gravity sounds quite impressive. But when it falls on me, it feels just like carrying a... Does the Law Enforcement Institute usually train at this kind of child's play intensity? Chen Jin grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Situ Lu stood opposite him, his delicate face devoid of any unnecessary expressions. He watched Chen Jin's relaxed movements, his brows slightly furrowing. Under twice the gravity, an ordinary second-tier awakened would struggle to stand. Yet Chen Jin seemed unfazed, even having the leisure to mock. Brute force can indeed counteract gravity, but you cannot resist the laws of this world. Situ Lu flipped open the jade tablet in his hand. His fingers lightly traced the pages. Law prohibition of movement. A cold voice echoed across the training ground. A translucent ripple spread out from the tablet. The ripple spread along the ground, quickly wrapping around Chen Jin's legs. Chen Jin felt as if his feet were sinking into an unfathomable quagmire. The surrounding air became incredibly heavy, as if transformed into tangible shackles. He tried to lift his right foot. An invisible resistance surged from all directions, dragging at his movements. Interesting. Chen Jin glanced down at his legs. He took a deep breath, his thigh muscles bulging. A violent force surged within him. Chen Jin suddenly exerted force with his right foot, pulling it upward with sheer might. A painful cracking sound echoed in the air. The invisible shackles wrapped around his leg were forcibly torn apart by pure physical strength. Chen Jin took a step forward. His heavy footfall struck the stone platform, leaving a deep footprint. Chief Situ, this quagmire is a bit deep, but it's still a bit lacking for blocking the way. Chen Jin brushed off the dust from his pants, his tone filled. A gasp erupted from the audience below. The students of the Law Enforcement Institute looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. He actually broke free from the prohibition of movement using sheer physical strength. How is this possible? The law acts directly on the level of rules. How strong is this kid? He's practically a monster in human skin. In the corner, Zhao Lai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He turned to look at Wang Yin beside him. Wang Yin, do you think you could break free from the chief's prohibition of movement? Don't joke around. The chief's prohibition can even immobilize third-tier exotic beasts. Wang Yin swallowed hard, hiding the heavy hammer behind him. If I win an ID, just be a live target, unable to move a single finger. Suhan spoke coldly from the side. Chen Jin's physical strength has long surpassed the second tier. If Situ Lu only uses this basic law, he won't be able to suppress him at all. On the high platform, several principals were also watching the duel. Long Zhanya slapped his thigh and let out a hearty laugh. Good lad, this brute strength is really to my taste. Old Sikong, your chief's rules seem not to be very effective. Long Zhanya slapped his thigh and let out a hearty laugh. Good lad, this brute strength is really to my taste. Old Sikong, your chief's rules. Although Chen Jin is immensely strong, he is ultimately a reckless man. Once caught in the rhythm of the law, he is bound to lose. On the arena, Situ Lu's expression finally darkened. He looked at the steadily advancing Chen Jin, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. As the second-year chief of the Law Enforcement Institute, he was used to being in control of everything. Chen Jin's disregard for the rules made him feel very displeased. You talk too much. Situ Lu snorted coldly, pressing his finger back onto the tablet. Law silence. A strange wave of energy crossed space, directly descending upon Chen Jin. Chen Jin felt a slight chill in his throat. It felt as if something had sealed his vocal cords. He opened his mouth trying to say something, but no sound emerged from his throat. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could feel that this sealing power was not very strong. As long as he slightly activated the purple fire within him, he could easily burn it away. But then he thought better of it, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chen Jin simply closed his mouth and stopped trying to make a sound. He raised his hand, pointed at his throat, and then gave a thumbs up to Situ Lu. That expression seemed to say, this move of yours is quite amusing. Situ Lu looked at Chen Jin, quieting down, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. A reckless man who only knows how to talk big, once deprived of his voice, is left with nothing but impotent rage. Situ Lu closed the tablet, his gaze returning to an elevated position. The students of the Law Enforcement Institute erupted in cheers upon seeing this. The chief is formidable, finally silencing this brat's mouth. Let's see how he continues to be arrogant when he can't even speak like a clown. With the law in play, words become actions. This is the prestige of our Law Enforcement Institute. Zhao Lai looked at the quiet Chen Jin on the stage, but felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. Don't you think Chen Jin is a bit too quiet? Wang Yin scratched his head in confusion. Of course he's quiet when silence can he speak with his stomach. Something's off. He shows no signs of panic in his eyes. Instead, he looks like he's watching a show. Su Han frowned, his gaze fixed on Chen Jin's face. On the high platform, Sikong Xian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Situ Lu's grasp of the situation is quite precise. First, he uses gravity and prohibition of movement to drain stamina, then employs silence to suppress the psyche. Chen Jin's rhythm has been thoroughly disrupted. Gu Tianxiao sat beside, taking a sip from his teacup. He looked at the boy on the arena with a mischievous smile and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old Sikong, you're celebrating too early. This kid has a belly full of tricks. If he isn't speaking, he must be holding back something big. Sikong Xian chuckled dismissively. Principal Gu, in the face of absolute rules, any schemes and tricks are futile. On the arena, Situ Lu decided to end this boring farce. He stared at Chen Jin, his tone cold and resolute. Everyone knows your greatest reliance is that abnormal regeneration ability. As long as I strip away your ability to recover, this body of yours is nothing more than a slightly sturdier shell. This farce should come to an end. Situ Lu bit his index finger, smearing a drop of blood on the jade tablet. The tablet emitted a blinding red light. A surge of rule fluctuations far surpassing before began to gather in the air above the arena. Situ Lu's face paled slightly, clearly showing that this move took a tremendous toll on him. He stared at Chen Jin, issuing a cold judgment. Law prohibition of recovery. Blood-red chains of law shot out from the tablet. The chains intertwined in the air, forming a large net that descended upon Chen Jin. Chen Jin stood there, neither dodging nor evading. He even opened his arms, adopting a welcoming posture. The blood-red chains passed through effortlessly into Chen Jin's body. Situ Lu's lips curled into a victorious smile. It seemed he could already see Chen Jin being battered in the upcoming attack, covered in wounds, but unable to heal. The audience below held their breath, waiting for the final outcome. However, the next second, an unexpected change occurred. The blood-red chains that entered Chen Jin's body seemed to have touched some indescribable, terrifying existence. It was a supreme origin that transcended levels and logic. Chen Jin's talent of undying and unbreakable was of an absurdly high caliber. A mere third-tier awakened releasing a law attempting to seal such a high-level origin was no different from an ant trying to bind a dragon with spider silk. Crack. A crisp, shattering sound exploded in Situ Lu's mind. A deep crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the jade tablet in his hand. Situ Lu's smile froze on his face. He felt a surging backlash of power flooding into his body through the connection of the rules. That power was domineering and rough, carrying a destructive aura that seemed to smash his internal organs with a puff. Situ Lu tilted his head back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist spread in the air. The tablet in his hand shattered completely, turning into a pile of useless jade that fell to the ground. Situ Lu's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the arena. A hush fell over the arena. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the scene. The students of the Leveling Academy gaped, utterly speechless. Zhao Lai rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was hallucinating. What is happening? How did the chief suddenly start coughing blood and collapse? Wang Yin swallowed, his voice trembling. A backlash, a rule backlash. Chen Jin's restorative power is of such an origin rank that even the edict cannot parse it, forcibly suppressing it rebounded and struck the chief. On the high platform, Sikong Xian sprang to his feet. The composure that had sat on his face vanished, replaced by profound shock. This is impossible. Situ Lu's recovery forbidding edict can even suppress the self-healing of a fourth-rank aberration. What sort of monster is Chen Jin that his origin rank could be so exalted? Chen Jin cleared his throat, his voice rang unusually clear in the quiet arena. Chief Situ, why do you never play by the book? I played along as your mute for so long, waiting to see you unleash your trump card. Why did you lie down first? I'm not paying the medical bills, by the way. Gu Tianxiao covered his mouth, his shoulders trembling. Long Zhanya split his face in a grin, laughing so hard his molars showed. The two hid in the shadow at the arena's summit, watching Situ Lu vomit blood on the ring below with unbridled delight. This kid's tongue is deadlier than his fists. Long Zhanya lowered his voice and slapped Gu Tianxiao's shoulder with a rough hand. Old Sikong always favored his sophomore chief. This time, he's finally met his match. Gu Tianxiao cocked an eyebrow, about to agree, when an icy voice rang out behind them without warning. Principal's enjoying the show. Gu Tianxiao's smile vanished, he coughed dryly and turned. Sikong Xian stood there in a crisply tailored black robe, expressionless. He pinched a shattered fragment of a jade codex between his fingers, his gaze so cold it seemed to scrape frost. Old Sikong, how do you manage to walk without a sound? Long Zhanya rubbed his bare head and laughed awkwardly. We're simply assessing the freshman's combat aptitude. No gloating intended. Sikong Xian paid no mind to the remark. He casually tossed the fragment aside and fixed his eyes on Chen Jin down on the ring. Don't play dumb. Situ Lu's recovery prohibiting edict can suppress the origin of a fourth-rank aberration. Chen Jin was not merely unaffected, he triggered a rule backlash instead. Sikong Xian turned his gaze as sharp as a blade aimed at Gu Tianxiao. Gu Tianxiao, give me a straight answer. What precisely is this boy's gift? Gu Tianxiao shed his flippant manner, his face grew unusually grave. He fell silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. I don't know. Long Zhanya blinked in astonishment and growled. Your own student? You would not know. Isn't he a brank self-healer? At worst his body is just abnormally conditioned. Gu Tianxiao sighed, his gaze taking on a deeper edge. Do you truly believe a brank self-healer could reach such a degree? Back in Linhai City, that 7th-rank aberration, though a counterfeit, unleashed an energy storm of genuine throne-class power. Gu Tianxiao paused and swept his gaze across his two old friends. An energy storm of that caliber would, even for you Long Zhanya in your condition, at best spare a single life, by a hair. Yet Chen Jin was at the very center of that storm. Long Zhanya inhaled sharply, his eyes wide as corn. You mean he withstood the energy storm generated by a 7th-rank aberration? Gu Tianxiao shook his head, his voice a low rasp. No, he was utterly annihilated. Not a single hair, not a drop of blood remained. Sikong Xian's eyelid twitched, his breath stalled for a beat. That's impossible. When the body is utterly obliterated, the soul dissipates with it. Besides, a 7th-rank aberration brings with it severe abyssal contamination. That kind of contamination severs all life. Even the most potent SS-class healing talent in history could never be reborn in such an environment. Gu Tianxiao let out a wry laugh and spread his hands. Yet the fact remains, he stood there alive. Not merely alive, but stronger than before. I watched with my own eyes as he regrew bone and flesh from a mass of purple flame. Long Zhanya swallowed, his voice sounded dry. Old Gu, you mean? Gu Tianxiao nodded and spoke each word deliberately. His talent ought to surpass even the SS class. Long Zhanya slapped his thigh with a thud, his face alight with delirious joy. Excellent. A talent beyond SSS, the very first in human history. With this child, humanity might finally have hope against the abyss. Sikong Xian was not so upbeat, his brow furrowed, and his voice carried a persistent worry. Long Zhanya, you oversimplify matters. A talent that has never appeared before is in the end an uncontrollable variable. Chen Jin can be wholly immune to abyssal contamination, even reborn within it. Sikong Xian stepped forward and lowered his voice. What if he is not truly on humanity's side? What if the source of his power springs from the very depths of... If that is the case, and we squander our resources cultivating him, now the consequences would be unimaginable. Sikong Xian's gaze grew terribly solemn. Do not forget that the Xinyuan Research Institute's madmen have been unusually fixated on Chen Jin of late. Their abduction of Chen Jin's mother was not mere coercion, there are deeper motives at play. The smile on Long Zhany's face stiffened, he scratched his head and found himself at a loss for words. Gu Tianxiao fell into a long silence, long enough that even the wind seemed to still. He turned and watched the youth on the ring below, smiling at Lin, watching. Sikong, I have thought through what you said. But do we have any other choice? Gu Tianxiao's voice was hoarse with exhaustion. Humanity is overwhelmingly disadvantaged, a Linhai city has fallen, and our lines keep retreating. If we continue to sit idly by, one day the entire world will be consumed by the gray mists. By then humanity will have no hope left. Gu Tianxiao drew a deep breath, his eyes hardening with resolve. Even if Chen Jin's odds are 1 in 10,000, I will bet everything on him. If he truly is a pawn of the abyss, if this gamble fails. Gu Tianxiao squared his shoulders and spoke each word like a blade. Even if it condemns me to eternal damnation, I, Gu Tianxiao, will bear the title of humanity's everlasting sinner. Even if I face eternal damnation, I, Gu Tianxiao, shall become this human's eternal sinner. After hearing Gu Tianxiao's bold declaration, Sikong Xian fell silent for a long time. He gazed at Gu Tianxiao's face marked by fatigue, yet unwavering determination, and let out a long sigh. Gu Tianxiao, you are insane. Putting the fate of all humanity on the shoulders of a mysterious young lad. Only you would dare to do such. Be it madness or sin, I am willing to do anything as long as I can tear open a crack in this boundless... Long Zhanya, listening nearby, felt his blood boil. He pounded his chest with a heavy thud. If the sky falls, we old bones will support it together. Since this kid possesses such potential, we should spare no effort in nurturing him. As for the resources of our Battle Martial Academy, whatever he desires, I shall provide. However, Sikong Xian's eyes were filled with anxiety as he turned away. Taking a deep breath, it seemed he had made a certain resolution. Why not report this to the higher-ups and let them decide? At that time, whether Chen Jin is good or bad, we will have better countermeasures. If he truly is a spy for the beasts, he should be executed immediately, without leaving any future trouble. If his heart is with humanity, then the forbidden resources in the hands of the higher-ups will be enough to mold him into a true war god. Listening to these words, Gu Tianxiu's lips curled slightly as he held a piece of tobacco. He turned around, raised his hand, and patted Xikong Xian's shoulder firmly. Old Xikong, you are good in every way, but you think too much, always wanting to cage everything. Gu Tianxiu's eyes were as deep as a still pond, seemingly seeing through all of Xikong Xian's inner struggles. Don't rush. Do you think the higher-ups would be completely unaware of the disturbance Chen Jin is causing? Xikong Xian was momentarily stunned. You mean? Gu Tianxiu scoffed, his gaze directed towards the distant skyline. Those old fellows in the heavenly capital are sharp-reared than rabbits. From the moment the purple flames soared from Linhai City, Chen Jin's dossier has already been placed on their desks. Their lack of action thus far is simply waiting for us old bones to probe the way. He withdrew his gaze, looking back at the arena, his tone becoming unprecedentedly serious. Patience is key. However, I believe that even if Chen Jin's talent truly belongs to the abyss, his heart belongs to humanity. Talent is the sword, but the heart is the one wielding it. The way this kid looks at Lin Wanqing and Zhou Li's ashes cannot deceive anyone. Xikong Xian fell silent, watching Gu Tianxiu's determined demeanor, ultimately letting out a long sigh. I hope your intuition is correct, otherwise the heavenly capital might not be able to hold on. At that moment, a faint rustling sound came from the arena. The previously collapsed Sichelu slightly trembled his fingers. He propped himself up, his body swaying violently, as if he might collapse again at any moment. Yet he still struggled to rise, his movements slow yet resolute. The fragments of the jade scripture scattered on the ground seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, beginning to tremble slightly. Click! A crisp sound echoed. The fragments collided in the void, seamlessly rejoining together. Immediately after, a cacophony of crackling sounds merged into one. The scripture, which had previously been completely destroyed, began to coalesce once more. The sound of shattering in the martial arena stood out sharply in the dead air. The fragments of the scripture, which had turned into a pile of waste jade, now seemed to come alive, wildly bouncing on the ground, each piece emanating a nearly sacred milky white light. Buzz! A visible ripple of energy swept out from Sichelu, radiating in all directions. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, lightly pressing his toes down, his body gracefully sliding back several meters to evade the wave's impact. He narrowed his eyes, watching as the fragments rapidly reassembled in the void, the previously solid form of the scripture vanishing, replaced by a translucent jade ruler adorned with countless intricate runes. The moment the jade ruler appeared, it felt as if the surrounding space had been forcibly frozen by some heavy power. Even the flow of air had slowed. Is that the regulatory measuring ruler? Below the stage, an older student in his third year exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling. Impossible. That's the source artifact of the Regulatory Academy, a top-tier item that requires 500,000 merit points to exchange for. Sichelu is only in his second year. Where would he get so many merit points? 500,000 merit points. Goodness, how many beasts would one need to slay to accumulate that? Zhao Lai and the others were wide-eyed, watching the ruler emanating a terrifying pressure, their earlier notion of Chen Jin being invincible beginning to waver drastically. This thing is cheating, right? Wang Yin swallowed hard, struggling to keep his grip on the heavy hammer. Source artifacts are not the same as ordinary weapons. They can directly amplify one's talent. With this item, Sichulu's regulatory rank could be elevated by at least one significant tier. In the distance, Gu Tianxiu's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Xikong Xian beside him. Old Xikong, isn't your behavior a bit too disgraceful? Gu Tianxiu's voice was as cold as ice, and he bit down hard on the tobacco in his mouth. The regulatory measuring ruler is a treasure from your Regulatory Academy's deepest vault. How could you lend it to a second-year student for a ranking match? Are you crazy to win, or do you think Gu Tianxiu can't wield a blade anymore? Facing Gu Tianxiu's questioning, Xikong Xian showed no sign of guilt, but instead revealed a sly smile like that of a cunning old fox. He leisurely adjusted his black robe, speaking as casually as if he had just finished afternoon tea. Old Gu, don't be so angry. When young people spar, they should have some flair, shouldn't they? I'm doing this to motivate this kid Sichelu. He has recently hit a bottleneck in his cultivation, and I lent him the artifact to help him comprehend the rules. Isn't that reasonable? Long Zhanya, listening from the side, rolled his eyes and interjected gruffly. Reasonable, my foot. Xikong, you really have no shame. Xikong Xian chuckled, giving a slight bow to Long Zhanya. Old Long, that's not right. I didn't say a word when you helped Xiang Kuang elevate his realm. Besides, I'm only temporarily lending it to Sichelu, not giving it to him outright. According to the exchange rules of our 4 major academies, this indeed does not count as a violation. Xikong Xian turned back to Gu Tianxiao, a cunning glint in his eyes. Moreover, after hearing you praise Chen Jin to the skies, claiming he can withstand the self-detonation of a 7th-grade beast, I also feel a bit uncertain. I can't shake the feeling that even if Sichalu obtains this source artifact, he might not necessarily be able to defeat your monster student. Xikong Xian's words were meticulous, acknowledging his cheating, while deftly placing a crown on Chen Jin's head, effectively silencing Gu Tianxiao. Gu Tianxiao snorted coldly, pulling out another cigarette from his pocket, his gaze deeply focused on the arena. Fine, old Xikong, you've got guts. Since you're so confident, let's continue watching the match. This is settled now. A sophomore from the Institute of Edicts crossed his arms and exhaled deeply. Beside him, a bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses with a smug tone. Naturally. The celestial measure of discipline is our institute's supreme treasure. Under Chief C2's command, its edictal authority has at least doubled. Chen Jin's brute strength stands no chance before absolute law. A short-haired girl in the crowd pursed her lips, her gaze tinged with quiet concern. What if we win? Don't forget, the dean made a wager with Chen Jin. If Chen Jin loses, he'll transfer into our Institute of Edicts. Can we truly live in peace if that madman joins our school? He shattered the sophomore chief of Zhanwu Academy with a single punch. Ordinary students like us wouldn't even fill his teeth. A tall boy scoffed coldly and retorted. Still better than letting him walk away with our resources. Didn't you hear him? He came here precisely for our top-tier assets. Let wealth flow within the family, not to outsiders. Even if he's a calamity, keeping him among us is preferable to letting the elementalists of Tianxiongxingji seize our advantage. Zhao Lai huddled quietly at the edge of the crowd, listening to the murmurs as he shook his head with a wry smile. Wang Yin, do you think Chief C2 will win? Wang Yin gripped his massive hammer palm slick with sweat. Hard to say. The celestial measure is formidable, but something about Chen Jin feels uncanny. Didn't you see how he didn't even flinch while bound like a mummy? On the arena platform, milky white light coalesced into tangible chains winding tightly around Chen Jin. Intricate runes shimmered across their surface, radiating an oppressive, soul-chilling aura. Chen Jin stood motionless, a human parcel wrapped in flawless restraint. He tested his bonds with a slight struggle. The chains chimed crisply, yet yielded not a fraction. C2 Lu clutched the celestial measure of discipline, his face pale, but his eyes burned with feverish fervor. Chen Jin, surrender. Under the measure's absolute binding, you cannot move even a single finger. Your raw strength is meaningless here. Chen Jin met C2 Lu's gaze, and a faint sardonic smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Chief C2, your ruler looks expensive. Borrowed, isn't it? Using someone else's artifact to put on a show. That's quite the humbling way to hold your title. C2 Lu's expression darkened, fury flickered deep in his eyes. Sharp-tongued brat. Once I shatter every tooth in your mouth, let's see if you can still smirk. He tightened his grip on the celestial measure, preparing to unleash another edict, when suddenly a chill of foreboding seized him. He saw it, then a sliver of violet flame igniting in Chen Jin's pupils. At first no larger than a soybean, the flame erupted in an instant, spreading across Chen Jin's entire body. Cold and heatless, it pulsed with an annihilating sovereignty, utterly unbound by mortal law. Where the violet fire touched the milky white chains, a delicate hissing echoed. Those supposedly indestructible edictal restraints melted like snow beneath the scorching sun. C2 Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How can fire consume the celestial measure's sacred chains? Before he could react, the violet fire surged along the chains, racing straight toward him. Purple tongues leapt through the air like sentient vines unfurling a net to ensnare their prey. Panicked C2 Lu staggered backward, raising the celestial measure and chanting frantically. Edict Pro. An invisible wave of edictal force rippled outward from the ruler, intercepting the advancing violet flame. Yet what followed left every onlooker breathless. The violet fire pierced the edictal barrier without pause, burning onward unimpeded. That decree capable of quenching infernos across the heavens was no more than a whisper against this conflagration. What is this fire? Tremor edged C2 Lu's voice. He sensed its ontological rank, a crushing, despair-inducing supremacy. It was primordial power, transcending edicts, defying reason. Jaw clenched, C2 Lu knew delay meant ruin. He had to end this. Now, before the violet fire reached him and shattered Chen Jin utterly. Edict Gale. Roaring, C2 Lu poured every ounce of his energy into the celestial measure. Above the martial arena, gales howled to life. Countless emerald wind blades materialized midair, screeching as they descended in a relentless, all-encompassing torrent, sealing every path of retreat. The blades slashed not only into Chen Jin, but also into the obsidian arena floor, carving deep fissures into the unyielding stone, sending shards flying. At the storm's heart, Chen Jin stood unmoved, like an immovable reef against a tempest. He did not raise a hand, he simply endured the onslaught. His tattered clothes revealed sinewy, sculpted muscle. Emerald blades carved grooves into his flesh, deep bone-exposing wounds. Blood sprayed across the arena floor. Gasps erupted from the audience. Why doesn't he dodge? These blades are empowered by the celestial measure. They could cleave the bones of a third-rank monstrous beast. Has Qinjin lost his mind, trying to withstand them barehanded? Meanwhile, in the lounge of Tianxiong Shengji Elemental University, a massive holographic screen broadcast the arena in real time. Lin Wanqing, Gu Mingchuan, and others stood frozen before it. Silence so thick it seemed to drip. When the screen showed emerald blades flaying Qinjin's flesh, blood bursting forth, Gu Mingchuan shot upright, knuckles white as he gripped the chair back. Brother Jin, is he insane? Why won't he dodge? Urgency and anguish sharpened Gu Mingchuan's voice as he turned to Lin Wanqing, senior sister Wanqing. The blades are infused with a primordial artifact's power. Even Brother Jin's body can't endure this forever. Should we contact Dean Gu and halt the match? Should we call off the match? Shin Ao frowned, arms crossed, eyes locked on the blood-smeared figure on. This defies logic. Qinjin is reckless, but never foolish. What is he calculating? Lin Wanqing sat at the front, unwavering, her gaze fixed on the live feed. Her fists were clenched so tightly her nails pierced her palms, drawing thin lines of blood. Watching the deep, bone-bearing gashes bloom across Qinjin's body, a flash of raw tenderness flickered in Lin Wanqing's eyes. This was living flesh. How could it not ache? But when her gaze caught the violet flame burning in his irises and the faint mocking curve of his lips, her rigid posture softened just slightly. No need to stop it. Lin Wanqing drew a slow, steady breath, her voice hoarse yet resolute. Senior sister Wanqing, but Gu Mingchuan tried again. Trust him. Lin Wanqing cut him off, eyes still riveted to the screen. Don't you know him yet? He never acts without certainty. If he chooses to endure, then these strikes remain within his limits. He's forcing Chief C2 to reveal every last trump card. Then, Lin Wanqing paused, pride warming her tone, shattering him completely. On the arena, Qinjin felt the violet fire course through his veins, a euphoric surge of boundless power. Watching C2 lose panic, he chuckled inwardly. Chief C2, are your wind blades fasting? They graze my skin like feathers, can't even scratch an itch. Qinjin's voice cut cleanly through the gale, striking C2 Lu's ears. C2 Lu trembled with rage, face livid. He, the proud sophomore chief of the Institute of Edicts wielding a primordial artifact, was being mocked by a freshman. If word spread, his standing in Tianxiong City would crumble overnight. Qinjin, don't get too arrogant. Let's see how long you can endure this. C2 Lu bit his tongue, spitting a jet of vital blood onto the celestial measure. Absorbing the essence, the ruler blazed anew, its light now streaked with crimson. Lifting the ruler high, C2 Lu wrung out his final reserves of spiritual energy. His eyes locked onto Qinjin as he uttered the edict he believed invincible. Edict, prohibit regeneration. Crimson chains erupted from the ruler, woven into a vast net that plummeted toward Qinjin. Panting heavily, C2 Lu smiled triumphantly. This time, you won't regenerate. Empowered by the celestial measure, this edict can seal even a deity. Qinjin watched the crimson net descend, and his smile widened brighter than ever. The violet fire upon him did not fade, instead it roared higher, fiercer. Purple flames seeped through his wounds, flooding his body, and where they touched, those deep, bone-exposing gashes sealed shut at visible speed. The crimson net struck Qinjin like a stone dropped into a bottomless void, no ripple, no resistance. His indestructible immortality, talent catalyzed by the violet fire, revealed its true terrifying nature. It was an absolute primordial essence, supreme over all laws. Crack. A sharp, brittle sound echoed inside C2 Lu's skull. A hairline fracture split the surface of the celestial measure of discipline in his hands. His triumphant smile froze, then shattered. A backlash tenfold, hundredfold stronger than before surged up the ruler, ripping through his meridians, pulverizing his internal organs with merciless force. Ugh! C2 Lu threw his head back, spewing a gout of blood laced with viscera. A crimson mist bloomed midair, staining his black and white robes. The celestial measure dimmed entirely, clattering to the ground with a hollow thud. C2 Lu's knees buckled, his eyes rolled back. He collapsed unconscious. Silence fell over the arena, so profound a needle's fall would echo. One moment Chief C2 stood radiant, wielding a primordial artifact. The next he lay bleeding lifeless, while Qinjin slashed to ribbons moments before brushed dust from his clothes. Unscarred, untouched. Qinjin stepped to C2 Lu's side and nudged his shoulder with his toe. Hey, why lie down again? I haven't even begun to exert myself, and you're already down. Chief C2, your ruler's quality leaves much to be desired. Did you buy a counterfeit? Qinjin shook his head, voice heavy with mock sorrow. Had I known you'd fold so easily, I'd have let you strike first. Medical fees. I refuse, absolutely. On the elevated dais, Sikong Xian's face darkened, storm clouds gathering in his gaze. His eyes lingered on the fallen celestial measure, his chest tightening with grief. That was the Institute's supreme treasure, now cracked by Chun Jin's primordial backlash. How many resources would it take to repair it? Long Zhanya slapped his thigh, roaring with laughter. Old Sikong, your scheming backfired. Cost you your most precious heirloom. I told you this boy was a monster. You refused to believe me. Now look, you've lost both bride and dowry. Gu Tianxiao exhaled a smoke ring, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Master Sikong, my congratulations. It seems your institute's edicts still cannot bind my student. Per our wager, your resource vault must now open its gates to him. Sikong Xian snorted, whirled his sleeve, and strode away. A wager fairly lost. Let him choose freely from the vault. But mark my words, Gu Tianxiao, this boy harbors too many secrets. Keep him tightly leashed. Don't let him ignite chaos so great even you cannot contain it. Gu Tianxiao watched Sikong Xian's retreating back, his own gaze turning deep and inscrutable. Chaos. This world has long been a boiling cauldron. I wonder just how wide a hole this boy will tear in the heavens. Zhao Lai watched Chen Jin walk away, sighed, and offered a rueful smile. Wang Yin, we'll give him a wide berth from now on. That madman isn't human. Wang Yin nodded, gripping his hammer tighter. Agreed. If we can't fight him, we'll certainly avoid him. Sikong Xian's figure floated down from midair, his black robe billowing in the wind as he landed on the shattered arena. He glanced down at the unconscious C2 Lu, his gaze sweeping over the cracked law-measuring ruler, his eyelids twitching slightly. This was the treasure of the Law Institute. Repairing it would require a vast amount of resources akin to carving away at his flesh. Several mentors from the Law Institute rushed onto the arena, hastily lifting C2 Lu and sprinting towards the infirmary. Around them, students from the Law Institute retreated, their eyes filled with awe and fear as they gazed at Chen Jin, as if they were looking at a ferocious beast cloaked in human skin. Chen Jin brushed off the dust from his hands, leaned in front of Sikong Xian, and flashed a brilliant smile. Principal Sikong, the outcome should be quite clear now. Chen Jin rubbed his fingers together, his eyes revealing unabashed greed, resembling a shopkeeper demanding debts at year-end. The resource vault we agreed upon earlier, can I now go in and pick a couple of items? Sikong Xian looked at Chen Jin's avaricious appearance and rolled his eyes in annoyance. He clasped his hands behind his back, his tone regaining its former authority as he attempted to suppress the young man's arrogance. What are you so anxious about? According to the wager we established, you must defeat all 3 academies to truly win. You've only won 2 matches so far. If I give you the resources early, wouldn't that ruin the rules? Chen Jin silently cursed the old fox in his heart. This line of reasoning was identical to Long Zhan. Yes. He pouted, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance, as if he had suffered an immense injustice. You schoolheads really seem to enjoy playing tricks on us. I've fought tooth and nail, and not even a drop of water has passed my lips. It's all been free labor for you. Sikong Xian could not be bothered with Chen Jin's complaints. With a wave of his sleeve, his figure transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished on the spot. In the shadows at the highest point of the training ground, Gu Tianxiao and Long Zhan Yi sat in high-backed chairs sipping tea. Sikong Xian's figure materialized before the two, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. He pulled out a chair, downed the cold tea on the table in one gulp, and slammed the teacup down heavily. This lad's foundational rank is too high. Even the law-measuring ruler can backfire. Sikong Xian lowered his voice, a persistent gravity evident in his tone, his brows tied in a tight knot. After this battle, the higher-ups in Songqiong Imperial Capital will definitely take action. They cannot allow such an uncontrollable variable to roam free. They are sure to send someone to investigate. Long Zhan Yi snorted dismissively, his nostrils flaring with 2 puffs of air, scoffing at Sikong Xian's concerns. What are we afraid of? If the sky falls, we old bones will hold it up. As long as this lad's heart is with humanity, the higher-ups will be pleased and would not dare to touch a hair on him. Sikong Xian shook his head, his gaze turning toward the direction of the deep-polluted Cleansing Institute, a deep wariness flashing in his eyes. The thoughts of the higher-ups are inscrutable. What worries me more is Shun Qingyan's side. That madwoman has never played by the rules. She surely won't sit idly by and must be brewing some sinister plot. Long Zhan Yi coldly snorted again, taking a deep breath through his nose, dismissing Sikong Xian's concerns with contempt. With Chun Jin's current strength, his physical body is virtually invincible, able to withstand even foundational treasures. Those poison users and polluters from the deep polluted Cleansing Institute simply cannot break through his defenses. There is absolutely no chance of victory. How could Shin Qingyan possibly resist? Can she conjure a 7th-tier aberrant beast to bite him? Gu Tianxiao, who had been silently smoking, exhaled a cloud of murky air, his eyes becoming incredibly deep, as if he could see through the void. He extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray his voice hoarse with a barely perceptible warning. Old Long, you are not aware of this. That madwoman is the one closest to the abyss. The forbidden pollutants she wields make even me shudder. Who knows what means she will employ? Chen Jin's trial may not be so easily passed. Meanwhile, Chen Jin had already stepped out of the Law Institute's doors. He rested his hands behind his head, humming an unknown tune, his steps light and his mood excellent. Having won 2 consecutive matches, he had nearly grasped the ins and outs of the Martial Arts Academy and the Law Institute. As long as he could secure a victory over the Deep Polluted Cleansing Institute, the resource vaults of all 3 academies would have to open their doors to him immediately. Chen Jin walked along the broad street, his mind already calculating how to empty the coffers of these 3 principles. Although the old man Long Zhan Yi is stingy, the dragon blood pool of the Martial Arts Academy is indeed a great treasure. Chen Jin muttered to himself, unable to suppress a smile creeping onto his lips. It is said that the blood soaking in that pool is the essence blood of pure blood subdragon species infused with violent life essence. If I could soak in it for 10 days or half a month, it would completely cleanse this physical body. My bone and muscle density would definitely experience a qualitative leap. Perhaps I could even grow a few dragon scales to play with. Chen Jin's excitement grew with every thought, his steps becoming considerably lighter. And then there's Si Kong Xian's secret treasure of rules. Although it looks mystical, its practicality is indisputable. If I could obtain a few defensive treasures, I wouldn't even need to dodge against those flashy elemental attacks in the future. I could directly rebound them with the power of rules, letting them taste the experience of being struck by lightning or burned by fire. This deal, no matter how you calculate it, will never be a loss. Chen Jin licked his lips, a greedy fire igniting in his eyes. As for Xinqing Yan's top-tier pollution sources, they are poisons that others would avoid at all costs. But in my eyes, they are the purest energy supplements. The purple fire can devour even the pollution from 7th-tier aberrant beasts, let alone these artificially extracted substances. As long as there is enough energy, my Immortal and Indestructible can infinitely raise its upper limit. Devouring all these pollution sources, the power of the purple fire will surely rise to a new level. Chen Jin did not linger on the road, determined in his direction, and strode straight toward the most remote corner of Tianqiong City. The Deep Polluted Cleansing Institute was located in the northwest corner of Tianqiong City. It was perpetually shrouded in a layer of gray-green toxic mist with sunlight unable to penetrate. The surrounding architecture was extremely bizarre, with black mutated vines crawling up the outer walls resembling twisted tentacles. The air was thick with a pungent medicinal odor mingled with a certain indescribable putrid scent, making one dizzy with just a whiff. There were no guards at the entrance, only 2 grotesquely carved stone statues that seemed to be watching every living being that approached. Chen Jin shrugged and confidently strode through the beast bone gate that emitted a ghostly green light. There were no guards at the entrance, only 2 grotesquely carved stone statues that seemed to be watching every living being that approached. Chen Jin shrugged and confidently strode through the beast bone gate. As soon as he stepped into the territory of the Deep Polluted Cleansing Institute, Chen Jin felt a chilling aura wash over him. The surrounding temperature seemed several degrees lower than outside, with even his breath carrying a hint of coldness. The roadsides were lined with various bizarre plants, some with sharp serrated edges, and others emitting a nauseating stench. A few students in protective gear hurried past, casting wary glances at Chen Jin, an unfamiliar face. This place truly is like hell. Chen Jin rolled his eyes, unable to resist making a sarcastic remark. If I didn't know better, I'd think I had entered the lair of some cult organization. Chen Jin walked through the campus of the Deep Mud Purification Institute, surrounded by a gray-green mist. This mist carried a pungent smell of medicinal liquids mingled with a certain indescribable stench of decay, making one dizzy with just a whiff. Chen Jin wrinkled his nose and waved his hand in front of him, trying to disperse the pervasive, strange odor. He could clearly sense that this mist contained a faint trace of abyssal corruption. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Jin walked while internally ranting wildly. Is this broken place a school or a biochemical weapons testing ground? Does that old hag Xinqingyan usually live in this poison canister? No wonder she looks so enchanting. She must be marinated in toxins. Staying in such an environment for long, one would inevitably fall ill. He glanced ahead and stopped in his tracks. Bai Yichu Tianqua and Luo Wuji were standing not far away. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Setting aside Bai Yi the battle maniac, it was not surprising to see him anywhere. However, the fate dice of Chu Tianqua and the talent of Luo Wuji were clearly perfectly suited to the rules of the Sky Dome Academy. Previously, Wang Yin and his group had fled to other academies to avoid him. These 3 people definitely should not be appearing at the Deep Mud Purification Institute. Jin stroked his chin, secretly calculating. The families behind these individuals most likely struck some unspeakable deal with the Deep Mud Purification Institute. Or perhaps they had received some insider information within their families, knowing that entering this poison canister would yield tremendous benefits. He scanned the surrounding students. The students here looked no different from those outside. They were all hurrying about, avoiding Jin, the outsider, clearly unwilling to exchange even a few words with him. A boy in a gray-green robe approached expressionless and pointed to the arena ahead. Jin, the director, has given orders to commence the challenge immediately. Jin curled his lip and stepped onto the arena entangled with black vines. The ground of the arena was paved with some unknown dark red stone, giving a sticky illusion underfoot. It felt as if he were stepping on the innards of a massive creature, sending chills down his spine. Opposite the arena stood a girl in a tight black battle suit. She wore a half-silver mask revealing a pale lower face and held 2 pitch-black short blades in her hands. Jin squinted, sizing her up. The girl's aura was extremely restrained, like a shadow without substance. Sophomore champion. The girl nodded slightly, her movements light and natural, but an almost imperceptible cold aura surrounded her. The students below remained silent, not even a whisper could be heard. This eerie silence had pressed the atmosphere of the martial arts arena to its limits. Jin turned to Chu Tianqua and asked through his lips, "Who is this?" Chu Tianqua sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. "I don't know, this is our first time seeing her too." Jin raised an eyebrow, the sense of unease within him growing stronger. The sophomore champion, whom even most students from the school did not recognize. What on earth was the Deep Mud Purification Institute up to? "Yaolan, please enlighten me." The girl finally spoke, her voice cold, yet carrying a hint of the crispness belonging to a normal girl, but it also held an almost imperceptible chill from years of exposure to abyssal energy. Before her words faded, her figure transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing from the spot. Jin narrowed his eyes and shifted his body to the left. 2 streaks of black blade light grazed his neck, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Such speed. Jin countered with a punch, striking the air and producing a dull explosion. Yaolan's figure rematerialized 10 meters away, droplets of black venom dripping from her short blades. The venom fell onto the dark red stone slab, hissing as it corroded, releasing a cloud of white smoke. Jin glanced at the torn fabric on his shoulder, where the wound showed a strange purplish-black hue. The purplish-black toxin attempted to infiltrate his meridians through his blood, but in the next second, it was consumed by the purple fire surging from within his body. SS-level talent. Jin licked his lips, excitement igniting within his eyes. Last year, there were no records of SS-level awakeners in Sky Dome City. That old hag Xinyan actually hid such a trump card. Yaolan did not respond, but transformed into black mist, once more lunging forward. Her realm was not inferior to Xiang Kuang from the Martial Arts Academy, and she was even more decisive in her killings. Every attack aimed directly at Jin's vital points, and the abyssal corruption attached to her short blades required even Jin's purple fire to expend considerable energy to consume. The two became mere afterimages on the arena, fists and feet colliding with short blades, producing a continuous clanging sound. Jin grew increasingly shocked. This woman's combat skills were extremely ruthless. While it was evident she had a foundation from the academy, each strike was lethal, clearly utilizing the characteristics of abyssal corruption to the fullest. Every swing of her blade was imbued with a fierce determination to perish together. Jin sidestepped a horizontal slash, his right leg sweeping towards Yaolan's waist like a whip. Yaolan did not dodge, her left hand reversed the grip on her short blade and stabbed towards Jin's thigh. Jin snorted coldly, his leg's force only increasing. Bang! Jin's whip kick struck hard against Yaolan's waist, sending her flying. At the same time, her short blade also carved a long gash on Jin's thigh. The purple flames surged towards the wound, incinerating the black toxins that tried to invade his body. Yaolan flipped in the air, landing steadily after a full rotation. She glanced at her slightly trembling left hand, her brows furrowing beneath the mask, clearly in considerable pain. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her breathing rhythm, her expression growing serious. As a secret weapon of the Deep Mud Purification Institute, she rarely encountered opponents who could completely suppress her in physical strength and resistance to toxins. This is interesting. Jin moved his neck, the bones cracking crisply. He looked at Yaolan, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more pronounced. "Since you enjoy playing with your life so much, I will indulge you properly." Jin pushed off the ground, charging towards Yaolan like a tiger breaking free from its cage. Yaolan crossed her arms, the 2 short blades dancing before her, forming an impenetrable net of blades. Jin did not evade, allowing those blade lights to strike him. He endured one of Yaolan's blades, letting the short blade pierce his left shoulder. Chen Jin grinned, his right hand shooting out, suddenly grabbing Yaolan's wrist. Got you. Chen Jin took a deep breath, his right arm's muscles bulging, purple flames wildly compressed. Eightfold strength. First fold. Chen Jin shouted lowly, his fist smashing towards Yaolan's chest. Yaolan tried to break free, but found Chen Jin's grip like an iron clamp. She gritted her teeth, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes, desperately urging the abyssal energy within her body to counterattack. Second fold. Chen Jin's fist erupted with a surge of stacked power, the air compressed into a piercing scream. This power surged along Chen Jin's arm, like waves coming one after another towards his fist. Third fold. The purple fire merged with his frenzied physical strength, transforming into a visible shockwave. Yaolan's expression changed slightly, and she could only raise her other hand, crossing the short blades to block in front of her chest. Bang! A huge sound echoed. Yaolan was struck as if by lightning, her body flying backward, crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. The protective barrier shook violently, rippling like water waves. Yaolan let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, mixed with strands of black abyssal energy. Her brows furrowed tightly beneath the mask, a look of pain and shock flashing in her eyes. Clutching her chest, she struggled to rise from the ground, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. That violent power not only shattered her defenses, but also scattered some of the abyssal energy within her body. On the high platform, Shen Qingyan leaned casually against her throne, holding a glass of crimson liquid. She wore a dark purple long dress, the hem of which was slit high, revealing a pair of long fair legs. Shen Qingyan watched Chen Jin's punch on the arena, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Eightfold strength. Shen Qingyan murmured softly, her red lips parting. That old man Long Zhanya actually taught you this move? The instructor standing nearby was full of shock, lowering his voice. Director, isn't that a martial art from the Martial Arts Academy? Shen Qingyan shook her head, lightly swirling the wine in her glass, the crimson liquid leaving mottled traces on the glass wall. It's not from the Martial Arts Academy, it's a family heirloom of Long Zhanya. With each additional fold of strength, the power doubles. This kid has only been at the Martial Arts Academy for a few days and has already stacked it to the third fold. The instructor swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What about Yaolan? Shen Qingyan chuckled softly, downing the glass of red wine in one go. Her enchanting face remained calm, as if utterly unconcerned about the situation in the arena. What's the rush? The ultimate skill of Long Zhanya is indeed impressive, but the foundation of our Deep Mud Purification Institute is not to be underestimated. Yaolan, this child was trained by me personally. The real show has only just begun. Yaolan clutched her chest. She slipped from the edge of the arena's protective barrier, kneeling on the dark red stone slab. Her breath became slightly hurried beneath the mask. She lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the gray-green mist to land on Chen Jin. The violent strength of his physical body indeed exceeded her expectations. Yaolan took a deep breath, quickly forming seals with her hands in front of her chest. A dense pitch-black mist surged forth from her palms. The mist swirled violently in midair, releasing a nauseating stench of decay. Accompanied by a chilling shriek, a massive creature crawled out from the black fog. It was a giant spider, its size comparable to a heavy armored vehicle. Its entire body was covered in a hard purple-black shell, and its 8 long legs resembled sharp spears. On the spider's back was a twisted human face pattern, with 8 crimson compound eyes flickering with a cruel light. Netherworld corrupted bone demon spider. Several gasps were heard from below the stage. The students of the Deep Cleansing Institute retreated in awe. This was a fearsome beast renowned in the abyss, known for its venom and cruelty. Chen Jin squinted, assessing the terrifying creature, exuding immense pressure before him. The aura of this demon spider was several times stronger than Yaolan. This was a genuine peak-level 4th-tier exotic beast. Chen Jin calculated in his mind. He recalled the iron-bone venom lizard he had slain in the secret realm during the martial examination. At that time, although the lizard was claimed to be 4th-tier, it was merely a simulated counterfeit. It possessed only the strength of an early 4th-tier beast and lacked the fierce instincts honed through survival in the abyss. Chen Jin had won back, then purely by exploiting a clever tactic of burrowing into its belly. Had he faced the netherworld corrupted bone demon spider before him, he likely wouldn't have even had the chance to approach. The abyssal pollution emanating from this demon spider was so thick it seemed it could drip. Even with Chen Jin's significantly enhanced strength, having tempered his body with dragon blood and thunder, defeating a true peak-level 4th-tier exotic beast, Hedon, seemed nearly impossible. The netherworld corrupted bone demon spider let out a sharp shriek. It opened its mouth filled with jagged fangs, unleashing a massive net of netherworld venom. The net, displaying an eerie purple-black hue, carried a strong corrosive nature enveloping Chen Jin. Chen Jin's toes touched the ground as he swiftly retreated. The venom net landed on the dark red arena, emitting a piercing corrosive sound. The hard stone slab was melted into deep craters, releasing pungent white smoke. Before Qinjin could steady himself, Yi Yulan's figure surged in from the side. The short blade in her hand transformed into two streaks of black lightning aimed directly at Qinjin's throat. Qinjin sidestepped to evade, swinging his fist towards Yi Yulan's wrist. Yet Yi Yulan did not engage him. Upon missing her strike, she immediately withdrew. Simultaneously, the spider's 8 long legs struck like phantoms. That was its signature move, the corrupted bone venom stinger. Each spider leg contained terrifying power capable of piercing through metal with lethal venom at their tips. Qinjin could only retreat once more to avoid the dense barrage of attacks. Yi Yulan and the spider coordinated seamlessly. One lurked in the shadows waiting for an opportunity, while the other launched aggressive attacks. Qinjin found himself in an extremely passive position. He had initially planned to rely on his unyielding recovery ability for an attrition battle, just as he had done against exotic beasts before. However, Yi Yulan evidently saw through his intentions. She did not give Qinjin a chance to catch his breath, her attack rhythm quick enough to leave one breathless. What was even more dire was that Yi Yulan's aim was not to kill Qinjin. She understood that his recovery ability was abnormal and that it would be difficult to kill him in a short time. Thus, she changed her tactics. Yi Yulan and the spider pressed forward step by step, driving Qinjin towards the edge of the arena. If she could not defeat him, she would force him off the stage. According to the exchange rules of the 4 major academies, falling off the stage constituted a loss. Qinjin's heel stepped on the white line at the edge of the arena. With nowhere to retreat, the massive body of the spider bore down on him, its 8 compound eyes fixated on Qinjin. It opened its mouth once more, preparing to spit the netherworld venom net. Yi Yulan also appeared on Qinjin's other side, sealing off all his escape routes. Qinjin looked at the approaching formidable foes, a manic curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. To push me off? You're not worthy yet. Qinjin took a deep breath, the purple fire within him burning fiercely. He abandoned all defenses, channeling all his strength into his right arm. The violent physical power surged through his meridians, producing a series of thunderous rumbles. 8-fold strength. 1-fold. 2 folds. 3 folds. The accumulation of power caused Qinjin's right arm to swell, slightly, beads of blood seeping from the surface of his skin. This was already the limit he could control. Yet he knew that merely achieving 3 folds of strength was insufficient to repel a true peak-level 4th-tier exotic beast. A glint of determination flashed in Qinjin's eyes. He gritted his teeth, forcibly urging the power within him to surge to a higher level. 4-fold strength. A destructive force erupted from Qinjin's right arm. This force far exceeded the limits his body could endure. A crisp cracking sound resonated through Qinjin's arm. From shoulder to fingertip, all the meridians shattered at that moment. Muscle fibers were torn apart by the violent force. Blood gushed from Qinjin's pores, dyeing his entire right arm a shocking crimson. The intense pain flooded Qinjin's nerves like a tidal wave. Yet he did not even furrow his brow. Facing the massive body of the oncoming spider, Qinjin unleashed this costly punch. His fist collided with the spider's hard shell. A deafening explosion echoed across the martial arena. The violent shockwave radiated outward from the 2 combatants. The protective barrier at the edge of the arena flickered violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The spider let out a mournful scream. Its proud purple-black shell, under the terrifying destructive force of the 4-fold strength, was covered in cracks like fragile glass. Green blood sprayed from the fissures, splattering onto the arena. The massive body of the spider was violently tossed away by this force, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. Yi Yulan was also affected by the shockwave, staggering backward several steps. She steadied herself, her face filled with shock as she looked at Qinjin. Qinjin's right arm hung limply at his side, exhibiting a strange, twisted state. The entire arm was a bloody mess, with white bone shards protruding through the skin, exposed to the air. That hand was completely ruined. Yi Yulan's eyes slightly narrowed beneath her mask. She did not expect Qinjin would resort to such self-harming methods to turn the tide. You've gone mad. Yi Yulan spoke coldly, her voice tinged with an unmasked tremor. A hand for a spider is quite the bargain. Qinjin grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. He looked at his shattered right arm, not a hint of panic in his eyes. A ghostly purple flame surged from the wound on Qinjin's arm. The flame enveloped the bloody mess of his arm, emanating a mysterious and ancient aura. In the incredulous gaze of Yi Yulan and the spectators below, a miracle occurred. The severed meridians under the nourishment of the purple flame rapidly reconnected, as if they had come to life. The shattered muscle fibers regrew, intertwining into a more resilient form. The bone shards piercing through the skin retracted into his body, and the broken bones healed in an instant. In just a few breaths, Qinjin's right arm, which had been completely ruined, returned to its original state. Not a single scar remained on the surface of the skin, and the muscle contours appeared even more smooth and powerful. Chun-Jin looked at his completely restored right arm, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. So it can be done this way too. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his muscles. Old man Long Zhanyi said that eightfold strength imposes a tremendous burden on the body. But this body of mine is least afraid of injury. If the meridians can't endure it, then let them break and regrow, break again and regrow. As long as the recovery speed can keep up with the destruction speed, this power can stack infinitely. Chun-Jin lifted his head, looking at the struggling netherworld corrupted bone demon spider. Big spider, consider yourself lucky. Today, they'll practice on you. Chun-Jin took a deep breath, and his right arm swelled once more. The purple flames enveloped his entire arm, and the violent power surged between his bones. Fivefold, Chun-Jin shouted. The recently healed meridians broke apart again, blood seeping from his pores. The purple fire surged wildly, forcibly reconnecting the severed meridians. Destruction and rebirth alternated in Chun-Jin's right arm, creating a strange balance. Not enough. Chun-Jin gritted his teeth, the madness in his eyes growing ever more intense. Destruction and rebirth alternated in Chun-Jin's right arm, creating a strange balance. Not enough. Chun-Jin gritted his teeth, the madness in his eyes growing, yet he stubbornly bore the backlash of this power. Sixfold strength is already the limit for now. Adding more would mean, even if the meridians could recover, the energy within wouldn't keep up. This kind of fighting style is truly a bottomless pit. Chun-Jin felt the rapidly depleting energy within him, secretly astonished. Fortunately, this is enough to deal with this spider. Die for me. Chun-Jin stomped down, transforming into a purple meteor as he charged towards the netherworld corrupted bone demon spider. The spider let out a terrified shriek as its 8 long legs flailed wildly, attempting to block Chun-Jin's approach. Chun-Jin did not dodge. His sixfold strength fist, imbued with unstoppable momentum, struck the spider's head. A dull thud echoed above the martial arena. The spider's hard skull shattered like paper. The violent force poured into its body, turning its organs into a mushy pulp. The massive body collapsed, heavily, green blood spilling everywhere. The peak-level 4th-tier exotic beast was completely slain. The students below gasped, their eyes filled with horror. Chu Tianqua shook his head, letting out a bitter laugh. This kid is truly a complete monster. A peak-level 4th-tier exotic beast was killed by him with a single punch. Chun-Jin shook off the blood on his right arm. The purple fire flickered, and his arm returned to its original state. He turned around, looking at Yi Yulan standing at the edge of the arena. Your big pet is dead. Now it's just you left. Do you want to continue fighting? Chun-Jin raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. I'm usually quite understanding of cherishing beauty, but when it comes to fighting, I can't hold back. If you concede now, you might suffer less. Yi Yulan stood still, her eyes beneath the mask devoid of any emotion. She said nothing, nor did she lower the short blade in her hand. Like a puppet devoid of feeling, she quietly awaited the next command. Chun-Jin frowned, finding it somewhat tedious. Dumb now? Fine, since you're unwilling to speak, you'll find someone. Chun-Jin turned his head to look at Shen Qingyan on the high platform. Principal Shun, this spider is dead, yet your student remains silent. Shouldn't this match be declared a victory for me? Chun-Jin raised his voice, his words echoing across the martial arena. Shen Qingyan leaned against her throne, holding a cup of crimson liquid. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, not even lifting her eyelids. It was as if she hadn't heard a word from Chun-Jin. The other instructors on the high platform also maintained silence, creating an eerily tense atmosphere. Chun-Jin narrowed his eyes, a sense of alertness rising within him. This old hag is playing deaf. Ooh, she must have something sinister up her sleeve. With a peak-level 4th-tier exotic beast dead, what else could she have? Chun-Jin calculated silently in his heart, his gaze returning to Yi Yulan. But it doesn't matter. Chun-Jin moved his wrist, the bones cracking crisply. No matter what tricks you have left, I will bring you down today. Yi Yulan stood still, her eyes behind the mask devoid of any emotion. She gazed at the pool of green blood on the ground, the words of Shen Qingyan echoing in her mind before the match. No matter the cost, you must defeat him. I want to see his deepest secrets and push him to his limits. Yi Yulan slowly raised her hands, her fingertips cutting into her palms. Crimson blood surged forth, but did not drip. Instead, it formed a strange rune in midair. Gate of the Abyss open. With her cold voice, the air in the center of the arena twisted violently. The gray-green mist that had enveloped the surroundings seemed to encounter something terrifying and was instantly dispelled. What replaced it was a suffocating dark red haze that shrouded the entire martial arts stage. The temperature around plummeted to freezing point, and the dark red stone floor began to tremble violently, emitting a mournful cry under the strain. The air became incredibly heavy, as if it had turned into a tangible quagmire. The students below felt as if a piece of raw iron had been stuffed into their chests, making even breathing extremely difficult. Several freshmen with weaker cultivation felt their legs turn to jelly, collapsing onto the ground, their faces as pale as paper. A pitch-black vortex appeared out of nowhere, exuding a terrifying pressure that instilled despair. A massive claw emerged from the vortex, crashing heavily onto the arena. Following that, a gigantic head covered in bone spurs came forth. It was a beast twice the size of a demon spider, its body clad in dark golden scales. Abyssal Earth Dragon. A gasp of shock arose from the audience below. A 5th-tier monstrosity? How is this possible? A sophomore shouldn't be able to summon a 5th-tier beast. This is absolutely against the rules. Zhao Lai's eyes widened, his voice trembling. A 5th-tier beast already possesses preliminary domain abilities. This is something a 2nd-tier awakener cannot contend with. Wang Yin gripped the hammer in his hand tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. Has the Abyssal Purification Institute gone mad? They're willing to forsake their reputation just to win. Chun Jin's eyes twitched as he looked at the Earth Dragon, radiating 5th-tier pressure. At that moment, a rush of wind echoed from the entrance of the martial arts arena. 3 figures had just arrived: Long Zhanya, Gu Tianxiao, and Xikong Xian. As Long Zhanya stepped into the arena, he spotted the colossal creature on the stage. His bald head bulged with veins as he pointed at Shun Qinyan on the high platform, cursing loudly. Shin, madwoman, do you even have any shame left? Letting a sophomore summon a 5th-tier beast, do you want to kill someone? Shin Qinyan leaned casually against her throne, lazily swirling the wine glass in her hand. Principal Long, it's better to arrive late than to arrive early. Summoning a beast is also part of strength. If Yulan can summon a 5th-tier beast, that's her skill. If you think it's unfair, you could let Qin Jin summon one too. Long Zhanya's anger flared as he wanted to lash out, but Gu Tianxiao pressed down on his shoulder. Old Long, let's see how it goes first. Gu Tianxiao's gaze was fixed on Qin Jin on the stage, his eyes deep. This kid is not at his wit's end yet. Qin Jin, seeing no one paying him any attention, couldn't help but curse. Alright, you guys are teaming up to bully someone, huh? The Abyssal Earth Dragon let out a deafening roar, opening its massive mouth to unleash a stream of black dragon breath. Qin Jin exerted force beneath his feet, dodging to the side. The dragon breath brushed past his shoulder, corroding a large hole in the protective shield behind. Before Qin Jin could steady himself, the Earth Dragon's enormous body charged at him like a high-speed train. He could only cross his arms to brace for the impact. A dull thud echoed. Qin Jin's legs carved deep trenches into the dark red stone floor as he slid backward for over 10 meters. The Earth Dragon opened its mouth wide, biting down on Qin Jin's shoulder, attempting to tear him apart. Sharp teeth pierced through his shoulder, blood gushing forth. He swung his left fist, striking the Earth Dragon's eye. The Earth Dragon cried out in pain, violently shaking its head and throwing Qin Jin away. Qin Jin rolled twice in the air before landing steadily. The wound on his shoulder healed rapidly under the enveloping purple fire. Such tough skin. Qin Jin shook his arm, feeling the energy within him quickly depleting. The attacks of a 5th-tier beast carried intense abyssal contamination, requiring more energy from the purple fire to purify. Yi Yulan watched Qin Jin, who had stood up again, her eyes flashing with determination. She quickly formed seals with her hands, pouring the remaining abyssal energy in her body into the Earth Dragon without reservation. Berserk. Black mist seeped from the gaps in the Earth Dragon's scales. Its eyes turned blood red, and its size expanded once again. Its aura surged, nearing the mid-tier of the 5th level. It lunged at Qin Jin again, its speed doubled compared to before. Qin Jin could only keep dodging, occasionally countering with a punch, but he was unable to inflict any substantial damage on the Earth Dragon. The defenses of a 5th-tier beast far exceeded those of the 4th tier. His proud physical strength was greatly diminished before it. Now he could only rely on his indestructible recovery ability to barely avoid defeat. He found no opportunity to counterattack. This woman is truly insane. Qin Jin dodged while calculating in his mind. 6-fold strength is useless against a 5th-tier beast. Even if I paid any price, I couldn't unleash 7-fold strength. I have no choice but to use that move. Qin Jin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank deep into his soul, touching the ghostly purple flame. During his rebirth in Linhai City, he had survived the destructive breath of a 7th-tier king-level beast. That life and death ordeal not only gifted him with the purple fire, but also imprinted a trace of terrifying pressure belonging to a superior being in the depths of his soul. Qin Jin had never used this power before, as he was unsure if he could control it. But now he had no other choice. Qin Jin slowly opened his eyes. His previously black and white irises had turned into pure purple black. His pupils transformed into a slender vertical line, radiating a chilling indifference toward all beings. Eye of the King. The moment those purple-black vertical pupils opened, an indescribably terrifying pressure erupted, unexpectedly centered around Qin Jin. This pressure did not stir up any waves in the air, yet it felt like an invisible hammer striking fiercely at the depths of every soul present. The students below were left in a daze, their souls seemingly frozen, their thoughts brought to a standstill. The three principals who had just arrived also had their expressions changed drastically. Gu Tianxiao dropped the cigarette, but he had pinched between his fingers, sparks flying. Long Zany's eyes narrowed and bulging veins appeared on his sturdy arms. Xikong Xian gasped, his usually calm face now filled with horror. On the high platform, Shen Qingyan suddenly stood up. The goblet in her hand shattered with a snap, crimson liquid flowing down her pale fingers, yet she remained completely unaware. Her enchanting face was now filled with uncontrollable joy. Her body trembled slightly from extreme excitement as her eyes fixated on Qinjin, as if she were gazing at an extraordinary treasure. This pressure struck at the soul, especially effective against abyssal creatures. The abyssal earth dragon, which was preparing to attack, halted, its massive body in place. A trace of human-like fear flashed in its blood-red eyes. It was a suppression stemming from its bloodline and absolute submission to a superior being. The earth dragon let out a whimper, its limbs going weak, its massive body slumping onto the arena. It buried its head deep between its paws, trembling all over, too scared to even breathe. The martial arts arena fell quiet once again. Everyone was left dumbfounded. A raging fifth-tier beast had been scared into submission by just a glance from Qinjin. In the lounge of the Tianxiong Sacred Peak, Shanao's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of gaze was that? Even through the screen, I felt a pang of heartache. Finally, I can breathe easy. Lin Wanqing sighed, a proud smile emerging on her lips. I knew he would find a way. On the stage, Yi Yulan's face beneath her mask turned pale. She desperately urged the contract, trying to command the earth dragon to stand. Stand up. Attack him. The abyssal earth dragon, however, seemed not to hear, remaining on the ground, not even daring to lift its head. Yi Yulan gritted her teeth, a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes. She reached into her bosom, pulling out a bead radiating an eerie red glow. It was the last trump card given to her by Shen Qingyan. Once used, she would face severe backlash herself. Just as Yi Yulan prepared to crush the bead, Shen Qingyan, on the high platform, took a deep breath, her crisp voice resonating in the air of the martial arts arena. That's enough. Yulan, withdraw. Yi Yulan paused, her hand gripping the bead halted midair. Principal, I can still fight. I have my trump card. Shen Qingyan waved her hand, her fervent smile still unwaning. No need to fight anymore. In this contest, Qinjin wins. At these words, the audience erupted in an uproar. No one expected Shen Qingyan, known for her protectiveness and ruthless means, to voluntarily concede. Moreover, judging by her expression, she seemed even happier than if she had won the match. Long Zhanya rubbed his bald head, looking perplexed. Has this madwoman taken the wrong medicine? Just a moment ago, she was ready to fight to the death, so why concede all of a sudden? Xikong Xian frowned, glancing back and forth between Qinjin and Shen Qingyan. Things aren't that simple. Shen Qingyan must have noticed something. Gu Tianxiao exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes becoming unfathomably deep. He looked at Qinjin's eyes, which were gradually returning to their normal color, and vaguely guessed something. This kid really has more and more secrets about him. As the purple-black hue in Qinjin's eyes completely faded, returning to normal, he gazed at Shen Qingyan, who was laughing joyfully on the high platform, feeling increasingly uneasy. What is this old witch plotting? Qinjin rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead, muttering to himself. Whatever, as long as I won, that's all that matters. The resource vault of the three major academies is all mine now. Qinjin turned around, waving to the three principals. Thank you, principals. You won't be left out. Come to the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow to pick your things. Long Zhanya snorted coldly and turned to leave. You won't miss out on anything. You can come tomorrow to pick your things. Xikong Xian also flicked his sleeve, turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing. Shen Qingyan looked at Qinjin, her smile still enchanting. Little one, the doors of the Abyssal Purification Institute are always open for you. Whatever you want I can give you, as long as you are willing to come. Qinjin shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on his. No thanks. I'll just take my things and leave, not staying a second longer. Qinjin jumped off the arena, heading toward the Tianxiong Sacred Peak Elemental University. Chu Tianqua and the others watched Qinjin's receding figure with awe in their eyes. This kid really shattered the three major academies. The underground resource vault of the Deep Clean Institute is built within hundreds of meters of rock layers. The heavy bronze doors slowly opened to both sides, emitting a dull scraping sound. Principal Shun, it seems that the ventilation system of this storage room has not been maintained for years. Every inch of air here contains a high concentration. Principal Shun, it seems that the ventilation system of this storage room has not been maintained for years. Every inch of air here contains a high concentration of abyssal pollution. Shen Qingyan, clad in a dark purple gown, swayed gracefully beside Qinjin. If an ordinary person stays here for 3 minutes, their internal organs would turn into a pool of blood. I grew up in a slum. My digestive system is strong, and I can eat anything. Chen Jin grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Since you Principal Shun are so generous, I won't hold back. Let's go in. According to our bet, you can choose any resources here. Shen Qingjian's red lips parted slightly, a meaningful smile flickering in her eyes. Chen Jin strode confidently over the threshold of the bronze doors, entering the most mysterious treasury of Tianxiong City. The internal space of the resource vault was astonishingly large, with luminous stones embedded in the dome. Rows of shelves made from unknown beast bones were neatly arranged in the spacious hall. The shelves were filled with various bizarre items, some sealed in transparent containers, while others were exposed directly to the air. Chen Jin approached the first shelf, his gaze landing on a fist-sized black heart. The surface of the heart was covered in purple veins, and it continued to beat rhythmically even after being separated from its original body. What is this? It looks quite fresh. It's the heart of a fifth-tier shadow leopard harvested less than 3 days ago, containing a strong abyssal pollution. Shen Qingyan walked over to Chen Jin, her tone lazy. If this is used in medicine, it could poison a peak 4th-tier exotic beast. Sounds good. Oh, I've been feeling a bit weak lately. You'll take it home to make soup. Without hesitation, Chen Jin reached out, grabbed the beating black heart, and stuffed it into his backpack. Seeing Chen Jin's actions, Shen Qingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Aren't you afraid of the shadow toxin seeping in through your pores, since you aren't even wearing protective gloves? Principal Shen, have you forgotten that I have an immortal constitution? Chen Jin turned his head and winked at Shen Qingyan. This little toxin will just serve as a free skincare treatment for me. He continued forward, his gaze quickly scanning the shelves. Chen Jin's principle for selecting resources was very simple and straightforward. He didn't consider appearance or purpose, only the amount of energy contained within. The purple fire within him was like an insatiable abyss, urgently requiring vast amounts of abyssal pollution as fuel. Principal Shen, what is this jar of green liquid? Chen Jin pointed at a sealed glass jar filled with a viscous green liquid. It's the bile extract of a 6th-tier disaster beast, the corrupted poison python. Shen Qingjian's gaze fell on the jar, her voice carrying a hint of chill. This substance is highly corrosive. Even specially crafted alloys can dissolve in 3 seconds. Good stuff. Just looking at it makes me feel hungry. Chen Jin hugged the glass jar to his chest, patting it and said, how do you plan to use this pure poison? Shen Qingyan could no longer hold back her inquiry. Of course I'm going to drink it. How else can it be used? Chen Jin replied nonchalantly. Do you really think your body is made of iron? The bile of a 6th-tier disaster beast can easily turn your bones to ash. Principal Shen, are you concerned about me? Chen Jin stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Shen Qingyan, and a sly smile crept onto his face. I just don't want you dying on my territory. Then that old scoundrel Gu Tianxiao will come looking for me to settle scores. Shen Qingyan huffed coldly, turning her head away. Don't worry, I'm very tough. Even the king of hell doesn't dare to take me. Chen Jin stuffed the glass jar into his backpack and continued his pillaging journey. The two traversed the massive resource vault, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Chen Jin's backpack grew increasingly bulging, filled with all sorts of fearsome poisonous items. This black grass is quite unique. It even has eyes growing on its leaves. That's the ghost-eyed demon grass growing in the mass graves of heavily polluted areas, capable of inducing lethal hallucinations. They'll take it and brew tea for Gu Mingchuan to cure his insomnia. Why is this bone still oozing blood? It's the spine bone of a 5th-tier blood fiend bear, and the marrow inside contains a frenzied blood fiend aura. Not bad, just right for sharpening teeth. Chen Jin grabbed items as he walked, as if he had entered a free buffet. Shen Qingyan followed behind, watching Chen Jin's greedy demeanor, her eyes filled with deepening doubt. Chen Jin, the things you're taking are all extreme sources of pollution from the Deep Clean Institute. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, it's impossible to simultaneously digest so many different attributes of abyssal toxins. Principal Shen, you're being a bit inexperienced here. Chen Jin stopped in front of a shelf filled with ores and casually picked up a stone radiating purple light. Toxins are like seasoning. Eating too much of a single seasoning can become tiresome. Mixing them together creates a chaotic stew, and then the flavor is truly powerful. You're playing with fire and inviting disaster. Shen Qingjian's tone turned cold. I am the ancestor of playing with fire. Chen Jin turned his head, a glint of dark purple flame flashing in his eyes. Principal Shen, you seem to be particularly chatty today. Are you worried about these treasures? If you're reluctant, I can put them back right now. The Deep Clean Institute is not lacking in these items. I'm just curious about your body structure. Shen Qingyan stepped closer, within half a meter of Chen Jin. The scent of herbs and a faint fragrance emanating from her intertwined, drilling straight into Chen Jin's nose. What secrets do your eyes hide? Shen Qingyan stared directly into Chen Jin's eyes, trying to discern something from them. Principal Shen, standing so close can easily lead to misunderstandings. Chen Jin did not retreat, but met Shen Qingjian's gaze heat in. I have no secrets, just a handsome face and a bit of talent. Stop with the nonsense. Shen Qingyan extended her delicate finger and gently tapped Chen Jin's chest. On the arena, with just a glance from your eyes, the 5th-tier hellish earth dragon lay down. That kind of pressure originating from deep within the soul is definitely not something a 2nd-tier awakened can possess. Principal Shen, you're being unreasonable. Chen Jin spread his hands, looking innocent. I merely stared at it. Who knew that big lizard had such a small heart that it just lay down? Maybe it was my overwhelming aura that scared it. You're talking nonsense, not a single word of truth. Shen Qingyan withdrew her finger and turned to walk deeper into the resource vault. You keep choosing. There are even higher tier resources ahead, depending on whether you dare to take them. Chen Jin watched Shen Qingyan's retreating figure, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading. He could sense that Shen Qingyan was continuously testing his limits. This woman definitely knows something. Chen Jin, with the heavy backpack, followed closely behind Shen Qingyan, continuing deeper into the resource vault. The further they went, the denser the gray-green mist became around them. The items on the shelves also grew increasingly sparse, but each emitted an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Principal Shen, why does this pearl still shine? Chen Jin pointed at a pearl wrapped in lightning inside a jade box. That is the inner core of a 6th-tier thunder beast containing the violent essence of lightning. This thing is useless to you. Your body can't withstand that kind of lightning tearing. Who said I was going to use it myself? Chen Jin unceremoniously tucked the jade box into his embrace. Just in time. Wanqing has a thunder affinity, and she would definitely love this pearl as a gift. You really know how to borrow flowers to present to Buddha. Shen Qingyan sneered. Of course, since it's on Principal Shen's tab, I have to be a bit generous. Chen Jin continued forward, scanning the shelves. He took a mechanical core eroded by abyssal energy to bring it to Gu Mingchuan for research. He also grabbed a few bottles of high-tier mental stabilizers, intending to keep them as backups. Unknowingly, the two had reached the deepest part of the resource vault. The space here became narrower, with complex formations carved into the surrounding walls. Chen Jin stopped, his brow slightly furrowed. The purple fire within him suddenly trembled slightly. This tremor only occurred when encountering vast and pure abyssal energy. Chen Jin calmly surveyed his surroundings. The shelves here were empty, devoid of anything. Principal Shen, why is there nothing here?